I won 80 million in the lottery. When my wife found out, she wanted 99 million. I disagreed, so he called his younger brother, and they beat me into a vegetative state. Then, they squandered my money and even kept many handsome young men. When my parents came to the hospital to see me, they had an accident and are now in critical condition. Due to insufficient funds, they missed the best time for rescue. She even didn't want to spend money on my parents' funeral and said that our whole family is unlucky. But this was a chance for rebirth that God gave me, allowing me to go back 20 years. This time, I absolutely cannot let the events of my previous life happen again. So, I continued to buy the lottery ticket worth 80 million at that time. Just after buying the ticket, the phone rang. It was my ex-girlfriend Tang Mengmeng who called, asking me to go to a restaurant. She said if I didn't go, we would break up. I knew she wanted to use me as an ATM again. It's better to break up now to avoid a tragedy. As soon as I arrived at the restaurant, I saw Tang Mengmeng and her brother, chatting and laughing. When Tang Mengmeng saw me, she immediately changed her expression and scolded me before asking me to pay the bill. The waiter handed me the bill and said, "Sir, the total comes to 3,200 yuan. I just threw the bill away and told them to pay it themselves. It was then that Tang Mengmeng looked up at me in astonishment. From the moment she met me, I used to be as obedient as a dog to her, fulfilling even the most excessive demands. But she doesn't know, I'm not the same person I used to be. Chen Chen, I command you to pay the money immediately." Tang Mengmeng still has an air of superiority, pointing with authority. I sneered. After 20 years of married life in my past life, I see through Tang Mengmeng completely. Why should I pay for the meal you all ate? Besides, isn't it a bit excessive for a meal to cost 3,200 yuan? Tang Mengmeng's face immediately turned ugly. Chen Chen, we're about to get married. In the future, Tang Lei will also be your brother. Do you still have to quibble over this meal money within the family? I laughed even louder in jest. No. I can't afford such a good little brother. For the past few years, I've paid for his tuition, living expenses, and pocket money. Even now, he still asks me for money for his blind dates and marriage. Do you take me for an ATM? Tang Mengmeng was startled by my appearance. Just as I was about to continue arguing, Tang Lei grabbed my hand and smiled. "Sister, brother-in-law, don't spoil the harmony over a meal. I'll pay for it." Then he gave Tang Mengmeng a meaningful look. Tang Mengmeng immediately said, "Look at how sensible our little brother is. And then look at how you find even a meal too expensive. And Chen Chen, about our betrothal gifts." Before he could finish, I interrupted and said, "Are you trying to say that the dowry must be increased by another 200,000 to marry me?" Tang Mengmeng's expression changed. "How did you know?" "I know a lot more than you think. I also know about Tang Lei, that idiot. He was involved in a pyramid scheme a while back and scammed your relatives out of 200,000. Now he's facing imprisonment, and you need this 200,000 to cover the whole. Don't you think Tang Mengmeng, after hearing this, should feel ashamed instead of becoming more self-righteous? He is my brother. What's wrong with helping him out a bit? Besides, didn't your dad just receive a compensation of 200,000? Isn't this perfect?" Although I already knew Tang Mengmeng was going to say this, after hearing it, I still got so angry that I almost lost my mind. This is the money my dad received after breaking his leg at the construction site. He has to rely on this money for the rest of his life for retirement and medical care. If we give the money to your brother, how will he live in the future? Tang Mengmeng sneered. "Why don't I just take care of him?" "Taking care of him sounds great when it's coming from you. My dad came to visit me on New Year's Eve the year before last. You found him dirty when he came to visit me at home, and after taking his red envelope, you sent him back. It was snowing heavily on New Year's Eve. He carried 40 pounds of stuff and walked 30 miles through the mountains to get here. And you didn't even let him have a sip of water before sending him away. Now that you say you will support him, I believed your lies. The more I speak, the angrier I get. I hate Tang Mengmeng, and I hate my past self who willingly played the role of a lackey." Tang Mengmeng noticed people around her pointing and whispering. Her expression turned extremely unpleasant. "That's enough, Chen Chen. I have one question for you. Bride price of 50,000, plus 200,000 for my younger brother. Will you pay this money or not? If you can afford it, we can get married. If not, we will break up now." I said that this money is better off feeding dogs and will not be given to my brother. As for Tang Mengmeng, I can give you an answer now. My answer is just one word: impossible. Tang Mengmeng was about to lose her temper, but she realized that the crowd had already gathered around her. "Chen Chen, just wait. I may not be able to deal with you, but someone else will." After speaking, Tang Mengmeng angrily pulled Tang Lei away. In the previous life, after getting married, Tang Mengmeng's whole family kept draining me. Her father was a compulsive gambler, coming to me every month asking for money. Her mother had no skills, liked to act like a wealthy lady, and loved buying luxury goods. Of course, I had to foot the bill for that too. The most outrageous part was her younger brother. After resolving the fraud incident, he showed no remorse and continued deceiving friends, colleagues, and relatives for money. Tang Meng Meng forced me to borrow from loan sharks and repay Tang Lei. This is also why, in my past life as a finance professional, I still ended up destitute. As for Tang Meng Meng herself, she has no feelings for me at all, and completely treats me as a tool for gain. At the wedding, Tang Meng Meng even looked down on my parents for being farmers. She directly refused to let them enter. But she doesn't realize that my parents sold their house in order to have a high-end hotel wedding in the city. Thinking about the events of the previous life, my fists clenched and my blood pressure soared uncontrollably. When I got home, I told my mom that I won 10 million, and I kicked that wretched Tang Meng Meng out. I didn't let you live a good life before, but this time, you and my dad can enjoy it. After hearing this, my mom couldn't believe it, feeling a mix of emotions. While having money is a good thing. But in 2000, breaking up right after getting engaged was a shameful thing. Just as I finished saying that, I heard a rapid knocking on the door, and when I opened it, I saw Tang Meng Meng and her family standing neatly at the door. Tang's mother, Lu Tsuefang, pointed at my nose and started to curse loudly, spitting as she did so. In the previous life, I was most afraid of this mother-in-law. She was too fierce and could really scold. I never dared to speak loudly in front of her, but now I am not the same person as before. It's not Lu Tsuefang, you better understand, it was your daughter who said she would break up if she couldn't come up with 250,000. What's the meaning of you coming to my house to cause a scene now? Lu Tsuefang doesn't care at all. She's demanding money left and right. I don't care. Take out the betrothal gifts, and we'll leave. Your mom gave you a betrothal gift of 58,000, plus your dad recently earned another 200,000. Taking out 250,000, there's still 8,000 left. Damn, hearing all the things people say, what do they mean by earn? That's my dad's medical treatment money. What do you mean, still? Being left with 8,000, even someone without a brain thrombosis for 10 years wouldn't say such a thing. I can't be bothered with them. I'll just close the door. They can roll as far as they want. Lu Tsuefan grits her teeth in front of the door. Chen Chen, if you have the nerve not to come out, we'll just stay at your door. We won't leave until you hand over the betrothal gifts. They even say they don't care if I marry Tang Meng Meng. They all want to give her a 1 million betrothal gift, calling it compensation for her lost youth. I have never seen such shameless people. I had no choice but to call the police. The whole family saw me calling the police, but they ran away quickly. After that, they never caused trouble for my family again. During this time, I wasn't idle either. I was buying lottery tickets every day, constantly trying to make money. Now my net worth has exceeded $1 billion. But I don't remember the lottery tickets from now on very well. I have to think of another way to continue making money. In this life, I am determined to become the richest person in the world, according to my memories from my past life. A major event that will shake the whole country is about to happen in Jiangbei. I remember very clearly, the owner of Jubiazai on Dong Street paid a high price to acquire a Ming Dynasty-era contrary wind pill. Later it was appraised and turned out to be Shen Wansan's treasure gathering list, worth over 80 million. How could I let such a good opportunity slip away? I withdrew 300,000 in cash from the bank early in the morning and put it in my backpack. Then I took a taxi to the Ju Bao Zhai on Dong Street. As soon as I entered the door, I heard several familiar voices. I took a look inside and it turned out to be Tang Meng Meng and her family of scoundrels. I saw Tang's mother, Lu Tsuefang, playing with a piece of jade in her hand, unable to put it down. It turned out to be the Ju Bao Zhai store manager Zhang Lang who gave it, also Tang Meng Meng's new boyfriend. Then he took out a jade bracelet and gave it to Tang Meng Meng. Immediately, Lu Tsuefang and Tang Meng Meng both laughed so much that they couldn't close their mouths, and kept praising it. With just over 30 million, he can open such a large antique shop and still be so generous. Not like Chen Chen, that poor guy, not even 10,000 times stronger. At this time, they still thought they had struck it rich, but what they didn't know was that these jades were actually made from scraps, costing only a few tens of dollars. Just then, Tang Meng Meng saw me standing in the store and immediately looked disgusted. Chen Chen, you poor guy, how did you follow us here? Let me tell you, even if you gave me a dowry of 1 million now, it wouldn't be possible for us. Saying this, she arrogantly hooked her arm around Zhang Lang's. This is my boyfriend, and he's the boss of Ju Bao Zhai. Tang's mother, Lu Tsuefang, even pointed to the jade on her chest, followed by a round of ridicule. They are all human, why is the gap so big? His younger brother, Tang Lei, told me to get out and not disturb their business. I smiled and said I just came to buy something and leave, don't think too much. Just then, a middle-aged man walked in. Carefully took out a bowl. "Do you buy things here, boss?" Zhang Lang took the bowl and looked at it, immediately recognized it as a good item, and asked the middle-aged man to state a price. The man immediately said it would cost at least 300,000 because it was a treasure passed down from his ancestors. Upon hearing this, Tang Mengming's family burst into laughter. With just this broken bowl, no one would even pay 3 yuan for it. It's really hilarious. At this point, Zhang Lang took advantage of the situation. "This bowl is worth at most 30,000. If you don't believe me, you can ask elsewhere." The middle-aged man hesitated for a long time, but finally gritted his teeth and agreed. At this moment, a voice came from behind. "Uncle, I want this bowl for 300,000. After hearing this, Tang Mengming's family laughed even louder. "Chen Chen, you can't even come up with the betrothal gifts. Please, don't embarrass yourself here." "Exactly, if you have 300,000, I'll kneel and call you." At this moment, I remained silent and turned my backpack upside down. Shaking and rustling, stacks of red banknotes scattered out, almost turning the entire antique shop red. The Tang family was shocked, their eyes widening in disbelief. The middle-aged uncle's heart was pounding, the first time in his life seeing so much money. I no longer waste time with them. I took the uncle directly to the bank, deposited the money into his account, and bought Shinwan-san's treasure. Zhang Wang knew this night was valuable, but he didn't know this night would be worth 80 million, otherwise, they wouldn't have let it go to me. On the way home, I suddenly saw a familiar figure. Dressed in professional attire, long legs wrapped in black stockings, tall and well-proportioned, facial features delicate as if carved. It turned out to be my high school classmate Gong Ziyuan, also the most popular school beauty among boys in high school. At that time, my family was poor and honest, always bullied by others. Every time Gong Ziyuan saw me being bullied, she would step in to help me. At that time, I dreamed every night of marrying her, but the gap between us was too big. In the end, Gong Ziyuan was sent abroad by her family to study, and from then on, we lost contact. Later, I married that wretched Tang Mengmeng, and during this time, I was hurt too badly. It led me to consider divorcing to find Gong Ziyuan. From that moment on, I obsessively sought all kinds of information about Gong Ziyuan. Gong Ziyuan's father, Gong Ming, is a renowned real estate tycoon in Jiangbei, whose wealth ranks among the top 10 in Jiangbei. Gong Ziyuan's mother passed away due to an accident. Since then, Gong Ziyuan has suffered from depression. Following that, Gong Ming's company went bankrupt and collapsed. In order to make a comeback, Gong Ming decided to enter into a business alliance. He married his daughter to a wealthy child. On their wedding night, Gong Ziyuan hanged herself. After hearing the news, I cried for a long time, and since then, I vowed, if God gives me another chance, I will definitely protect the moonlight in my heart. Memories to this point. I regained my composure and greeted Gong Ziyuan. But Gong Ziyuan ignored me and left. Does he not recognize me? I awkwardly touched my nose, but I didn't give up. Because I know, Gong Ziyuan is now a securities analyst. Working at Jiangbei Securities, it just so happens that there will be a huge market trend in international futures recently. As an ordinary person, it's definitely not convenient to open an account abroad. Trading frenzy must be done through professional institutions. This way, I can approach Gong Ziyuan. Saying that, I walked into Jiangbei Securities, and as soon as I entered the door, I saw Gong Ziyuan being slapped by a middle-aged woman. She was still calling you a seductress, asking if you had any shame, seducing my husband, then telling Gong Ziyuan to kneel down and apologize to him. At this moment, Gong Ziyuan was so wrong that she couldn't say a word. Yet, no one dared to help Gong Ziyuan. It's all because this woman named Li Xiuxia is the wife of Wang Tai, a key figure at Jiangbei Bank. Li Xiuxia is notorious for being petty. Just because Gong Ziyuan politely smiled when receiving Wang Tai, Li Xiuxia immediately came over to pick on Gong Ziyuan, seeing that she had no intention of kneeling. Then, Li Xiuxia was about to raise her hand to slap Gong Ziyuan. Seeing this, I stepped forward and gave Li Xiuxia a few slaps. This shocked everyone present. This was the wife of Wang Tai, the big shot at Jiangbei Bank. Yet, this young person dared to slap her. Just then, Wang Tai, who had finished the meeting, happened to come out of the conference room. He then saw his wife being slapped repeatedly by a young person in public. Wang Tai was instantly furious, walking up to me demanding an explanation, threatening to break my hand. However, I just said a few words quietly to Wang Tai. After that, Wang Tai grabbed his wife and slapped her wildly again. The people present were once again bewildered. Wang Tai was known for doting on his wife, so why did he suddenly hit her in public? It's because in my past life, I knew too many secrets about Li Xiuxia. Li Xiuxia not only had plastic surgery, but also worked in a hair salon. What's even more infuriating is, Even this pair of twins are not Wang Tai's biological children. They were actually born from a relationship between Li Xiaoxia and the driver Wu Kuan. I remember very clearly, this matter made headlines in my past life. At first, Wang Tai didn't believe it, but he thought about it, realized these twins looked too much like Wu Kuan, he couldn't help but believe it. At that moment, Wang Tai only wanted to go to the hospital for a paternity test, to reveal the truth. After Wang Tai and the others left, I then walked up to Gong Ziyuan, and asked with concern, Ziyuan, are you okay? Gong Ziyuan hesitated before recognizing me, your high school classmate Chen Chen, right? I smiled and nodded. Gong Ziyuan shyly stuck out her tongue, because she had just mistaken me for a hooligan trying to hit on her. You've changed a lot. After saying that, Gong Ziyuan smiled and reached out her hand. Let's get to know each other again. I'm Gong Ziyu, a securities analyst. Thank you for helping just now. I shook Gong Ziyu's soft hand and smiled. It was just a small gesture. By the way, Shen Shen, what did you say to Wang Tai just now? Why did he end up looking at you with such respect towards me? I mentioned that I have knowledge of the art of divination, and can predict the future. Do you believe it? Gong Ziyuan finished listening, and those who didn't believe it pursed their lips. Then help me calculate the appearance of my future husband. Okay, he's probably 176 centimeters tall, weighs 130 pounds, chubby and quite handsome, with a mole below the corner of his eye. Gong Ziyuan finished listening, gave me a disdainful look, and was amused, giggling. You might as well just give me your ID number. But I had a serious expression, and I put my hands on Gong Ziyuan's shoulders. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I'm not joking with you. You must stop your mother from taking the flight back to the country tonight. Because I foresaw it, that flight is destined for a disaster. In the previous life, due to this accident, Gong Ziyuan lost her mother and suffered from severe depression, and eventually committed suicide by hanging. After listening, Gong Ziyuan just casually dismissed it, apparently still not believing. Meanwhile, Mrs. Wang also received the results. The child really is Wu Kuan. Li Xiaoxia is also at the hair salon. Unable to face the outcome, Mrs. Wang was extremely upset afterwards, directly causing Li Xiaoxia and Wu Kuan to leave this world from then on. The two children were also given to someone else. This made Mrs. Wang, with the surname Shinming, even more convinced that I am an extraordinary person, and she was already thinking about how to please me in the future. At the same time, as soon as Gong Ziyuan got home, she called her mother Jing Xiaoying and said that this plane would have an accident. Jing Xiaoying not only didn't believe it, she also said that the child had taken the wrong medicine. But when she arrived at her seat, she glanced at seat number 444, and then saw the passengers around her all looking extremely grim, like ghosts. Jing Xiaoying was so scared that she got off the plane immediately. An hour later, news of a plane explosion caught her eye. Gong Ziyuan's hair stood on end when she saw the news, and she cried as she called her mother. But her mother's voice came from the other end of the phone. At first, she thought she had misheard. Her mother hadn't actually boarded the plane. Jing Xiaoying told Gong Ziyuan about the strange events before she boarded the plane. After hearing this, she finally believed it. This extraordinary person, will not be wrong. Predicting that she is my husband, could it also be true? Thinking of this, Gong Ziyuan's face suddenly turned red, but to thank me. Gong Ziyuan quickly called me and said she wanted to invite me to dinner. After hanging up the phone, I was so excited that I jumped up. The goddess Uya invited me to dinner. The next day, I changed into clean clothes and went to Jingshuanj. This restaurant is a Michelin 3-star restaurant, very high class. You have to book 1 week or 1 month in advance, and even if you have money, you may not be able to get a table. When I arrived at the location, at this moment, Wang Tai called again, wanting to have a meal with me because of Li Xiaoxia's betrayal. Without much thought, I told him my current location. It wouldn't hurt to have one more person join us. Then Wang Tai can foot the bill. Just then, 2 familiar figures appeared next to me, my ex-girlfriend Tang Mengmeng and Zhang Lang, a couple of scoundrels. As soon as Zhang Lang saw me, he started mocking, "Hey, isn't this the sucker who spent 300,000 to buy a broken bowl? What are you doing here begging for food?" When Tang Mengmeng saw me, she thought I was following her. "Chen Chen, can't you stop being so childish? We've already broken up, yet you still follow me around every day. Isn't that disgusting?" My mouth twitched. "Don't flatter yourself. I'm here to eat." After hearing this, Tang Mengmeng looked disdainful. "Get lost. You can't even afford a 30 yuan street stall, yet you have money to eat at a Michelin-starred restaurant." Zhang Lang then pulled Tang Mengmeng to sit in his lap. "Ignore him, he's just here for a handout. We can leave him the leftovers later." After saying this, the two burst into laughter. Just then, a stunning figure approached, with exquisite features and a hot body. Zhang Lang was dumbfounded and suddenly felt that Meng Meng in his arms wasn't as appealing. She even stood up directly, wanting to add me on WeChat. But she didn't pay any attention to Zhang Lang and walked towards me. Seeing this scene, Zhang Lang was shocked and immediately gave 200,000 to Tang Mengmeng to help her chase after Gongzi Yuan. Hearing 200,000, Tang Mengmeng's eyes lit up and she immediately walked up to Gongzi Yuan, speaking ill of me. Miss, were you deceived by Chen Chen? He's just a poor guy making 1,000 yuan in salary, even deceiving his own parents. Taking the opportunity, Zhang Lang walked over and acted pretentiously. Hello miss, I'm Zhang Lang, the owner of Jubiozai. I recently received an investment and plan to set up a listed company for fun. The actual investment is actually a loan Zhang Lang took from Jiangbei Bank. Before he could finish, Gong Ziyuan rejected him. I'm not interested in getting to know you. This meal is on me, please don't disturb us, okay? At this point, Tang Mengmeng became even more arrogant. Your judgment is really poor. This kind of poor guy actually takes the initiative. He's really desperate. Gong Ziyuan was so angry after hearing this that she trembled all over. Seeing this, Zhang Lang thought Gong Ziyuan wanted to hit Tang Mengmeng, so he reached out to push Gong Ziyuan. But before he could reach her, I grabbed him. And at that moment, Tang Mengmeng immediately seized the opportunity and shouted loudly, "Help! Someone's hitting people! Someone's hitting people! Come quick!" And at the moment when I pulled Gong Ziyuan behind me to protect her, she felt a sense of security like never before. In no time, the shouting attracted the restaurant manager over. It was only then that I let go. To my surprise, as soon as I let go, Zhang Lang fell flat on the ground. How did they fall? Can't you see they hit someone? I'm a platinum member here. If you don't make them apologize today, I won't let this go. Zhou Wei clearly knew Zhang Lang and said with a smile, Mr. Zhang, how do you want to handle them? Zhang Lang then went too far. I want them to kneel down and apologize. Zhou Wei applauded and cheered after hearing this. I didn't even bother with them, comforting the goddess on the side. Seeing that I had no intention of kneeling down, he actually called over a dozen security guards. At this moment, Gongzi Yuan closed her eyes in fear, tightly gripping her phone. Zhou Wei then shouted, "Go ahead." Dozens of security guards instantly rushed in. Just then, there was a sudden sound of a firecracker around us. I dared anyone to touch him, but then a middle-aged man in a suit and sunglasses came over aggressively. The newcomer was the big boss of Jiangbei Bank and also the owner of this restaurant, Wang Tai. As soon as he entered, Wang Tai saw the scene of the security guard fighting with Chen Chen. At this moment, Wang Tai had lost one of his leather shoes. You can imagine how anxious he is now. When Zhou Wei saw that it was Wang Tai who had come, he was also slightly stunned. This restaurant is officially opened by Wang Tai's elder brother Wang Liang, but everyone working here knows that the real boss of the restaurant is Wang Tai. The anger in Wang Tai's heart was about to burn through the sky. He rushed forward, kicked the security guard next to Chen Chen directly to the ground, and shouted, "Get lost!" Seeing this, Zhou Wei broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead and quickly greeted, "Mr. One, why are you here? Why am I here? If I don't come again, the sky will be pierced by you." Wang Tai glared angrily at Zhou Wei, then looked at Chen Chen and Gong Ziyuan with a deep apology on his face. "Mr. Chen, Miss Gong, are you both okay?" Boom! Hearing Wang Tai's address to Chen Chen, Zhou Wei was dumbfounded. The security guards were dumbfounded. Zhang Lang and Tang Mengmeng were also dumbfounded. The security guards were cursing in their hearts. Judging from Wang Tai's tone and attitude, these two people obviously have a big background. After Chen Chen shook his head to indicate that there was no problem, Wang Tai immediately turned his head, without saying a word, and slapped Zhou Wei hard on the face. "You blind fool, Mr. Chen is my honored guest. Who gave you the courage to dare to lay a hand on Mr. Chen?" Ah! Wang Taiza almost scared the soul out of Zhou Wei. He quickly explained the situation to Wang Tai and shifted the blame to Zhang Lang. Wang Tai turned to look at Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang was already desperate. He never expected that Chen Chen actually knew Wang Tai. Helplessly, Zhang Lang had to muster up the courage to step forward, smiling apologetically, "Mr. Wang, President Wang, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my ass." Wang Tai glared fiercely at Zhang Lang and immediately took out his phone to make a call, immediately recalled a loan given to Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang's face turned pale, pleading bitterly, "President Wang, please have mercy. It's all because of this woman." Tang Mengmeng hurriedly said, "President Wang, you must have been deceived by Chen Chen. He is just a poor guy, his parents are from the countryside, he has no abilities at all, he can't even afford the bride price for marriage. Get someone. Beat these two up and throw them out," Wang Tai ordered. Dozens of security guards rushed forward, beat up Zhang Lang and Tang Mengmeng, and threw them out of the restaurant. Then, Wang Tai asked Chen Chen again, Mr. Chen, how do you want to handle these people? Zhou Wei and the security guards all looked pitifully at Chen Chen, feeling scared and regretful. It's just a misunderstanding, let them go. Chen Chen said calmly. Good. You guys, get out now, Wang Tai ordered. Zhou Wei and the others left as if they had been granted amnesty. Wang Tai called the head waiter over and gave some instructions. Soon, all the customers in the restaurant were driven away. Only Chen Chen and Gong Ziyuan were left in the entire restaurant. Then Wang Tai took out a golden card and placed it in front of Chen Chen, smiling, Mr. Chen, thank you for your help before. This is the highest level diamond VIP card of Jingxian Pavilion. There are only 10 in the entire Jiangbei. In the future, when you or your family use this card to dine here, it will be free of charge. Chen Chen nodded and accepted the card, then said, well, I have accepted the card, and we are even now. Chen Chen said this on purpose. He wanted Wang Tai to feel that he was a superior person and didn't care about the relationship with Wang Tai at all. Sure enough, Wang Tai's heart skipped a beat. If it were someone else, they might be eager to establish a relationship with Wang Tai, the head of Jiangbei Bank. However, Chen Chen seemed to be afraid of any interaction with Wang Tai. What does this mean? It means that he is truly a superior person with real abilities. He doesn't care about your trivial social connections. The more so, the more Wang Tai respected and valued Chen Chen. With a grimace, Wang Tai smiled obsequiously and said, Mr. Chen, although I know this may put you in a difficult position, but, could you please tell me, what will be my future? If you hadn't met me, you would have been manipulated by villains in 3 years, and become a vegetable after a car accident. This is your destined calamity. Chen Chen took a sip of tea and said leisurely. Wang Tai's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale. But you are destined to have a benefactor to help you through this calamity. After this calamity, your fate can be described in 8 words. Chen Chen smiled. At the same time, he hinted that he was the benefactor in Wang Tai's destiny, making Wang Tai value him even more. What are those 8 words? Please tell me, sir. Wang Tai hurriedly bowed and asked. Your official career will be smooth and prosperous, advancing step by step. Hearing this, Wang Tai's body trembled suddenly, then a look of uncontrollable joy appeared on his face. After thanking Chen Chen repeatedly, Wang Tai left. Gong Ziyuan asked curiously, what did you do for Wang Tai? Why does he respect you so much? Chen Chen did not hide anything and explained in detail about the messy matters in Wang Tai's family to Gong Ziyuan. Gong Ziyuan was stunned. All this was also calculated by you using the Book of Changes? Chen Chen nodded without denying, smiling. So, is it true that his future will be smooth and prosperous, advancing step by step? Yes. In the previous life, before Wang Tai had an accident, he had already become the head of the provincial government, and it was said that even the financial department of the central bank wanted to transfer him. I believe that with Chen Chen's behind-the-scenes help, Wang Tai will definitely go further in this life. Gong Ziyuan paused, as if she had figured something out. Blushing she said, then, can you calculate my marriage for me? Sure. Chen Chen smirked mischievously. Your future marriage will be very happy and fulfilling. You will have 3 children with your husband. Who wants to have 3 children with you? Gong Ziyuan blurted out. Then she saw Chen Chen's handsome face with a mischievous smile, feeling embarrassed and couldn't look at Chen Chen. Sir, miss, what would you like to drink? Tang Pylon P2, Vintage 2000, thank you, Chen Chen said casually. Gong Ziyuan was slightly stunned, because what Chen Chen said was her favorite champagne, but she had already gotten used to Chen Chen's various miracles. Even predicting her mother's plane crash, what else couldn't Chen Chen predict? The wine arrived, and the beautiful head waitress personally poured for the two. At the same time, a beautiful woman in a black evening gown, elegant as a black swan, walked slowly to the piano in the center of the restaurant. She was exceptionally beautiful, with a well-proportioned figure. Even Gong Ziyuan was moved, saying, the lady playing the piano is so beautiful. Sir, miss, you are really lucky. This is our restaurant's pianist, who has won national awards. Originally, she only played once a month, but the boss just called her over to entertain you too, the head waitress said with a smile. Just as she finished speaking, the melodious piano music began, soothing and elegant. Even Gong Ziyuan, who had never learned the piano, was enchanted. After a few minutes, the music ended. Gong Ziyuan couldn't help but exclaim, so beautiful. Mo gu, don't you think so? Chen Chen nodded. She played really well, just a few notes in the middle were a bit rushed, otherwise it was perfect. Hearing this, the pianist, who was very close, glared at Chen Chen with an unfriendly expression. Gong Ziyuan quickly pulled Chen Chen under the table and whispered, Mo gu, don't speak nonsense. It seems that this gentleman is very knowledgeable about the piano. Why not play a piece as well? Artists, especially young and beautiful female artists who have been living in praise from others for years, tend to have very proud personalities. Even if Wang Tai wants to invite her, he has to be polite. And she thought her performance was flawless. Chen Shen, who looks like a guy who came to pick up girls, actually said there were flaws in her playing. He must be pretending to be knowledgeable, trying to show off his abilities in front of beautiful women. Alright, since you want to show off, I'll give you the chance. The beautiful team leader also understood what pianist Xiao Mei meant. This lady is someone who even dares to show a bad attitude to Wang Tai. And Chen Shen is a distinguished guest of Wang Tai. If these two ancestors start a fight, she won't be able to handle it. Miss Xiao, Mr. Chen just said it casually, don't mind. Then the beautiful team leader whispered to Chen Shen, Mr. Shen, Miss Xiao cares a lot about her piano skills. You are a big man, don't lower yourself to her level. This beautiful team leader is quite good at handling people. Chen Shen smiled and indicated that he didn't mind. However, Xiao Mei did not appreciate it, coldly saying, if you can say it, you can do it. I believe Mr. Chen's words just now were not aimless. Maybe he wants to teach me how to play the piano. The beautiful team leader looked embarrassed and was about to continue speaking when Chen Shen stood up. He adjusted his tie, smiled, and said, it's better to obey than to be polite. I'm very happy to have my first date with Ziyuan today, so I'll borrow the piano. With that, Chen Shen actually started walking towards the piano. Gong Ziyuan whispered, "Mo, can you do it?" The two words men should never say are can't. Chen Shen patted Gong Ziyuan on the shoulder and said with a smile, wait for Mo to perform for you. Then, Chen Shen approached Xiao Mei, beauty, I'll borrow your piano. Xiao Mei walked to the side with a mocking expression. As Chen Shen sat in front of the piano, opened the cover, his hand slid casually on the piano first, then started playing. A light and slightly sad piano piece emerged. The melancholic notes intertwined between black and white, the moving melody, like a continuous drizzle falling in the dark night, slowly flowing along the deserted ancient streets. The sound of the piano gradually brightened, the faint sadness overflowed like a tide, filling every space in the world. Chen Shen's fingers kept lightly touching the keys. His body swayed gently with the rhythm, his eyes half closed, as if he was immersed in this slightly sad piece. This piece was Chen Shen's favorite, called Piano Piece of the Night. It was created in 2006. After hearing about Gong Ziyuan's suicide by hanging, Chen Shen was devastated for half a year. Knowing that Gong Ziyuan liked the piano, he practiced this Piano Piece of the Night and played it at Gong Ziyuan's grave every year. This piece was like water, like poetry, like a dream, more like a miracle. At this moment, it made me realize that in a corner of the world, there was a person counting the coming years and the passing youth. The pain seemed to be inevitable, recalling the years when this song was always touching. As he played emotionally, Chen Shen's eyes also turned red. He looked up at Gong Ziyuan and whispered, this time, I will never lose you again. For some reason, Gong Ziyuan felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow hitting her heart. At that moment, tears filled her bright beautiful eyes as she stared emotionally at Chen Shen. She really wanted to hold this man in her arms and soothe the sadness in his heart. Xiao Mei, who was standing beside her, first frowned slightly, then was extremely shocked, and then the admiration in her eyes became even stronger. The more you understand the piano, the more you can hear the quality of this piece of music. The piece is full of sadness, like a stream, like a sea breeze, like sadness passing quietly. In Xiao Mei's career of learning the piano, even her mentor, a master who had won the championship in a world-class piano competition, could not play as well as Chen Shen does now. It's not that the skills are inferior to Chen Shen, but no one can, like Chen Shen, integrate decades of longing into this piece of music and play it out. Skills can be practiced, but emotions cannot. The world-class piano master, the pioneer of the piano world, Master Hofk, once said, the highest realm of the piano is to move people with emotions. No matter how skilled you are at most just a performer. Only someone like Chen Shen, who devotes himself to the piano, can be called a master. Dong! The last piano key was pressed. The scene fell silent. Until a minute later. Clap, clap, clap. Several waiters took the lead and clapped vigorously. Then, all the staff on the scene blushed and clapped vigorously. The applause was like a towering wave, as if it was going to flip the ceiling. Chen Shen walked up to Gong Ziyuan, held her hand, and said affectionately, the night moon is cool and makes people trance, the bamboo shadows are sparse and the body is stiff. The evening pond is faintly blue, and a few words express the heart. In an instant, Gong Ziyuan couldn't help it anymore and hugged Chen Shen tightly. After a long time, Gong Ziyuan let go. Xiao Mei urgently and excitedly walked up to Chen Shen and asked, Sir, what was the name of the piece you just played? Night Piano Piece. Is it your original creation? Yes, I specially composed it for Ziyuan. Anyway, this is a piece that only appeared in 2006, and Chen Chen shamelessly claimed it as his own. Upon hearing this, Gong Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Chen Chen, obviously a bit infatuated. This man is truly fascinating. However, she did not know that Chen Chen would play this piece. Xiaomei blushed with shame. Sir, please forgive me for not recognizing Montai, I'm ashamed. Chen Chen waved his hand and smiled. Young people should be spirited. How can you be young without spirit? You are right, sir, Xiaomei said humbly. In fact, Chen Chen may not be older than Xiaomei, but the capable one goes first. Chen Chen is not just a performer, he can also create the night piano piece. And Chen Chen exudes an aura of an elder in his every move, making Xiaomei unconsciously lower herself. I am Xiaomei, may I ask for your name, sir? Xiaomei said. Xiaomei? Chen Chen looked at the woman in front of him and immediately thought of a few keywords. Young beautiful pianist from Daxia country, car accident, amputation. He looked at Xiaomei sharply, recalling a news report he had read before. Just today, on her way home, Xiaomei's car malfunctioned, the brakes failed, causing a collision with another vehicle, and she had to have both arms amputated to save her life. When Chen Chen read this news before, he felt sorry for Xiaomei. After all, a pianist without arms is simply worse than death. Now that he knew the woman in front of him was Xiaomei, Chen Chen didn't hesitate to say to her, Miss Xiao, do you believe in fate? Xiaomei was stunned by the question. Believe in fate or not? Mr. Chen, are you also good at fortune-telling? Xiaomei said helplessly. Chen Chen said, well, I know a little about the art of Zhouyin divination. Just now, I saw that your forehead was dark, so I secretly calculated a hexagram for you, and the result was a sign of great misfortune. If Miss Xiao believes me, it's best not to drive home today, let someone check the car. Xiaomei was speechless and laughed. She was a firm atheist and didn't believe in fortune-telling, divination, or astrology at all. Even though Chen Chen's piano skills were profound, Xiaomei simply didn't believe his nonsense. So she perfunctorily said, thank you for the kind reminder, Mr. Chen. Miss Xiao, you'd better not ignore it. My mother escaped a disaster before because she listened to Brother Mo's words, Gong Ziyuan said. Xiaomei smiled and remained silent. Chen Chen also signaled Gong Ziyuan to stop persuading. He had tried his best by this point. He couldn't kneel down and beg her not to drive, right? Otherwise, Xiaomei might think Chen Chen was crazy. Later, Xiaomei said goodbye to the two and left Jingxian Pavilion. As soon as she left, the beautiful front desk manager Zhang Ting hurried over. Mei Jia, why don't you take a taxi back today? I'll find a designated driver to drive your car home for you. Xiaomei smiled and said, I haven't drunk, and it's not windy or rainy today. Why would I need a designated driver? Mei Jia, it's better to believe there is something than nothing. Let me tell you secretly, our boss Wang Tai respects the gentleman who just came. The girl he brought is Gong Ziyuan, the daughter of real estate tycoon Gong Ming. If he didn't have some ability, how could so many big shots flatter him? Zhang Ting said solemnly. Ting Ting, why are you so superstitious at such a young age? Xiaomei smiled disdainfully. Oh, Mei Jia, can you do me a favor? I don't want to never see you again in the future. Zhang Ting pouted. If it were just Chen Chen, Xiaomei would definitely ignore it, but Zhang Ting had a very close relationship with her, and this was not a big deal, so there was no need to strain their relationship over it. Okay, go ahead and call a designated driver. I'll take the subway back, Xiaomei said. Half an hour later, as soon as Xiaomei got off the subway, her phone rang. Hello, Mei Jia, something happened. Zhang Ting's voice trembled slightly. What happened? Xiaomei asked in shock. Your car suddenly lost its brakes half an hour ago, and when turning, it collided with a large truck and exploded on the spot. Zhang Ting said. Xiaomei's face turned pale at the news, a chill rising from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. It really happened. Chen Chen's prediction was true. Startled, Xiaomei took a while to continue, then. What about the designated driver? Is he okay? He's still being treated at the hospital, Zhang Ting said. I'm going to the hospital right away, Xiaomei said. After arriving at the hospital, Xiaomei inquired about the situation. There is no life-threatening danger, but both arms need to be amputated. The doctor's words almost scared Xiaomei out of her wits. If it weren't for Zhang Ting's advice today, wouldn't that mean she would be the one facing amputation? After dealing with the designated driver's situation, Xiaomei hurriedly rushed to Jingxian Pavilion. But when she arrived, Chen Chen and Gong Ziyuan were already gone. Ting Ting, where is Mr. Chen? Xiaomei asked urgently. Mr. Chen left with Miss Gong after dinner, Zhang Ting said. Do you have his contact information? No. Then, did he leave any notes or messages for me? No. Xiaomei felt guilty and lowered her head. She had thought before that Chen Shen might be trying to woo her in that way, but he didn't even leave his contact information. I must find a way to make friends with such a master. Xiaomei looked sadly at the seat where Chen Shen had sat and murmured dreamily. On the other side, Chen Shen and Gong Ziyuan were taking a walk on the street. Looking at the gentle and beautiful Gong Ziyuan beside him, Chen Shen couldn't help but be moved. Several times he wanted to hold her hand but felt embarrassed. Chen Shen, you're really timid. In 2 lifetimes, have you lived to be a dog for decades? Chen Shen cursed himself inwardly. However, he just couldn't muster the courage. Suddenly, a pair of warm and soft hands tightly grabbed his right hand. Gong Ziyuan looked at Chen Shen with a look of disdain and said, "If you want to hold hands, just do it boldly. Where did that teasing spirit of yours go? Such a talented person." Under the sunlight, Gong Ziyuan's bright eyes were particularly watery, exuding an irresistible charm that struck a chord in Chen Shen's heart. Holding hands, they walked along the seaside. As they walked, Gong Ziyuan unconsciously leaned her body against Chen Shen's. Feeling the breath on Chen Shen's body, Gong Ziyuan felt unusually relaxed and secure. She had thought she might have to wait another 10 years to meet her true love. Unexpectedly, love came as fast as a tornado. At this moment, Chen Shen was also particularly content. If we could continue like this until we grow old, that would be great, he thought to himself. Hand in hand, the two walked towards the seaside, soon arriving at the antique pedestrian street by the sea. In early June, the daytime in Jiangbei was already too hot to go out, but the sea breeze at night was very cool, so during this time, there were not many people strolling around the antique pedestrian street during the day, but it was bustling at night. Beautiful lanterns adorned the antique street, with various specialty goods on both sides of the street, and many interesting folk arts could be seen, such as shadow puppetry, paper cutting, lighting, painting, and folk acrobatics. Gong Ziyuan hadn't enjoyed shopping like this for a long time. She usually shopped with a strong purpose, buying things and leaving. When buying clothes, she mostly chose formal wearing cool colors, rarely strolling around without buying anything like other women. Holding Chen Shen's hand, Gong Ziyuan felt like she had returned to her teenage years. "Mo, does this dress look good on me? Mo, is this sun hat stylish on me? Wow, the acrobatics over there are amazing, they can even breathe fire." At this moment, Gong Ziyuan, like other newly in love young women, felt that even the air was sweet. Looking at Gong Ziyuan's blushing face, her graceful figure, and the youthful vibe emanating from her, Chen Shen couldn't help but smile involuntarily. "Oh, there's a dough figurine maker over there. How interesting!" Gong Ziyuan suddenly exclaimed in excitement. The two walked to a small stall. There were many interesting dough figurines displayed on the stall, including characters like the Calabash Brothers, Shubeiji, and Little Kittens. Behind the stall, an old man in a long gown was skillfully shaping the dough figurines with his fingers, creating vivid characters like Sun Wukong with a small bamboo knife. Seeing this scene, memories flashed through Chen Shen's mind. In his previous life, he was very interested in making dough figurines, and he even won many awards by self-studying in his spare time. However, Tang Meng had repeatedly belittled Chen Shen. She said he was childish and that he should spend more time working to earn money instead of making dough figurines. As a result, Chen Shen could only make dough figurines secretly while she was asleep. Every year, Chen Shen would make a dough figurine of her and place it in front of Gong Ziyuan's grave on her death anniversary. "Mo, come over here quickly." Just as Chen Shen was reminiscing about his past life, Gong Ziyuan's clear and melodious voice came from beside him. Chen Shen looked up and saw Gong Ziyuan waving at him in the crowd, with rows of lanterns shining brightly on both sides, illuminating her face, which looked so charming and beautiful. "Oh, coming." Chen Shen was slightly stunned for a moment, then hurriedly walked towards Gong Ziyuan. "Look, Mo, these dough figurines are so beautiful and interesting," Gong Ziyuan exclaimed. "If I wanted to learn how to make dough figurines, would you think I'm childish?" Chen Shen suddenly asked. "Why would I? This is art. But if you learn, you have to make one for me first," Gong Ziyuan said playfully. Chen Shen's heart stirred slightly, and he walked up to the dough figurine maker and said, "Master, could you let me make one for my friend myself? I'll pay for it." The old man exclaimed, "Young man, you can also make dough figurines?" Chen Shen smiled and said, "I've learned a little." Although the old man's business has always been good, nowadays there are fewer and fewer people who can make dough figurines. Even his son and grandson are unwilling to learn this skill, so the old man is somewhat lonely. When he heard that Chen Shen could make dough figurines, the old man suddenly felt a sense of closeness and said with a smile, "All right, go ahead and make one. It's okay if it's not good, I can give you one for free." The onlookers were obviously amazed, holding their breath and watching Chen Shen make the dough figurine. Chen Shen nodded with a smile, then sat down and skillfully kneaded the glutinous rice flour in his hands, gradually shaping it into the form of a woman. Even the old man showed a surprised expression this time. Generally speaking, for beginners, being able to make simple animals like pigs or chickens is already good enough. Unexpectedly, Shen started by making the shape of a woman, and it was a complex dough figurine with clothing and facial expressions. Shen deftly used a small bamboo knife to point, cut, carve, draw, and shape the body, hands, head, and face, adorned it with hair accessories and a dress, slightly adjusted the colors, and in an instant, a modern female dough figurine appeared vividly in front of everyone. "Wow!" the surrounding people exclaimed. It's not clear who started it, but someone clapped their hands, and soon there was a warm round of applause, attracting many people to come over. Shen stood up with a smile, ready to take out his wallet. The old master hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Young man, I've been making dough figurines for so many years, but today I've truly broadened my horizons. Your skill is far superior to mine. Keep the money, and make sure to pass on this skill well in the future." Seeing the old man's sincere emotions, Shen didn't insist and nodded in thanks. "Thank you, master." The old man smiled and waved his hand. "No need to thank me, no need to thank me." At this time, a young man among the onlookers walked out and said, "Bro, sell me this dough figurine for 100 yuan. There was a woman standing next to the young man, looking eagerly at the dough figurine in Shen's hand. As soon as the young man spoke, other boys also suddenly realized. This dough figurine was definitely a tool for picking up girls. So many people quickly waved their banknotes and shouted, "I'll pay 200 yuan. Sell it to me. I'll pay 300 yuan. 400. I want it. Don't compete with me." In no time, the small dough figurine was bid up to 1,000 yuan. It's worth noting that in the year 2000, the average salary in Jiangbei was just 1,000 yuan. Shen shook his head, handed the dough figurine to the stunned Gong Ziyuan, and said softly, "Ziyuan, this is for you. Hey, look, she looks exactly like that dough figurine. Wow, this guy is amazing. So romantic." The surrounding girls all exclaimed with envy. But their boyfriends were in trouble. "Look at how good he is at pleasing his girlfriend. I don't care, I want you to make a dough figurine for me too." Looking at the dough figurine that looked so much like herself, hearing the admiring exclamations of the girls around her, the complaints of boyfriends, and the gasps of men being pinched, Gong Ziyuan suddenly felt a touch of emotion and almost wanted to cry. "Thank you, Emoge, this is the best gift I've ever received in my life." Gong Ziyuan stared at Shen, her eyes slightly red. "Kiss him, kiss him, kiss him." It's not clear who started it, but everyone on the scene started shouting. Gong Ziyuan blushed instantly. In front of so many people, giving away her first kiss made her feel too embarrassed. Shen took Gong Ziyuan's hand and quickly left the scene. After walking for a while, they could still hear exclamations like, "That guy is really romantic, I envy that girl so much," and so on. "Let's go, I'll take you home." Shen did not mention the recent commotion. This made Gong Ziyuan feel a little disappointed. Shen took a taxi and sent Gong Ziyuan to her doorstep. After some thought, he spoke up, "I calculated that if you have dinner with me tomorrow, you will have a wave of good luck." "Really? That's great. I can get a free meal and earn money," Gong Ziyuan said with a smile. "Well, see you tomorrow then." Shen waved his hand and turned to leave. Emoji. At that moment, Gong Ziyuan suddenly grabbed Shen's hand. Shen looked back at Gong Ziyuan in confusion. Gong Ziyuan suddenly tiptoed and lightly pecked Shen's cheek. She actually kissed Shen. "Thank you for the noodles." Gong Ziyuan blushed and ran off, covering her face. Shen touched his cheek, still warm from her kiss, and couldn't help but smile. The next day, at the stock exchange. Actually, what Shen said about good luck yesterday was not entirely false. The international nickel or futures market would take some time to develop. Recently, there had been explosive growth in several stocks. In Shen's memory, from 2000 to 2008, the stock market had been steadily rising. As long as luck wasn't too bad, holding onto a stock for the long term would definitely yield profits. During this period, there were a few super bullish stocks that grew at a rocketing speed, dazzling many professional investors. Those who seized the opportunity to buy these stocks mostly achieved financial freedom, while those who hesitated regretted it. The time had come for those stocks to reach their lowest prices and prepare for explosive growth, and Shen certainly couldn't miss out. "Do you have money? If not, you can use mine first," Shen asked Gong Ziyuan. "Of course I do. I've saved nearly 500,000 yuan from the awards I received over the past few years," Gong Ziyuan proudly said. In 2000, for a recent graduate like Gong Ziyuan to have 500,000 yuan in savings was quite remarkable. "Alright, that should be enough for you to make a profit," Shen said with a smile. As a financial professional, Gong Ziyuan naturally had her own stock account. However, she had poor psychological resilience and only invested a few thousand yuan in stocks, playing small. But today, since Chen Chen said she could make a profit, she decisively took out all her money. Emoji, what stock should I buy? Gong Ziyuan asked. Just follow my lead, Chen Chen recalled and mentioned two stocks, Zhangbei Real Estate and Jiangnan Pharmaceutical. Buy these two stocks. As a financial practitioner, Chen Chen naturally remembered these two miracle stocks. Chen Chen? At that moment, a skeptical voice sounded. Chen Chen turned around and saw Tang Mengmeng and Zhang Lang. Miss Gong, I'm really sorry about yesterday. Please help me apologize to President Wang. Zhang Lang walked over, looking apologetic. When he went back, he remembered. The woman surnamed Gong next to Chen Chen was none other than Gong Ming's daughter, the tycoon of Jiangbei Real Estate. Gong Ming was a big shot in the financial world and was very familiar with Wang Tai. So yesterday, Wang Tai's respect for Chen Chen was just to give face to the Gong family. Chen Chen was just bluffing and taking advantage of others. Gong Ziyuan ignored Zhang Lang, held Chen Chen's hand, and continued to ask, emoji, how much should I invest? Miss Gong, you actually asked this poor guy for advice on buying stocks? Tang Mengmeng was shocked. It's none of your business. Gong Ziyuan glared at Tang Mengmeng. Miss Gong, although he works in a financial company, he's never bought stocks because he's poor. If you listen to him, you might suffer losses. Tang Mengmeng advised, if you really want to play the stock market, you might as well listen to Brother Lang. He has been playing stocks for a long time and has recently received a lot of insider information, so he can definitely help you make money. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lang immediately patted his chest proudly and said, yes, Miss Gong, I am very familiar with many executives of listed companies and have a lot of insider information. Trader, buy me shares of Jiangbei Real Estate and Jiangbei Pharmaceutical. 500,000. Full position. Gong Ziyuan turned her head and filled out the order directly, instructing the trader to open a position and place the order. Tang Mengmeng, Zhang Lang. The two were speechless. Full position directly? Are they playing the stock market or fighting? Miss Gong is really bold. Tang Mengmeng said sarcastically. Mengmeng, let's not mind them, let's buy two, Zhang Lang said. In fact, Zhang Lang did receive some insider information. In order to make money with Tang Mengmeng, he sincerely wanted to help her earn some money. That's why he brought her to buy stocks. Bro Lang, what should we buy? Tang Mengmeng asked. Jiangda Black Liquor Industry, you should also go all in with 400,000, Zhang Lang said. Okay. Jiangda Black Liquor Industry? Hearing this stock, Chen Chen's mouth twitched involuntarily. In the stable upward trend of most stocks in 2000, there were a few stocks that were traps, causing investors to lose everything. Among them, the most notorious one was Jiangda Black Liquor Industry. Chen Chen clearly remembered that today, it was revealed that the company had mixed industrial alcohol into its liquor, and executives were suspected of financial fraud. The stock first plummeted, then was suspended, and finally the company went bankrupt. Do you have any objections? Seeing Chen Chen looking at her strangely, Tang Mengmeng said disdainfully. Just a kind reminder, do not buy Jiangda Black Liquor Industry, Chen Chen said. A good turn deserves another. Chen Chen didn't want to see Tang Mengmeng lose everything. Trader, Jiangda Black Liquor Industry, 400,000, full position. After hearing Chen Chen's words, Tang Mengmeng immediately went all in. After placing the order, Tang Mengmeng looked extremely pleased as she glanced at Chen Chen. Chen Chen shook his head. This is called self-inflicted, can't blame others. Zhang Lang, on the other hand, smirked inwardly. He had a relative who was an executive at Jiangda Black Liquor Industry. That relative told him that the company would receive a large investment today, and the news would be made public in the morning. With this great news, Jiangda Black was sure to skyrocket. When Jiangda Black hits the limit up later, I'll let you know who the real deal is. Zhang Lang greedily stared at Gong Ziyuan, thinking to himself. Chen Chen also calmly bought 10 million shares of Jiangbei Real Estate. However, to Chen Chen's surprise, after he went all in, the stock price took a nosedive. The stock price of Jiangbei Real Estate almost hit the limit down after Chen Chen's full position. This scene left everyone, including Gong Ziyuan, in a daze. The market had been particularly stable recently, with very few stocks falling, and a stock dropping so drastically was indeed rare. The stock that Chen Chen was so confident in recommending to Gong Ziyuan was almost hitting the limit down? Ha ha ha. Tang Mengmeng laughed so hard her mouth twisted. Chen Chen, is this the stock you recommended? Do you think Miss Gong is rich, so you let her burn money for fun? Zhang Lang regretfully said, Miss Gong, what can I say about you? How can you trust someone like him? Jiangda Black Liquor Industry is about to hit the limit up. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a stock investor who had secretly followed Tang Mengmeng in buying Jiangda Black Liquor Industry burst into laughter. the stock price of Jiangda Black Liquor Industries surged all the way, rising by 8% in 3 minutes. Quick, check Jiangda Black Liquor Industries' official website. The announcement is out. A 50 million investment? Expanding nationwide liquor business? Going head-to-head with Maotai? Oh my god, this is great news. It's over. I was thinking of buying Jiangda Black Liquor Industry, but now I can't even buy it. The stock price of Jiangda Black is going to double at this rate. Many investors who hadn't bought Jiangda Black Liquor Industry started to regret and lament. With such great news, it was at least going to hit the limit up for 5 or 6 consecutive days. Easily hit the limit up, got 40,000. Someone's stocks are almost hitting the limit down. We're both playing stocks, why is the difference so big? Tang Meng sarcastically said. Watching the stock price plummet, Gong Ziyuan couldn't help but ask, Mo, will the real estate in Jiangbei really rise? Rise my foot. It's about to hit the limit down. Little girl, you've made a bad choice. Now you're trapped, can't even run away. Everyone stared at Chen Shen, many of them even mocking him. Gong Ziyuan hurriedly comforted, Mo, it's okay, everyone makes mistakes, don't be sad. I said it will rise, so it will rise. Chen Shen said firmly. Still talking nonsense. Zhang Lang hadn't finished his words. Another exclamation came from the crowd, look at the real estate in Jiangbei. A big green candle suddenly soared like a dragon rising from the sea, shocking countless investors as the stock of Jiangbei real estate skyrocketed. It's rebounding. Back to the original price. It's going up. Oh my god, it rose 5% in a minute. 8%. It's going to hit the limit up. It hit the limit up. The big green candle almost formed a straight line. From the bottom, it surged all the way up, directly hitting the limit up. It really rose. From almost hitting the limit down, it rebounded all the way to hit the limit up, and it only took 3 minutes. In the blink of an eye, Chen Shen's account gained an additional 1 million in funds. Nearby, those who had mocked Chen Shen were all dumbfounded and speechless. Mo, it hit the limit up. It really hit the limit up. You're amazing. Gong Ziyuan danced with excitement, her face turning red. It's too thrilling. Today, she had already made a profit of 50,000. Although for her background, 50,000 is nothing. But to think that this 50,000 was earned in just 3 minutes because of Chen Shen's words. With this speed of making money, it's like a money printing machine. No wonder her father and uncles are all so obsessed with the financial sector. Having tasted the sweetness, Gong Ziyuan finally understood. Dad will definitely appreciate Moge's talent. Gong Ziyuan glanced at Chen Shen, her face blushing, extremely shy. How could this happen? Tang Meng clenched her fists, looking displeased. Just lucky. Zhang Lang said indignantly. Right. Definitely just luck. Even if such stocks hit the limit up occasionally, it won't last long. For long-term gains, you still need high-quality stocks like Jiangdahe. Tang Meng nodded. Look at Jiangdahe Liquor. Another exclamation came from the hall. Did it finally hit the limit up? Zhang Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was a bit slower than Jiangbei real estate, at least it didn't disappoint him. Lang Gu. Tang Meng pointed at the market, her face pale, her fingers trembling. Zhang Lang quickly looked over. On the candlestick chart in front of him, a big red candle plunged like a cliff diving, directly hitting the limit down in just 5 minutes. Tang Meng's vision darkened, her legs weakened as she looked at the candlestick chart in front of her, then at her full 400,000 funds. This 400,000 was all the savings of her Tang family plus mortgaging the house. In just 5 minutes, 400,000 lost 10%. 40,000, gone just like that? Staring blankly at the market, Tang Meng felt like a heavy stone was pressing on her heart. How could this happen? It's unreasonable. How could it hit the limit down? Zhang Lang was puzzled. Logically, with such good news about Jiangdahe Liquor, even if it didn't hit the limit up, there was no reason for it to drop, right? Just then, a piece of even worse news, like a bolt from the blue, struck Tang Meng and Zhang Lang. An announcement popped up. Jiangdahe Liquor Industries products are suspected of blending with industrial alcohol, while senior management is suspected of financial fraud. After the announcement, Jiangdahe Liquor Industries stock was suspended. It's hard to say when trading will resume after this suspension. Even if Jiangdahe Liquor Industry can survive this crisis, even if it can reopen for trading, with such a major negative impact from the news, the stock price could be halved, or even drop by 80% as if it were a joke. Tang Meng's face was now completely green. She thought that hitting the limit down, losing 10%, would be about the limit, at least within her tolerance. Who would have thought that now all of the Tang family's assets were tied up in this? If her family found out, she would probably be beaten to death. Didn't you say that Jiangdahai liquor industry was a sure win? What's going on now? Tang Mengmeng questioned Zhang Lang excitedly. The stock market is risky, one must be cautious when entering the market. I'm not a stock god, how could I possibly predict the percentage change of a stock? Zhang Lang retorted impatiently. I don't care. You owe me money. This 400,000 is all our family's assets, even the house is included. You must take responsibility for this. Tang Mengmeng grabbed Zhang Lang's collar hysterically, shouting angrily. Take responsibility for what? I've also lost a lot of money. Do you think you're the only one who lost? Let go of me. Stop acting like a crazy woman and making a scene. Zhang Lang said disdainfully. He had also invested over 500,000 this time, and his mood had reached its lowest point. He had no mood to placate Tang Mengmeng, this materialistic woman. No, you owe me money. We lost so much because of you. If you don't compensate me today, don't even think about leaving. Tang Mengmeng clung to Zhang Lang's leg and lay down on the ground. The people around all laughed contemptuously. Unable to bear the humiliation, Zhang Lang kicked Tang Mengmeng to the ground and ran away in embarrassment. My money! Give me back my money! Tang Mengmeng cried loudly on the ground. Moshe, thank you, I made a lot of money today. Gong Ziyuan deliberately linked arms with Chun Chen and loudly said next to Tang Mengmeng. The man you abandoned like an old shoe is like a rare treasure to me. Tang Mengmeng's face turned even greener. If she had listened to Chun Chen before, she wouldn't have lost money. Even if she had believed in Chun Chen and bought shares in Jiangbei real estate, she could have made a big profit. Tang Mengmeng regretted it deeply. However, watching Gong Ziyuan linking arms with Chun Chen, she couldn't bear to lose all her money like this. She stood up and stood in front of the two. What are you doing? Chen Chen frowned. You can't leave. I lost so much money this time, it's all your fault for not stopping me. You must compensate me. 400,000, you must pay it all back to me. Tang Mengmeng habitually shifted all the blame onto Chen Chen. Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this shameless? Get lost. Otherwise, I'll call security. Chen Chen didn't speak, but Gong Ziyuan sternly ordered. Reluctantly stepping aside, Tang Mengmeng gritted her teeth and watched the backs of the two, saying word by word, wait and see, Chen Chen. You made me lose so much money, I will make you pay back 100 times. After leaving, Gong Ziyuan took Chen Chen directly to the computer city and picked out a top-of-the-line laptop worth over 20,000 to give to Chen Chen. This is for you, don't go to the securities hall in the future, to avoid encountering that kind of crazy woman. Gong Ziyuan said. Thank you. Chen Chen took it without hesitation. Let's go, I know a good tea restaurant, I'll treat you to a meal. Gong Ziyuan smiled. Does this count as living off a woman? Chen Chen joked. I'd love for you to live off me. Gong Ziyuan tossed her hair and suddenly became charming. As the two left, the computer salesperson looked at Chun Chen with envy and jealousy. He also wanted to enjoy such a free meal. Soon, the two arrived at a nearby tea restaurant and ordered food. Gong Ziyuan asked, Mo, when is the right time to sell the stocks I bought? The two stocks I told you about should peak in price around 2015, at which point the price will probably increase by 20 to 30 times. Of course, if you can't wait that long, you can sell at any time. These two stocks are unlikely to drop before 2015, Chen Chen said with a smile. What? 20? 30 times? Gong Ziyuan exclaimed. Wouldn't that turn 400,000 into over 10 million? This rate of return is a bit too terrifying, isn't it? That's nothing. Truly outstanding stocks could potentially increase by hundreds of times in 20 years, Chen Chen said. Gong Ziyuan looked at Chun Chen with admiration and asked again, Mo, did you predict these as well? Naturally, Chen Chen couldn't tell Gong Ziyuan that he was a reincarnator and everything was in his memory. He nodded casually and then said, the art of the Book of Changes and the 8 trigrams can deduce everything in the world. What are mere stocks in comparison? Gong Ziyuan looked at Chun Chen admiringly and said, Mo, you are really amazing. After a pause, Gong Ziyuan added, it will be my 25th birthday in a while, and I would like to invite you to my birthday party. Sure, no problem. Chen Chen readily agreed. My parents will also come. Gong Ziyuan blushed shyly and lowered her head. Are we meeting your parents so soon? Chen Chen said with a sweat. What are you thinking? My dad has recently been interested in trying financial investments, but he doesn't understand anything, so he has lost a lot of money. I want you to help him find a clear path, Gong Ziyuan said. Here we go. Chen Chen's heart stirred. In the previous life, it was because of investment failures and the bankruptcy of the company that indirectly led to the tragedy of Gong Ziyuan's suicide. In this life, even if Gong Ziyuan didn't mention it, Chen Chen had to help Gong Ming. However, Chen Chen shook his head. Gong Ziyuan was stunned, feeling a bit uncomfortable, and asked, "Don't you want to?" "It's not that I don't want to, but our relationship is not that close, so I'm not comfortable helping out." Chen Chen teased Gong Ziyuan. Gong Ziyuan immediately understood, her pretty face blushing slightly as she said, "We've been classmates for 3 years, isn't that close enough? I have many classmates, so should I eagerly help everyone who asks for it? Then, our relationship is not ordinary classmates. Are we in the same class? What kind of relationship do we have? Tell me," Chen Chen persisted. I am your girlfriend. Isn't that enough? You should have said that earlier." Looking at Gong Ziyuan, whose face was as red as a ripe apple, beautiful and unattainable, Chen Chen smirked triumphantly. "Annoying, annoying, annoying." Gong Ziyuan's pink fist hit Chen Chen's chest, and she pouted coquettishly, "How can you make a girl confess first? You're so bad." Gong Ziyuan's birthday was at the end of the month, but it didn't stop Chen Chen from getting involved in the international nickel or futures market. In the evening, Wang Tai called and invited Chen Chen to dinner. Chen Chen agreed and arrived at a private room in a 5-star hotel. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a middle-aged man with a strong presence sitting next to Wang Tai. The private room where Chen Chen was located was the emperor's private room in the top hotel in Jiangbei. It was over 200 square meters in size, with an artificially created stream, rockery, and terrace. "Mr. Chen, you're here." As soon as Chen Chen entered, Wang Tai warmly greeted him with a big smile. The middle-aged man with a strong presence next to him also stood up. Chen Chen felt that the other party looked familiar, and then he remembered. Financial tycoon, Zheng Qian. In 2021, Zheng Qian had already entered the top 10 of the Xia country's wealth list and frequently appeared on television. Chen Chen had read many reports and interviews about Zheng Qian. At this moment, Wang Tai laughed and pointed at Chen Chen, saying, "Mr. Sheng, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Chen Chen, who is proficient in the art of Zhouyi and Bagua, with extraordinary skills, and is a benefactor to me, Wang. He has helped me solve many troubles before. Mr. Chen, this is Mr. Zheng Qian, who used to work in the banking system before, but later felt that he was earning too little money within the system, so he started his own business. This hotel and the only Mercedes-Benz dealership in Jiangbei belong to him." Wang Tai jokingly said to Chen Chen, "If Mr. Chen wants to buy a Mercedes-Benz, just give Mr. Zheng a call, and he will guarantee that you can buy the car at the original price, and it will be delivered on the same day." In Jiangbei in 2000, buying a Mercedes-Benz was extremely difficult. Even if you had money, you needed connections to be able to buy one. Chen Chen reached out and said, "Hello, Mr. Zheng." After the three of them sat down, Wang Tai directly said, "There are 2 things for inviting Mr. Chen this time. Firstly, there is a Jade and Stone conference in the city recently, which is actually a gathering organized by people in our financial circle. Relationships need to be maintained for mutual benefit. I heard that Mr. Chen has been trading stocks recently, so I would like to invite you to join us. Are you interested?" Upon hearing this, Chen Chen immediately understood. In his previous life, he was a practitioner in the financial industry, so he was naturally familiar with the upper financial circle. The members in this circle were the leaders in their respective fields. It was not an exaggeration to say that these people directly controlled the financial circle of the city, and even a cough from them could cause significant price fluctuations in various industries in the city. In his previous life, Chen Chen was just a low-level worker, and he didn't even have the opportunity to come into contact with them. Unexpectedly, in this life, he easily came into contact with this circle. Chen Chen speculated that Wang Tai also wanted to repay him a favor, so he introduced Zheng Qian to him and brought him into the upper financial circle. After rebirth, Chen Chen's biggest goal was to become the richest person in the world. It was necessary to expand his network of contacts by entering the upper financial circle, so Chen Chen readily agreed. "Mr. Chen, this is the Grand Bohemia card of Jiangbei Bank, please accept it." After chatting for a while, Wang Tai pushed a credit card with a pure black color and a beautiful Bohemia flower embossed in platinum on it in front of Chen Chen. Even Zheng Qian was a bit unsettled this time, saying, "There are only 100 cards issued nationwide, and Jiangbei has only one Grand Bohemia card?" This card was an absolute symbol of identity. Zheng Qian had wanted Wang Tai to help him get one before, but Wang Tai had refused. Unexpectedly, Wang Tai now gave the only Grand Bohemia card in Jiangbei to Chen Chen. At this moment, Zheng Qian finally looked up and carefully examined Chen Chen. However, Zheng Qian felt that this young man, besides being handsome, seemed to be useless. He didn't give off the aura of an extraordinary person. After a few rounds of drinks, Wang Tai curiously asked, "Mr. Chen, may I ask where you learned your art of Zhouyi? If it's inconvenient to say, you don't have to. Chen took a sip of tea and calmly said, actually, just a month ago, I was just an ordinary person. It was just one night last month when I dreamed of a pure white dragon king. He told me that he was originally a disciple under the Supreme Old Lord, but he violated the heavenly rules and was reincarnated. And his reincarnation was me. Put. Zhang Qian couldn't help but laugh, spraying out the drink he had just taken. Wang Tai, on the other hand, listened with great interest. Ignoring Zhang Qian, Chen continued to deceive. The white dragon taught me the art of Zhouyi and Bagua, and also opened my celestial eye. So, should we all call you White Dragon King from now on? Zhang Qian mocked. Obviously, he didn't believe Chen's nonsense at all. Chen calmly said, Mr. Zhang, you may not believe me, but do not offend the White Dragon King. You have a stream around you, which falls under the domain controlled by the Dragon King, and you may be retaliated against by the Dragon King. What's the matter, Mr. Chen? Are you suggesting that this stream could drown me? Zhang Qian looked disdainfully at the stream that was less than half a meter deep. Chen shook his head and said, of course not. I'm just reminding you to be careful. Zhang Qian gave Chen a look, then turned to Wang Tai and said, Manager Wang, the young man you introduced really knows how to joke. His tone was unfriendly. Wang Tai hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Chen is not joking. I think we should change to another private room. Change to another private room? Manager Wang, he's just a swindler from the rivers and lakes. You, the head of Jianbei Bank, how could you be fooled by him? I'm not going anywhere today, I'll just eat here. I want to see what kind of retribution I'll face for angering the White Dragon King. Zhang Qian said coldly. No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a loud bang. Zhang Qian didn't have time to react before a large artificial rockery inexplicably broke apart, hitting his shoulder and then falling to the floor. Mr. Zhang, are you okay? Wang Tai hurried forward to support Zhang Qian, who was fortunately only slightly injured. At the same time, Wang Tai was absolutely convinced by Chen's theory of the reincarnation of the White Dragon King. Zhang Qian had definitely angered the Dragon King and suffered retribution. However, little did he know that this was a news article Chen had read in a previous life. The news reported that the rockery had collapsed, injuring the boss Zhang Qian. Since then, whenever Zhang Qian opened a hotel, he never used rockeries again. The accident happened on this day. That's why Chen was so confident in fooling Zhang Qian with the story of angering the Dragon King and suffering retribution. I'm fine, just an accident. Zhang Qian shook his head. What accident? Mr. Zhang, you have angered the White Dragon King. Apologize to Mr. Chen quickly. Wang Tai said. Mr. Zhang, don't you believe it? Chen shrugged and said confidently, then let me give you another prophecy. Tomorrow, you will fail to recognize your mother 3 times. Enough. Zhang Qian said sternly, you're young and already up to no good, playing tricks like a swindler. If it weren't for Wang Tai's sake, I would have called the police and had you arrested. Old Zhang. Old Zhang. Wang Tai stood up and shouted, don't leave, Mr. Chen is really a master, he won't deceive you. Old Wang, I really don't know what's wrong with your brain, actually believing in this feudal superstition. Zhang Qian said angrily, let me ask you, he said I wouldn't recognize my mother tomorrow, 3 times. Do you think that's possible? She's my mother, how could I not recognize her? Well, Wang Tai was also at a loss for words. You, causing all this unnecessary trouble. Zhang Qian shook his head, sighed, and left. Wang Tai hurried after him, escorted Zhang Qian to his car, and then ran back. Mr. Chen, please don't take offense. Then, Wang Tai asked in a low voice, Mr. Chen, will Mr. Zhang really fail to recognize his mother tomorrow? Chen smiled mysteriously and said, just wait and see. Zhang Qian didn't take Chen's words seriously at all. He thought the rockery collapse incident from yesterday was just an accident. The next morning, as soon as he got up, Zhang Qian's mother, Lu Yanfen, dragged him out. Hurry, son. The eggs at the supermarket across the street are on sale. Let's go and stock up. No matter how wealthy the family was, elderly people like Lu Yanfen couldn't resist the temptation of discounted eggs. Zhang Qian was a dutiful son and naturally couldn't disobey his mother in such a trivial matter. When the two arrived at the supermarket entrance, there was already a long line of elderly people waiting to grab discounted eggs. When it was Zhang Qian and his mother's turn to enter the supermarket, the greeter at the entrance glanced at them and said, each family is only allowed to purchase 100 eggs. Are you two a family? Lu Yanfen glared at Zhang Qian fiercely, and without hesitation, Zhang Qian immediately said, no, I don't know her. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Qian's heart skipped a beat, and he shivered all over. Tomorrow, you will deny your mother 3 times. Chen Shen's words suddenly rushed into Zhang Qian's mind. Just now, he had already denied his mother for the first time. Could it be that the White Dragon King is real? Zhang Qian shook his head vigorously. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. As long as he paid attention from now on, Chen Shen's prophecy would naturally be debunked. Inside the supermarket, they reached the egg-selling area. The staff weighing the eggs looked up and casually asked, "Is the person behind you your mother?" "No," Zhang Qian reflexively replied. After waiting in line for so long, coupled with a bit of fatigue, his nerves were too tense, which led him to say the wrong thing. "Oh no. One more chance." Zhang Qian broke out in a cold sweat all over. "Are you sure she's not your mother?" Because the mother and son looked almost identical, the staff asked again. "Yes." "Oh, no." Zhang Qian was about to admit it. His mother pinched him hard from behind. Boom! At that moment, Zhang Qian froze in place, sinking into deep confusion and doubt. His worldview of decades collapsed completely at that moment. The White Dragon King's prophecy came true. He actually denied his own mother 3 times. However, what Zhang Qian didn't know was that Chen Shen knew about this incident from observing him in the previous life. Because denying one's mother 3 times over buying eggs was too bizarre, it left a deep impression on Zhang Qian, and he even included it in his autobiography. A few days later, as the Nicolor market had not yet reached its peak and several key events had not occurred, Chen Shen focused most of his energy on stock trading. With his photographic memory and memories from the previous life, Chen Shen's stock trading was like cheating. Every stock he bought not only hit the daily limit up but also continued to rise for several consecutive days. The capital surged like a rocket. The initial 10 million had doubled to 20 million in just a few days. And Gong Ziyuan's 500,000 had already turned into 1 million. This speed of making money was faster than a printing press. The title of stock god of Jiangbei spread like wildfire. Many people were secretly inquiring about Chen Shen, hoping to get some information from him. At the same time, the title of White Dragon King also gained some reputation in the Jiangbei feng shui community. After all, Wang Tai and Zhang Qian were both leading figures in the Jiangbei financial circle. If they both praised someone as extraordinary, it would definitely make people take notice. One day, Chen Shen invited Gong Ziyuan to the Mercedes-Benz dealership in Jiangbei. Gong Ziyuan thought Chen Shen wanted to buy a car for himself, but when they arrived at the entrance of the store, Chen Shen looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. "You gave me a computer as a gift last time, now it's my turn to reciprocate." Chen Shen smiled. Despite being together for some time, Chen Shen had not given Gong Ziyuan a decent gift. Coincidentally, Gong Ziyuan's car had been breaking down frequently recently, so Chen Shen decided to give her a car. Without waiting for Gong Ziyuan's surprised look, he walked in and asked the salesperson, "Do you have a Mercedes-Benz S600 in your store?" As soon as Chen Shen spoke, both Gong Ziyuan and the salesperson were stunned. After all, it was a Mercedes-Benz S600. In the year 2000, the price of this car was as high as 25 million. At this time, the average housing price in Jiangbei was only a little over 800 per square meter. Before the salesperson could respond, a couple inside the store suddenly turned their gaze towards them. "Chen Chen?" Tang Lei never expected to encounter this damn guy here. What's even more unexpected for Tang Lei is that Chen Chen is accompanied by such a beautiful woman, like a fairy. A poor guy who can't even afford the betrothal gifts, why should he be able to get such a beautiful woman? Staring fixedly at Gong Ziyuan's face, more exquisite than a movie star, and her graceful figure, Tang Lei's heart raced with excitement. "Ha!" Chen Shen frowned slightly, obviously not expecting to meet Tang Lei here. However, the past is in the past, and Chen Shen couldn't possibly lower himself to the level of scoundrels like Tang Lei, so he politely smiled and said, "What a coincidence, didn't expect to meet you here. I have something to attend to." "Imoga, I don't need a car, my car can still be driven after repairs, don't buy me a car, I really can't drive it." Gong Ziyuan's words made Tang Lei slightly stunned. Then he sneered and said disdainfully, "Just him? Buy a car? Lei Gu, who is this person?" Tang Lei's female companion Li Shui asked. "He's the waste I told you about before, who couldn't even come up with the betrothal gifts and got kicked by my sister." Tang Lei looked at Chen Shen contemptuously. "My goodness. Is he the weirdo who spent all the money his father used for leg treatment just to buy a broken bowl to save face?" Li Shui exclaimed. "Yes, that's him. A few days ago, my sister said that whether she went out to eat or to the trading hall, this guy would follow her like a shadow. Unfortunately, my sister is now the future wife of a wealthy family. How could she be interested in such a poor guy?" Tang Lei said. "Even if I'm poor, it's better than deceiving people in pyramid schemes like you, right?" Chen Shen shook his head with a smile. Tang Lei was immediately provoked. It's been a while, and you've become more slick and boastful, and you're blowing your own trumpet louder. Just heard you say you want to buy a Mercedes-Benz S600 for your girlfriend? That car is expensive, can you afford it? Knowing about the grudge between the Tang family and Chen Chen, Li Shui immediately said to Gong Ziyuan, "Women, it's better to marry well than to be born well, you must have good taste in men. Look at me, I found an excellent man like Lei Gu. He gave me a jade pendant worth over 10,000 yuan a few days ago, and today he brought me here to buy a car. What can a poor guy like Chen Chen give you? I'm afraid he can't even afford a decent meal, right?" Gong Ziyuan rolled her eyes and couldn't be bothered with Li Shui. These days, she had been treating Chen Chen to meals and even bought him a computer. But Chen Chen helped her earn a full 500,000 yuan. Does Gong Ziyuan not know Chen Chen's abilities? Alright, this is not a place for you poor people to come, you can't afford it anyway. You're just delaying others from buying a car, so get out. Li Shui said. Chen Chen chuckled, "Is this shop owned by your family? If you want me to leave, I'll leave." Then, Chen Chen felt it beneath him to argue with these two, so he simply ignored them, turned his head and asked the salesperson, "Do you have the Mercedes-Benz S600 in your store?" Tang Lei sneered, "Pretending. Keep pretending. Can you afford it? Just ask yourself." The salesperson was very professional. "Sir, you're really lucky. Our store just received a Mercedes-Benz S600. It's the only one in the whole Jiangbei." After that, the salesperson pointed inside. The Mercedes-Benz S600 is the top product of the Mercedes-Benz sedan. The S-Class is the flagship luxury sedan series of Mercedes-Benz, combining prestige, comfort, and achievement, making it the first choice for successful people to buy cars. In the year 2000, buying such a car was not so easy, and if you drove a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, you would definitely be the most eye-catching person in the whole Jiangbei. Normally, even if you had money, you would need connections to buy this kind of car. Today was indeed lucky to come across one in stock. The car is in stock, can someone as poor as you afford it? Li Shui sneered. Tang Lei asserted even more, "Anyway, test driving is free, this kind of poor ex must be just here for fun." But now that they've met us, saying they can't afford it and losing face, they can only grit their teeth and ask if there are any cars available. Go ahead and test drive it. Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with the two of them, smiling at Gong Ziyuan. Even for the daughter of real estate tycoon Gong Ming, a car worth 2.25 million was too extravagant at this time in 2000. This money is enough to buy a luxury villa in the city center. No, it's too expensive, I can't take it. Go try it. You deserve the best things in the world. In Chen Chen's gentle voice, there was an unquestionable dominance that made Gong Ziyuan subconsciously nod and obey his command. Gong Ziyuan got in the car for a test drive. The luxurious interior, comfortable leather seats, and spacious interior space made Gong Ziyuan fall in love with the car as soon as she sat in it. How is the car's earthquake resistance? Chen Chen turned to ask the salesperson. "Sir, please rest assured, this car is definitely the most earthquake resistant on the market. And the space in the front and back is much larger than that of ordinary cars. If you have the need, we can also change the car windows to external reflective ones," the salesperson said with a smile. "This one." After hearing this, Chen Chen immediately made a decision. "Luxury car and beautiful woman, this is a perfect match." "What do you mean this one? Can you afford it?" Tang Lei sneered, "If you can't afford it, just get lost, don't embarrass yourself here. It's not your fault for being poor, but it's your fault for pretending. It's embarrassing enough for you to do it yourself, but dragging a girl with you to embarrass herself?" Gong Ziyuan glared at Tang Lei and said coldly, "You don't need to provoke. I never intended for Mo to buy me a car. Mo, let's go." Gong Ziyuan really didn't want Chen Chen to buy such an expensive car for her. With that money, she could buy more stocks and make more money. Besides, her old car could still be fixed and driven. Gong Ziyuan was not a vain girl, she was really dating Chen Chen with the purpose of getting married, so she would consider things from a wife's perspective for Chen Chen. But Chen Chen held Gong Ziyuan's hand tightly and said with a smile, "I can't bear to see you driving such a broken car. Salesperson, let's pay by card." Chen Chen took out the big Bohemia card. Ha ha ha. Tang Lei laughed so hard that he couldn't close his legs. "Who do you think you are pretending to be? Do you really have 2.25 million in your card? Even if your father breaks 2 more legs, can he come up with 2.25 million? It's hilarious, pretending to be so real, but actually panicking inside, right? Ha ha ha." Li Shui also disdainfully said, "Both are men, why is there such a big difference? My Lei Gu, whatever I want, he buys for me. Ding. Payment successful. Wish you a pleasant shopping experience." However, at this moment, a voice came from the POS machine. Then, the POS machine started to spit out the payment receipt. 25 million, payment successful. The smiles on Tang Lei and Li Shui's faces suddenly stopped, as if a mother hen had been choked. Their expressions changed from blank to incredulous in an instant. Especially Tang Lei, he couldn't believe it at all. How could this poor guy Qin Shen, who couldn't even come up with 200,000 dowry, afford a 25 million Mercedes? Even the salesperson was stunned. 25 million. In Jiangbei in 2002, 25 million could buy 22 large 3-bedroom apartments. It's fake. The POS machine must be malfunctioning. How could this poor guy have 25 million? Tang Lei shouted hysterically. We have already received a payment confirmation message from the bank, so the machine is not malfunctioning. The salesperson said. How is that possible? Tang Lei, with an unbelieving face, took a few steps back. A 25 million car may seem expensive and luxurious to you, but in my eyes, it's not as good as Ziyuan's smile. After speaking, Chen Chen affectionately touched Gong Ziyuan's head. Gong Ziyuan's face turned slightly red as she looked at Chen Chen with affection. With a husband like this, what more could a wife ask for? Cold dog food was slapped haphazardly on his face. At this moment, Tang Lei felt as if he had been slapped in the face, his face burning with pain. Li Shui's heart was filled with jealousy, shaking Tang Lei's arm vigorously. Lego, I also want an S600. Buy one for me too. Tang Lei gritted his teeth and said directly to the salesperson, I'll take this car. You? Now it was Qin Shen's turn to roll his eyes. You haven't even paid off your 200,000 debt, can you afford it? Don't underestimate me. Chen Shen, I can tell you, my sister made a lot of money by investing with Boss Zhang. A mere 2 million car is nothing to her, just a small gift. Tang Lei said arrogantly. I'm sorry, sir, Mr. Chen has already made the payment, the salesperson said awkwardly. It's okay. Chen Chen immediately spoke up. Here's the deal, Tang Lei, as long as your sister can come up with 25 million to buy the car, I'll consider it a gift to you. How about that? You said it. Tang Lei's eyes lit up, feeling delighted. Wasn't this like giving him money for free? Tang Mengmeng told him yesterday that her stock investments had yielded high returns, multiplying several times over. Becoming a millionaire was just a matter of time. Asking her to come up with 25 million to buy a car was a piece of cake, right? Hey, sis, where are you? Shopping with mom? Well, come to the Mercedes-Benz store in Jiangbei now, I have something to tell you. Soon, Tang Mengmeng and Lu Cuifang arrived. Brother, what's wrong? Tang Mengmeng asked with concern. Sis, I want to buy a car, Tang Lei said. Ah, buy a car. Tang Mengmeng's face turned a bit ugly. She didn't have a penny on her. All her money was tied up in the Jiangda black liquor industry stock. Don't worry, I'm not really asking you for money, Tang Lei said mischievously, pointing at Chen Shen. That idiot Chen Shen said as long as you can come up with 25 million, he'll give me this car. With such a good deal, why wouldn't we do it? Sis, didn't you make a lot of money investing with Boss Zhang? You can take out some first, lend it to Lego, and when we get the car, we'll pay you back, Li Shui said. Well, Tang Mengmeng hesitated for a long time, not daring to lift her head. If her family found out that she had lost all her money in the stock market, she would be beaten to death. Mengmeng, what's wrong with you? This is your own brother. Besides, the money for the car will be paid by that fool, why hesitate? Lu Cuifang urged impatiently. What's she hesitating about? She went all in on Jiangda black liquor industry before, all her funds are locked up. Forget about 25 million, she probably can't even come up with 1,000 yuan, Qin Shen chuckled. What? Lu Cuifang, Tang Lei, and Li Shui were all stunned. Mengmeng, tell mom, is this true? Lu Cuifang asked urgently. Tang Mengmeng's face turned red and then white, finally nodding in admission. You unfilial child. That's all the wealth of our Tang family. Lu Cuifang was so angry that she almost fainted. This is all Qin Shen's fault. Tang Mengmeng gritted her teeth. He watched me go all in on Jiangda Black, didn't stop me, and made me lose all my money. Is that true? Lu Cuifang was furious. Yes. And he knew in advance that Jiangda Black liquor industry would lose money. He deliberately provoked me to buy. Tang Mengmeng said. Shen Chen, you are simply shameless. That's all the wealth of the Tang family. How can your heart be so dirty? Lu Cuifang scolded angrily. You must bear the loss for my sister. This car should also be given to my sister, consider it as compensation for mental damages. Tang Lei greedily looked at the Mercedes-Benz S600. Are you guys crazy? She lost money in stocks, what does it have to do with me? Shen Shen couldn't be bothered with them, turned his head and went to talk to the shopping guide about handling the procedures. I'm not doing well, and you shouldn't expect to either. Tang Mengmeng gritted her teeth, made a phone call, and soon a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes walked out of the office in the store. Shoga, I want to ask you to do something. Can you not sell that car to that guy? Zhou Shilong, the general manager of the Mercedes-Benz store in Jiangbei, had pursued Tang Mengmeng before. Hearing this, Zhou Shilong agreed without hesitation. Just now, his boss Jing Qian called and asked him to keep this car, saying it was to be given as a gift to an important person. So, he took advantage of the situation and treated it as a favor to Tang Mengmeng. I'm sorry, sir, this car is not for sale anymore. We will refund your money within 3 working days. Zhou Shilong walked over with a blank expression. Not for sale? I've paid the money, and the procedures are almost done, and you say it's not for sale? Chen Chen frowned. Not selling to a freeloader like you, what's wrong with that? Using a woman's money to buy a car, how shameless. Tang Mengmeng sneered. Are you the manager here? I've paid for this car, completed the procedures, and I demand that you must sell it to me, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Chen Chen said coldly. Hey, still talking about consequences? I'm not afraid of you. This car won't be sold to you, what can you do about it? Get out now. If you don't leave, do you believe I'll have the security guards beat you up? Zhou Shilong arrogantly threatened. Fine. Chen Chen walked aside and called Zhang Qian directly. Master Chen, you finally called me. Zhang Qian's voice was unusually excited. Boss Zhang, it's really difficult to buy a car in your store. I've paid the money and completed the procedures, but your people here told me it's not for sale, and even threatened to have security guards beat me up. It seems you don't take me, the White Dragon King, seriously. After finishing the call, Chen Chen hung up directly, and Zhang Qian was shocked. That was the White Dragon King. Previously, he had only offended the White Dragon King verbally, and he was injured by a fake mountain. Now, by offending him like this, wasn't it putting Zhang Qian's life at risk? Why haven't you left yet? Do I really need to have the security guards kick you out? Zhou Shilong waved his hand, and more than a dozen security guards appeared. Get these 2 out of here. The security guards approached, scaring Gong Ziyuan, who stood aside, tightly holding Chen Chen's clothes. Chen Chen held Gong Ziyuan's hand and comforted her. It's okay, they dare not touch me. Squeak. Just then, there was a sound of brakes outside the door. A middle-aged man with a square face and a strong aura got out of the car, sweating profusely, and ran towards the store. Boss, why are you here? Zhou Shilong immediately put on a fawning smile on his face and greeted him. Smack! Zhang Qian slapped Zhou Shilong in the face and angrily said, Mr. Chen is someone you can offend? Then, to the astonishment of Zhou Shilong, Tang Lei, Tang Mengmeng, and others, Zhang Qian walked apologetically to Chen Chen, slightly bowed, and said, Mr. Chen, it's my fault for not disciplining my subordinates properly. I apologize to you here. Mr. Chen? Zhou Shilong was dumbfounded. He really wanted to ask if Zhang Qian had made a mistake. Chen Chen said coldly, Mr. Chang, can I buy the car now? Mr. Chen, what are you saying? This car was originally meant to be given to you. I called Zhou Shilong before, who knew this guy? Zhang Qian got angry again, kicked Zhou Shilong in the body, and scolded, You scum, is this how you treat my esteemed guest? Forget it, it's a misunderstanding. Chen Chen waved his hand. For Mr. Chen, it's a misunderstanding, but this guy is too audacious. Even if an ordinary person comes to buy a car, pays the money, and completes the procedures, we must deliver the goods. How can we not deliver the goods and still resort to violence? Zhang Qian glared fiercely at Zhou Shilong and cursed, Go to the finance department to settle your salary and get out. Don't let me see you again, otherwise, see you once, hit you once. Zhou Shilong's face was ashen, but he couldn't afford to provoke Zhang Qian, so he could only leave in a dejected manner. I don't want to see these people. Chen Chen pointed to the Tang family. Security! Get these people out of here! Zhang Qian ordered. Dozens of security guards immediately surrounded and threw out all the Tang family members. Damn it! Chen Chen, the bastard who deserves to die. Just because he hooked up with a rich woman? Does he really think it's his own ability? Tang Mengmeng climbed up from the ground, cursing. My money, that's all the wealth of our Tang family. Lu Cuifan lay on the ground, crying and making a scene. Mom, don't worry, Zhang Lang has promised to introduce me to a big boss. That big boss is a truly wealthy person, worth nearly $1 billion. When I hook up with that big boss, what is a mere freeloader like Chen Chen? Tang Mengmeng looked at Chen Chen in resentment. At the same time, Jing Qian handed the car keys to Chen Chen and said with a smile, Mr. Chen, today's incident is entirely my responsibility. Consider this car as a gift of apology from me. I hope you can accept it. Chen Chen shook his head and said, No need, I don't lack money, and I don't need your gift. The more Chen Chen refused, the the more anxious Zheng Qian became. This was the White Dragon King. If he continued to be angry with him, who knows what kind of retribution he would face. Mr. Chen, if you refuse to accept it, then I can only have the money for the car purchase doubled and returned to your original account, Zheng Qian said. Ah. Chen Shen sighed and said helplessly, forget it, in consideration of your sincerity, I'll accept this car. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Zheng Qian was overjoyed, quickly had Chen Shen's money transferred back, fearing that Chen Shen might change his mind. Boss Zheng, the White Dragon King never likes to owe favors. Listen carefully, it's best for you to take your mother to the best hospital for a full-body checkup. If it's too late, you'll regret it, Chen Shen said. This was the information Chen Shen obtained from Zheng Qian's interview in his previous life. Zheng Qian's mother was diagnosed with advanced gastric cancer a few years later and passed away soon after. At that time, Zheng Qian recalled that if he had taken his mother for a checkup earlier, there would have been a good chance of curing her. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian's face changed multiple times, expressing his gratitude to Chen Shen before hurriedly rushing home to take his mother to the hospital. In the afternoon, after the hospital examination report came out, Zheng Qian took a cold breath. Gastric cancer. Fortunately, it was in the early stage, the tumor was benign, and conservative treatment could cure it. Mr. Zheng, it's fortunate that you discovered it early. If it had progressed to advanced gastric cancer in 2 more years, it would have been untreatable. The chief physician's words made Zheng Qian break out in a cold sweat. What would have happened if he hadn't apologized to Chen Shen? When he returned home, Zheng Qian told his mother about the whole incident in detail. Lu Yinfen said seriously, son, you have encountered a master. This person must be a great expert who understands yin and yang, 8 trigrams, and the mysteries of qi manduanjia. You must make sure to maintain a good relationship with him. Zheng Qian nodded firmly, Mom, even without you saying it, I would definitely do so. Encountering the White Dragon King is absolutely the most precious opportunity in my life. Seize it, son, and you will definitely soar to great heights. On the way back, driving the new car worth 25 million, even Gong Ziyuan, a rich kid, couldn't help but open the car window and shout, so happy. Ha ha. Chen Shen laughed loudly, if you like it, that's good. It's not a particularly good car anyway. When I have a better one in the future, I'll give it to you. Gong Ziyuan felt a bit embarrassed. Brother Mo, you don't even have a car yourself, is it okay for me to drive this car you gave me? Or should you drive it, and I'll drive my old car? It's okay, when I need to go somewhere, I'll call you, and you can take me there, alright? Chen Shen smiled. Okay, so you gave me a car because you want me to be your driver. Humph, forget it, I'm in a good mood, so I'll be your driver. Gong Ziyuan said happily. My lovely little driver, I'm going to attend a Jade and Stone conference tomorrow, will you accompany me? No problem. Boss, just tell me where to go, and I'll drive there. What if the boss wants to go to a hotel? Ha? Gong Ziyuan blushed immediately, stammering, I'm not ready yet. What I mean is, you drop me off at the hotel, then you go home. What are you thinking? Annoying. Gong Ziyuan turned her head in a huff, lost in her thoughts along the way. The next day, Jiangbei International Expo Center. This is the largest and most luxurious exhibition center in Jiangbei. The entrance is filled with various luxury cars, with license plates mostly showing 8888, 6666. The area near the center has been cordoned off by the police, and entry requires showing an invitation letter. Chen Shen handed over the invitation letter and, amidst the envious looks of passers-by, crossed the police line, feeling a strange sense of grandeur in his heart. By entering this cordon, he was entering the city's top financial circle. Mr. Chen, you finally made it. Welcome, welcome. Wang Tai and Zhang Qian, who had been waiting at the entrance for a long time, immediately greeted him warmly with smiles. Many people around were curious about Chen Shen, wondering who this young man was that could make Wang Tai and Zhang Qian, these 2 financial giants, treat him with such respect. At the same time, everyone was also amazed by Gong Ziyuan by Chen Shen's side. Beautiful. Too beautiful. Simply breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment, Gong Ziyuan was wearing a black long dress, holding Chen Shen's arm, with fair skin, delicate features, graceful figure, ethereal temperament, even more outstanding than several popular female stars present. Walking alone, she had 100% head turning rate. This was not surprising. In terms of family background, the Gong family in Jiangbei was one of the best, stronger than most people present. Gong Ziyuan, who had been accustomed to grand occasions since childhood, appeared more elegant and generous than Chen Shen in such a setting. Moreover, Gong Ziyuan had a keen eye. After greeting Chen Shen, she went to mingle with the wives of the financial giants. The wives of the financial giants also had their own circle, and if one could establish a good relationship in this circle, the influence would be significant. Mr. Chen is really capable. The Gong family is one of the top families in Jiangbei, and I didn't expect their daughter to be easily won over by you. Wang Tai praised. Miss Gong is not only outstanding in appearance, but also has an excellent temperament, comes from a noble background, and is studying finance. She will definitely become Mr. Chen's wise helper in the future. Zheng Qian also smiled. President Wang, Boss Sheng, who is this young man? He looks unfamiliar. At this time, many people walked over, curious. Almost everyone present was over 40 years old, making Chen, a young man in his 20s, particularly conspicuous. Oh, look at me. Let me introduce you all. This is the famous stock god of Jiangbei, White Dragon King Chen, Mr. Chen. Wang Tai introduced loudly. Oh, is he the stock god who entered with 10 million funds? All the stocks he bought hit the limit and doubled his funds in a few days? Someone exclaimed. Hearing this, the expressions of others present changed. Many people made money playing stocks, but no one present could double their funds in a few days. You're too kind. I just got lucky. I'm not worthy of the title of stock god. It's just a joke. Chen said modestly. Just as Chen was chatting and laughing with the financial giants, a group of people entered the door. Tang Meng was affectionately linked with a middle-aged man, proud like a peacock. The man beside her, named Huang Yu, is a well-known capital tycoon in the local area, a rising star in the investment world. Previously, Zhang Lang had caused Tang Meng to lose a lot of money, and she went to Zhang Lang's shop every day to act tough and try to get her money back. But Zhang Lang's money was also tied up, and how could he possibly lose money to Tang Meng? So he introduced her to Huang Yu and told Tang Meng that Huang Yu is the boss of a listed company, worth over $1 billion, and if she could win Huang Yu's favor, not to mention tens of thousands, even millions would be a piece of cake. Tang Meng naturally agreed without hesitation. And on the evening she met Huang Yu, she used all her tricks to seduce him and serve him comfortably. Coincidentally, Huang Yu married early. His wife was old, short, and ugly, not presentable at such occasions, while Tang Meng, although materialistic, had a superior figure, appearance, and temperament. So Huang Yu simply brought her to attend this jade exhibition, showing off in front of her, letting her see his status and position. The lineup here is too grand. Every car at the door costs over $1 million, right? And there are even police on guard. Such a big exhibition, just selling tickets casually could make a lot of money, right? Why not let ordinary people in? Tang Meng exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this, Zhang Lang, who was following her, gave her a disdainful look and said, "The people who can attend here are all top tycoons in the Jiangbei financial circle. If they were to attend with those poor ordinary people, wouldn't that be a joke? If you don't understand, just keep quiet and don't make a fool of yourself." Tang Meng quickly shut her mouth, not wanting these financial tycoons to think she was a country bumpkin. Huang Yu's arrival immediately caused a stir. Undoubtedly, in the recent financial circle, Huang Yu was in the limelight, someone everyone wanted to befriend. "You two go look around casually first, I'll chat with some old friends," Huang Yu said. Both of them came in through Huang Yu's connections, so naturally, they looked up to him. Tang Meng walked into the exhibition hall, admiring the expensive jade jewelry, praising them profusely. Truly an exhibition for the wealthy. Even a jade bracelet casually cost tens of thousands. And the largest jade Buddha was priced at 10 million. Thinking that her monthly salary was just over 1,000 yuan, Tang Meng couldn't help but swear to herself, "I must become wealthy." Zhang Lang, on the other hand, was not in the mood to stroll around. He came here to network. However, without Huang Yu's introduction, no one paid him any attention. So after a few attempts of being ignored, he could only come back dejectedly and wander around with Tang Meng. "Brother Lang, these jade jewelry are really expensive. That big Buddha costs $1 million. Ordinary people, without eating or drinking, probably have to wait until the Qin dynasty to earn that much money, right?" Tang Meng sighed. "These are bought for fun by the wealthy. All these accessories will eventually be bought by those wealthy ladies and left to collect dust at home. They don't come here to view the exhibition or buy things, but to network, introduce business to each other." Zhang Lang, who knew some inside information, was envious and jealous, saying, "The gap between people is too big, we don't even have the qualifications to enter." Yes, no wonder so many of my friends are desperately trying to marry into wealthy families. Tang Meng sighed deeply. "Ha? What's wrong, Brother Lang?" Zhang Lang frowned and looked into the distance, saying, "Do you see that person? Isn't that Chen? Brother Lang, you must be mistaken. How could that poor ex?" Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Meng saw Chen not far away, chatting and laughing with some well-known financial tycoons from Jiangbei. Instantly, Tang Meng's eyes widened in shock, feeling extremely uncomfortable, as if she had eaten shit. But when she saw Gong Ziyuan nearby, Tang Mengmeng immediately understood what was going on. Chen Shen must have been brought in by Gong Ziyuan, otherwise, how could he, just a smelly worker, qualify to attend such a conference? But even if he was brought in by Gong Ziyuan, why were those people so respectful towards him? Tang Mengmeng curiously walked up to ask someone, who is that person over there? Why is everyone surrounding him? That person is amazing. It is said that he is the reincarnation of the White Dragon King. Relying on the divination techniques of the Book of Changes taught by the White Dragon King, he can predict the future. So, whatever stocks he buys recently, those stocks will definitely hit the limit up. It's so mysterious. Hearing this, Tang Mengmeng's face twitched. Reincarnation of the White Dragon King? Even the little cows have been blown to the sky. Let me expose you. Tang Mengmeng, with a mocking expression, walked towards Chen Shen and rudely interrupted the conversation between him and Wang Tai. Oh, isn't this Chen Shen? How come you are here too? Hearing this, everyone around looked at her. Wang Tai and Zhang Qian frowned and looked at Chen Shen. Chen Shen, on the other hand, looked at Tang Mengmeng indifferently. Still pretending to be profound here? Tang Mengmeng shouted, everyone, you've been deceived by him. He knows nothing about the Book of Changes, and he is no White Dragon King reincarnation. For years, he has been working for others. It was only a few days ago that he hooked up with a rich woman, which allowed him to come in. He is a complete loser, a poor ghost. You are all financial tycoons, don't listen to this kind of nonsense. Thinking about how Chen Shen had embarrassed her several times before, even causing her to lose money, Tang Mengmeng was burning with anger. With that in mind, she looked disdainfully at Chen Shen, hoping to see fear and nervousness on his face. Chen Shen, you can brag with your group of friends as much as you want, but now you've come to deceive the big shots here. What is your intention? Chen Shen looked coldly at Tang Mengmeng, who was showing her claws, and calmly said, Tang Mengmeng, do you want to be thrown out again? Tang Mengmeng was stunned, disdainfully said, Chen Shen, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you've hooked up with Gong Ziyuan. Let me tell you, I am now Mr. Huang Yu's woman. Even if it's Gong Ziyuan himself, he can't do anything to me. Not to mention a little white-faced bully like you. Let me tell you, your parents are farmers, and the stinky blood of farmers runs in your bones. Even if you wear a suit bought by a rich woman, you can't hide the poor and sour air in your bones. Tang Mengmeng sneered sarcastically. Chen Shen did not get angry or embarrassed, he even shook his head, seeming to find it ridiculous. This made Tang Mengmeng feel like she was punching cotton. Mengmeng, what's going on? At this moment, a vigorous middle-aged man walked over. It was Huang Yu. Huang Yu had a strong presence. With a cigar in his mouth and sunglasses on, he walked over, and all the bosses around greeted him and made way for him. Even Wang Tai and Zhang Qian went up to say hello. After all, Huang Yu was very popular and had good relationships with many people above. They couldn't afford to offend him. Mr. Huang, have you heard of the White Dragon King? Tang Mengmeng asked with a smile. Yes, I have. It is said that the person is very mysterious, the reincarnation of the White Dragon King, proficient in the Book of Changes, able to predict the future, and the stocks he buys always rise. Huang Yu said. Well, the White Dragon King, it's him. Tang Mengmeng pointed at Chen Shen. We knew each other before. This person is a poor ghost, with a monthly salary of just over 1,000. He can't even afford the betrothal gifts for his fiancée. Later, he hooked up with the daughter of the Gong family, which allowed him to come in. I was afraid he would deceive other bosses' money, so I exposed him. The daughter of the Gong family? Gong Ziyuan? Huang Yu's eyes lit up, and looking around, he saw a beautiful figure in the crowd. He naturally knew Gong Ziyuan. Since the first time he saw Gong Ziyuan, Huang Yu had always wanted to win her over. The Naiha Palace family has a big business, and he got married again, really couldn't handle it, so he gave up. But Huang Yu absolutely did not want to see other men messing with the woman he liked. Huang Yu? Seeing Huang Yu in person, Chen Shen's memory recalled a piece of information. Huang Yu, also known as God's Hand. The once poor Huang Yu started from scratch by picking up scrap, made 50 million in just 3 years by trading futures, then founded Tianyu Capital and successfully went public, achieving a net worth of over $1 billion. However, he later plunged into the internet, which he completely did not understand, wanted to do e-commerce, and also wanted to do social networking, leading to all investments failing, causing the investors who followed him to withdraw in frustration, and finally, Huang Yu had to gamble on heavy metal futures, but ran into a major international short, losing everything. Later, burdened with debt, he returned to the streets and became a beggar picking up scrap. Of course, the reason why he left a deep impression on him was because he died of AIDS in the end. And according to the timeline recorded in the news from the previous life, Huang Yu should have contracted AIDS by now. Thinking of this, Chen Chen couldn't help but change his expression and took a few steps away from Huang Yu. Even though ordinary contact is not contagious, he still felt disgusted in his heart. Scared now? Tang Mengmeng saw this behavior, but interpreted it as Chen Chen being afraid. Let me tell you, General Huang is now the most powerful investor in Jianhai province. Your master, Gong Ziyuan's father, can only be on par with General Huang. What are you, a beggar wagging your tail, considered? Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Huang Yu was very satisfied with Chen Chen's fearful reaction, smiling and saying, it's a good thing for young people to be afraid. Alright, I'm in a good mood today, I won't blame you. Apologize to me, then leave. Tang Mengmeng teased Chen Chen. Chen Chen, did you hear General Huang asking you to apologize? Be more polite. Otherwise, you won't have a good end. General Huang, Mr. Chen was invited by me. Wang Tai finally couldn't bear it at this point, sweating profusely on his forehead. After all, he was the one who brought Chen Chen here, and if he didn't step forward now, he would offend Chen Chen. He had witnessed Chen Chen's abilities before. Director Wang, you invited him? Huang Yu frowned slightly. Mr. Chen is also my friend. Zheng Qian also stepped forward. Old Zhang, your friend? This time, Huang Yu was surprised. If Chen Chen was really a kept man raised by Gong Ziyuan, it would be impossible for Zhang Qian and Wang Tai to come out to support him at the same time. Well, Mr. Chen indeed has extraordinary abilities, he is not deceiving anyone. On this point, both I and old Wang can testify. Zheng Qian said. Ha ha ha. Huang Yu couldn't hold back, his mouth crooked with laughter. Oh, I say Director Wang, old Zhang, you two are really regressing. You've been fooled by a swindler to this extent. Then, Huang Yu insultingly pointed the cigarette butt at Chen Chen, the Dragon King or whatever. Since you're so divine, why don't you calculate something for me? Chen Chen glanced at Huang Yu, half smiling. Alright, I see General Huang's financial star falling. His financial luck should come to an end this year. And General Huang's celestial star is dim. Health-wise, it seems like there will be major problems soon. But don't worry, as long as General Huang is willing to give up his worldly possessions, shave his head and become a monk, spend the rest of his life in abstinence and chanting Buddha, this calamity can be broken. At that moment, the whole world seemed to quiet down. Everyone dared not believe what they were hearing from Chen Chen. The meaning of those words, isn't it saying that Huang Yu's financial luck will be cut off and his life will be over? To say such things in front of Huang Yu, isn't this seeking death? However, what everyone didn't know was that Chen Chen was telling the truth. Huang Yu has reached the peak of his life now. As they say, what goes up must come down. Next, all his investments failed, and he lost everything in futures trading, ending up picking up trash on the streets. To make matters worse, he even contracted AIDS. Everyone knew that Huang Yu was about to collapse, and no one would fear him. Alright, White Dragon King, right? Can predict the future, right? Let me tell you, others may fall for your tricks, but not me, Huang Yu. The Gemstone Conference is about to start. Dare to play with me? Let's each buy 5 million worth of gemstones and see whose gemstone is more valuable. Let's see if my luck is really running out, or if you, kid, are just a fraudster. Huang Yu extinguished the burning cigar with one hand and looked at Chen Chen with a sneer, clearly getting angry. Mr. Huang, Mr. Chen. Wang Tai wanted to intervene. After all, the art of divination is not omnipotent. Chen Chen had never played with gemstones before. How could he be a match for Huang Yu, a cunning old fox? President Wang, the grudge between us, I don't want to involve you in it. Huang Yu glared at Wang Tai, making him helplessly step back. How about it, Chen Chen? Aren't you the reincarnation of the White Dragon King? Are you afraid to play with gemstones with me? Huang Yu stared at Chen Chen intently. The reason Huang Yu was so confident was that the organizers of the Gemstone Conference had marked the gemstones that would rise in value in advance to please Huang Yu. The gemstones that Huang Yu could pick out were emerald gemstones that were sure to appreciate. If Chen Chen was really the reincarnation of the White Dragon King, he would definitely refuse, and then Huang Yu could mock him fiercely. And if Chen Chen agreed, it would show that he was just a fraudster, and Huang Yu could show off his skills by playing gemstones with Chen Chen, establishing his superiority. In either case, Huang Yu believed he was unbeatable. No problem, Chen Chen agreed without hesitation. Chen Chen could see that there was something fishy going on, but he wasn't afraid, because he remembered clearly that someone had unearthed a piece of Emperor Green worth 20 million in this gemstone conference, and the most astonishing thing was that this top-quality Emperor Green had been found in the waste stone area. This gemstone conference was essentially a business gathering for financial tycoons, so the gemstones brought over were not expected to appreciate significantly, they were just for the entertainment of the tycoons. Even if Huang Yu's 5 million worth of gemstones appreciated to the maximum, they would be worth at most 10 million. Thinking of this, Chen Shen smirked and said, but playing with gemstones alone is not very interesting. How about we add some stakes, Mr. Huang? Am I hearing you correctly? You want to add stakes? Huang Yu chuckled. Don't you know the word death? Zhang Xian knew some inside information and walked over to Chen Shen sweating profusely, whispering, Mr. Chen, it's not worth it. There's something fishy about those gemstones. Chen Shen smiled at Zhang Xian and said, Mr. Zhang, everything is within my calculations, trust me. This. Zhang Xian could only nod helplessly, but he still thought Chen Shen was too arrogant. Then, Chen Shen took out an exquisite gift box from the designer briefcase he had bought not long ago and took out a small bowl from it. This is my stake. Chen Shen raised the seemingly ordinary bowl confidently and said with a smile. Huang Yu was speechless. After all that, just a bowl? Isn't that too shabby? Mr. Huang, he bought that bowl from a farmer in Jianglang store for 300,000, but its market value is at most 200,000. Tang Mengmeng said to Huang Yu. Huang Yu was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Are you kidding me? You carry around a 300,000 bowl like a treasure and use it as a stake? I said, Lord Bailong, if you are really short of money, I can lend you some. Even if you bring out a broken bowl worth 300,000, I find it too cheap. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone seemed to be holding back their laughter. The way they looked at Chen Shen no longer carried the same respect as before. Although 300,000 in the year 2000 was not a small amount of money, but who were present? In the eyes of these people, a mere 300,000 was really nothing. Faced with everyone's disdain and mockery, Chen Shen calmly said to Huang Yu, this is no ordinary bowl. It was used by a legendary figure in the Ming dynasty. According to my estimation, its market value is at least 50 million. If kept for 20 years, selling it for several billion won't be a problem. As a windfall, isn't that enough? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire exhibition hall fell silent for a good half minute. Then, the whole place erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, is this kid crazy? A broken bowl, and he wants to sell it for 50 million? Several billion after 20 years? Go dream somewhere else. Even if you have a peanut, you wouldn't end up like this, right? Is he really taking everyone for fools? At this moment, everyone concluded that Chen Shen was just a swindler. Tang Mengmeng looked at Chen Shen with disdain and sneered, Chen Shen, don't be silly. Mr. Zhang has already seen this bowl. It is indeed an antique, but at most it's worth 200,000. Only someone with a pig's brain like you would lose money buying it. Zhang Lang stepped forward and said, respected seniors, I am Zhang Lang, the owner of Jubiozai. I have appraised this bowl, and indeed it is worth at most 200,000. If it were really as valuable as Chen Shen claims, how could I let him pick up a bargain? Wang Tai and Zhang Qian were also very embarrassed at this point. Despite witnessing Chen Shen's skills, no matter how they looked at this broken bowl, it didn't seem like anything valuable. Alright, since you are so confident. Huang Yu walked into the crowd and approached an old man, Shen Lao. You are a big shot in the antique world and an expert in antique appraisal. Could you please help us see how much this broken bowl is worth? Actually, I already figured it out just now. A white-bearded old man in Zhongshan suit and glasses named Cheng Wanli, an expert in the antique world, smiled and nodded. Cheng Wanli walked up to Chen Shen and said, young man, can you let me take a look? Chen Shen nodded and handed the bowl to the old man. The old man carefully examined the bowl, then furrowed his brows. Shang Lao, how is it? Huang Yu asked disdainfully. It's the same as Mr. Zhang said. This bowl is indeed an object from the Ming dynasty, but it's not worth much. It's just, ha ha ha. Before Chang Wanli could finish, Huang Yu burst into laughter. My respected Lord Bailong, do you have anything else to say? Ignoring Huang Yu, Shin Shin picked up the bowl and gently tapped on a crack at the edge. Crack! The mud seal on the outside of the bowl cracked open and fell to the ground. A dazzling golden light reflected from the bowl, causing everyone to squint their eyes involuntarily. Chang Lao, what do you see now? This is. Chang Wanli took the bowl again, carefully observed it, and his expression became excited, his breathing quickened, and his body trembled with excitement, even his old face blushed with excitement. Chen Shen calmly said in a loud voice, I have a celestial bowl, long locked away from the world, now the dust is gone, and the light shines through, illuminating the mountains and rivers with thousands of flowers. At this moment, even without Chang Wanli's words, everyone could see that this bowl was definitely worth a fortune. What nonsense are you talking about? A celestial bowl? Isn't it just made of gold? I think it's worth around 270,000 at most. It would be a stretch to make back the 300,000 investment, let alone 50 million. Tang Mengmeng disdainfully said to Chen Shen. Shut up. I won't allow you to insult a national treasure. Chang Wanli's anger flared up, he shouted, scaring Tang Mengmeng. Huang Yu frowned and asked, Chen Lao, is this bowl really a treasure? It's not just a treasure, it's practically a national treasure. Chang Wanli's words sent a slight shock through the whole crowd. Isn't it just a gold bowl sealed in mud? I think it's worth only a few million at most. A national treasure. Aren't you exaggerating a bit? Huang Yu said with a sneer. It's not an ordinary gold bowl. Look at the bottom, here it's inlaid with a Shun character using the rarest purple jade from the Ming dynasty. According to ancient records, I can responsibly say that this is the legendary treasure basin owned by the Ming dynasty's legendary merchant Shen Wansan. Boom! With this statement, a thunderous sound echoed in everyone's minds. Most of the people present were businessmen. How could they not have heard of the legendary merchant Shen Wansan from the Ming dynasty? It is said that Shen Wansan, at the height of his business, had industries all over the world. Even Zhu Yuanzhang had to borrow money from him. It is said that Shen Wansan's family fortune, only in gold and silver, was already worth 1 billion taels. You should know that at that time, the annual revenue of the Ming dynasty's treasury was only a mere 20 million taels, equivalent to over 100 years of national income of the Ming dynasty. Unfortunately, in the end, Shen Wansan, being too successful, was envied by Zhu Yuanzhang, and was exiled to the border, with all his assets confiscated. Even so, Shen Wansan relied on the treasure basin to do business again on the T-Horse ancient road, regained vitality, and rose again. Therefore, when the businessmen on the scene heard that this was the legendary treasure basin of the legendary merchant Shen Wansan, they were all shocked beyond measure, their eyes revealing endless greed. This is the legendary treasure that, once possessed, can provide endless wealth. Who wouldn't want it? Chang Lao, are you sure you're not mistaken? Huang Yu said in astonishment. I guarantee with my old man's integrity that I am absolutely not wrong. Then, Chang Wanli carefully held the golden bowl in his hands, and then carefully returned it to Chen Chen's hands. So, how much is it worth? Tang Mengmeng asked anxiously, her heart trembling. Such treasures are priceless. If you must estimate its market value, it would be at least 60 million. If prices inflate drastically in 20 years, it could be worth tens of billions. Chang Wanli said. Hiss with this statement, everyone present took a cold breath. Something bought for 300,000 could be worth tens of billions in 20 years? At this moment, even these financial tycoons were envious to the point of turning red. The most shocked and unacceptable were Tang Mengmeng and Zhang Lang. They were about to go crazy. They watched Chen Chen buy this bowl for 300,000, and at that time, the two of them even mocked Chen Chen as a fool. However, now, that 300,000 bowl turned out to be Shen Wansan's treasure basin, with a minimum market value of 60 million? Zhang Lang regretted it so much that his heart was bleeding. He had held that bowl several times. He almost bought it for tens of thousands at the time. If I could have bitten the bullet and bought it at the time. And Tang Mengming's heart was almost shattered into pieces. She was too kind. That bowl clearly should have been her compensation for youth. She should have brazenly snatched the bowl away at the time. Chen Chen, did you already know that this bowl was valuable? Tell me. Tang Mengmeng pointed at Chen Chen hysterically. Of course, otherwise why would I spend 300,000 to buy it? Could it be, you really think I would spend 300,000 just to annoy you? Chen Chen teased. You. Tang Mengmeng jumped up and down with anger, saying, this bowl was originally meant to compensate me for my youth loss. I'll give you 300,000, you sell it to me. Chen Chen rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to deal with her. Tang Mengmeng felt like a heavy stone was pressing on her heart, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. That's 60 million. Originally, she could have owned it all, she was Chen Chen's fiancé. But now. Huang Yu nodded, also greedily looking at the golden bowl, saying, Shen Wansan's treasure bowl, this bet is indeed good. For businessmen, the symbolism of this item is much greater than its historical value. Dare to play? Chen Chen said indifferently. He. Huang Yu immediately called a notary. I have transferred 60 million to the escrow account. If you win, you can take it all. If I win, the treasure bowl belongs to me. With the notary present, both signed and sealed the agreement. Even if Huang Yu wanted to deny it, he couldn't. All right, let's begin, Chen Chen said without hesitation. At this moment, everyone present gathered around. This bet worth 120 million, even for these financial tycoons, made them nervous. A bet of 120 million, something they wouldn't even dare to think about. Mr. Chen, be careful. Zheng Qian walked up to Chen Chen, looking helpless. Let me tell you the truth, these raw stones have been marked, only Huang Yu can recognize them. Even if you can calculate, you can't win against someone who cheats like this. Should I go talk to the leaders of the notary office? At worst, it's just losing face, there's no need to give away the treasure for nothing. Chen Shen looked seriously at Zheng Qian. Mr. Zhang, I must also tell you, if you anger the Dragon King, your fate will be extremely tragic. To make others believe, you must first believe in yourself. Chen Shen constantly brainwashed himself, making himself believe that he was the White Dragon King. Seeing Chen Shen's attitude, Zheng Qian stopped persuading him. In fact, he also wanted to see if Chen Shen could resolve this situation. At this moment, Gong Ziyuan walked over. Huang Yu's eyes lit up. Truly deserving of the title of the most beautiful woman in Jiangbei, Gong Ziyuan. Today's outfit was simply breathtakingly beautiful. Miss Gong, it seems that the young man you're raising is going to embarrass you. Huang Yu teased. No, I believe he can win, because he is the man I, Gong Ziyuan, have set my eyes on. Gong Ziyuan looked up at Chen Shen with a fiery gaze, full of confidence. Chen Shen, he is a true dragon. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, Gong Ziyuan made a shocking move that left everyone speechless. She took out a check, quickly wrote a string of numbers, signed her name, and slammed it on the table. I also want to participate in this bet. Everyone looked at the check and were once again amazed. A check for 40 million. Together with the value of Chen Shen's treasure bowl, the total value of this bet has exceeded 1 billion. Ziyuan, you. Gong Ziyuan covered Chen Shen's mouth with one hand, looked at Chen Shen seriously, and said, I've said it, you are the man I, Gong Ziyuan, have set my eyes on, the dragon among men. I believe in you, you will definitely win. But if you lose, not only will you lose all the money, you will also lose me. So, you have no retreat, you can only win, not lose. Gong Ziyuan's words made everyone admire this woman's courage. 40 million, even for the Gong family, was a large sum of money. If Chen Shen lost, the Gong family would definitely not let him off easily. Between the two of them, there would be no possibility of continuing their relationship. Gong Ziyuan had staked her entire life's happiness on Chen Shen. It can be said that this was unconditional trust, even surpassing that of couples who had been married for decades. Chen Shen looked at Gong Ziyuan, moved, nodded firmly and said, I will win this battle. Gong Ziyuan nodded, hugged Chen Shen tightly. Chen Shen felt Gong Ziyuan's body trembling. It can be seen that she was actually very scared and nervous, but in the end, she chose to stand up and support Chen Shen. Chen Shen turned his head to look at Huang Yu and said lightly, Boss Huang, the stakes have now increased to a total of 1 billion. Are you in? Everyone nervously looked at Huang Yu, whose expression was uncertain. 1 billion. It was almost all of Huang Yu's wealth. Just to show off, he put everything on the line, which was not something a rational financial tycoon could do. Ha ha ha. Huang Yu laughed wildly, pointing at Chen Shen with a cigar in his hand, trying to scare me off with this method? No way. I'm in. Then he turned to Wang Tai and said, President Wang, I don't have enough cash on hand, but I can mortgage all my assets for 40 million. Is that too much? Wang Tai nodded, no problem. I can give you special privileges and approve the loan immediately. Good. Soon, the 40 million mortgage loan was settled. Huang Yu slammed a bank card with 1 billion in a notarized account on the table. Kid, if you can win, this 1 billion is all yours. Let's see how capable you are. Wow. The onlookers were all amazed and excited. Everyone was boiling with excitement. It should be noted that the total stakes in this round had already exceeded 2 billion. In the year 2000, let alone 2 billion, even if it was just 10,000, others would jokingly call it a 10,000 air. 2 billion, even for the financial tycoons present, it was a monumental battle. And the person participating in this battle was Huang Yu, the most popular figure in Jiangbei, which made it even more exciting. Let's go! Huang Yu waved his hand, leading a group of followers behind him like an emperor on an inspection tour. Chen Shen and the others followed to the original stone exhibition area. The exhibition area was divided into 4 zones. The A-grade original stone exhibition area stored the top-grade and most expensive stones, which also had the highest quality. The B-grade exhibition area stored stones of moderate price and quality. The C-grade exhibition area stored low-priced and low-quality stones. The D-grade exhibition area stored inferior stones, so cheap that even ordinary people would find them affordable, almost unsellable, also known as the waste stone exhibition area. Without hesitation, Huang Yu walked straight to the A-grade original stone exhibition area and quickly selected more than a dozen extremely expensive stones. Seeing this scene, Zheng Qian's heart was pounding. The stones picked by Huang Yu were clearly marked by the organizers and were sure to rise in value when cut. It was like an exam with only 2 candidates. One already knew the answers, while the other, even if a once-in-a-century genius, had no chance of passing. The young man is too impulsive. Zheng Qian sighed, as if he could already see the scene of Chen Shen's myth falling. I've already chosen the 5 million stone. It's your turn, Lord Bailong. Huang Yu smirked with a cigar in his mouth. In full view of everyone, Chen Chen walked through the ABC exhibition areas and finally stood in front of the D-grade exhibition area. I'll buy all the stones here. Will 5 million be enough? Chen Chen turned to the event staff. The staff member said with a wry smile, Mr. Chen, the stones in this exhibition area are all waste stones that are almost unsellable. We brought these things here for the bosses to play with for free. I know. I'm asking you, how much money do I need to buy all the stones in the D-grade exhibition area? Chen Chen asked firmly. If you insist on buying, I'll charge you a token amount of $1. The staff member said helplessly. Okay, $1, I'll take them all. I want to compare them with the stones Huang Yu picked. Although the financial tycoons present were not experts in stones, they still understood the basic rules. When they saw Chen Chen wanting to compare the waste stones with the top-grade stones picked by Huang Yu, they burst into laughter. What a joke! These broken stones are just ordinary or with no value. No one wants them even if they are given for free. Are you trying to compare these with top-grade gemstones? Young people always like to show off their cleverness. He probably thought that Mr. Huang's gemstones would lose money, so he only spent $1, thinking he would profit overall. It's a pity that this kind of cleverness is useless when it comes to gemstones. Oh no, it seems like it's going to be a total loss. Exactly, look at the gemstones Mr. Huang chose, each one is either elephant skin, rubber skin, or descaled lime skin. You can tell they will yield good returns at a glance. On the other hand, the ones chosen by Chen Chen are either thick-skinned or dried up. All of them are worthless items. Quite amusing, right? Huang Yu couldn't help but tease. Don't say that. Maybe he's the White Dragon King, good at calculations. Perhaps he can find valuable treasures in the waste stones? There's no point in saying more. Let's have the stone-cutting master start cutting. Chen Chen said indifferently, because he knew that even the organizers of the previous event did not expect to find priceless treasures in the waste stone area. It's up, Mr. Huang's first gemstone has yielded good returns. Soon after, Huang Yu's first gemstone was successfully cut. The material was clean and transparent, with a distinct texture, uncarved yet exuding a cold sensation of clear as crystal, each grain like frost. It's old wood material. Oh my god. Although it has some flaws, it should sell for at least 100. Impressive, the purchase price of this stone is only 700,000. Huang Yu proudly waved his hand. The real show is just beginning. Let's continue cutting. Following that, a series of exclamations could be heard in front of the stone-cutting machine. It's up again, another good yield. Oh my, it's old pit ice seed. This is red jadeite. Huang Yu's purchased 5 million gemstones were quickly cut. Over a dozen gemstones, all yielding good returns. After appraisal, the total value added up to 12 million. A whopping 2.4 times increase. At this moment, it seemed like the outcome was already decided. Huang Yu chuckled and said to Chen Chen, there's no need to cut the stones you chose, it's a waste of everyone's time. This treasure trove and Miss Gong's check are mine. Gong Ziyuan's palms were sweaty, she didn't say a word, just looked at Chen Chen. Wang Tai and Zhang Qian both sighed and seemed to have accepted Chen Chen's inevitable defeat. Everyone in the audience looked at Chen Chen with a gloating gaze, as if no one believed he could win. Only Chen Chen remained calm and said, whether I win or lose, let's wait until I finish cutting. Master, start cutting the stones. Just struggling to survive. Huang Yu shook his head and chuckled lightly. The stone-cutting machine started running again. It's a failure. Another failure. A waste stone. There were over 100 gemstones in the D-grade exhibition area. The stone-cutting master cut 70 to 80 pieces in a row but didn't find a single piece with value. By this time, it had been over 3 hours, and many people were starting to yawn. Do you want to continue wasting everyone's time? Huang Yu said. The stone-cutting master stopped and, shaking his arms, looked a bit impatiently at Chen Chen. How do you know I will lose if you don't finish cutting? Let's continue. Chen Chen said calmly. Alright, I'll play with you to the end, let you die a quick death. Huang Yu said in a deep voice. After cutting more than 20 pieces, the result was the same. All were failures. Now, only the last piece remained. This piece of gemstone was thick and rough, bulky in size, looking like an ordinary rock. Gong Ziyuan's heart was pounding. She tightly held Chen Chen's hand, her palm sweating profusely. Zhang Qian kept shaking his head, lamenting Chen Chen's reckless behavior. Chen Chen, your time is up. Tang Mengmeng grinned, her excited body trembling uncontrollably. Huang Yu shrugged, looking proud. It seems like your divination skills, White Dragon King, are not working too well. At this moment, even Chen Chen himself was extremely nervous. Could it be that his memory was wrong? The last piece will determine the outcome. Cut. Chen Chen gritted his teeth and said to Master Jesher. Everyone shook their heads, not even bothering to look at the final piece, which even a fool would know was a waste stone. Just then, Wang Tai's voice of great surprise rang out. It's going up. It's going up. Wow, this rise. It's too strong. Everyone, including Huang Yu, couldn't help but look towards the stone-cutting machine. At this moment, they saw that the dull gray big stone, under the cutting, revealed a rich and pure green color, without any impurities, not leaning towards black, just a vivid green color at first sight. It's imperial green, Wang Tai exclaimed excitedly. Imperial green is the best color and the most valuable green color in jadeite, also known as grandma green, giving a sense of noble beauty. Imperial green jadeite can be made into various jewelry and ornaments, shining under the light, and it is said that making it into items like pisho can bring good luck and ward off evil spirits. And the imperial green cut from Chun Shen stone is the top-grade old pit-class type imperial green. Due to its low production and the near exhaustion of mining resources in the mining area, the price of this type of jadeite has been rising year by year. A waste stone actually produced imperial green. It's so unbelievable. Could this white dragon king really turn the tables? Everyone couldn't help but discuss one after another. Huang Yu gritted his teeth and cursed, just a little imperial green, how much could it be worth? You'll see, it will definitely be cut into nothing next. As soon as she heard that Chen Shen wanted to buy a house in the Haitian community, the sales lady's face immediately became somewhat unnatural. Haitian community, there's a list over there for you to look at. The houses in the Haitian community have low unit prices, poor commissions, and both sellers and buyers are poor, with a lot of troublesome matters. So the sales ladies would rather not open the list and not receive customers from the Haitian community. In contrast, the unit price in the Kaixin new city is high, the buyers are wealthy, of high quality, and the rate of placing orders will be higher, so they are more willing to receive them. Chen Shen and Gong Ziyuan didn't care, they just went to the front desk to find the list and looked at it by themselves. At this time, the young man glanced at Gong Ziyuan, and his eyes couldn't move away. Even when his female companion called him several times, he had no reaction, as if his soul had been sucked away by Gong Ziyuan. But when he saw Chen Shen next to him, he couldn't help but exclaim, Chen Shen? Chen Shen, not far away, turned his head to look, also stunned, then said, Zhang Chen? I didn't expect to meet you here, Chen Shen. Is this your client? Or your friend? Zhang Chen asked. My partner, Chen Shen said. How is that possible? Zhang Chen exclaimed incredulously. This woman, as beautiful as a celestial being, with an otherworldly temperament, and judging by her attire, she must also be of considerable wealth, is actually Chen Shen's partner. In comparison, the campus belle Huang Kiki, whom he pursued for 3 years, is simply a dinosaur. Gong Ziyuan smiled, intimately linking arms with Chen Shen. Why is it impossible? Brother Chen, who is this person? Huang Kiki asked. Seeing that her boyfriend's attention was almost completely drawn away by Gong Ziyuan, Huang Kiki was unhappy, immediately hooking her arm with Zhang Chen's, asserting her position as the rightful one, as if afraid that Zhang Chen would be stolen by Gong Ziyuan. College roommate. Zhang Chen sneered, showing disdain. He was the poorest in the entire dormitory, eating only 2 meals a day, all his clothes were second-hand, and all had holes in them. I felt sorry for him, so I let him wash my clothes, clean my bed, and rewarded him with a few bucks. Zhang Chen looked at Chen Shen with a smile, his eyes full of superiority, continuing to belittle Chen Shen in front of Gong Ziyuan. Chen Shen, I'm not wrong, am I? Yes, you're not wrong. Unexpectedly, Chen Shen did not blush or feel embarrassed. Instead, he generously admitted, I am from the countryside, my family has always been poor. When I was in college, I helped others wash clothes, clean up, and earn some money for food. In Chen Shen's view, there is nothing to be ashamed of in exchanging labor for money, and it is not something to be embarrassed about. Chen Shen's calmness earned admiration from Gong Ziyuan, who nodded repeatedly and exclaimed, "Oh good, you can earn your own food money in college? That's amazing." This scene infuriated Zhang Chen even more. You, a poor ghost who used to sweep the floor and wash clothes for me, why should you be able to find such a beautiful partner? Chen Shen, are you here to buy a house? The Kaixin New City community is the most high-end community in Jiangbei, costing over 4,000 per square meter. Can you afford it? Zhang Chen sneered. I'm not buying in Kaixin New City, I'm here to buy a house in Haitian community, Chen Shen said calmly. Ha ha. Huang Kiki couldn't stop laughing, as expected. You are a poor ghost just as Chen Gu said. Hey, Kiki, don't say that. Chen Shen is from a rural background, and his family doesn't have much money. Being able to gather tens of thousands to buy a house in Haitian community is already very good, Zhang Chen said proudly, shaking the expensive watch on his wrist. Not everyone is as wealthy as my family, or even a watch costs over 200,000. Sometimes, I feel quite emotional. Why is there such a big gap between the rich and the poor among people? Miss, with your conditions, you should be able to find a better man. Why bother being with such a poor ghost? Are you going to live in that slum-like High Tian community with him in the future? It's so degrading. Huang Kiki continued to boast, women, you should have higher standards when choosing a boyfriend. Look at our Chen Gu, how good he is to me. When I said I had nowhere to live, he immediately offered to buy me a 300,000 two-bedroom apartment in Kaixin New City to live in temporarily. What about him? He would let you live in a few thousand yuan per square meter, rundown High Tian community without even an elevator? Gong Ziyuan, however, didn't mind at all. Even if I live in High Tian community with him Ogo, as long as he loves me, I feel very happy. Chen Chen ignored the two of them and directly called out, excuse me, is there anyone here? We want to buy a house. Miss, I'm Jiang Chen. My family runs a chain of supermarkets and can earn 3 to 5 million a year. How about being my secretary? I'll pay you 30,000 a month, Jiang Chen said, no longer pretending and directly digging at Chen Chen's background. Seeing the well-fed Jiang Chen in front of her, Gong Ziyuan turned her head in disgust and didn't even want to look at Chen Chen. Jiang Chen's repeated attempts to persuade Gong Ziyuan were in vain, making him feel embarrassed and losing face. He coldly said to the saleswoman beside him, what's going on here? Why are low-end customers buying slums mixed in with us distinguished customers buying high-end communities? Hurry up and drive them away, otherwise, I won't buy this house today. Jiang Chen then said to Gong Ziyuan, of course, if this lady is willing to be my secretary, not only can she stay, I can even give you a 3-bedroom apartment in Kaixin New City. Several saleswomen looked at each other, feeling awkward. Seeing Jiang Chen being enchanted by Gong Ziyuan, offering 30,000 in salary and a 3-bedroom apartment, Huang Kiki felt itchy with jealousy. She quickly shook Jiang Chen's arm coquettishly and said, darling, why are you like this? She hasn't broken up with you yet, and you're already flirting with other women. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, kissed Huang Kiki fiercely, and said, don't worry, I'm just hiring a secretary. You are definitely the main wife. Then, Jiang Chen looked disdainfully at Chen Chen and coldly said, you dog, why don't you roll on your own? Do you have to be driven away by me to be happy? And you, are you all deaf? Did you not hear that he came to buy a broken house in Haitian community? Is it more important to earn the commission of a few tens of dollars from him, or to earn the commission of tens of thousands of dollars from me? Let me tell you, if you don't drive him away today, I won't buy this house. After much deliberation, the head of the sales lady gritted her teeth and walked out, saying, sir, why don't you come back another day? We must prioritize serving high-end customers. This was said in a very harsh manner, almost driving Chen Chen away in public. Jiang Chen and Huang Kiki smiled triumphantly. Jiang Chen shook his head and sneered, it must feel terrible to be driven out like a dog in front of your beloved woman, right? Chen Chen, today I'll give you a free piece of advice, never provoke someone you can't afford to provoke. Get out. At that moment, two men walked out of the sales center office. Mr. Zhang, rest assured, our sales focus has already shifted to the Kaixin New City community, and we will try to serve the low-spending customers of the Haitian community less in the future. The general manager of Qiankuan Real Estate said respectfully to Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian impatiently said, you can't make much money from those broken houses in the Haitian community, and it's a hassle to maintain them. When the contract expires, just cut off the business of the Haitian community. When Zhang Qian saw Zhang Qian coming out, his eyes lit up immediately. This Zhang Qian was a famous financial tycoon in Jiangbei. The Kaixin New City community was developed by him. There were several large commercial gatherings before, and Jiang Chen had the privilege of going with his father and seeing how impressive Zhang Qian was. Even his father had to nod and bow to offer a toast to Zhang Qian, but he never even glanced at him, let alone Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen was a star, then Zhang Qian was the rising sun. The difference between the two was like night and day. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen immediately thought of flattering him and walked up to him, saying, hello, Mr. Zhang. Who are you? Zhang Qian turned to look at him. I am Jiang Chen, son of Jiang Bia. You can call me Xiao Jiang or Xiao Chun. Jiang Chen smiled obsequiously. Jiang Biaha? Oh, Little Sparrow. Zhang Qian suddenly realized. Jiang Biaha was called Little Sparrow because he was short and hunched, but only big shots like Zhang Qian and Wang Tai dared to call him that. Yes, you remembered. Jiang Chen was not unhappy that Zhang Qian called his father Little Sparrow, but rather pleasantly surprised. It was an honor to be remembered by such a big shot. Well, I even attended your full moon celebration, and now you've grown so big in the blink of an eye. You are a promising young man, Zhang Qian casually praised. Haha, Mr. Zhang, you flatter me. If you don't mind, please allow me to call you Uncle Zhang. Jiang Chen shamelessly said. Sure. Zhang Qian didn't mind and nodded. By the way, Uncle Zhang, this is my girlfriend Huang Kiki. I brought her here specifically to buy a house in the Kaixin New City community. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Is that so? Hee hee, young people have good taste. The houses in the Kaishian New City community were personally supervised by me. Zhang Qian's expression improved significantly, even patting Jiang Chen's shoulder and saying, by the way, Uncle Zhang, I just heard you say that you plan to cut off the business of the Haitian community, is that right? Yes. That broken community doesn't make much money, and the owners are particularly troublesome. I plan to cut off the business when the contract expires. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen seemed to have found his backbone and arrogantly said to the sales lady, did you hear that? Uncle Zhang is going to cut off the business of the Haitian community, so why don't you hurry up and drive him away? Mr. Chen, what are you doing here? At this moment, Zheng Qian finally saw Chen Chen not far away. When he saw Chen Chen, Zheng Qian immediately called him Mr. Chen, then walked over with a happy face, even took the initiative to extend his hand, slightly bowed, in a respectful posture. The general manager beside him was stunned, the sales lady was stunned, and Jiang Chen and Huang Kiki were also stunned. Only Gong Ziyuan had a playful look on her face, standing on the side with an attitude of wanting to watch the show. Seeing the big shot Zheng Qian, who even his own father had to bow down to, now looking so fawning, Jiang Chen was in a bad situation. He called Zheng Qian uncle, but now Zheng Qian was calling Chen Chen sir. In and out, isn't Chen Chen a generation above him? This manager Zheng? Chen Chen was also a bit surprised to see Zheng Qian here, and shook hands with him expressionlessly. What's wrong, Mr. Chen? You don't look too happy? Zheng Qian asked. Chen Chen glanced at everyone, self-deprecatingly said, if you come here to buy a house, and you're called a low-end customer and kicked out, can you be happy? Hearing this, Zheng Qian's smile froze on his face, cold sweat streaming down. Chen Chen was the White Dragon King. The Millennium Battle a few days ago was still vivid in his mind. The rising star of the financial world, Wang Yu, lost all his fortune directly because he clashed with the White Dragon King. And now this guy was being slighted on his own turf. What's going on? Speak! Zheng Qian called the head waiter over, his face dark as if it was about to rain. The head waiter stuttered as he recounted what had happened. Zheng Qian was instantly furious. He walked up to Chen Chen, bowed deeply and apologized, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't discipline my staff properly. All the staff here, including the general manager, will be fired. In addition, whatever service you need, I will personally provide it to show my sincere apology. The dignified financial tycoon was actually going to serve as a waiter himself. This statement shocked everyone. Chen Qian's face finally softened, and he nodded to Zheng Qian with a smile. However, Zheng Qian misunderstood Chen Chen's intention. After some thought, he turned to Jiang Chen and scolded, now go back and tell your dad, Little Sparrow, that you offended my distinguished guest, and he shouldn't expect to stay in Jiangbei anymore. Get out! Gong Ziyuan walked up to Jiang Chen with a smile and said, it seems that it's not my brother Emo who was kicked out like a dog. Oh my, who was it that just said never provoke someone you can't afford to provoke? Jiang Chen and Huang Kiki were experiencing extreme embarrassment. Just a moment ago, they were ordering Chen Chen and Gong Ziyuan to leave, but now, with one word from Chen Chen, they were not only going to be kicked out, but even the Jiang family wouldn't be able to stay in Jiangbei. Huang Kiki's face turned red, covered in cold sweat, looking pitifully at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face had turned pale with fear, not daring to say a word, just looking at Chen Chen with an incredulous gaze. He couldn't understand why even the big shot of the Jiangbei financial world, Zheng Qian, was trying to curry favor with Chen Chen. Wasn't this guy just a poor country bumpkin? Even when he bought a house, it was only in a slum like the Haitian community, right? Had Zheng Qian been drinking and gotten confused? Uncle Zhang, Jiang Chen blushed and hesitated to leave. Zheng Qian was about to get angry. Chen Chen spoke up. They were here to take care of your business, Uncle Zhang, so let them stay here. Humph. Zheng Qian glared at Jiang Chen, quickly put on a smiling face, and led Chen Chen and Gong Ziyuan to the VIP area. The group of fired sales ladies and the general manager all looked at Jiang Chen and Huang Kiki with gritted teeth, wishing they could devour them alive. Although the two were not kicked out, they were sitting on pins and needles at the moment. Brother Chen, I can't stand this, you have to vent for me. Huang Kiki pouted unhappily. Facing such a brainless woman like Huang Kiki, Jiang Chen slapped her directly. Smack! Shut your filthy mouth. I'll deal with you when we get back. Jiang Chen was furious. The reason he hadn't left yet was to probe Chen Chen's background and see how much power he had. If the energy is not too big, it would be fine if he apologizes to Zheng Qian alone afterwards, and he doesn't need to go home to explain to his father. Just then, Chen Chen in the VIP area spoke up, Boss Zhang, I want to buy the entire Haitian community. Boom! One sentence, like a thunderbolt, resounded in the minds of everyone in the sales office. Everyone, including Zhang Qian, looked at Chen Chen with incredulous eyes. Even if the Haitian community is in ruins, without tens of millions, it is absolutely impossible to buy the entire community. Seeing Zhang Qian being scared by his own words, Chen Chen smiled and said, "What? Boss Zhang, do you think I can't afford it?" Zhang Qian quickly shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You just won $1 billion from Huangyu, how could you not afford it?" Boom! This sentence, like a bolt from the blue, struck Zhang Chen's mind. He thought of someone. The shocking winner of the Millennium Battle in the financial world, White Dragon King. These days, his old man has been talking about White Dragon King every day, almost idolizing him. What Zhang Chen never expected was that Chen Chen was actually the White Dragon King who won $1 billion from Huangyu. It's over. It's completely over. Zhang Chen's whole body broke out in a cold sweat. "Boss Zhang, I sincerely want to buy, you won't refuse to sell, right?" Chen Chen smiled. "No, it's just that the quality of the houses in the Haitian community is really not good, and there is no room for appreciation. I'm afraid. How many units are there in total? What is the lowest average price?" Chen Chen asked directly. "I can help you negotiate with the owners at a price of 80,000 yuan per unit, but there are a total of 500 units in the Haitian community, which is a bit too many," Zhang Qian said cautiously. After all, they were all old houses, and he didn't think Chen Chen would be willing to take on so many inferior properties. Indeed, Chen Chen frowned. Just as Zhang Qian breathed a sigh of relief, Chen Chen said another shocking statement. "Only 500 units? It's a bit less, but let's go with that." Chen Chen originally thought that a community would have at least 1,000 households. He didn't expect that the entire Haitian community only had 500 units, but there was no other way. At this moment, Zhang Qian realized that Chen Chen was not joking, he really wanted to buy the entire community. "Okay, I will instruct someone to negotiate with the owners for you. It should be settled in about half a month," Zhang Qian said. "That's too long." Chen Chen shook his head. In half a month, news of demolition would have already spread, and no one would sell then. 3 days, I'll give you 3 days to settle it. How much more do you need? If it's 100,000 per unit, I can settle it all in 2 days. Okay, then it's 100,000 per unit. After Chen Chen finished speaking, he handed a card to Zhang Qian. "The advance payment for you is here, let's sign the contract." Zhang Qian was stunned again. 500 units of houses, settled in just a few words? Zhang Qian was a bit dazed. After being stunned, he was pleasantly surprised. After all, although the houses in the Haitian community were cheap, buying 500 units in one go, Zhang Qian as a middleman could also earn a lot of price difference, and finally get rid of this troublesome business. He was so happy. "Mr. Chen, I really have to thank you for taking care of the business this time." Zhang Qian shook Chen Chen's hand and thanked him. "I should thank Boss Zhang." Chen Chen was a bit embarrassed. If Zhang Qian knew that the community here would be demolished in a few days, he probably wouldn't have this expression now. But as the saying goes, there is no harm in business. Anyway, Zhang Qian also earned a little commission, although less. He didn't lose money, so it wasn't considered as Chen Chen tricking him. At this moment, Zhang Chen and Huang Kiki, who witnessed the whole process, were already shocked. 500 units of houses, with an average price of 100,000 yuan per unit, adds up to a total of 50 million. Bought just like that? 50 million is the total profit of Zhang Chen's chain supermarket in 10 years. Isn't that too impressive? He actually wanted 30,000 a month before, trying to dig into other people's corners? No wonder that beauty didn't even look at him straight. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen's face turned red and white alternately, and he hurriedly pulled Huang Keka away from this embarrassing place. On the way home, Gong Ziyuan kept looking at Chen Chen. "Is my face dirty?" Chen Chen asked, but after looking in the rearview mirror, there was nothing but a compelling handsomeness. Gong Ziyuan shook her head and smiled. "Your college roommate humiliates you so much, why don't you let Jing Qian drive them away? They are just nobodies to me, I can't be bothered with them. Besides, old Zheng is working for me now, and they want to buy old Zheng's house, I can't delay old Zheng from making money, right?" Chen Chen said. Gong Ziyuan suddenly understood. Businessman, face is more important than anything else. Chen Chen's approach not only shows his generosity, but also does not delay Zhang Qian from selling the house, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Gong Ziyuan looked at Chen Chen admiringly. "Indeed, you are mo. If it were me, I wouldn't be so generous." So it is said that women and villains are hard to raise. Chen Chen blurted out. "Oh, so you mean I'm a little woman?" Gong Ziyuan glared at Chen Chen angrily. No, you are not small, you are very big." Chen Chen looked at Gong Ziyuan, lowered his gaze, and jokingly said, "Annoying. I'm ignoring you." Gong Ziyuan blushed and gave Chen Chen a wide eye, coquettishly. When getting off the car, Gong Ziyuan said to Chen Chen, Emoga, the day after tomorrow is my birthday, you must come. Oh, do I need to bring a birthday gift? If you don't bring a gift, humph. Gong Ziyuan's face darkened, making a neck-slitting gesture towards Chen Chen. Just kidding, don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory gift. Humph, that's more like it. Let's go. Bye. After returning home, Chen Chen called Wang Tai directly and asked him to help turn the large piece of imperial green jade he cut out at the original stone conference into a set of jewelry. Knowing that Chen Chen wanted to turn the 20 million imperial green jade into jewelry as a birthday gift for Gong Ziyuan, Wang Tai couldn't help but feel a scalp tingling. Mr. Chen, do you need to make such a terrifying birthday gift? 20 million. In the millennium, it's the market value of a medium-sized listed company. This guy actually gave it away as a birthday gift. However, this is not all of Chen Chen's birthday gifts. He also prepared a big gift for Gong Ziyuan. 2 days later, Chen Chen changed into a brand-name suit, carrying a gift box, took a taxi to Shanshui Manor. This is Gong Ziyuan's home. As soon as he entered, the green mountains and waters, busy servants, luxurious villas, and so on all showed the noble status of the manor owner. Upon closer inspection, there were many well-known celebrities from the entertainment industry present. Lu Feifei, Gu Ge, Zheng Shishir, and so on. Chen Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. A birthday banquet that can invite so many big stars shows how powerful the Gong family is. It seems that I have to work even harder. With the money I have now, I still can't match Ziyuan. Chen Chen thought to himself. At this moment, not far away, Gong Ming looked at Chen Chen with narrowed eyes. Is it him? Upon entering the mansion hall in the manor, Chen Chen was stunned. The huge and unimaginably grand hall was magnificent, with long tables set up all around, filled with various precious ingredients for people to help themselves to. Many servants in white shirts and black pants carried trays, shuttling through the crowd, with various expensive wines on their trays for people to take. Soon, Chen Chen saw some familiar faces. Business tycoons, political figures, famous directors, and so on. This is the real aristocracy. Chen Chen took a deep breath and began to look for Gong Ziyuan's figure. Soon, he saw a graceful figure in a corner, holding some fruits and eating. It was Gong Ziyuan. However, today's Gong Ziyuan seemed to look a bit younger, exuding a cute and playful youthful vibe all over. This made Chen Chen couldn't help but walk up and directly pinched Gong Ziyuan's face, jokingly saying, "Such a cute girl, I can knock out 3 with 1 punch." However, Gong Ziyuan screamed and stepped back in fear, looking at Chen Chen in horror. Chen Chen was stunned, then immediately realized that this was definitely not Gong Ziyuan. Although this girl looked very similar to Gong Ziyuan in height and appearance, she was completely different in charm. Gong Ziyuan looked pure and holy, with eyes full of moving tenderness, like an angel, while this girl, although younger than Gong Ziyuan, had a mischievous and proud look between her eyebrows. Chen Chen immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, I mistook you for Ziyuan. I thought you were Ziyuan." The girl who looked like Gong Ziyuan with a pair of cunning eyes showed a hint of anger, looked Chen Chen up and down, and then sneered, "You must be Chen Chen, right? Sister mentioned you, you don't look that great." Chen Chen finally knew who this girl was. She was Gong Ziyuan's sister, Gong Zili. Chen Chen felt embarrassed for his rash behavior, scratching his head and saying, "Sorry, you two look so alike, I didn't notice." "You didn't notice? Hee, I almost believed you." After a pause, Gong Zili sneered, forget it, I'm in a good mood today. "Hey, let me tell you, my sister and you are impossible. The one who can marry my sister is brother Chu Tian. As for you, don't think about eating swan meat as a toad." With that, Gong Zili snorted coldly and turned away. On the other side, a sturdy young man named Chu Tian was chatting and laughing with Gong Ming, looking like they had a good relationship. "Xiao Tian, Ziyuan is a bit shy. You should be more proactive and not find it troublesome," Gong Ming said. "Uncle, rest assured, I sincerely care for Ziyuan, even if it's troublesome, I'm not afraid." Chu Tian smiled. Gong Ming glanced at Chen Chen in the distance, expressionless, and said, "That's Chen Chen over there. I can't intervene, so give him a lesson and let him back off." Okay. Chu Tian's lips curled slightly, indifferently walked to Chen Chen's side, and reached out his hand. "Hello, let's get to know each other." "Ha!" Chen Chen was stunned, then smiled, and shook his hand. "Hello, I'm Chen Chen, Gong Ziyuan's boyfriend." "Hello, I'm Chu Tian, Gong Ziyuan's fiancé." After the 3 words fiancé were spoken, the atmosphere in the air instantly froze. Chen Chen also understood that the newcomer was not friendly. At this moment, Gong Zili bounced over to Chu Tian's side. "Brother Chu Tian, why didn't you tell me you were here?" Then, Gong Zili proudly introduced, "Oh, that's right, this is Brother Chu Tian, the young master of the Chu family group, my sister's future husband." Chen Shen was about to speak, but heard applause coming from the hall, followed by a round of applause. Our little birthday star is here. Someone laughed. Chen Shen turned around and saw a woman in a white dress walking down the spacious stairs from the innermost part of the hall. The woman wore a crown on her head, so beautiful and elegant, like a princess stepping out of a fairy tale. Even though Chen Shen had known Gong Ziyuan for so long, he was still amazed by her beauty at this moment, holding his breath, his heart pounding, and even looking at Gong Ziyuan would make him blush a little. At this moment, Gong Ziyuan, with a smile on her face, walked towards Chu Tian. Chu Tian also smiled and walked towards Gong Ziyuan. Suddenly, the applause became even more enthusiastic, and even some well-wishers' voices could be heard. Be together! Be together! Chu Tian was extremely pleased in his heart. He looked at Chen Shen with a condescending gaze. The cheers and support of countless people on the scene made his vanity swell to the extreme. He opened his arms in advance and walked towards Gong Ziyuan, wanting to embrace her. Gong Ziyuan also smiled and opened her arms. Just as the two were about to make contact, Gong Ziyuan unexpectedly brushed past Chu Tian. Good, you're here. To everyone's surprise, Gong Ziyuan's soft body actually pounced towards Chen Shen. Chen Shen helplessly opened his arms and felt a fragrant breeze and softness in his embrace. The whole scene fell silent. Countless people stared in astonishment at this scene. Gong Zili's mouth turned into an O shape, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Chu Tian's face turned dark, glaring at Chen Shen as if his wife had been snatched away in front of him, making him grit his teeth and clench his fists in anger. Chen Shen couldn't help but smile wryly and flicked Gong Ziyuan's nose. You really know how to get me into trouble. Gong Ziyuan playfully blinked and said, isn't it good for everyone to know you're my boyfriend? Ziyuan. At this moment, Chu Tian walked over with a grim face. Your fiancé is here. Chen Shen joked. Fiancé? Gong Ziyuan immediately understood what was going on, her face ugly as she glared at Chu Tian. Who said you're my fiancé? Please don't talk nonsense in front of my boyfriend. I don't want him to have any unnecessary misunderstandings. It seems that the fiancé matter is wishful thinking on someone's part. Chen Shen shook his head and chuckled lightly. Chu Tian gritted his teeth. Ziyuan, our matters have already been discussed with your uncle. You've talked to my dad, then go ahead and marry him. My marriage, I'll decide for myself. Gong Ziyuan interrupted Chu Tian directly, leaving him speechless and breathless. After a long while, he unwillingly said, as the young master of the Chu group, I went abroad at the age of 7, started playing stocks at 12, made $1 million with 3,000 yuan at 15, owned my first listed company at 18, grew the company to a market value of 20 million at 22, and now, at 27, I've earned 50 million on my own. May I ask, what qualifications do you have to compare with me? What makes you more suitable for Ziyuan than me? I'm more handsome than you. Chen Chen grinned. This almost made Chu Tian pass out from anger. Gong Ziyuan burst out laughing. Chen Chen's words were really exasperating. After calming down for a while, Chu Tian took out a jewelry box and opened it in front of everyone. Inside lay a quiet blue diamond ring. Wow! Such a big diamond ring. Such a rare blue diamond ring, it must be very expensive. Everyone was captivated by the blue luster of the diamond ring under the light. Chu Tian proudly said, this diamond ring is a Winston blue diamond ring, worth 10 million, it's the birthday gift I gave to Ziyuan. Wow, everyone gasped in shock. A 10 million diamond ring, just a birthday gift? Even in 2021, this would still be considered extravagant. Indeed, young Master Chu is generous. Yes, a 10 million birthday gift, only he can afford it, right? If my boyfriend were half as generous as him, no, even 1/10, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. Everyone sighed with emotion. Sis, hurry and put it on. Such a big diamond ring. Look how much brother Chu Tian loves you. Gong Zili excitedly shook Gong Ziyuan's arm. Very satisfied with everyone's reaction, Chu Tian coldly looked at Chen Shen and said, kid, being handsome won't put food on the table. When I make a move, it's a 10 million birthday gift. What about you? What can you give Ziyuan? Everyone nodded in agreement. Gong Ziyuan is not an ordinary commoner. Just being handsome is not enough to be worthy of her. To be her man, you need strong strength as a backing. Obviously, Chu Tian, who gave a 10 million diamond ring as a birthday gift, has this strength. Faced with the questioning eyes of the crowd, facing the aggressive Chu Tian, Chen Shen calmly smiled and said, what you can give, I can also give, and what I can give, you may not necessarily be able to. Ha, ridiculous. Chu Tian sneered. Are you saying that you can give a better gift than me? Yes. Chen Shen nodded without commenting. Alright, if you can produce a gift more valuable than my diamond ring today, I'll call you dad. Chu Tian sneered. A 10 million birthday gift is already top-notch not only in Jianbei but also nationwide. Chu Tian learned from Gongming that Chen Shen was just a poor boy from the countryside. How could he possibly produce a more valuable gift than him? Chen Shen calmly took out a rectangular gift box from his briefcase and handed it to Gong Ziyuan, saying with a smile, "Ziyuan, happy birthday, open it and see if you like it. As long as it's a gift from you, I'll like it." Gong Ziyuan eagerly opened the gift box. At that moment, all eyes were focused on the gift box. Inside the exquisite gift box lay a set of emerald jewelry emitting a dark green light. "This is..." Gong Ziyuan raised her head in shock, looking at Chen Shen moved. "Yes, this is the piece of imperial green jade I cut out from the previous rough stone conference. It's just right to make a set," Chen Shen said casually. "Rough stone conference? Imperial green jade? Oh my god, I know who he is." Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "He is the White Dragon King Chen Shen who won $1 billion from Huang Yu in the Millennium War." The crowd immediately stirred up a commotion, causing a wave of exclamations. "My goodness, so he's the new legend White Dragon King in the financial world. I heard he's very mysterious. Those who have offended him have had a hard time." "So, you mean, that set of emerald jewelry is made from his 20 million imperial green jade? 20 million? Oh my god." The Millennium War is almost well known in the upper class circle, and everyone naturally knows about the top quality imperial green jade that made the White Dragon King win $1 billion. Awkward. Extremely awkward. Chu Tian certainly knew the famous White Dragon King, he just didn't know that the White Dragon King was Chen Shen. A 10 million diamond ring versus a 20 million emerald jewelry, everyone knows which one is more valuable. "Oh good, thank you." "Don't thank me yet." Chen Shen smiled, "I still have a second gift." "Another gift?" Gong Ziyuan was slightly surprised. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chen Shen. Chen Shen calmly took out a check from his briefcase and placed it in Gong Ziyuan's hand. "This is a 40 million check, my second birthday gift to you." Boom! Chen Shen's words were like countless thunderbolts, exploding in everyone's minds. 40 million? Birthday gift? Oh my god, does his family own a bank? This gift can be called a royal flush. As soon as it was revealed, Chu Tian's mouth twitched, his face extremely pale. "My god, is this too extravagant? 40 million? For me?" Gong Ziyuan looked at Chen Shen in astonishment, her face full of disbelief. Even for someone like Gong Ziyuan, 40 million is definitely a huge sum of money. "Yes, for you." Chen Shen nodded and smiled. "No, this money is too much, I can't accept it. Your career has just started, you should use this money to start a business." Gong Ziyuan pushed the check back into Chen Shen's hand. "During the Rough Stone Conference, you unconditionally trusted me and invested 40 million in me. Now, it's my turn to repay you. 40 million is what you deserve, take it." Chen Shen handed the check to Gong Ziyuan in a commanding tone. Gong Ziyuan looked at Chen Shen emotionally, took the check, and nodded fiercely. "Okay, I'll take it. At worst, consider it saved for Chen Shen. If he needs it, Gong Ziyuan can give it to him again." Wow, this is too romantic. If it were me, I'm afraid I couldn't help but marry him on the spot. Of course, who can resist 40 million worth of romance? Now Chu Gongzi is probably going to be outdone. His financial power is too strong, he can even outshine Chu Gongzi. However, Chen Shen is not done yet. "I have one last gift to give you." Chen Shen reached into his briefcase again. "Chu Tian. What the heck? Another one? The first one was 20 million, the second one was 40 million, how big do you want the next one to be? Do I have no face? Can't you leave me some dignity?" Chu Tian's heart was roaring in madness. In front of everyone, Chen Shen carefully opened a square gift box. At the moment the gift box opened, a dazzling golden light radiated from it. "This last gift is also my most precious one. Shenwan-san's treasure basin. I hope it brings you good luck." Chen Shen chuckled and handed the treasure basin to Gong Ziyuan without hesitation. Wow! The crowd was once again in an uproar. Everyone gasped. "Is that the legendary Shenwan-san's treasure basin? Is it real or fake?" "It's real. Shang Wanli Laoyi personally appraised it, and it said that if it were to be auctioned, the starting price would be 40 million. But with the symbolism of this thing, I don't know how many big business bosses in the country would want it. Probably not even for $1 billion. $1 billion? Wow. When this gift was presented, the entire hall was almost buzzing with excitement. All the celebrities present were shocked beyond measure. "Ziyuan, this treasure is too precious, I can't accept it." This time Gong Ziyuan insisted on taking it. Chen Shen affectionately touched Gong Ziyuan's face and said with a smile, "You are my most precious treasure." Countless sweet words couldn't compare to this one sentence. A warm current slowly flowed through Gong Ziyuan's heart. The next moment, her eyes turned red, she hugged Chen Shen tightly, and cried with emotion. "$1 billion. Meanwhile, Chen Chen and Gong Ziyuan were showing off their affection like crazy, sprinkling dog food. On the other hand, Chu Tian felt a sudden dizziness, as if his head had been hit by a hammer. These three gifts were too much of a blow to him. For the first time, Chu Tian began to doubt whether he was a poor man. Just as Chu Tian was questioning his life, Gong Ziyuan handed the diamond ring to Chu Tian, expressionless. "This gift is too precious, it's not appropriate for me to accept, so take it back." Chu Tian's face became even more unsightly, almost reaching the point of embarrassment. "You accept all of Chen Chen's gifts, but you don't want mine? If you don't want it, then don't take it. But where should I put my face if you refuse in front of so many people? Ziyuan, please accept it, it's just a small token of my affection." Chu Tian insisted. "No need, a diamond ring like this is not suitable as a gift for a girl, don't give it to me in the future." After saying that, Gong Ziyuan forcibly stuffed the diamond ring back to Chu Tian. In that moment, Chu Tian felt like everyone in the room was looking at him with pity. For the first time, he was being humiliated so harshly by a woman in front of so many people. What made him even more frustrated was that he had nothing to say. On the other side, there was a jade jewelry worth 20 million, a check for 40 million, and a treasure basin that could fetch over 1 billion at auction. Chu Tian was no match for them. Chen Chen patted Chu Tian's shoulder with a playful smile. "You don't need to call me dad, I don't have such an unfilial son like you." "You!" Chu Tian's lungs were about to explode. He squinted his eyes, flashing a dangerous light staring at Chen Chen, sneered, "It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me like this." "That's because you have a good father. Without your father, who would care about you?" Chen Chen chuckled. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The Chu family is a prominent family. Chen Chen dared to confront Chu Tian like this. Isn't he seeking death? He, do you think everything of mine is because of my father? After a moment of silence, Chu Tian laughed out loud. "It seems that you, the White Dragon King, are quite arrogant. Unpleasant advice is good for action. I'm just speaking the truth, you should thank me. After all, there are not many people like me who are willing to tell you the truth." Chen Chen retorted again. "The reason is simple. In the previous life, Gong Ziyuan was forced to marry Chu Tian and committed suicide by hanging herself on the wedding night. Half of the responsibility for Gong Ziyuan's death lies with Chu Tian. In addition, Chen Chen is destined to become the richest man in the world in the future. If he is afraid of just a young master from the Chu family, how will he face even greater figures in the future? Alright, Chen Chen, it's widely rumored in the circle that whenever you buy stocks, they rise. I personally don't believe it. The market will open soon, how about we make a bet, dare you? What's the bet? We each choose a stock, and see whose stock has a greater increase within the specified time. Let's see if you, the White Dragon King, are powerful, or if I, the trading master, am stronger. Chu Tian looked at Chen Chen coldly, obviously truly angry. Of course, when it comes to stocks, Chu Tian is extremely confident. He really has the ability. The nicknames Trading Master and Wolf of Wall Street were not self-proclaimed. They were earned through thrilling stock market battles. Chen Chen looked at Chu Tian with a strange look. Compare stocks with him? Almost all he could remember were the demon stocks that rose continuously. Comparing stocks with him would be like an old man hanging himself, seeking death? Dare or not? Chu Tian stared at Chen Chen with piercing eyes. If you're not afraid, then I don't mind. Chen Chen smiled faintly, but I have a condition. Speak. The loser is never allowed to approach Ziyuan again. Hiss, everyone gasped. Chu Tian's proposed competition was just for fun. But Chen Chen's condition directly pushed the two to a point of no return. Everyone couldn't help but admire Chen Chen's courage. Chu Tian, furious, smiled back, alright, I agree. Zhangbei Stock God vs. Trading Master. The loser will forever lose the qualification to pursue Gong Ziyuan. Although it doesn't involve money, for the wealthy elites present, this is also a sensational competition, no less than the Battle of the Millennium. Everyone's faces showed an expression of anticipation, looking forward to the start of the competition. At this moment, the afternoon market opened. Countless stocks fluctuated, and the market changed every minute and second, making it impossible to predict the next market trend. Servants brought Chen Chen and Chu Tian each a high-end laptop. The two started operating on site. At this moment, Chen Chen closed his eyes and began to recall the demon stocks at this time point. Soon, he selected a stock, Jiang Petroleum Shares. This stock had been steadily declining for the past year, with many investors even jokingly saying, "How much sorrow can you have, just like holding Jiang Petroleum in full?" However, on this day in history, this stock mysteriously surged for half a month, followed by another decline. Chen Chen had planned to buy this stock in the past few days, and now it was perfect for the competition with Chu Tian. By the morning, Jiang Petroleum's stock had already dropped by 9%, almost hitting the limit down. I choose Jiang Petroleum shares, Chen Chen said calmly. Many of the people present are stock market experts, naturally familiar with Jiang Petroleum Corporation. Even if they are not familiar, they have heard people around them complain about Jiang Petroleum. Now Chen Chen unexpectedly wants to choose this stock that has been steadily declining for a year and a half, which immediately caused a burst of laughter. Brother, haven't you heard the saying, how much sorrow can a person have, just like holding a full warehouse of Jiang Petroleum? I have bought this stock before, it's just so unlucky. When the market falls, it falls with it. When the market rises, it still falls with it. Do you think this kind of stock can rise? Let me tell you, stocks bought blindly with eyes closed perform better than Jiang Petroleum. This is definitely a case of throwing good money after bad. I also think so. Look at what Chu Xiao chose, Jolie Technology. Not only does the company have strong performance, but the stock trend has always been good. Recently, there have been continuous big moves, you can tell it will rise. And look at what Chen Chen shows. What a joke to compare Jiang Petroleum Corporation with it. Chu Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Don't say that. After all, he is the White Dragon King, he knows magic. Maybe with one spell, Jiang Petroleum Corporation will really rise? However, as soon as Chu Tian's words fell, Jiang Petroleum Corporation directly hit the limit down. This time, the laughter on the scene became even more intense. This magic spell is really amazing. It directly caused itself to hit the limit down. It's so funny. It hasn't risen in a year and a half, and there hasn't been any good news. How could it rise? Gong Zili disdainfully said to Chen Chen, do you understand what you're doing? You don't have the ability and you dare to compare stocks with my brother Chu Tian? It's ridiculous. The ridicule of the people around and the limit down warning on the screen did not affect Chen Chen and Gong Ziyuan at all. Gong Ziyuan has witnessed Chen Chen's abilities several times. Now she completely believes that Chen Chen is the White Dragon King, with the ability to turn decay into magic. And Chen Chen, reborn with memories, naturally is not afraid. It's like playing a game. Even if you have great skills and can reach the level of a world champion, but Chen Chen is cheating, how can you compete? Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, look, Chu Xiao's Jolie Technology is rising. Everyone turned to look and saw that Chu Tian's chosen Jolie Technology was skyrocketing, showing signs of hitting the limit up. One stock had hit the limit down, while the other was about to hit the limit up. Unless you're a fool, you can understand who's winning and who's losing. Chu Tian smiled proudly and said to Chen Chen, the moment you chose Jiang Petroleum, you already lost. Remember, from now on, if you dare to get close to Ziyuan, I'll break your legs. Chu Tian, it's not over yet, how do you know you've won? Gong Ziyuan said coldly. There's only 5 minutes left, the result won't be much different later, just a waste of everyone's time. But if Ziyuan wants to wait, then I'll wait, let this guy die a clear death. Chu Tian said with a smile. Just at that moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed again, it's rising. It's rising. Why are you shouting? Everyone knows that Jolie Technology is rising, do you need to shout? It's not Jolie Technology, it's Jiang Petroleum. Look quickly. Oh my god. This rise is too strong. Hearing this, everyone, including Chu Tian, hurriedly looked at Chen Chen's computer screen. They saw that on Chen Chen's stock interface, Jiang Petroleum Corporation not only hit the limit up, but its trend was like a rocket igniting, soaring into the sky. A terrifying energy pushed it to rise rapidly, directly pushing Jiang Petroleum to the limit up. It took only 3.5 minutes from hitting the limit down to hitting the limit up. On the other hand, Jolie Technology, after rising to about 8%, started to decline, although it was still a significant increase overall. Compared to a stock like Jiang Petroleum that rose from the limit down, it was simply incomparable. Chu Tian knew that he had lost. Even if Jolie Technology can hit the limit up at the end, it is still far behind Jiang Petrochemical in terms of the increase. The limit up is sealed. Tens of thousands of hands directly sealed the limit up. Someone exclaimed in surprise. It's so strange. What's wrong with Jiang Petrochemical today? It feels like someone has cast a spell? With these words, everyone was first stunned, then looked at Chen Chen with horror on their faces. This person, could he really be casting spells? However, many big shots in the financial circle have their own thoughts. From hitting the limit down to sealing the limit up, it is obvious that someone is manipulating the market. Whoever can manipulate the shares of Jiang Petrochemical must be one of the top 10 on the Desiagua wealth list. Could it be that Chen Chen has a relationship with these top-level big shots? Otherwise, why is he so confident? Moreover, he dares to confront Chu Tian head-on. He must have his own confidence. What kind of man is he after all? Under the gaze of everyone's complex eyes, Chen Chen looked coldly at Chu Tian and said, from now on, I won't allow you to get close to Ziyuan. Chu Tian staggered back several steps, looking pale and incredulous. He lost. And he lost on his most confident stock. This made it difficult for him to accept no matter what. Chu Tian gritted his teeth, wanting to retort several times, but couldn't speak. With so many people watching, he, the distinguished young master of the Chu family, couldn't possibly act shamelessly, right? What, do you want me to see you off? Chen Chen said coldly. Enough. At this moment, a furious shout came from the second floor. Everyone turned to look. It's Ming Yi, someone suddenly exclaimed. With these words, everyone was shocked. If the name Ming Yi is relatively unfamiliar, then Jiangbei Gongming is well known. Jiangbei is the largest city in Jianghai province outside the provincial capital, and Gongming is one of the top 10 big shots on the Jiangbei wealth list, showing a trend of becoming the richest man in Jiangbei in recent years. Although the outside world often compares Huangyu with Gongming, those who know the inside story know that Huangyu doesn't even have the qualifications to compare with Gongming. In full view of the public, Gongming, with a calm expression, walked over with an imposing manner and stared at Chen Chen, saying, "You are Chen Chen?" Everyone's hearts shook, their eyes showing varying degrees of schadenfreude. Everyone knows that Chu Tian is the future son-in-law favored by Gongming. Now, Chen Chen suddenly appeared. Gongming couldn't lose face. He had to personally help Chu Tian regain this situation. Chen Chen calmly nodded to Gongming and said, "Hello, Uncle Gong, I am Chen Chen." Seeing this, Gong Ziyuan's expression changed. She grabbed Gongming's arm and coquettishly said, "Dad, why do you look unhappy as soon as you see Brother Mo? He's a nice person." Chen Chen, come with me, I have something to tell you. You guys continue to celebrate Ziyuan's birthday, don't mind us. With that, Gongming walked calmly into the study on the second floor with his hands behind his back. Poof. Chu Tian smirked at Chen Chen. Without Gongming's approval, no matter how capable you are, what can you do? In the end, isn't Gong Ziyuan still his Chu Tian's? Brother Mo, my dad. Don't worry, Uncle has no ill intentions, you enjoy your birthday, I'll be right back. Chen Chen comforted Gong Ziyuan and quickly went to the study on the second floor. In the study, Gongming stood with his hands behind his back on the balcony, facing the warm breeze and the vast lake in the distance. Uncle Gong asked me to come, I wonder what's the matter. Chen Chen arrived on the balcony and said calmly. At this moment, Gongming's face was cold, his aura was strong, and people with poor mental resilience standing beside him dared not look up at him. Look along here, what can you see? Gongming said lightly. Chen Chen looked into the distance and saw the vast lake inside the villa. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, the vast lake with misty waves. Yes, vast and boundless, compared to this, one feels how insignificant one's existence is. Gongming sighed deeply, then suddenly his voice turned cold. But you know, this is just an artificial lake created by my family's money. In Jiangbei, it doesn't even make it to the top 1,000. In the entire Daxia country, it's just a negligible small lake. After saying that, he turned his head, overlooking like a deity looking down on mortals, and looked at Chen Chen. You are just like it. In this small place in Jiangbei, your little talent may shine, but in the whole Jianghai province, or even the entire Daxia country, you are as insignificant as dust in the fireworks. Chen Chen remained calm and asked, Uncle Gong, what do you mean? Isn't my meaning clear enough? Gongming stood with his hands behind his back, indifferently saying, you come from a rural background, your ancestors were all farmers, and recently you gained fame by using tricks in the rivers and lakes. But while others may believe in your nonsense about being the reincarnation of the White Dragon King, I, Gongming, do not believe it. A person like you from a rural background is not worthy of my daughter Ziyuan. I hope you can leave her. Gongming continued, you are outstanding among your peers, but compared to the young talents in Jiangbei and even the entire Jianghai province, you are far behind. Chen Chen said lightly, does Chu Tian have the ability to dominate the entire Jianghai province? Ha, even if Chu Tian wants to marry my daughter, he must show his true abilities. Gongming sneered, if within 10 years, he can become the richest man in Jiangbei, or take the position of the Chu family heir, then I will consider it. Otherwise, I will never marry my daughter to him. Gongming then looked at Chen Chen again. I know that you have befriended Wang Tai and Zhang Qian at a young age, and I know that many people in the circle are impressed by your White Dragon King reincarnation story. If Chu Tian didn't have the background of the Chu family, he would indeed be far inferior to you. You have investigated quite a lot. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes. Gongming laughed and said, Ziyuan is my precious daughter. How could I not thoroughly investigate any young man who approaches her? In theory, you have become a billionaire at a young age and have even manipulated those big shots. You are more than qualified to be with Ziyuan. But it's a pity. A pity for what? Chen Chen asked. Gongming said proudly, it's a pity that she is my daughter, Gongming's daughter. You want to marry her? Not yet. Qualified. The last 4 words were emphasized, showing Gong Ming's strong self-confidence. Oh, what qualifies as being eligible then? Chen Chen asked with a half-smile. In terms of background, at least having a provincial-level authority figure in the family. In terms of wealth, at your age, you should have a net worth of at least 500 million. These are the qualifications. Gong Ming said calmly, it's a pity that you come from a rural background. Not to mention having a powerful figure in the family to support you, even your other relatives may need your support. And in terms of wealth, if you hadn't been lucky enough to win $1 billion from Huang Yu, you probably wouldn't even be able to afford a decent birthday gift for Ziyuan today. People like you, who rely on feudal superstition and luck to get rich, will face too many limitations in the future, and may even be at risk of being caught. How could I possibly feel at ease marrying Ziyuan to someone like you? After saying that, Gong Ming looked at Chen Chen firmly, as if he had seen through him. Chen Chen sighed and said, in your eyes, I am as insignificant as dust, but in my eyes, aren't you just like an ant? Chen Chen had memories from his past life. Even if he just followed the routine of buying stocks in trading houses, becoming the richest man in Daxia country was only a matter of time. But what about Gong Ming? He wasn't even the richest man in Jianbei. And next, he would face bankruptcy. So in Chen Chen's eyes, Gong Ming was like an ant. Am I an ant? Gong Ming laughed in anger. My father is an old leader in Jianbei. In Jianbei, I can sit on an equal footing with the richest man. Even if the city-level leaders of Jianbei come, they have to give me some face. Gong Ming emphasized each word. These are things you probably wouldn't even dare to think about. How dare you speak arrogantly in front of me? Standing in the wind, even a pig can fly. You just got lucky, standing in the right place at the right time. Chen Chen calmly said, Uncle Gong, the reason I call you uncle is solely because you are Ziyuan's father, not because I respect you. You and I are different. I am not someone who would sacrifice family for fame and fortune. So, are you saying that I, Gong Ming, am someone who would sacrifice family for fame and fortune? Gong Ming chuckled. Chen Chen just smiled without saying anything. In the previous life, Gong Ming went bankrupt, and in order to save the family business, he even sacrificed Gong Ziyuan's happiness to secure investment from the Chu family, which led to Gong Ziyuan's suicide. The fact proved that Gong Ming was not a good father at all. Therefore, Chen Chen looked down on Gong Ming from the bottom of his heart. Gong Ming shook his head and said with a smile, Chen Chen, I finally understand why Ziyuan is willing to be with you today. Your words are really powerful. You can even bring the dead back to life, right? Unfortunately, you only have this sharp tongue left. Uncle Gong, for Ziyuan's sake, I advise you with one sentence. Everyone has their moment of glory, don't mistake a moment for eternity. Chen Chen's cold words made Gong Ming tremble. Looking at the young man in front of him with a cold face, Gong Ming, who had been in a high position for many years, had never been lectured by a junior like this before. He was so angry that his head was spinning. When you can sit in my position, then you can say that. You are not qualified to lecture me now. Is it not simple to surpass you? Chen Chen lightly smiled and raised a finger, then said astonishingly, I can surpass you in just 1 month. Arrogant. Hearing this, Gong Ming's face darkened, and he coldly snorted, do you think I have the same wealth as Huang Yu? Let me tell you, all my assets combined now amount to 3 billion. You think you can earn 3 billion in a month? Dream on. What if I can? Chen Chen stared at Gong Ming with a strong self-confidence that even made Gong Ming tremble. If you can, not to mention Ziyuan marrying you, even if I hand over the entire Gong family to you, it's not impossible. Gong Ming looked at Chen Chen mockingly. Earning 3 billion in a month? Even the richest man in Daxia country wouldn't have that ability. Chen Chen, who came from a rural background and relied on deceiving people to make a living, how could he possibly achieve that? If I can't do it, in a month, I won't have the face to stay by Ziyuan's side even without your advice. Chen Chen said. Good. I hope you keep your word. Downstairs, Gong Ziyuan's eyes had never left the study on the second floor. Lily, do you think Mo Gu will get beaten up? Gong Ziyuan worriedly asked. Don't worry, sis, Dad is not a barbarian. How could he possibly resort to violence? However, that kid will definitely get a dose of sarcasm and ridicule. Maybe he'll come out crying from the study later. Gong Zili said, her eyes full of anticipation. However, when the study door opened, Chen Chen and Gong Ming did not come out as Gong Zili had expected. Chen Chen looked calm and composed, while Gong Ming was red-faced and seemed very angry. This left Gong Zili puzzled. Mo Gu. Gong Ziyuan hurriedly went up to him and asked with concern, did my dad do anything to you? Don't worry, as long as he didn't anger your dad to death, it's fine. Gong Ming said irritably. Dad, what? How did he provoke you? Gong Zili asked in surprise. He said your dad is a pig standing in the wind, and that your dad's achievements are not worth mentioning. He's quite arrogant. Gong Ming sneered. Boom! Everyone present looked at Chun Chen with horror, shocked to the core. Is this kid too bold? He even dares to insult Gong Ming. Ziyuan, I have to go home for something. Let's have dinner together tomorrow and celebrate your birthday. Chen Chen held Gong Ziyuan's hand and said softly, okay. Gong Ziyuan nodded obediently and pouted, extending her right cheek, saying, kiss me before you go. Hurry up and leave. Gong Ming couldn't stand his precious cabbage being taken by a pig, so he started driving people away directly. Chen Chen smiled and kissed Gong Ziyuan before leaving. Just as he was about to leave, he seemed to think of something, turned his head mischievously, and said to Gong Ming, Uncle Gong, let me give you another saying. Today, you ignore me, tomorrow, you can't reach me. Get lost. However, Chen Chen didn't stop there and continued, do not insult the Dragon King. You have offended the White Dragon King, and within a month, your financial luck will be depleted. Gong Ming. He was so angry that he couldn't even speak, his face turned pale, he covered his chest, and it felt like he was having a heart attack. Gong Ming naturally couldn't believe Chun Chen's nonsense. However, words spoken unintentionally may be taken seriously by the listener. After hearing Chen Chen's words, Shu Tian unexpectedly frowned. The next day, in an office of the municipal government, Gong Ming, who had changed his high and mighty attitude from the day before, was sitting on the sofa in a humble and respectful manner. Sitting across from him was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a crew cut, slightly chubby, exuding a strong aura of a superior in his every move. This man's name was Song Siming, the owner of this office. Old squad leader, do you have something urgent to discuss with me? Gong Ming asked. Good news, Song Siming pushed a stack of documents in front of Gong Ming. The city is planning to build a subway, and the task of demolition and relocation has fallen into my hands. Since we are familiar with each other, I called you here immediately. Gong Ming glanced through the stack of documents and smiled. It's true that it's better to rely on the old squad leader than on my own parents. I'll take on this task. After it's done, you will definitely get your share, old squad leader. Song Siming waved his hand and shook his head. No need, what I need is for you to quickly get things done. As long as the subway can start construction within a month, my promotion will be basically secured. Gong Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately said, old squad leader, rest assured, I am a professional in this field. I trust you to handle it. But remember, demolition is demolition. If necessary, give a little more compensation to those ordinary folks, but absolutely do not cause any trouble for me. Do you understand? Song Siming reminded. Got it. Soon, Gong Ming signed the contract and happily arrived at the company's office. Secretary Wang, come here. Mr. Gong, what can I do for you? I received a demolition task from Secretary Song, mainly for the Hai Tian community. However, the news about the demolition will not be announced for another 3 days. During these 2 days, send more people over to buy some houses in the Hai Tian community. Yes. After Secretary Wang left, Gong Ming lay back in his boss's chair feeling quite emotional. With 3 days' time, based on experience, Gong Ming should be able to purchase 1/3 of the houses at the original price. In other words, 1/3 of the demolition compensation would go directly into his pocket. In addition to the contract he signed with Song Siming, Gong Ming estimated that he could earn at least 50 million this time. This is the economic benefit brought by information asymmetry. Ordinary people cannot make a fortune because they do not have access to such information. He knew Song Siming and could easily earn tens of millions through information alone. People like Chen Chen will never understand my current situation. Thinking of Chun Chen, Gong Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Especially his words from yesterday, you have offended the White Dragon King, and within a month, your financial luck will be depleted. It was so absurd. It was only the second day, and not only did he not lose money, but he made a big profit. Chen Chen, just wait, I will deal with you in a month. However, in the afternoon, the staff Gong Ming sent out brought back some bad news. Mr. Gong, all the houses in the Hai Tian community have been sold. Sold out? That's impossible. That rundown community is like a slum. No one would want it even if it was given away for free. How could it be sold out? Did Zhang Qian receive any news and deliberately not sell? No, I went to the Housing Management Bureau to check. The houses in Haitian community are indeed sold out. This. Gong Ming lit a cigar in frustration. 1/3 of the demolition compensation, just like that? Forget it, earning a little less is fine. You guys go prepare to negotiate with the owners of Haitian community about the demolition. Mr. Gong, let me finish. There are a total of 500 housing units in Haitian community, and a person bought them all a few days ago at a price of 100,000 yuan per unit. What? Gong Ming was shocked, immediately having a bad feeling. Just before the demolition, someone mysteriously spent 50 million to buy all the houses. Something fishy is going on here. Could it be that someone knew the inside information and acted in advance? Gong Ming immediately called and reported the matter to Song Siming. After hearing it, Song Siming shook his head and said, "Impossible. This matter was decided by the higher-ups just today. Except for you, no one could have known the inside information in advance." Gong Ming was immediately frustrated. The incident of Haitian community being bought happened a few days ago. Unless that person could predict the future, it didn't make sense to engage in such a loss-making deal, right? Maybe it's just a coincidence. Don't think too much about it, negotiate the demolition according to the process. It might be easier to negotiate with one person, right? That's true. Gong Ming nodded. He decided to personally negotiate. With his business acumen, just dealing with one person should be a piece of cake, right? Maybe the required demolition costs would be even lower than the original plan? Thinking of this, Gong Ming immediately instructed Secretary Wang, "Go book the Emperor Hall at Songhua Building for me, and then invite the owners of Haitian community for negotiation." Yes. By the way, is the owner of Haitian community a man or a woman? What's their name? It's a man. I didn't inquire about his name. They are not willing to disclose the owner's privacy. Go invite Lu Feifei and Zhang Shishir to dinner together. Yes, Mr. Gong. Gong Ming is well versed in the art of negotiation. With the company of Lu Feifei and Zhang Shishir, two beautiful starlets, and a few glasses of wine, by saying a few more good words, the other party would probably not be too unreasonable. In the evening, Chen Chen received a call from Zhang Qian. "Mr. Chen, Gong Ming wants to meet you tomorrow at the Emperor Hall in Songhua Building. He asked me to inform you." "Okay, I got it. Why does Gong Ming want to see you? If it's inconvenient, you don't have to say." Chen Chen smiled with his legs crossed and said, "To discuss the demolition compensation for Haitian community with me." "What? Haitian community is going to be demolished?" "Yes. I'll hang up first." The call ended. Zheng Qian was shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. He couldn't figure out why Chen Chen bought the dilapidated houses in Haitian community before. Now he finally understood. Those were not dilapidated houses. They were clearly money-making machines. Damn it, why didn't I realize it back then? Zheng Qian regretted. If he had followed Chen Chen to buy 100 houses, he could have easily made tens of millions in demolition compensation. The White Dragon King is indeed the White Dragon King, beyond the reach of ordinary people like me. After a long time, Zheng Qian sighed again. The next morning, Emperor Hall private room at Songhua Building. Gong Ming had been waiting here early. He also brought Lu Feifei and Zhang Shishir, two recently popular young actresses. When the time was right, Gong Ming had the waiter serve the Da Hong Pao tea he brought, which cost over 200,000 yuan per caddy. At the same time, the private room was filled with expensive foreign wines such as Romanée-Conti, Lafite, and Royal Salute. "Mr. Gong, who is the big boss you are inviting today? Why such a grand setup?" Lu Feifei couldn't help but exclaim. "The total cost of just the drinks here is probably over 1 million yuan. A very visionary and courageous big boss." Gong Ming took a sip of tea and sighed, daring to gamble 50 million in cash on an unknown future. This kind of person, in terms of intelligence, vision, and courage, can already be on par with me. Today, I must have a good chat with this old brother. Hearing Gong Ming's high praise, Zhang Shishir couldn't help but show an expectant look. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the private room. The familiar figure who entered upon pushing the door open was Chen Chen. "Chen Chen? What are you doing here?" Gong Ming frowned and said disdainfully. Chen Chen hesitated for a moment, then said, "I'm here to eat." Gong Ming instantly understood what was going on. Chen Chen must have come here to eat, saw himself, and deliberately came here to greet him, trying to ease the relationship between them. "Chen Chen, there is no room for reconciliation between us. Where did you come from? Hurry up and get out of here. You are not welcome here," Gong Ming said bluntly. Chen Chen looked at Gong Ming with a strange expression and said with a smile, "Should I leave?" Gong Ming chuckled. "What? Do you want to stay for the new year? Okay, then I'll really leave," Chen Chen said, taking 2 steps back, then turned to look at Gong Ming. "I'm not lying to you, I really have to go. Hurry up and leave. If I look at you for a moment longer, I'll lose 2 years of my life." Chen Chen left and pushed the door to go out. Gong Ming sighed and said helplessly, "Encountering this kid again, what bad luck." However, at this moment, the door was pushed open a crack, and Chen Chen's head peeked in. "I'm really leaving. Are you sure you don't want to keep me for a while? Get out." Gong Ming was so angry that he threw a cup towards the door. "So annoying. Gong Ming had never encountered such a despicable person in all his life. After Chen Chen left, Gong Ming waited until 2:30 in the afternoon and still didn't see anyone. What's wrong with the owners of this Haitian community? Gong Ming impatiently glanced at his watch and called Zhang Qian on his phone. Hello, Boss Zhang. What's the situation with the owners of the Haitian community? Why haven't they shown up yet? The owner of the Haitian community has already left, and he said you asked him to go. What? Gong Ming's heart skipped a beat, and a ridiculous thought instantly came to mind. Boss Zhang, what's the name of the owner of the Haitian community? Chen Chen. Boom. When Chen Chen's name was mentioned, Gong Ming suddenly felt dizzy, his vision darkened, and he almost passed out. How could it be him? Why does it have to be him? Just now, Gong Ming himself had scolded Chen Chen away. Now, does he have to go to Chen Chen's door to apologize? Just thinking about Chen Chen's smug face made Gong Ming feel inexplicably depressed. However, for the sake of Song Siming's promotion plan, even if he was unwilling, Gong Ming had to grit his teeth and go. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the doorbell rang at Chen Chen's house. Opening the door, Gong Ming's extremely unpleasant face came into view. Uncle Gong, why are you here? Chen Chen leaned against the half-open door, showing no intention of letting Gong Ming in. Gong Ming took a deep breath, forced out a smile uglier than crying, and said, I just found out that you are the owner of the Haitian community. I misunderstood at noon, I'm sorry. Hey, it's okay, uncle, I'm a big person, I won't hold it against you. If you have nothing else, you should go back first. I still have to chat with Ziyuan on the phone. Gong Ming suppressed the urge to beat Chen Chen, gritted his teeth and said, Chen Chen, let's be frank. I can compensate you for the house in the Haitian community at 2.5 times the market price. Can you agree to that? Chen Chen smiled slightly, calmly said 2 words, 4 times. Impossible. If it's 4 times, I'll have to pay out of my own pocket to go in. 5 times. 3 times. This is the highest price I can offer. None of the people around who have been relocated have received this much. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. 6 times. Gong Ming was going crazy. How can you bargain like this? The more you bargain, the more you can get? Gritting his teeth, Gong Ming clenched his fists, his face turning red, and finally unwillingly said, Fine, fine, fine. You win. 4 times, just 4 times. 6 times, otherwise no deal. Chen Chen, don't push people too far. I'd rather not do this business. Chen Chen shrugged, indifferent, whatever. After speaking, he closed the door directly. Outside the door, there was a burst of cursing. Gong Ming, who was usually dignified, was so angry that he was cursing like a shrew, and Chen Chen was probably the first person in history to provoke him like this. Gong Ming returned home, looking extremely unpleasant. Gong Ziyuan brought a cup of tea to Gong Ming and asked with concern, Dad, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Isn't it because of that Chen Chen? That little bastard is too arrogant. Gong Ming slammed the table fiercely. Soon, Gong Ziyuan learned the ins and outs of the matter. At this point, Gong Ming glanced at Gong Ziyuan and said impatiently, Ziyuan, go tell Chen Chen to sell me the Haitian community at the original price. Dad, what are you thinking? How is that possible? Why not? Isn't he dating you? Isn't it natural for him to pay this price? Gong Ziyuan couldn't stand it anymore. Her pretty face turned cold, and she said, You used to look down on him in every way, and you didn't even admit that he was my boyfriend. Now you're begging him for help. Oh, you want me to use my girlfriend status to get him to give you a discount. So all the good things in the world are for you to take, right? Gong Ming knew he was in the wrong, but he didn't want to back down in front of his daughter, so he could only insist, okay, if the original price is not acceptable, let him sell it to me at 3 times the compensation price, is that okay? Call him now and tell him that this price is already very high, not a penny more. I'm not calling. If I make this call, Momo will definitely suffer a big loss. Gong Ziyuan said, Are you really my own daughter? Why are you siding with him? Gong Ming said angrily, I'm helping with justice, not with family. Anyway, don't expect me to beg Momo for you. Humph. Gong Ziyuan turned her face and went back to her room. In the room, she immediately called Chen Chen and told him about the situation. Ziyuan, if you feel it's difficult for you to be caught between me and uncle, I can sell it to him at the original price, as long as you say so. Chen Chen said. No matter how much money, in Chen Chen's heart, it was not as important as Gong Ziyuan. No need, you can set the price according to your own judgment. I don't want to delay your business because of my relationship, but that's your dad, aren't you upset that he's at a loss? It doesn't matter, whether you profit or he profits, in the end, the money is mine, right? He. Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle, you're quite calculating. Shortly after the call ended, Chen Chen received another call. It was Gong Ming calling. 5 times. I can offer you a maximum of 5 times the price. That's my bottom line. No more. However, Chen Shen remained calm and said, 6 times, not a penny less, or I won't agree. It's impossible. I can't afford to lose money to you. Chen Shen, for the sake of Ziyuan, can you give me face and accept 5 times? Ziyuan just called me and specifically told me not to let her interfere with the business. Gong Ming was completely speechless. His own daughter had sold him out. You're dreaming. Gong Ming hung up the phone, grabbed his coat, and drove to Song Siming's house to tell him about the situation. Song Siming also didn't expect things to get so complicated. After some thought, Song Siming said, he's just asking for a little more money, why don't you give it to him? Oh, my old squad leader. Is that just asking for a little more money? 6 times the price. I won't make a penny, I'll have to pay out of my own pocket. How can I do a losing deal like that? Even at 6 times the price, you won't lose much money, right? These flat-headed common people have a hard time making money. You should take a loss this time. How is this just a small loss? This is simply cutting into my flesh. If I really gave that kid 6 times the price, where would I, Jiangbei Gongming, put my face? How can I continue to mix in Jiangbei in the future? Song Siming looked resentful and said, Lao Gong, how can you be so short-sighted in your actions? The most important thing now is to get the subway done first and let me rise up. Once I'm up there, this kind of project is nothing. I can introduce you to projects that are 10 times, 100 times better, so you can make more money. Understand? Where does Gong Ming not understand this principle? He was just played by Chen Shen, and Gong Ming felt frustrated. Alright, I got it. Gong Ming said helplessly. Get things done as soon as possible. Whether you make money or not in this matter is no longer important. Just don't cause any trouble for me. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I won't spare you. Song Siming rarely warned Gong Ming in such a serious manner. They had known each other for over 20 years, and this was the first time Song Siming had warned him so seriously. Back home, Song Siming called Gong Ming again, chattering endlessly, demanding that he handle this matter steadily and not stir up any trouble. Already filled with anger, Gong Ming half-heartedly responded to Song Siming, then lay on the bed getting angrier as he thought about it. With a determined heart, Gong Ming made a phone call. Mr. Gong, do you have something for me? A deep, hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Someone is causing trouble for me, help me take care of him. Alright, do it cleanly, root out the problem, understand? Don't worry. On the other side, Zheng Qian invited Chen Shen out for a meal and talked about the demolition of Haitian community. Knowing that Chen Shen dared to play tricks on Gong Ming, Zheng Qian admired him. Mr. Chen, you are really something. Aren't you afraid that after getting married, your father-in-law will make things difficult for you? In the business world, there are no father-son relationships, let alone father-in-law relationships. If I don't use all my strength to compete with him, that would be disrespectful to him, wouldn't it? Zheng Qian was speechless. Only someone like you, Chen Shen, could speak so grandly about playing tricks on your father-in-law. At that moment, Chen Shen's phone rang again. It was Gong Ming calling. Hello, Chen Shen? Yes, it's me, Uncle Gong, what's up? Here's the thing, I admit defeat. 6 times it is, but you must sign the demolition contract tonight, okay? Sure. Alright, I'm at the villa in the suburbs now, I'll text you the address. Got it, see you later. Chen Shen didn't want to deceive, so he smiled and told Zheng Qian about Gong Ming's words. Great. Mr. Chen, you are really something. Gong Ming is known to be a tough nut to crack. It's not easy for anyone to take a piece of flesh from him. Zheng Qian said with a smile. Shall we go play at Gong Ming's villa in the suburbs together? Chen Shen suggested. Sure, I'd love to see how that old fox Gong Ming reacts when he loses. Zheng Qian readily agreed. Even Zheng Qian didn't expect things to escalate to the point where Gong Ming would have murderous intentions. Chen Shen got into Zheng Qian's car and directed him to the address sent via text message. After driving for a while, the road became increasingly muddy, with no trees around and the moonlight dim. The car lights flickered on the roadside, making even a seasoned driver like Zheng Qian a bit nervous. Mr. Chen, are you sure you got the address right? Where's the villa here? Zheng Qian asked. I'm sure I got it right. I checked the map before coming here. Just keep driving forward. Isn't this place too remote? Is that a graveyard over there? Isn't it normal to have a graveyard in the suburbs? Besides, with me, the White Dragon King, here, even if there are ghosts, you don't have to be afraid. Keep going. The car continued forward, and after 10 minutes, they finally saw an old, rusty sign with a few barely visible words, Sunshine Villa Area. Looking ahead, they saw a cluster of villas. It's all abandoned. Weeds everywhere, under the eerie moonlight, coupled with the surrounding insect chirping and bird calls, making one's spine tingle. Strange, no one lives here at all. Zheng Qian muttered. Just then, several car headlights lit up in front of Chen Chen. Chen Chen was stunned for a moment, then his face turned pale the next second, and he slapped his thigh hard, saying, "Oh no! Run!" But before Zheng Qian could start the car again, lights from all directions had already shone over, surrounding the two. A burly bald man with scars on his face, followed by a dozen or so people, holding weapons. These people stared coldly at Chen Chen and Zheng Qian, as if a butcher was looking at lambs. "What are you doing?" Zheng Qian immediately scolded sternly. "Nange, there's an extra uncle," one of his men said. "Doesn't matter, let's deal with them together," Hao Nan said calmly. Hearing this, Zheng Qian's face turned pale. "It was Gong Ming who sent you, right?" Chen Chen spoke up at this moment. Hao Nan looked slightly surprised, then smiled and nodded. "I might as well tell you, since we're about to meet the King of Hell. Yes, it was Boss Gong who sent me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending Boss Gong." Zheng Qian, being an experienced veteran, had already understood the current situation and promptly got out of the car, knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing with a tearful face, "Brothers, I'm innocent. I was just driving him here as a chauffeur. Spare my life." Seeing him like this, Chen Chen couldn't help but shake his head, calmly got out of the car, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, "Where's Gong Ming? Can't handle the game anymore?" Chui Nan looked at Chen Chen with some admiration. Facing so many people, he could remain so calm. Just for this courage, Chui Nan admired him. "It's not that I can't handle it, it's just one of the rules. It's just that you're too young and haven't figured it out yet." Chui Nan also lit a cigarette, looking at Chen Chen. "Seeing your courage, I'll leave you with a whole body. Brother, this has nothing to do with me. I didn't hear or see anything. I'll move my family away overnight tomorrow. I'll live somewhere else, spare me." Zheng Qian pleaded with a trembling voice. "Coward, get out of the way, you won't even get a whole body." Chui Nan's words almost scared Zheng Qian to faint. The richer a person is, the more they value their life. Chen Chen finally believed it now. "Any last words?" Chui Nan threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped on it hard. Dozens of people approached Chen Chen with shining weapons under the moonlight. "No more, right? Send him on his way." Chen Chen finished his last cigarette, blew out a smoke ring slowly, and saw Zheng Qian's body uncontrollably trembling, as if he had epilepsy. At the critical moment, Chen Chen suddenly raised his voice. "Chui Nan, you're about to face a disaster, do you know that?" Chen Chen remembered Chui Nan very clearly. He was nicknamed Bald Nan, a rural man from Jiangbei who carved out his own territory with his fists and had over 100 men under him. In the previous life, Chui Nan specialized in helping wealthy people solve problems until 2021 when he retired. On the day he retired, the scene was grand, with big shots from all walks of life flying in from all over to congratulate him, and a 5-star hotel banquet lasted for a whole month. Chen Chen remembered that when he was interviewed, he said that he had only brushed shoulders with death once in his life. On this historical night, after finishing his work and returning to drink and eat with his brothers, a fire broke out in the restaurant they were in. Almost all of the dozen or so brothers who were with him were burned to death in the restaurant, while he cleverly hid in the large fish tank in the restaurant and escaped. Chui Nan looked at Chen Chen with a smile. "Do you think I'll believe this nonsense? I am the reincarnation of the White Dragon King, proficient in the art of Zhoi Bagua, able to see through people's destinies. Tonight, the White Tiger Star is high in the sky, your death is imminent. If I don't help you through this calamity, you will undoubtedly die." Seeing Chen Chen's unwavering look, Chui Nan's heart was somewhat shaken. After much contemplation, Chui Nan picked up a knife and held it against Zheng Qian's neck, looking at Chen Chen with a fierce gaze, asking, "All right, you say you are the reincarnation of the White Dragon King, right? Then tell me now, will this coward die?" If Chen Chen says he won't, he will immediately act with the knife. If Chen Chen says he will let him go. This way, Chen Chen's lie will be exposed on its own. "Oh my God!" Zheng Qian was so scared that tears welled up in his eyes, begging repeatedly, "Mercy, spare me. I will give you anything you want. Money, women, houses, just name it. Please don't kill me. I have elderly parents and young children, and a mother who needs care." "Shut up. Keep blabbering, and I'll kill you right now." Chui Nan scolded angrily, finally silencing the nonsense from Zheng Qian. "Hurry up and tell me, will he live or die tonight?" Chui Nan pressed Chen Chen for an answer. Chen Chen's mind was racing, cold sweat pouring down his body. It seemed that whether he said live or die, neither was quite right. 3, 2, 1. Just as Chui Nan was about to finish the countdown, Chen Chen spoke up. "Zheng Qian, with my protection as the White Dragon King, you will be safe tonight." The knife was about to stab Zheng Qian's neck, but upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Chui Nan unexpectedly stopped his hand. "Are you Zheng Qian, the prominent tycoon from Jianbei?" Chui Nan asked. "Yes, it's me. I'm very wealthy, big brother, how much do you want? I can give you everything, please don't kill me. Zheng Qian trembled. The knife had slid back and forth on his neck 3 times. The cold blade almost froze his soul. Cui Nan frowned, hesitating. Chen Shen was easy to deal with, no background or connections, he would do as told without question. But Zheng Qian was different. He was a well-known tycoon in the financial circle of Jiangbei. If he died, it would cause big trouble for Cui Nan. Nanga, we can't touch Zheng Qian. He just recently got several projects from the city government, and the city leaders value him greatly. His subordinate quickly approached and whispered. Poof. Cui Nan lowered the knife. Consider yourself lucky, I don't want any trouble tonight. Zheng Qian was moved to tears, repeatedly kowtowing. Chen Shen calmly said, do you believe now? You guessed right this time. Tell me, what calamity do I face tonight? How can I resolve it? Cui Nan said expressionlessly. But Chen Shen knew he had gained Cui Nan's trust. I can only deduce it's a deadly calamity, but I can't pinpoint the specifics. As for the resolution, just remember 8 words. What 8 words? The hidden dragon enters the abyss, safe when encountering water. Hearing this, Cui Nan's expression changed, and in the end, he turned to his men, take these 2 to the hotel first, we'll deal with them tomorrow. Chen Shen, if I don't face any calamity tonight, or if I can't overcome it, don't expect to live tomorrow either. The 2 were taken to a 5-star hotel and locked in a room. As soon as they entered, Zheng Qian, with a pale face, asked, Mr. Chen, were your words earlier true, or were you just stalling for time? They were true. Then, if he survives this calamity, will he come after you tomorrow? He. Chen Shen smiled calmly, tomorrow, he will respect me as he would a god. Hearing this, Zheng Qian nodded and remained silent. However, Chen Shen noticed something off about his pants and asked, what's wrong with your pants? I peed myself. At the same time, Cui Nan had intended to sleep at the hotel, but the thought of the deadly calamity mentioned by Chen Shen made him too afraid to rest. Leave 2 people to watch them, the rest of you, come with me to the restaurant across the street for dinner and drinks. Cui Nan thought it would be safer to stay up all night with so many brothers. By 4 o'clock in the morning, the sky was already getting bright. Zheng Qian's eyes were bloodshot as he anxiously asked, Mr. Chen, it's almost dawn. They seemed to be completely unconcerned. However, Zheng Qian found that Chen Shen was sleeping like a log, seemingly not caring at all. At 4:30 in the morning, an unexpected incident occurred. The restaurant across the street was ablaze, thick smoke billowing, and numerous diners on fire frantically fleeing. Soon after, the restaurant began to collapse. The exit was already blocked. Zheng Qian was stunned. A disaster. This was definitely a disaster with no chance of survival. In the face of such a massive fire, even if one didn't burn to death, they would definitely die from smoke inhalation. At this moment, Zheng Qian, looking at the sleeping Chen Shen, was already in awe. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a cautious knock on the door was heard. Chen Shen opened his eyes calmly and said, come in. Then, disheveled Cui Nan entered, clearly greatly frightened. Did you believe it? Chen Shen calmly uttered 3 words. Thud. Cui Nan knelt down in front of Chen Shen and kowtowed 3 times heavily. Thank you, old immortal, for saving my life. Seeing this scene, Zheng Qian suddenly remembered Chen Shen's words from yesterday, tomorrow, he will respect me as he would a god. Once this disaster is over, with my protection in the future, you will rise to the top and reach the peak of Jiangbei. Chen Shen said. Cui Nan was overjoyed and thanked profusely. He then handed a voice recorder to Chen Shen, containing a recording of Gong Ming asking him to do something. Cui Nan then personally drove Chen Shen and Zheng Qian back home. After many thanks, he finally left. On the other side, Gong Ming, who had woken up early, was in high spirits and even ate 2 extra buns for breakfast. He couldn't wait to call Cui Nan and ask, how did things go? Is it all taken care of? Gong Ming, you're digging your own grave, don't drag me down with you. Do you think I have such a strong faith that I can provoke those immortal beings? After saying that, Cui Nan hung up the phone directly. Gong Ming was left dumbfounded. However, before he could react, Chen Shen called. Uncle Gong, good morning. Chen Chen? Are you okay? Thanks to Uncle Gong's blessings, I'm still alive for now. Gong Ming's heart was in turmoil, rolling like a storm. Cui Nan had never failed before, but even he failed with Chen Shen. Did you also deceive Cui Nan? Gong Ming said in a deep voice. He. Chen Shen chuckled and then picked up the voice recorder given by Cui Nan and played the conversation between them. Gong Ming broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale. Chen Shen, what do you mean? Uncle Gong, what do you think would happen if I made this recording public? If the recording were made public, Gong Ming's reputation would be ruined in an instant. He might even face imprisonment. Chen Shen, don't act rashly, it won't benefit you at all. 6 times the amount. Send me your card number, and I'll transfer the money to you immediately. At that moment, Gong Ming was truly scared. If even Shui Nan couldn't handle Chen Shen, who in Jianbei could? Uncle Gong, if you had been so generous last night, there wouldn't be so many problems now, right? Sorry, today's price is different. Chen Shen said. How much do you want? Gong Ming asked, holding back his anger. 10 times. Impossible. Gong Ming was furious. This is extortion. 10 times, not a penny less. If I don't receive the money in a day, this recording will be copied 10,000 times and spread. Uncle Gong, think about it. After the call was disconnected, Gong Ming's forehead was covered in large beads of sweat, and he collapsed exhausted on the sofa. The situation has developed in a direction that he can't control at all. Even Shui Nan couldn't handle Chen Shen, and Gong Ming didn't dare to find someone else to deal with Chen Shen. After much deliberation, Gong Ming had to quickly drive to Song Siming's office and tell him about the situation. Bang! Song Siming was furious upon hearing this, slammed the table, and pointed at the embarrassed Gong Ming, scolding, "How did I instruct you? I repeatedly reminded you not to make any mistakes. But you directly caused such a big trouble for me. Do you know if that recording gets out, my promotion is likely to be ruined?" Gong Ming timidly said, "Captain, I am also unwilling. At 6 times the price. I really can't afford to give. It would be a loss for me. What's wrong with losing some money? Didn't I tell you that once I get promoted, I will compensate you with double the projects? Why don't you listen to advice? Now look what you've done. You've given someone a handle on you. Are you happy now? So, what should we do now? What to do? Whatever he asks for, you give it. Spend money to settle the matter and calm things down. Captain, it's not possible. That kid Chen Shen is asking for 10 times the price. If that's the case, I would lose at least 2 billion. Although Gong Ming's net worth is 3 billion, net worth and available liquid assets are two different concepts. If he really loses 2 billion, the liquid assets on his company's books would be almost depleted. At that point, once cash flow issues arise, the company is highly likely to go bankrupt. So, Gong Ming refused to lose this money no matter what. Alright, you refuse to lose money, right? I'll call the police now and have you arrested. You can count your money in jail. Song Siming coldly snorted. He was furious. Up to now, Gong Ming was still only thinking about money. Please, Captain, I'll think of a solution. Gong Ming knew that if he really angered Song Siming, he would be in big trouble. He once again arranged to meet Chen Shen at the Emperor's Hall in Songhua Tower, this time without a female star accompanying him. Uncle Gong, how's the money prepared? I'm waiting to receive the demolition compensation for the new year. Chen Shen went straight to the point as soon as he arrived, not giving Gong Ming any chance for pleasantries. 10 times is too much, I can't come up with that much money. Gong Ming poured a cup of tea for Chen Shen. That's not right, Uncle Gong. Didn't you say you were worth 30 billion? Even if it's 10 times compensation, it should be a piece of cake for you, Chen Shen said. Gong Ming was speechless. After a while, Gong Ming earnestly said, 6 times, just 6 times. Chen Shen, consider it giving Ziyuan face, don't make the relationship too tense. I didn't tell Ziyuan that you arranged for someone to deal with me. That's already a huge favor to you. Chen Shen coldly snorted, if I were an ordinary person, I might not have survived last night. And now you still want to haggle with me? Uncle Gong, one should not be so shameless. Every word struck at Gong Ming's heart. He knew he was in the wrong, but still insisted, if I compensate you 10 times, there will be a significant cash flow problem. Do you want to see my Gong family go bankrupt and Ziyuan end up on the streets? Ziyuan is with me, she will only enjoy the best. Her family, I can also take care of them all. The one who will end up on the streets is just you, Uncle Gong. Chen Shen said indifferently. At that moment, Gong Ming seemed to have already seen his wife and 2 daughters laughing heartily in Chen Shen's arms, while he was dressed as a beggar begging for food in the snow. Of course, I can also not ask for such a high compensation, as long as you agree to one condition. Chen Shen smiled lightly. Do you want me to marry Ziyuan to you? Don't even think about it. Gong Ming coldly snorted. It's not about that. I want you to introduce me to the person behind you. Chen Shen's eyes sparkled. Doing business is not as simple as making money. If you don't have connections, the more money you make, the faster you die. Gong Ming stared at Chen Shen blankly. At this moment, he couldn't figure out what this young man was thinking. In front of Chen Shen, Gong Ming felt like a naive calf, while Chen Shen seemed like a sly old fox who had been practicing for 1,000 years. If I introduce you, how much can you lower the price? Lower it to a price that you can absolutely accept. Gong Ming fell silent again. After a long time, he nodded and called Song Siming to inform him of the matter. After contemplating for a while, Song Siming said to Gong Ming, "This afternoon, have him come to my office, I will meet him." In the afternoon, at Song Siming's office, when they met, Chen Chen handed the recorder to Song Siming and said, "Only this copy, no duplicates. I can reduce the compensation to 3 times for Gong Ming." Song Siming looked at Chen Chen in surprise. "What do you want me to do for you?" Chen Chen grinned, "It's not about you helping me, it's about me helping you. Secretary Song, a great disaster is imminent, and no one but me can avert it." Now Chen Chen was getting more and more proficient in portraying himself as the White Dragon King. All those talk about forehead turning black and great disaster approaching came out effortlessly. He was more professional than those real swindlers in the martial world. As for Song Siming, Chen Chen also understood him well. This person was very capable, and before his father-in-law retired, he was a high-ranking leader who had paved his way smoothly to his current position. Outside, he was a good leader. At home, he was a good husband and father. If Song Siming had not met that woman, he might have been transferred to the provincial capital by now. If he could tap into Song Siming's connections, it would greatly benefit Chen Chen's future business. After listening to Chen Chen, Song Siming smiled disdainfully. "Mr. Chen, you should know what I do, right? Isn't it too much of a farce to say such things to a staunch materialist like me?" Chen Chen shrugged confidently. "Mr. Song, some things are better believed to exist than not." "Sorry, I only believe what I see with my own eyes and hear with my own ears," Song Siming said. "Gua Haizeo." Chen Chen uttered a name lightly. This name made Song Siming tremble, and his face gradually darkened. Gua Haizeo was the mistress Song Siming knew outside, and it was because of this woman that Song Siming ultimately ruined his bright future. "She is just an accountant at a friend's company, we have no other relationship," Song Siming said. "Mr. Song, you are the greedy wolf star descending to earth, with a decisive and ruthless character. But Gua Haizeo is the weaver girl star descending to earth, charming and indecisive. She is naturally your nemesis. Being with her will not only hinder your future, but also lead to the death of you and your family in the underworld," Chen Chen said. "Nonsense." Song Siming slammed the table and exclaimed, "I don't care what your purpose is in coming to me, but please leave now. You are not welcome here. Don't believe me? Fine, then let me tell you, if you don't listen to me and completely cut ties with Gua Haizeo, your father-in-law will be killed by her tonight." "Ha ha. I'm sorry, my father-in-law has always been in good health, he can easily live another 20 or 30 years. Song Siming stood up, walked to the door, opened it, and gestured for him to leave. "A beauty is a disaster, Mr. Song. After your father-in-law dies, it will be your son's turn, and then it will be your turn," Chen Chen said calmly. "Please leave my office immediately," Song Siming said in exasperation. Chen Chen gave Song Siming a mysterious smile and then left. Song Siming never believed Chen Chen in the first place, not to mention his father-in-law's good health. He only had a daughter, no son at all. Chen Chen didn't even investigate clearly, and dared to deceive him. It's ridiculous. However, by 8 o'clock in the evening, Song Siming was watching TV with Gua Haizeo in the villa. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his wife calling. "Hello, Lao Song, come home quickly. Something happened to our dad." Song Siming was startled, instantly recalling what Chen Chen had said today. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Song Siming suppressed the fear in his heart, picked up his phone and said, "Wife, don't panic, I'll be right back." When he returned home, Song Siming found his father-in-law lying on the ground, pale-faced, lips purple, almost suffocating. He quickly carried his father-in-law downstairs and drove to the hospital. By 3 o'clock in the morning, the attending physician walked out of the emergency room. Song Siming hurriedly asked, "Doctor, how is my dad?" The patient had a ruptured cerebral aneurysm, causing a massive intracranial hemorrhage, likely due to excessive drinking. If he were in his 20s or 30s, there might still be a chance, but unfortunately, the patient is elderly and cannot withstand such high-intensity surgery. "I'm sorry, we did our best, Dad." Song Siming's wife wailed and rushed into the operating room. Song Siming was left standing alone in a daze. The next day, after handling his father-in-law's affairs, Song Siming took a leave of absence to stay home with his daughter. At this moment, he was already shaken by Chen Chen's words, so he was very afraid that something would happen to his daughter. It wasn't until the next morning that his daughter was fine. Song Siming finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking his father-in-law's death was just a coincidence. However, at noon, Song Siming suddenly received a call. "Hello, Siming, come quickly, save me." It was Gua Haizeo's call. "Haizeo, hold on, I'm on my way." Song Siming immediately rushed over. Upon arriving at the scene, he learned that his wife had been there and beaten Gua Haizeo severely. But logically, his wife was not a rough person, so how could she have beaten Gua Haizeo to the point of bleeding so much? After rushing to the hospital and receiving treatment, Gua Haizeo was fine. But the doctor's words sent chills down Song Siming's spine once again. She was 2.5 months pregnant, with a boy, but due to the severity of the injuries, she has miscarried. Boom! Song Siming felt as if struck by lightning. Hit. Completely hit. Chen Shen not only predicted the death of his father-in-law but also predicted the death of his son. Even more shockingly, Song Siming himself didn't even know that Gua Haizeo was pregnant with his son. Next, it's my turn. Song Siming broke out in a cold sweat all over his body, rushed outside, called Gong Ming for Chen Shen's address, and then drove madly to Chen Shen's house. Ding dong! Chen Shen opened the door, looking at the sweaty and frightened Song Siming, calmly said, Mr. Song, please come in. Thud. Song Siming knelt directly in front of Chen Shen, trembling and said, Please, sir, save me. Mr. Song, didn't you not believe me? Chen Shen sipped his tea and smiled lightly. I believe now, I believe now. His father-in-law died, his son died, and next would be his turn. How could Song Siming not believe? Ah, why bother? Chen Shen sighed and said, If you had believed me earlier, your father-in-law and your son might not have died. Song Siming lowered his head in shame, tears of regret streaming from his eyes. Forget it, I am the reincarnation of the White Dragon King, and you are the greedy wolf star descended to earth. We are good brothers in the heavenly court, and I should help you. Chen Shen said, After you go back, arrange for Gua Haizeo to go abroad as soon as possible, erase all traces of your relationship with her, and cut off all contact with her completely to break this calamity. Song Siming hesitated. He truly liked Gua Haizeo. Over the past year, their relationship had deepened. In addition to today's miscarriage, in the final analysis, it was all because of him. Song Siming really couldn't make this ruthless decision. If you can't do it, please leave. After 7 days, you will undoubtedly die. Chen Chen directly issued the order to expel the guest. If Song Siming couldn't cut off ties with Gua Haizeo, he would indeed have no way out. Then Chen Chen would have no need to flatter him. And the recording pen given to Song Siming before, in fact, Chen Chen had already made over 100 copies at home. As long as Song Siming died, Chen Chen would immediately take the recording pen to Gong Ming for 10 times the compensation. After struggling for a while, Song Siming finally nodded palely, I will completely cut off ties with Gua Haizeo. After returning, Song Siming immediately arranged for Gua Haizeo to go abroad and erased all traces of contact between them. After doing all this, Song Siming's lawyer friend called him and told Song Siming that someone from above was coming to investigate him. Now he must find a way to solve Gua Haizeo's problems starting from her, otherwise, there would be endless troubles. Song Siming was instantly scared cold. If he let the authorities investigate him through Gua Haizeo, it would be a capital crime for sure. Bai Long Wang is truly a god. Song Siming sat paralyzed on the sofa, looking at the ceiling, sighing deeply. At the same time, after Chen Shen received the 150 million demolition compensation from Gong Ming, he happily signed the contract. In just 7 days, Chen Shen made $1 billion. Most importantly, he also got to know the future big shot, Song Siming. This network is more useful than earning 10 billion. After Gong Ming solved the issue of the demolition of the Haitian community, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Back home, seeing Gong Ming looking relaxed, Gong Ziyuan asked, Is it resolved? Of course, it's resolved. And, it only cost 3 times the market demolition price. Gong Ming said proudly. Gong Ziyuan nodded, then couldn't wait to call Chen Chen. Hey, Mo, why did you only ask for 3 times the compensation? Ziyuan, after all, he is your father, I have to give you some face, right? Mo, you are so good to me. Gong Ziyuan was almost moved to tears. Originally, Chen Chen could have asked for 6 times the compensation, which is a high price of 3 billion. But for the sake of Gong Ziyuan's family relationship, Chen Chen actually willingly asked for 1.5 billion less. It's definitely because of love. Gong Ming, who had been listening to the conversation between the two all along, was so angry that the corners of his mouth twitched. Shameless. It's simply shameless to the core. Clearly, it was because he introduced Song Siming to Chen Chen that he agreed to lower the compensation price, but now he actually said it was because of Gong Ziyuan. Can he be any more shameless? Ziyuan, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He lowered the price entirely because your dad introduced him to your uncle Song Siming. Gong Ming was upset and told the truth. Dad, can you stop trying to sow discord between us? Mo said he didn't want our relationship to become so tense before lowering the price. You are just taking advantage. Gong Ziyuan gave Gong Ming a disdainful look. Gong Ming was so angry that he almost spat blood. His own daughter actually didn't believe him. Dad, what happened? Gong Ziyu asked curiously. Isn't it your sister? She was sold out by that kid Chen Chen and even helped him count the money. Gong Ming exaggeratedly told Gong Ziyu the story, of course, omitting the parts that were unfavorable to him. Shameless. Too shameless. You introduced Uncle Song to him, and even gave him such a large sum of demolition compensation, and he actually took all the credit for himself. I have never seen such a shameless and brazen person. Gong Ziyu clenched her fists and secretly vowed to show this shameless person Chen Chen some color, for the sake of her sister or her father, otherwise, he would think the Gong family is easy to bully. The next day, Chen Chen went to Jiangbei Bank to withdraw the 1.5 billion yuan was transferred to the futures account and then went home. According to the memory of the previous life, today is the day when the international nickel or futures market will start. Everything started because of a mining disaster in Canada, the country that produces 80% of the world's nickel ore. Originally just a small collapse, it could have been quickly dealt with, but no one expected an unexpected earthquake to suddenly cause the collapse of the nickel ore production capacity, which accounted for 80% of the world's mines. As a result, the whole world was shocked. At this moment, the price of nickel ore has been hovering at the bottom, reaching the lowest price in 10 years. This event directly caused the price of nickel ore to soar. Although the subsequent mining disaster was quickly handled by Canada, the price of nickel ore did not come down in the next 5 years. After making adequate preparations, Chen Chen opened his computer. At this moment, there was 1.5 billion yuan lying in his international futures account. Due to the risk assessment of nickel ore, the leverage could only be increased by a maximum of 30 times. At this moment, he had the equivalent of 4.5 billion in operating capital, which is 540 million US dollars. However, this is futures trading, where returns and risks coexist. With more operating capital, if it rises, the profit will be tens of times the capital, but if it falls, it will be a total loss, instantly going to zero. Even as a two-life person, Chen Chen still felt excited at this moment. This is 5.4 billion US dollars in 2000. If operated properly, it will bring Chen Chen incredibly huge wealth and returns. The current price of nickel ore is $6,000 per ton, and the mining disaster has not yet occurred. Without hesitation, Chen Chen went all in and bought all of it. In futures trading, one lot is 10 tons, and with 5.4 billion US dollars, he could buy 9,000 lots. Nickel is a rare and precious metal, essential for various precision instruments, and both buyers and sellers are usually super players at the national level. With an entry of 5.4 billion, in the big picture of international nickel ore, not even a drop of water was splashed, and it was instantly swallowed up. After doing all this, Chen Chen quietly lit a cigarette, thought for a moment, and told 3 people about it. They were Wang Tai, Zheng Xian, and Song Siming, and instructed them to go all in on nickel ore futures with him. Of course, Chen Chen did not explain the reason because it was not necessary. However, when these 3 well-known figures in Jiangbei learned that Chen Chen had gone all in with 30 times leverage, they were all shocked. With such high leverage and full position entry, any slight market downturn would lead to a direct liquidation, resulting in a total loss. Wang Tai, Mr. Chen, you are playing with too much money, I advise you to be cautious. Zheng Qian, Mr. Chen, you know I am timid, I dare not play with such high leverage in international futures. Song Siming, I don't understand this thing, and the unit has regulations that prohibit us from playing. All 3 categorically refused, none of them dared to accompany Chen Chen in his madness. Especially Wang Tai, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Chen Chen's futures account was opened with the help of Gong Ziyuan, and the account's margin was provided by Jiangbei Bank. With such a large sum of money withdrawn from Jiangbei Bank, it would definitely alert the leaders of the provincial bank. If Chen Chen really went bankrupt, he would also be implicated. Thinking of this, Wang Tai broke out in a cold sweat and quickly called Gong Ziyuan, Miss Gong, something big is happening. Chen Chen has gone all in on international nickel ore futures. 30 times leverage, a full 5.4 billion US dollars. Gong Ziyuan's first reaction was that Chen Chen had gone crazy. President Wang, don't worry, I'll call him right away. Just as Gong Ziyuan hung up the phone, Gong Ming walked over and asked, Daughter, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Dad, since you are here, help me persuade Chen Chen. He has put all his money into the international futures account, and he is playing with 30 times leverage. Just now, Wang Tai called me in a hurry, and I think Chen Chen must have lost a lot of money. Gong Zili held Gong Ming's hand and said urgently, what was Chen Chen thinking? How could he take such a risk? Gong Ming, on the other hand, gloated, Ziyuan, that kid is in a hurry. To tell you the truth, he made a tough statement before, saying he wanted to earn 3 billion within a month, surpassing your father's net worth, otherwise he wouldn't see you again. I originally thought he had some tricks up his sleeve, but I didn't expect him to be foolish enough to play high-leverage futures. Ha ha. Well, that's fine too. In our financial circle, there is a saying, play with leverage, lose the whole family, lose everything, see you on the rooftop. If you're not going to help, forget it, why say such cold words? I'll go find him right away. Gong Ziyuan pushed Gong Ming away and hurriedly ran out. Zhang Butler, bring me that bottle of Romani Conti. I'm in a good mood today, I want to have a good drink. Gong Ming seemed to have already imagined the scene of Qin Shen losing all his money and jumping off the rooftop in tears. And at that moment, in the largest nickel mining area underground in the southeast of Canada, a moderate-sized seismic wave was quietly approaching, and it would arrive in a dozen minutes. At the same time, the workers in the nickel mining area had placed explosives according to the procedure, and blasting the rocks unexpectedly caused a minor collapse. At this moment, no one in the world would realize what impact this moderate earthquake and minor collapse would bring. Everything just needed time to ferment. Qin Shen leisurely smoked, drank tea, and sat in front of the computer waiting. But instead of news of the collapse of the nickel mine, he received an anxious visit from Gong Ziyuan. Ziyuan, why are you in such a hurry? Qin Shen asked curiously. Mo Go, why are you so calm as if nothing happened? Gong Ziyuan snatched Qin Shen's teacup, drank a big sip of tea fiercely, and said, tell me, did you go all in on the nickel mine? And played with 30 times leverage? Yes, you found out? Sorry, things were urgent, I forgot to notify you to enter the market too. Qin Shen smiled. What market did I enter? Mo Gu, stop it. Wang Tai has already called to inform me, the people at the provincial bank have been alarmed by you. The risk is too great to do this, with 30 times leverage, as long as the price drops by 3%, you will be forced to liquidate. Gong Ziyuan said anxiously. Playing stocks, Qin Shen didn't care even if Gong Ziyuan played big. After all, losing 10% in a day was the limit. Futures, especially high-leverage futures, were different. Those who jumped off the rooftop were all playing contracts, playing with leverage. Believe me, the White Dragon sent me a dream last night, saying I would make a fortune today. Qin Shen said confidently. Mo Gu, futures are not something you can calculate. Stop it, can you listen to my advice? Gong Ziyuan insisted. No, I have to surpass your father's net worth of 3 billion with this. If I stop now, we will never see each other again in this lifetime. Qin Shen refused decisively. I don't want you to be rich, I just want you to be safe. Why don't you understand? Gong Ziyuan squatted on the ground, messing up her hair in frustration, tears almost streaming down her face. Qin Shen gently held Gong Ziyuan's wrist, lifted her up, wiped her tears, and said softly, silly girl, it's okay, trust me, okay? At this point, Gong Ziyuan knew that saying anything was useless. She bit her lip, clenched her teeth, and said, okay, I trust you, but you have to promise me, even if you blow up, you can't lose heart. I still have a lot of money for you here, we can start over. At that moment, a warm feeling welled up in Qin Shen's heart. He gently stroked Gong Ziyuan's face, sighed deeply in his heart. She's really a little angel. Nervous Gong Ziyuan could only sit next to Qin Shen with a chair in hand, staring intently at the international nickel ore prices. Unfortunately, the price of nickel ore had been falling continuously in these few minutes, although the decline was very small. But Qin Shen's leverage is too high, the principal is too much, and the loss is also an astronomical figure when converted. After watching for 5 minutes, it fell for 5 minutes. Gong Ziyuan's face turned pale, and her breathing became difficult. Gong Ziyuan rubbed her chest and stood up, saying, I can't take it anymore. If I continue to watch, I'll have a heart attack. 5 minutes, have we lost nearly 50 million? Don't panic, it will bounce back. Qin Shen remained calm. Also paying attention to the nickel ore market were Wang Tai, Zheng Qian, and Song Siming. When they saw the price of nickel ore drop by 1% in a few minutes, the three couldn't help but shake their heads. Qin Shen is too young and arrogant. Even if you really understand the art of divination, it can only predict people's destinies. I have never heard of divination being able to predict the rise and fall of futures. This time Qin Shen is going to take a big hit. Wang Tai shook his head inside. I'm glad I didn't follow him to buy. Otherwise, I would have lost everything. Zheng Qian shuddered, because when Qin Shen first asked him to go all in on nickel ore, he was actually tempted. Qin Shen, are you really the White Dragon King? Song Siming began to doubt the authenticity of Qin Shen's White Dragon King identity. Amitba, Guanyin Bodhisattva, God bless us. Seeing the price of nickel ore continue to fall, Gong Ziyuan couldn't bear it anymore. She asked Qin Shen for 3 cigarettes, lit them, placed them on the table, and knelt down to pray to various deities. She didn't want Qin Shen to make a big profit, she just didn't want him to lose again. Suddenly, Qin Shen's eyes lit up, his mouth slightly curved, and he said excitedly, It's here. What's here? Gong Ziyuan asked in confusion. Chen Shen smiled and tapped the notebook screen, saying, "See for yourself." Gong Ziyuan frowned and walked over to take a look, only to see a piece of international news that had just been released on the screen. A massive earthquake had suddenly struck the world's largest nickel mine in the southeastern part of Canada, causing a serious mining disaster with nearly 1,000 injuries and over 200 deaths. The country's Ministry of Resources stated that it would take at least 6 months to resume production at the mine. The news was short, but it left Gong Ziyuan stunned. The essence of futures trading is actually a reflection of supply and demand. Now that the large mine that produces 80% of the world's nickel ore has had a mining disaster, even a fool would know that the nickel ore production in the next 6 months will inevitably decrease significantly, and the price will skyrocket. Like riding a rocket, it will skyrocket like crazy. Also reacting to this news were the strategic reserves departments of various countries. Nickel ore is a rare metal mainly used in the manufacturing of various high-tech precision instruments. This mining disaster can be foreseen, and nickel ore in the next 6 months will become one of the most sought-after commodities in all countries. Whoever has more nickel ore reserves will have the advantage in the upcoming technological development. Almost all the strategic reserves departments of powerful countries immediately issued orders, at all costs, buy nickel ore futures contracts. Countless national-level buyers started frantically buying nickel ore. At this moment, Chen Shen didn't have time to explain too much to Gong Ziyuan. He switched to the futures interface and observed the prices. Unlike stocks that have daily price limits, futures, theoretically, can rise indefinitely or fall indefinitely. In just 1 minute after the news of the mining disaster appeared, the price of nickel ore had already risen from $6,000 per ton to $6,500 per ton, an increase of 8.3%. And this is just the beginning. In the current international nickel ore futures market, there are no sell orders. All players holding nickel ore futures contracts know that they are about to experience the most glorious moment of wealth in their lives. "How much did you just earn?" Gong Ziyuan swallowed and asked with wide eyes. "Let me calculate. Probably around 50 million. Sigh. I've made up for the losses. Dollars." Upon hearing these two words, even Gong Zian, a wealthy daughter who grew up in a wealthy family, couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Oh, my God." Gong Zian couldn't help but say an English sentence. 50 million US dollars. Converted at the exchange rate of 2000, that's over 400 million yuan. In just 1 minute, she made over 4 billion, and that was still in 2000. This kind of rapid wealth accumulation, even the printing press, and even bank robbery can't compare. Smack! Gong Zian even slapped herself hard to confirm that she wasn't dreaming. Mo. We're going to make it big. Gong Zian's pupils turned into symbols of the US dollar. She couldn't contain her excitement and started dancing with joy. "This is just the beginning," Chen Shen said with a faint smile. In Chen Shen's impression, there would be no futures surge of such a large scale in the next 20 years. This was the only opportunity that could make him instantly wealthy. And many future entrepreneurial plans would rely on the wealth brought by this opportunity. Real estate, e-commerce, short videos, games, ride-hailing, food delivery. In these industries, each one wanting to dominate, the money to burn is calculated in tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Speaking of which, Chen Shen also had to thank his father-in-law for the 150 million demolition fee. Otherwise, although Chen Shen could earn, he wouldn't have earned so much. The nickel futures buying war continued to heat up. Not only developed countries but also many economically developing countries participated. Such a crazy panic buying directly reflected in the nickel futures prices. In a short period, the nickel futures prices skyrocketed, shocking countless people. As long as you dared to place a sell order, no matter the price, it would be snapped up instantly. Prices kept rising. What people thought was the highest price could only be maintained for a few seconds. As soon as they refreshed, the latest price would immediately make their hearts tremble. At this moment, a rare seller's market appeared in the futures market. Buy orders reached hundreds of thousands of lots, while sell orders, zero. No one was selling. All nickel ore contracts in the market were swept clean by various countries, and countless capital giants were still entering the market to sweep clean. Even fools could see that nickel ore was now priceless. As a strategic material, the significance of nickel ore was immeasurable by money. Especially in developed countries, they didn't care about money, they cared more about whether they could gain an advantage in the upcoming economic and technological development. So in this severe supply-demand imbalance situation, the price of nickel ore soared to over 10,000 US dollars per ton. 2 full days had passed. Gong Zian was already disheveled, her eyes bloodshot, still staring at the computer screen. For 2 full days, she didn't dare to sleep. afraid that one day, when the futures market opened, the price of nickel ore would plummet before she could sell. Chen Chen, on the other hand, was much calmer, eating, drinking, and sleeping as usual, as if everything had nothing to do with him. It's rising. It's rising again. Ha ha, it's up by another $200. I did it again. Easily got tens of millions. Gong Xian, who had previously advised Chen Chen to stop, was now excited like a child playing games in kindergarten. You. Chen Chen grabbed Gong Xian's hair and said with a pained expression, "Do you know you look like a crazy woman now?" Crazy woman? No, I'm a rich woman now. MOGE's little rich woman. Ha ha. Who dares to compare with me in Jiangbei? I am the richest woman in Jiangbei. Ha ha. Chen Chen shook his head helplessly. Alright, overexcited, beyond help. He went downstairs to the restaurant and ordered 3 home-cooked dishes and 2 servings of rice. Chen Chen returned home, forcibly turned off the computer, and asked Gong Xian to have dinner with him. Don't turn off the computer. What if it drops? Gong Xian was so scared when she saw the computer turned off. No need to look anymore. The price peak will only be reached early this morning. Just sell it then. You, just eat your meal honestly, take a bath, have a good sleep, and check again when you wake up, Chen Chen said. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the price of nickel ore reached $11,800 per ton. Chen Chen chose to sell all the nickel ore in his hand. He clearly remembered that this was the highest price in the history of nickel ore. Next, the World United Resource Reserve Organization will announce assistance to resolve the mining crisis in the country and release a large amount of nickel ore reserves, and the price of nickel ore will start to decline. Therefore, this price is the price that Chen Chen must sell at. Waiting longer will only result in less profit. In the midst of the panic buying in the market, Chen Chen's large order of 9,000 lots was immediately snapped up. Leaders of various countries' resource departments and world capital giants were speculating on which country or financial group was controlling so much nickel ore. However, when they learned that this terrifying large order was actually placed by a retail investor, the global financial world was shocked. Even the top leaders of the developed countries participating in the buying frenzy were astonished. A small retail investor actually unleashed energy comparable to that of a country. How terrifying is this? Countless leaders of countries were frantically searching for information about this retail investor. In the end, they learned that this mysterious retail investor was from the country of Dacia, and the nickname of the account was White Dragon. At that moment, investors in the entire futures market of Dacia felt extremely proud. Meanwhile, the well-rested Gong Ziyuan was glued to Chen Chen's computer, staring at a long string of outrageous numbers in the account, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. After deducting costs and fees, as well as miscellaneous expenses such as exchange rate conversions, I made a total of these. Chen Chen turned the notebook screen to show Gong Ziyuan. Account balance, 3,650,200,000 yuan. Gong Ziyuan stared blankly at the long string of numbers, her whole body trembling uncontrollably with excitement, her pretty face turning red with excitement. Gong Ziyuan took a long deep breath, her hand on her chest for a long time, calming down from the crazy shock. Then she stared at Chen Chen with an incredulous tone. Mogo, you are simply amazing. With an initial capital of 1.5 billion, you made over 36.5 billion. This is a net profit of 35 billion, rounding up, that's over 100 billion. Chen Chen patted Gong Ziyuan's hair, chuckled and said, "Who taught you this rounding up method? You've even annoyed the math teacher." Hee, just kidding. But with 36 billion in assets, becoming the richest man in Jiangbei should be a sure thing. Gong Ziyuan stuck out her tongue and laughed. Well, the man in front of you is not just the richest man in Jiangbei, even in Dacia, he should easily make it into the top 100. In 2000, according to the Forbes list, the 98th richest person in Dacia had a total wealth of 3.5 billion. At this moment, Chen Chen's assets of 36.5 billion would easily rank him in the top 100 in the country. Of course, Dacia is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and there are many wealthy people who are unwilling or unable to be on the list. Chen Chen was not arrogant enough to think that his mere 36.5 billion really ranked him 97th in the country. However, on the surface, he did rank 97th in the country. In 3 days, Chen Chen achieved the great success of increasing his personal assets from 1.5 billion to 36.5 billion. This was a miracle created by a retail investor in the futures market, and since then, there has been no retail investor surpassing Chen Chen. It's getting late, you should go home now, Mrs. Richest. Chen Chen smiled. Gong Ziyuan blushed and said, "Who agreed to be your wife?" After a pause, Gong Ziyuan looked at Chen Chen with seductive eyes and said, "It's so late, how about I sleep here with you?" Chen Chen glanced at the small bed in his rented room, without hesitation blurted out, "No, the bed is too small for two people." Gong Ziyuan glared at Chun Chen with twitching lips, turned resentfully and stormed out of the door. This Chen Chen, usually so smart, why does he act like a fool at this time? Humph. At this moment, Chun Chen finally reacted. He quickly chased after her, grabbed Gong Ziyuan's hand and said, "Ziyuan, it's too late, you can sleep here with me." "No need, your bed is too small, we can't fit." Gong Ziyuan coldly replied. "It's okay, you can sleep on the floor." "No, that's not what I meant. Ziyuan, don't go." That night, Chen Chen could only have a virtual meeting with the female teachers in his computer, and then fell asleep regretfully. Meanwhile, the international futures market was in chaos. Less than 10 minutes after Chen Chen closed his position, the World United Resource Reserve Organization announced sending people to support the country in handling the mining disaster, aiming to resume production in half a month, and release nickel ore reserves to the market to ease the skyrocketing nickel ore prices. As soon as the announcement was made, the price of nickel ore plummeted. Although the price was still outrageously high, it began to cool down, and the market started to calm down. The mysterious white dragon of the Great Xia country once again sparked discussions among financial professionals worldwide. With a 9,000 lot large order, precisely at the peak price, and his purchase price almost at the historical low of nickel ore. Buying low and selling high, everyone understands this rule of stock futures trading, but how many can actually achieve it? Online, financial giants from various countries began discussing White Dragon intensively. This is definitely not a retail investor. It must be a puppet of some major country. If not, I'll twist my head off and let you kick it like a ball. I think it might be the stock god Buffett. He mentioned nickel ore in an interview before. It could also be the royal family of the country. After all, they have the first-hand information. On that day, the front pages of the world's financial news were all crazily reporting on the mysterious White Dragon, the retail investor from the Great Xia country who took away 3.6 billion in the nickel ore futures market. At the same time, Wang Tai, who had been following the nickel ore futures market all along, was sitting stunned in his office chair, his face full of shock and disbelief. White Dragon, translated, means white dragon. Without thinking, the mysterious retail investor that shocked the world's financial circle must be Chun Chen, the White Dragon King. 3 days. A net profit of 3.5 billion. Wang Tai kept muttering these two numbers, feeling like he was dreaming, unreal. Before he could react, his phone rang, showing Chun Chen's number. "Hello, President Wang, regret not trading nickel ore with me?" "Mr. Chen, don't tease me, even if I regret it now, it's useless," Wang Tai said bitterly. "Hee, don't worry, I will give you a chance." "Ha!" Before Wang Tai could react, Chen Chen hung up. Shortly after, less than 2 minutes later, his office door was rudely pushed open by his assistant. Excitedly, Assistant Xiao Lu said, "President Wang, something amazing happened. Mr. Chen has deposited all 36.5 billion here." "What?" Wang Tai's pupils dilated. "Yes, just now, our bank's annual deposit target has been doubled, even breaking the deposit record in the province." Xiao Lu said excitedly, "President, with this, your transfer to the provincial branch president position is absolutely secure. It's still hard to say, there may be a more suitable candidate than me." Although he said so, Wang Tai's ruddy complexion betrayed him. A deposit of 36.5 billion a year. Who in the province dares to compare achievements with him? Sure enough, in less than an hour, the provincial head office called to inform Wang Tai of his transfer. Hanging up the phone, Wang Tai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and muttered, "Mr. Chen's ability is truly unpredictable. Following him, I did nothing for a month and ended up being transferred to the provincial branch that I didn't even dare to dream of." And when this 36.5 billion was deposited into Zhongbei Bank, the financial circle of Dashagua also exploded. Now everyone knows that this mysterious retail investor who made 35 billion in 3 days in the international futures market is actually from Zhongbei and Dashagua. In the foreign financial world, countless speculations about whether White Dragon is a financial genius from their own country shattered like glass, while countless people in the country felt extremely proud. In 2000, Dashagua still had a large trade deficit with foreign countries. Foreigners made a lot of money from Dashagua every year, while Dashagua found it difficult to earn money from foreigners. Now, this mysterious retail investor has ruthlessly harvested the foreigners once, bringing glory to Dashagua. On the other hand, Zheng Qian, who hadn't bathed, slept, or eaten for 3 days, sat dejectedly in front of the computer, feeling a pain so unbearable that he could hardly breathe. "Money, my money. I almost became a billionaire." At this moment, Zheng Qian cried like a 300-pound child. If he had listened to Chun Chen and gone all in on Nicolor, with his capital, he could have made at least 100 billion. 100 billion. That net worth would have ranked him first in Jianghai province's rich list and fifth in the national rich list. But he missed this opportunity. Regret. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Similarly, sitting in front of the computer, feeling incredulous and unbelievable, was Song Siming, the art of I Ching, which can predict a person's destiny and help them through difficulties. But he had never heard that this thing could also predict the price trends of international futures. Song Siming, who had always been skeptical of such things, quietly opened several web pages. Learn I Ching in 30 days, I Ching, from beginner to master, from zero to I Ching master. And at that moment, the landline phone in Song Siming's office rang urgently. Looking at the landline that only a few people knew about, Song Siming's heart trembled, and he quickly answered the phone. A few minutes later, Song Siming sighed, I didn't expect even the provincial government office to call. White Dragon Wang actually got my name in front of the provincial leaders. The subway construction work went smoothly, coupled with Chen Chen's crazy earnings of 35 billion, bringing glory to the country, almost causing a stir in the global financial circle. With these two achievements, Song Siming, who had hoped for a promotion, was finally confirmed by his immediate superior and promoted to the top position in Jiangbei. In the afternoon, Chen Chen received a call from Song Siming. Mr. Chen, I got promoted, and I would like to invite you to dinner. Okay. Chen Chen arrived at the Emperor Hall of Songha building. By this time, Zhang Qian and Wang Tai had already taken their seats. Mr. Chen, please have a seat. Song Siming took the initiative to pull out the main seat for Chen Chen. The scene left the restaurant manager who was waiting nearby speechless. Zhang Qian was a well-known tycoon in Jiangbei. Wang Tai had just been transferred to the position of branch president. Yet, the two of them could only sit as accompanying guests. And Song Siming had just been officially announced as the top leader. Now, he was actively serving Chen Chen at the main seat. Who on earth was this young man? He looked like he was only in his 20s. Could he be the son of a super-rich family in the capital? Please, everyone, take a seat. As Chen Chen sat down, Song Siming, Wang Tai, and Zhang Qian dared to sit down. Mr. Chen, the main reason I wanted to see you this time is to thank you. Without your help, Wang Tai and I would probably not only have missed the promotion but might have already met our end. Come, let me toast you 3 cups. Song Siming stood up proactively, poured 3 full glasses of white wine generously, then raised his neck and drank them all. Wang Tai and Zhang Qian also stood up and proactively toasted. However, Chen Chen picked up the wine glass expressionlessly, took a sip, and put it down. If it were someone else, Wang Tai and Song Siming would have turned their faces long ago, but Chen Chen's actions were taken as a matter of course by them. Mr. Chen, besides expressing our gratitude, we have a second purpose. Now, the big shots from various sectors in Jiangbei are very eager to get to know you. After discussing with Wang Tai and Zhang Qian, we want to organize a Wealthiest Man Summit for you. What do you think? Song Siming asked respectfully. The young man in front of him was no longer just the White Dragon King who saved his life, but the White Dragon who shook the world's financial circle. The wealthiest man in Jiangbei with a net worth of 365 billion. It's fine to meet them. Chen Chen nodded. Knowing more people in the financial circle can only bring benefits and no harm. Great. With Manga leading, Taigu assisting, Mr. Chen will definitely become the man of influence in our Jiangbei financial circle. Zhang Qian exclaimed excitedly. If Chen Chen really became the man of influence in the Jiangbei financial circle, then Zhang Qian would surely rise with him. They had a very pleasant meal. After having their fill of food and drink, Song Siming said he would immediately send out invitations to ensure that the Wealthiest Man Summit would be held splendidly. On the other side, at the Palace Ziyuan's residence, Gong Ming and Chu Tian were sitting in the living room, chatting excitedly. Uncle Gong, this time Song Siming got promoted, you have made a great contribution, and you will definitely benefit from it in the future. Congratulations! Chu Tian congratulated with a smile. Ha, I have been classmates with Song Siming for over 20 years. I am also very happy about his promotion. Just then, Gong Ming's phone rang. It was a call from Song Siming. After the call, Gong Ming seemed exceptionally excited and thrilled. Uncle Gong, what's the matter? Chu Tian asked. Good news. Great news. Gong Ming exclaimed joyfully. Song Siming just called me and invited me to attend the Wealthiest Man Summit. Wealthiest Man Summit? What kind of event is that? Chu Tian asked in confusion. It is a meeting organized by Song Siming and Wang Tai for the newly emerged mysterious wealthiest man in Jiangbei. I guess Song Siming's intention is to support him in becoming the man of influence in the Jiangbei financial circle. Gong Ming explained. Gulp. Chu Tian swallowed in shock. Song Simon and Wang Tai, the two big shots, organizing an event together? A newly emerged mysterious wealthiest man? The man of influence in the Jiangbei financial circle? Each piece of news would definitely shake the entire Jiangbei financial circle. Uncle Gong, can I go with you? Chu Tian quickly asked. He also wanted to see who this mysterious wealthiest man was and seek advice on stock and futures matters. Moreover, at such an event, only the peak figures of Jiangbei would attend. If he could participate, it would definitely help expand his network. Hee Xiaotian, you are the son-in-law candidate I favor, so naturally, you can go with me. Gongming patted Chu Tian's shoulder with a smile. Thank you, uncle. Chu Tian exclaimed joyfully. Just then, the doorbell rang. Chen Chen walked in. He came to invite Gong Ziyuan out for dinner. Chen Chen? Seeing Chen Chen, Gongming couldn't help but taunt. I heard from Ziyuan that you went all in on international futures and lost a lot? No, I didn't. Chen Chen shook his head. Come on, no need to pretend, we all know. You must have lost everything and now want to get back the money from Ziyuan to recover, right? Chu Tian arrogantly said, you are really shameless to want back what you have given away. I really didn't lose. Chen Chen said helplessly. Not everyone can have the innate talent of the newly emerged wealthiest man. People like him are born financial geniuses, something that can't be learned later. But people like you should know when to stop. Now that you've lost all your money, are you not showing off anymore? Gong Ming shook his head in disdain. Compared to that mysterious richest man, Chen Chen, who only knows how to deceive and cheat, is simply garbage. Chen Chen, let me tell you, Uncle Gong and I have received an invitation to the Richest Man Conference. Soon, we will be able to meet the richest man in Jiangbei and have a great time together. Chu Tian proudly said, by then, I will consult the richest man on various futures and stocks, get to know big shots like Song Simon and Wang Tai, and reach the peak of Jiangbei. And this is a level you will never reach in your life. Gong Ming sneered, Chen Chen, our agreed time is almost up, you are doomed. If you dare to approach my daughter even half a step after 7 days, I will have someone break your legs. So be it. Chen Chen smirked cunningly, looking forward even more to the scene when the two of them see him at the Richest Man Conference. After Chen Chen and Gong Ziyuan left, Chu Tian said sourly, losing money and still pretending here? What a joke. Dong Ming knew that Chu Tian was jealous, so he said, Xiaotian, Ziyuan is a bit introverted and doesn't talk much, you should take the initiative. Let me teach you a trick. Very effective. I used this trick to win over your aunt. With that, Gong Ming took out a small book and confidently handed it to Chu Tian. This is a collection of love phrases I have gathered over the years. Just send Ziyuan some messages according to it, she will definitely be moved by you. Chu Tian's eyes lit up, he quickly took it and said, thank you, uncle. Without further ado, Chu Tian eagerly sent 2 text messages to Gong Ziyuan according to the phrases, Darling, I had an infusion today. What kind of infusion? Thinking of you at night. Darling, I had a meal today. What kind of meal? Want you to behave obediently. After sending the messages, Chu Tian could already imagine Gong Ziyuan being moved to tears. Even my father-in-law is on my side. Chen Chen, what do you have to compete with me? Chu Tian was walking with an inflated ego. However, when Gong Ziyuan received the messages, she felt a wave of suffocation. Ugh, what's wrong, Ziyuan? Not feeling well? No. I'm disgusted. Look at the messages Chu Tian sent me. After reading them, Chen Chen was also shocked. It must be my dad's bad idea. Gong Ziyuan said speechlessly, when he pursued my mom, he wrote these trashy love phrases in his letters. My mom hinted to him several times to stop, but he became even more enthusiastic. In the end, my mom couldn't take it anymore and burned all the letters. If it weren't for seeing that my dad was sincere towards her, she almost broke up with him because of this. Then, Gong Ziyuan directly replied to Chu Tian with a text message, you are so greasy. I'm greasy, but the sky isn't. Chu Tian, darling, I had eggs today. What kind of eggs? Thinking of you, my little silly. Darling, I had noodles today. What kind of noodles? Suddenly want to see you. Unexpectedly, Chu Tian misunderstood that Gong Ziyuan was flirting with him and became even more enthusiastic. This Chu Tian is just like her dad when he was young, lacking insight. In the end, Gong Ziyuan couldn't take it anymore and directly blocked Chu Tian's number, and suddenly the whole world seemed to quiet down. The next afternoon, Chen Chen received a call from Gong Ziyuan. She said that Gong Zili had a friend's birthday, she had to work, and was worried, so she wanted Chen Chen to accompany her. Chen Chen didn't like Gong Zili very much, but since she was his future sister-in-law, and it was just a meal, Chen Chen had to agree. On the other side, in a Starbucks in the city center, Gong Zili finished a call and rolled her eyes to the sky. Lily, whose call was it? The one speaking is Zhang Ning, the best friend of Gong Zili, who was also the one celebrating her birthday this time. Besides her, there is also a tall and beautiful woman sitting next to her, both of whom have been best friends with Gong Zili since childhood. Don't mention it, my sister said she's not at ease and insisted that her boyfriend come to watch over me. Gong Zili said with a troubled expression. Boyfriend? Is it that handsome and rich guy named Chu Tian? Zhang Ning asked curiously. If it were Chu Tian, would I need to worry so much? He is her new boyfriend. New boyfriend? Zhang Ning's curiosity piqued, gossiping. Tell us quickly, is that person handsome? What is his family background like? How does he compare to our Wu Junfan? Wu Junfan is Zhang Ning's boyfriend, who looks like a movie star and is also the captain of the school's soccer team. His family runs a hotel business and holds a slightly lower status in Jiangbei compared to the Gong family. Many girls pursue him, and Zhang Ning had to use all her tricks to win him over, so she has always been proud of it. You materialistic woman, do you think our Ziyuan sister is as shallow as you, only looking at appearance and family background when finding a boyfriend? The elegant and beautiful best friend beside her sneered. What's wrong with looking at appearance and family background? Besides, our Ziyuan sister is the daughter of the Gong family. Without money and power, how can he be worthy of her? Zhang Ning said confidently. Oh, stop it. My sister's new boyfriend, Chen Chen, his parents are farmers, so poor that they make a clanging sound. The most ridiculous thing is, this person is also a charlatan. He claims to be the reincarnation of the White Dragon King, able to tell fortunes. Using this set of tricks, he made some money and fooled my sister completely. Gong Zili said. A fortune teller? Both best friends were shocked. They have known Gong Ziyuan since they were young. How high are Gong Ziyuan's standards? Even the son of the Chu family from the provincial capital couldn't catch her eye. Who would have thought that she would find such a poor and powerless charlatan as her boyfriend? Yes, last time on my sister's birthday, Chen Chen offended my brother Chu Tian and my dad. Gong Zili said indignantly. My goodness, what a weirdo. He even dared to offend Uncle Gong? Zhang Ning said in dissatisfaction. When he comes later, I'll teach him a lesson and let him know what it means to be out of his depth. A charlatan like him, wanting to take advantage of my Ziyuan sister? Is he even worthy? Soon, Chen Chen arrived there and saw the three of them. In the year 2000, Starbucks was considered a high-end place for consumption, and ordinary people had not even heard of this brand. Gong Zili's circle consisted of wealthy children who especially liked to gather in such places with a strong sense of petit bourgeois style, chatting, drinking coffee, and enjoying the leisure time that belonged to the wealthy. Even in this period, Gong Zili was the center of attention here. Mainly because she was too beautiful, with a face that was 90% similar to Gong Ziyuan's, she stood out among the wealthy children. The two best friends were also top beauties, each of them could be the campus belle in any university. When the three of them were together, they became the most beautiful scenery in the entire Starbucks. Lily! Chen Chen walked over politely, smiling in greeting. Although he didn't like Gong Zili very much, Chen Chen didn't want to ruin their relationship. After all, she was Gong Ziyuan's younger sister. Gong Zili responded perfunctorily, not even looking at Chen Chen. The other hot and elegant best friend just glanced at Chen Chen, then picked up a magazine and started reading it with boredom, showing no intention of greeting Chen Chen, exuding a goddess-like aura of aloofness. Are you Chen Chen? Zhang Ning asked disdainfully from the side. She was wearing clothes worth more than 30,000 yuan in total. The bag was a limited edition from Gucci, the clothes were from LV, and the shoes were from Chanel. Not a single item on her was available domestically, everything was specially bought by her during trips abroad. In 2000, many rich kids hadn't even heard of these luxury brands. Look at Chen Chen, dressed in all domestically made clothes, probably totaling less than 100 yuan. Standing together, they were like a fairy and a poor boy. I want to ask, who gave you the courage to pursue our sister Ziyuan? Do you know how many admirers our sister Ziyuan has in Jiangbei? From the children of city-level leaders, to multi-millionaire tycoons, to returnees with overseas education, they are all admirers of our sister Ziyuan. And you? Whether it's money, background, or ability, who gave you the courage to be so shameless to be with Ziyuan? Zhang Ning sneered. Gong Zili looked on with glee at Chen Chen, showing no intention of helping him out. Instead, her aloof friend pulled Zhang Ning aside and whispered, Ning, don't go too far. Ziyuan and I are in a relationship out of our own free will, with no one trying to climb higher than the other, Chen Chen said calmly. The present Chen Chen was the wealthiest man in Jiangbei, worth 365 billion yuan. If anyone was climbing, it was Gong Ziyuan climbing up to him. But in Chen Chen's eyes, liking someone had nothing to do with their family background. Zhang Ning rolled her eyes at Chen Chen, smirking triumphantly. Having achieved her goal, she didn't want to get too involved with Chen Chen anymore, so she picked up her coffee and started drinking. Chen Chen sat down and ordered an iced latte. As he casually glanced at the cold and beautiful girl next to him, he was suddenly stunned, and a name instantly popped into his mind. Lan Yuner. She was one of the 4 leading actresses in mainland China in 2010. Before 2010, Lan Yuner had been sailing smoothly like she had a cheat code. She studied science in high school but entered the prestigious Beijing Film Academy with top scores in both arts and culture subjects. She started filming before graduating, and her first TV series in her 3rd year, Fate of Twins, earned her the title of the youngest Golden Eagle Best Actress. She released albums, did endorsements, appeared on variety shows, and became extremely popular, reaching the peak of her career in 2010 as the top actress among the 4 leading actresses in mainland China. However, after 2010, Lan Yuner was reported to have offended big shots in the industry, leading to many negative news reports. She was subsequently blacklisted and her career took a downturn. By 2011, Lan Yuner had gone bankrupt, suffered from depression, and could only rely on government aid to get by. Despite this, Lan Yuner was still followed by paparazzi, who constantly reported on her situation using discriminatory terms like one of the 4 major mad women, causing her mental distress and torment, making it difficult for her to find normal work. In 2013, unable to bear the dual pressures of mental and financial stress, Lan Yuner committed suicide in her rented apartment at the age of 30, ending her brilliant life prematurely. At that time, the only actress Chen Chen liked was Lan Yuner. When he learned of her suicide, Chen Chen was deeply saddened. Beauty has always had a tragic fate. Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh. Sensing Chen Chen's pity in his eyes, Lan Yuner frowned and turned to ask, "Is there something wrong with me?" I can see that your fate has been rough," Chen Chen nodded. "Oh, really?" Lan Yuner sneered. "Are you using the same lines to pursue Sister Ziyuan? If so, I'm sorry, but that won't work with me. Hey, fortune teller, since you're so good at this, why don't you predict her fate too? If you get it right, I'll take you to today's dinner party." Zhang Ning provocatively smiled. Seeing the celebrity she liked in her previous life, Chen Chen also wanted to help her, so she spoke up. "I calculated that you are a high school student, with a relatively rare surname. It should be Lan, right?" Lan Yuner was stunned, not expecting Chen Chen to be so accurate. "My name is easy to find out, what else?" Lan Yuner asked. "You are an art student, preparing to take the art exam," Chen Chen said. "Ha ha." Zhang Ning burst into laughter. "I knew you were a fraud. My Yuner is a science student, how could she possibly take the art exam?" However, Lan Yuner was surprised, her small mouth slightly open, with an incredulous expression. She did secretly sign up for the art exam this year, a fact unknown not only to her best friend but even to her parents. Ignoring Zhang Ning, Chen Chen continued, "Your most ideal university is the Imperial Capital Film Academy. You want to be an actress in the future, becoming a highly anticipated big star. How do you know all this?" Lan Yuner asked incredulously. "Did I get it right?" Chen Chen said with a faint smile. "Spot on." Lan Yuner nodded vigorously, looking at Chen Chen with a different expression. "What?" Now it was Zhang Ning's turn to be dumbfounded. She didn't know any of these things, and Chen Chen actually got them all right? Could he really tell fortunes? Shaking her head, Zhang Ning coldly snorted, "These things can be found out just by asking around your school." Then, she looked disdainfully at Chen Chen and said, "It seems like you are quite a player. Not only do you have designs on Ziyuan, but you've also spent a lot of effort on our Yuner. Do you think we are fools?" Gong Zili also secretly looked down on Chen Chen. She didn't expect Chen Chen to not only be a swindler but also so fickle. "Anything else?" Lan Yuner couldn't help but ask. Although she didn't believe in these superstitious things deep down, there was a strange charm about this man that made her irresistibly choose to believe. "You will have a brilliant future, becoming a well-known big star. But the entertainment industry is too deep, and as a weak woman, you may not be able to handle it." At this point, Chen Chen paused, not mentioning her future tragic ending, but instead asked, "Do you want to live a plain and happy life, or do you want to burn brightly like fireworks in the summer, shining brightly before burning out?" Lan Yuner frowned, feeling that Chen Chen had something more to say. Just as she was about to ask further, a group of handsome and youthful boys and girls appeared outside the Starbucks window, waving at them. "It's Fan Gu." Zhang Ning immediately jumped up, her attitude making a 180-degree turn, her face beaming with a warm smile as she waved back outside, then said, let's go out and have fun." Chen Chen walked out of Starbucks and saw Zhang Ning clinging to the arm of a tall, handsome young man, causing his pupils to shrink involuntarily. Wu Junfan. In her previous life, Chen Chen worked in Wu Junfan's company. Knowing that Chen Chen was short of money and dared not resign, Wu Junfan made Chen Chen do the work of 3 people alone, forcing him to work overtime until the early hours every day. In this way, he still embarrassed Chen Chen everywhere, finding various excuses to deduct his bonuses. Ningning, who is this? Wu Junfan hugged Zhang Ning, looking at Chen Chen with confusion. Chen Chen looked about the same age as them, but his dress, demeanor, all seemed particularly mature and stable, like someone from his father's generation. Ziyuan's boyfriend, a fortune-telling swindler who came to freeload, Zhang Ning whispered in Wu Junfan's ear. Wu Junfan's eyes immediately became disdainful when he looked at Chen Chen. He reached out his hand and said, Wu Junfan, Ningning's husband, we run a family business, the supermarket behind us is ours. Kid, to be able to catch Ziyuan, you must have some skills. I don't know where you come from, what does your family do? Knowing that Chen Chen came from a rural background, he deliberately brought up his own family background and asked what Chen Chen's family did. Obviously, he wanted to step on Chen Chen hard in front of everyone. Chen Chen didn't even look at him, lit a cigarette, smoked it by himself, and said lightly, Chen Chen, now self-employed, parents are farmers. In the previous life, Wu Junfan liked to scold Chen Chen like a grandson in the company. This life, Chen Chen didn't want to have anything to do with this second-generation rich kid. Put. Wu Junfan was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're really good at making not having a job sound so grand. The other second-generation rich kids all had a hard time holding back their laughter. Unemployed, or a farmer. Isn't this obviously a freeloading pretty boy? You know what's good for you, just admit it. Wu Junfan thought that Chen Chen admitting he didn't have a job and was a farmer was him admitting defeat, so he ignored Chen Chen, smugly waved his hand, and gathered everyone to discuss the next itinerary. Chen Chen rolled his eyes helplessly. He is indeed self-employed now and has become the richest man in Jiangbei. He didn't feel that his rural background was lowly. On the contrary, it was the rural life that honed Chen Chen's perseverance, hard work, and character. He was grateful for his rural identity. Brothers, let's go. I'll treat you to karaoke at Emperor KTV and celebrate Ningning's birthday. After discussing for a while, Wu Junfan loudly announced, and a burst of cheers erupted from the group. Emperor KTV? Chen Chen frowned slightly, feeling extremely impatient. That was the most luxurious KTV in downtown Jiangbei. According to the way these second-generation rich kids played, they might end up staying all night. He still had to accompany Gong Ziyuan at night. How could he have so much time to fool around with these brats here? Downtown was far from here. There were about 20 of these second-generation rich kids, but they had 10 cars. Mercedes-Benz E-Class, Audi A4, Lexus. Although they were far from the car Chen Chen used to send Gong Ziyuan in Jiangbei in 2000, these were already luxury cars that middle-class families would hesitate to approach. The best car among them was Wu Junfan's BMW, which cost over 900,000 yuan. Gong Zili and Zhang Ning excitedly got into his car. The others cheered and got into their cars as well. In the end, Chen Chen was left standing alone. At this moment, Wu Junfan seemed to remember Chen Chen, and suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, I almost forgot about our fortune teller. Look, all these cars are luxury cars, and the cleaning costs are quite expensive. It's not quite suitable for you to get in. How about this? Here's 20 yuan, you take a taxi, keep the rest for yourself, no need to thank me. After speaking, Wu Junfan insultingly threw a 20 yuan bill in front of Chen Chen, as if dismissing a beggar. Laughter erupted from the surrounding cars. Everyone looked at Chen Chen with disdain, a fortune-telling swindler, actually catching up with their unattainable goddess Gong Ziyuan? Why? So they were happy to see Chen Chen embarrassed. Gong Zili sat in the car, seeing Chen Chen being mocked by a group of second-generation rich kids, couldn't help but smirk. Serves him right. Thinking that by catching up with her sister, he could become superior. Today, using these people's hands, let Chen Chen know that he could never fit into the circle where her sister was. Beep beep. At this moment, a pink beetle stopped in front of Chen Chen. Lan Yuna rolled down the window and said to Chen Chen, "There's no one in my car, why don't you sit here?" With that said, the laughter on the scene abruptly stopped. Everyone, including Wu Junfan, looked at Lan Yuna incredulously. Is she joking? Everyone in the circle knows that she, Lan Yuna, the beauty of Lan University, is very picky. Even Wu Junfan, who once pursued her, was explicitly rejected. Why is she suddenly being friendly to Chen Chen? Could it be that she has taken a liking to this fortune teller? Yuner, what are you doing? Gong Zili stared at Lan Yuner speechlessly. I'm about to shake off this follower. Now, he has a reason to follow again. Come up. Lan Yuner ignored Gong Zili, and calmly said to Chen Chen. Chen Chen nodded and got on the car. Okay, let's go. Wu Junfan watched as he not only failed to squeeze Chen Chen, but instead sent him to the goddess's car, angrily stepped on the gas pedal and drove away. The cars behind also followed. On the way, Chen Chen and Lan Yuner remained silent. It wasn't until half an hour later that Lan Yuner suddenly spoke. Will the question you asked me earlier affect my future? Chen Chen was stunned, then nodded. Do you believe me? I don't believe it rationally, but my intuition tells me that what you said is true. Lan Yuner said. This woman's intuition is really scary. It will indeed affect your future. Since Lan Yuner believes in him, Chen Chen decided to come clean. If you choose a plain and simple life, you may live a stable life. But if you choose the entertainment industry, the outcome may be very tragic. Lan Yuner remained composed and resolute. I choose to be the most brilliant moment of withering flower. Even if it means death, I don't want to live a mediocre life. After a moment of silence, Chen Chen also said seriously, I will do my best to help you. Through their brief acquaintance, Chen Chen knew that Lan Yuner was a kind girl who appeared cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and very individualistic. He didn't want Lan Yuner to repeat the tragedy of her past life. Thank you, my great godstick. Rarely, Lan Yuner showed a hint of smile to Chen Chen. Soon, everyone arrived at the Emperor KTV. The decoration here was magnificent, and the waitresses inside were all beautiful with good figures. As soon as they entered, 2 rows of bunny girls bowed and sweetly said, Hello, boss. When Wu Junfan arrived, the lobby manager hurried over to greet him. Oh, rare guest. Welcome, Mr. Fan. As usual, the Emperor Hall. Wu Junfan waved his hand. Sorry, Mr. Fan, there are important guests in the Emperor Hall today. Would you consider the Queen's Hall instead? Important guests? Is my girlfriend not important? Clear the Emperor Hall immediately. Wu Junfan impatiently said. The lobby manager looked embarrassed. Forget it, Fan, let's go to the Queen's Hall. Zhang Ning said. Wu Junfan relented. Then, Wu Junfan generously ordered a fruit platter, beer, champagne, and some snacks, totaling more than 50,000 yuan. Chen Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Spending money like this is simply extravagant. In 2000, an ordinary person's annual salary was just over 10,000 yuan, and Wu Junfan's consumption for one night would easily exceed 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Chen Chen was wealthy, but he wouldn't spend money recklessly like Wu Junfan. Once inside the private room, Chen Chen was clearly excluded from the circle. He sat in the corner, ignored by everyone, looking particularly lonely. In stark contrast, Wu Junfan's side was lively, singing, dancing, drinking, playing games, having a blast. Halfway through, a sexy woman with wavy hair, wearing a bright red high-slit cheongsam, entered. She was the boss of the Emperor KTV, named Zhong Mei, known as Sister Mei. Fan, thank you for bringing friends to support us. I came here specially to toast you. Sister Mei raised a glass of champagne, drank it all, and said a lot of polite words. Before leaving, she asked the lobby manager to give Wu Junfan a bottle of Royal Salute worth 8,888 yuan, giving Wu Junfan enough face. After all, Wu Junfan was a frequent customer here and a big spender, so Sister Mei naturally had to keep the customer happy. Fan, you really have face. That Sister Mei is said to have a big background. She is the woman of our Zhongbei big shot Chui Nan. Even when leaders of bureau level come here to consume, she doesn't show up to greet them. Chui Nan? Is it Bald Nan? I heard of him. It is said that he specializes in solving troubles for the top bosses in Zhongbei. He is ruthless and tough, and has a strong background. No matter how powerful he is, his woman still has to come obediently to toast and apologize to our fan Ji? A group of rich second generations praised one after another. Wu Junfan's mouth slightly curled up, enjoying this kind of praise, and provocatively looked towards Chen Chen. Wu Junfan was very unhappy about Chen Chen getting on Lan Yuner's car just now. Plus, after drinking a bit, Wu Junfan couldn't help but say, Hey, pass the microphone to our MOG. We can't just have fun ourselves, we have to treat MOG well, right? MOGE, sing Falling Lotus for everyone. Falling Lotus is a song sung by beggars on the street. Clearly, this is an insult to Chen Chen. I can't sing, Chen Chen said in a deep voice. Hey, aren't you a fortune teller? Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run, right? Just sing a few lines, we won't mind if you sing badly. Wu Junfan said with a smile. Yeah, sing a song. Sing it, we'll give you money. Is 100 yuan enough? If not, I'll add another 100. Everyone started clamoring. Even Lan Yuner looked mockingly at Chen Chen. That's enough. Lan Yuner stood up, slammed the table, and said, You guys are joking too much. Wu Junfan raised his hands in an exaggerated manner and said, Alright, I'll give face to our Lan campus bell. Turning his head, Wu Junfan smiled ambiguously and said to Chen Chen in a low voice, You always hide behind women if you have the guts. Just then, a man stumbled in and fell to the ground. Zhang Chao, what's wrong with you? Recognizing his companion, everyone quickly went forward to help. Behind him, there was a girl with a red palm print on her face, obviously just slapped. Su Xin, what happened? Gong Zili and others hurriedly asked. Su Xian cried aggrievedly, just now when I finished washing my hands in the bathroom, someone suddenly hugged me from behind and touched me. Zhang Chao rushed up to defend me and got beaten. Sob. I'm so scared. Don't be afraid. With Fan Ge here, who dares to touch you? Zhang Ning hugged Su Xian and comforted her. Wu Junfan proudly said, that's right, Xiaoxin, don't be afraid. With me here, no one can touch you. Is that so? Just then, several burly men walked in, scanning the crowd coldly. When they saw Lan Yuner, Zhang Ning, Gong Zili, and other beauties, their eyes lit up. Oh, so all the beauties are here. Great, we'll have a good time tonight. Several burly men shamelessly looked at the women, whistling and making disgusting gestures towards them. Did you guys hit my friend? Wu Junfan asked coldly. There were a total of more than 20 people on the scene, while the burly men who came added up to 4. Naturally, he was not afraid. It was me who hit him, so what? Do you have a problem with that? The leader, a flat-headed burly man, looked at Wu Junfan with a smirk. He. Apologize. Otherwise, you won't leave here. Wu Junfan said loudly. Ha ha. Just you? Do you think you can take us on just because you have more people? Ha ha. The other burly men laughed. Go call the rest of our brothers over, tell the boss, the girls here are so fun, let him come over and play. A minute later, Wu Junfan was dumbfounded. Because suddenly there were 40 to 50 burly men, each with a fierce look. The private room door was blocked tightly, and all the burly men looked mockingly at them. These rich second generations had never seen such a scene before. They were all scared white. Even Wu Junfan was trembling uncontrollably. Slap, slap, slap. The flat-headed burly man slapped Wu Junfan's face insultingly and sneered. Weren't you arrogant just now? Why aren't you calling out now? Wu Junfan's face turned blue with anger, wanting to shout loudly, but he didn't have the courage. The rich second generation in the private room all huddled together, trembling with fear, not daring to speak up for Wu Junfan. Everyone was scared. Each one showed fear, legs trembling. The heroic and majestic feeling they had just experienced with Wu Junfan was all thrown out the window. Chen Chen calmly locked himself in the darkest corner, invisible without turning on the lights. Why should Chen Chen care about the trouble caused by Wu Junfan? Gong Zili looked on with disdain. How did my sister find such a cowardly and useless person? Just then, there was a commotion outside the door. Several imposing and burly men walked in. The leader of the group, Chen Chen, looked a bit familiar, and upon careful thought, he remembered. Wasn't he the one responsible for watching over him in Zhengqian that night, Cui Nan's henchman? Who go? Wu Junfan also recognized this person. This man's name was Black Tiger. Everyone called him Brother Hu. He was Guantou Nan's right-hand man and also a ruthless character. Trouble was brewing. Everyone was lamenting in their hearts. Nangu, we're here. After Black Tiger entered the room, he immediately made a respectful gesture towards the back. Everyone was stunned, not expecting an even more powerful big shot behind them. Accompanied by a group of burly men, a man with a bald head and a fierce aura walked in. It's Guantou Nan. Zhang Chao and Su Xian actually provoked his men? Wu Junfan's face turned extremely ugly, momentarily at a loss. If it was just Black Tiger, it would be okay, just apologize, pay some money, and the matter would be resolved. But Cui Nan was a real big shot. He had countless men under him. Nangu, you're here. Hey, which girl caught your eye? Feel free to choose. These girls are all young and spirited, quite fierce, the bald burly man said with a smile. When Cui Nan's gaze swept over Gong Zili and the others, a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. Black Tiger immediately said, you, and you, stay, the rest of you get lost. Cui Nan nodded in satisfaction. Gong Zili, Lan Yuner, and Zhang Ning were dumbfounded. They knew what staying meant. The boys looked at each other, wanting to speak up but hesitating. At this moment, Wu Junfan gritted his teeth and with a forced smile said, Nangu, it was our fault first, we need to apologize, we can do anything, but please don't involve the girls, okay? Oh, do you know me? Cui Nan smiled and looked at Wu Junfan. I know, my dad is Wu Huang, the chairman of Beihuang Union Supermarket. He had the honor of dining with you, Nangu. Wu Junfan said immediately. Oh, Wu Huang from Beihuang Supermarket, I know. Cui Nan nodded. Upon hearing this, all the rich second generation present breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, male and female, looked at Wu Junfan with admiration. At a critical moment, it was still up to Wu Junfan. Especially the girls, their eyes towards Wu Junfan had changed. Zhang Ning's eyes were filled with pride. Even Gong Zili and Lan Yuner looked at Wu Junfan differently. After all, a man who could come forward to oversee the situation and help solve the trouble in such a situation was very respectable. Wu Junfan smiled, picked up a bottle of Royal Salute, poured a glass and handed it to Cui Nangu. How about this? Consider it giving me face today. After drinking this glass, let's forget our grievances, okay? In Wu Junfan's understanding, there was no one or nothing his father couldn't handle. He figured that since his old man had been brought out, Wang Tonan should give him some face. However, before the drink reached his lips, Cui Nan suddenly snatched the bottle and smashed it hard on Wu Junfan's head. Bang! Wu Junfan was hit by the alcohol, and soon blood flowed. Cui Nan grabbed Wu Junfan's hair, took out his phone, dialed a number, and put it on speaker. Soon there was a voice on the other end. Wu Junfan recognized it as his father Wu Huang's voice. Hello, Nangu, do you have something to discuss with me? Wu Huang, your son's friend hit my subordinate, now he wants me to give him face. I'm calling you now to ask, do you dare to ask me for this face? There was silence on the phone for a few seconds. Then came the furious voice of Wu Huang. Wu Junfan, you also dare to provoke Nangu? Hurry up and get the hell back home, or I'll kill you. Nangu, I'm sorry, really sorry, I can't make it up to you, the kid doesn't know any better, please don't lower yourself to his level. I hit him on the head, you don't mind, right? Ha? No, I don't mind. He deserves it. Cui Nan hung up the phone, looking coldly at everyone. Everyone was shocked. Now, I want your girlfriend to stay and accompany me, do you have any objections? Cui Nan grabbed his hair like a little chicken, lifting him up in the air in front of him, and asked with a cold smile. No objections. Ning. Nangu has spoken, why don't you come over and accompany him? Wu Junfan was really scared. He dared not act recklessly anymore. Cui Nan threw Wu Junfan on the ground as if he was throwing away trash, and spat on him fiercely. Gong Zili knew that things were going to turn bad. She immediately stood up and said, my father is Gong Ming, dare to touch me and see what happens. Gong Ming? Cui Nan was slightly surprised, then became even more angry. Grab this girl for me. Your father almost killed me in a fire. Today I can settle both old and new scores. Gong Zili was instantly dumbfounded. It's over, completely over, not even my dad can save me. Gong Zili stepped back, glanced at Chun Shen hiding in the dark corner. Damn coward. You still want to be my brother-in-law like this? Gong Zili cursed inwardly. Go! Just then, Black Tiger gave the order, and several strong men walked towards Gong Zili. We're done for. Gong Zili, Zhang Ning, and Lan Yuner closed their eyes in resignation. Huang Tonan, do you want to shorten your life? Suddenly, a voice sounded in the darkness. Everyone was shocked. In an instant, all eyes in the room turned to the dark corner of the private room. A figure stood up slowly, holding a dimly lit cigarette in his mouth. Seeing Chen Chen's actions, Gong Zili and the others were all shocked. Provoking the bald man, isn't this seeking death? What are you doing? Are you crazy? Gong Zili anxiously reprimanded. She was from the Gong family, even if Cui Nan spoke harshly, he wouldn't dare to really harm them. At most, a drink and an apology would resolve the issue. With Chen Chen's interference, things might get complicated. It's easier to create trouble than to solve it. Gong Zili glared at Chen Chen with gritted teeth, wishing she could swallow him alive. Daring to provoke Nangu? You're tired of living. Black Tiger was about to charge forward, but Cui Nan stopped him. It's been many years since anyone in Jianbei dared to confront me head-on. I want to see who's so bold. Cui Nan sneered and led a group of people towards the dark corner of the private room, getting closer to Chen Chen step by step. Turn on the lights. Cui Nan commanded. Click, click. Soon, all the lights in the private room were turned on, illuminating every corner clearly. Chen Chen, standing in the corner smoking, was also clearly visible. You still dare to smoke? A henchman roared at Chen Chen. Lan Yuner closed her eyes and muttered, it's over. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded that stunned everyone. Cui Nan, trembling, walked up to Chen Chen, bowed deeply with a respectful and fearful expression, and said, Mr. Chen, what are you doing here? This Mr. Chen, this bow, shocked everyone in the private room. Gong Zili was dumbfounded. Lan Yuner was dumbfounded. Wu Junfan and Zhang Ning were dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. At that moment, it seemed as if the whole world had fallen silent. Not a sound could be heard. Chen Chen leisurely exhaled smoke rings, almost all of the smoke blowing onto Cui Nan's face, but Cui Nan showed no sign of dissatisfaction. He kept his waist bent at 90 degrees, not daring to lift his head. Cui Nan, do you think you've had enough good days recently and want to stir up some trouble for fun? Cui Nan trembled visibly at the words, beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolling down his forehead. In the last restaurant fire, he lost more than a dozen brothers, and only survived by hiding in the pool after listening to Chen Chen's words. To Cui Nan, Chen Chen was already revered like a deity. I dare not. Chui Nan quickly shook his head, then turned to Black Tiger and roared, "Black Tiger, you dare to provoke Mr. Chen's friend? Are you tired of living?" Black Tiger was also dumbfounded. He never expected that the person sitting in the corner smoking was actually the White Dragon King. Black Tiger's face turned pale, trembling as he said, "Nangu, I didn't know he was Mr. Chen. If I had known, even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare." "Who started this? Get out!" Chui Nan roared. A crew-cut strong man tremblingly walked out. "Kneel down." The crew-cut strong man immediately knelt in front of Chen Chen. "Tell me, which hand did you touch Mr. Chen's friend with?" Chui Nan said in a deep voice. "Nangu, I." The crew-cut strong man was afraid. Asking this question clearly meant he was going to lose a hand. "Forget it, I'll spare you. Sooner or later, I'll be killed by you." Chui Nan gave a signal, and several of his men immediately dragged the crew-cut strong man to the next room. After a scream, there was no more sound from the crew-cut strong man. This scene almost scared the group of rich second-generation kids to wet their pants. For Gong Zili, Wu Junfan, and others, it was also an unforgettable scene. After surviving that disaster last time, your fate is destined to rise to the top. But if you seek death yourself, I can't guarantee that disaster won't strike again, Chen Chen said lightly. Yes, Mr. Chen's lesson is learned. I will definitely be more careful in the future. Chui Nan hurriedly replied. Take this. Chen Chen handed a ticket to Chui Nan. Seeing the ticket, Chui Nan was first stunned, then his face filled with joy. It was a ticket to the wealthiest summit. In Jiangbei, this ticket had already been traded for 1 million each, still priceless. Being able to attend this summit meant entering the peak circle of Jiangbei. Countless dignitaries and nobles couldn't buy a ticket even if they begged and pleaded. Give a slap and a date. This was Qin Shen's way of controlling people. Anyway, for him, he could get as many tickets as he wanted. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Chui Nan kept thanking him. Then he left with his men. Let's go. After finishing his cigarette, Chen Shen came to Gong Zili, grabbed her arm, and was about to leave. Before leaving, Chen Shen turned his head and looked disdainfully at Wu Junfan, saying, letting your girlfriend take a bullet for you, are you even worthy of being a man? Wu Junfan's face turned pale, he lowered his head in shame, feeling extremely embarrassed. Then, Chen Shen took the still dazed Gong Zili and left. After Chen Shen left, Lan Yuner couldn't help but run outside and ask Chui Nan, Go, what is Chen Shen's identity? Don't you know? Chui Nan's eyes showed a look of admiration. Mr. Chen is the reincarnation of the White Dragon King, able to communicate between yin and yang, determine life and death, and has the extraordinary ability to change fate. Is it true? Lan Yuner asked in surprise. Do you think I, Chui Nan, am a fool? Can't I tell if it's true or not? Chui Nan snorted coldly. Last time, Mr. Chen predicted that I would face a disaster, and that night a fire broke out when I went out to eat, killing more than a dozen brothers. Only I survived by following Mr. Chen's advice and hiding in the pool. And do you know about Jiangbei tycoon Zhang Qian? The Zhang Qian denies his mother 3 times incident was also predicted by Mr. Chen. And Song Siming, Wang Tai. There are countless similar examples. Lan Yuner was instantly shocked and fell into contemplation. I didn't expect that Chen Chen's fortune-telling skills are actually real. But why would Chen Chen tell her fortune? Is he trying to warn her about something? Maybe, Mr. Chen calculated that you were in danger and specially came to save you, little girl, Chui Nan said unintentionally. However, this sentence was like a bolt from the blue, making Lan Yuner tremble uncontrollably. Today, Chen Chen was supposed to accompany Gong Zili, but he didn't speak to her at all and stayed by Lan Yuner's side the whole time. It was clear that he calculated she was in danger and came to save her from Chui Nan's persecution. Chen Chen. Chen Chen. Lan Yuner kept murmuring Chen Chen's name, her eyes already somewhat blurred. On the other side, until they got off the car, Chen Chen pulled Gong Zili down from the taxi, and only then did Gong Zili recover from her shock. You. Gong Zili hesitated for a long time but didn't say a word. Don't hang out with those shady people in the future, go home early at night, so your sister doesn't worry about you, Chen Chen reprimanded. Gong Zili originally wanted to thank Chen Chen, but seeing his high and mighty attitude, she suddenly felt a surge of rebelliousness. Why didn't you come out earlier to help me out with Chui Nan? I was scared for so long. And who are you to meddle? They are all my friends, not shady people. If we talk about shady people, it's people like you who hang out with street thugs like Chui Nan who are the real shady ones. Gong Zili coldly snorted. If you weren't Ziyuan's sister, you would be dead to me, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. Come with me. Chen Chen grabbed Gong Zili's arm and pulled her towards her house. Let go. You're hurting me. Lily, Mo go, what's going on? Gong Ziyuan responded from inside the house, asking with concern. Sister, he bullied me, Gong Zili said aggrievedly. It's like this. Chen Chen recounted the incident at Emperor KTV to Gong Ziyuan in detail. Gong Ziyuan's face immediately darkened. Lily, apologize to Mo gu. Why should I? Clearly, he was in the wrong. If he had come out earlier and said he knew Cui Nan, none of this would have happened. Apologize. I won't apologize to him unless you beat me to death. You. Gong Ziyuan's face turned red with anger, her chest heaving violently. Just then, a woman in a black evening dress, slender and bearing a striking resemblance to Gong Ziyuan, walked over. She looked to be in her early 30s, exuding charm and grace in every move. She was like a married version of Gong Ziyuan. Ziyuan, Lily, what are you arguing about? Mom, they both bullied me. Gong Zili ran into the woman's arms, looking aggrieved. Chen Chen immediately understood that this was probably Gong Ziyuan's mother, Jing Xiaoying. You must be Chen Chen, right? Jing Xiaoying's eyes lit up when she saw Chen Chen, and she came forward to grab his hand. Hello, Auntie, I'm Chen Chen, Ziyuan's boyfriend. Chen Chen also shook Jing Xiaoying's hand firmly. Just as Ziyuan described, a talented young man. By the way, about the plane incident last time, Auntie must thank you for saving her life. Jing Xiaoying smiled. The more she looked at Chen Chen, the more she liked him. This is what they call a mother-in-law liking her son-in-law at first sight. Mom, it was just a coincidence. Why should you thank him? Gong Zili protested. Shut up. Ziyuan, tell me, what happened exactly? Jing Xiaoying asked. Gong Ziyuan explained the whole story to Jing Xiaoying. After listening, Jing Xiaoying looked at Gong Zili with a stern face and said, You made a mistake, and someone helped you, yet you blame them? Gong Zili, are you trying to anger your mother? Apologize to Chen Chen immediately. Mom, I want you to apologize to Chen Chen. If you don't apologize, get out of the Gong family right now. Gong Zili's face turned red and white alternately, her fists clenched tightly. In the end, she reluctantly said to Chen Chen, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Are you learning how to imitate a mosquito? Louder! Jing Xiaoying sternly shouted. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Are you satisfied now? Gong Zili shouted angrily, then ran back to her bedroom with tears streaming down her face, and slammed the door shut. This child. Xiaochen, don't mind her. Jing Xiaoying said awkwardly. It's okay, Lily is still young, I don't blame her. Chen Chen smiled. Gong Zili cried all night in her room. She couldn't understand why even her own mother was helping Chen Chen. Especially when she thought of Chen Chen's words, if you weren't Ziyuan's sister, you would be dead to me, I wouldn't even spare a glance at you. Her heart ached like being stabbed with a knife. I, Gong Zili, am not so easy to bully. Soon, a plan emerged in Gong Zili's mind. The next day, Chen Chen received a call from Gong Zili. Hey, is it Moj? It's Lily. Gong Zili? What's up? Moj, I reflected on it all night and realized that I was indeed wrong yesterday, so I want to invite you to dinner to apologize. This surprised Chen Chen greatly. Gong Zili, this little witch, actually took the initiative to apologize to him? Sure, I'll bring your sister along. No, I would feel embarrassed if she's there. Come to Songha building tonight, I've booked a private room for you. At night, Chen Chen arrived at the Queen's Hall private room in Songha building as agreed. Gong Zili warmly welcomed Chen Chen, ordered a table full of dishes, and even brought a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Moj, I was wrong yesterday, this drink is my way of apologizing. Gong Zili smiled and drank a glass of wine. To err is human, to forgive divine. I forgive you. Chen Chen nodded with a smile. Suddenly, Gong Zili said, Moj, could you call the waiter, I want to order a couple more dishes? No need, we have enough food. Chen Chen said. Please, I haven't eaten enough yet. Gong Zili said nervously and unnaturally, as if she had something on her mind. Chen Chen frowned slightly, then said calmly, Okay, I'll call the waiter, and I'll also go to the restroom. Okay, you go. After he left the room, Chen Chen deliberately hid in a corner. Soon, Gong Zili pushed the door open and looked around sneakily. Sure enough, there was something fishy. When Gong Zili returned, Chen Chen secretly opened the door a little and saw Gong Zili sprinkling a powdery substance into his wineglass and stirring it with chopsticks. Chen Chen couldn't help but feel furious. He had saved Gong Zili yesterday, but instead of being grateful, this girl wanted to harm him. Thinking about it, the substance she put in shouldn't be a lethal poison, she wouldn't dare to do that. Soon, Chen Chen came up with a plan. Back in the private room, Gong Zili casually ordered 2 more dishes from the waiter and quickly sent the waiter away. Moj, one last drink, let's go home after this. Gong Zili looked at Chen Chen with a smile, a hint of cunning in her eyes. Okay. Suddenly, Chen Chen glanced out the window, then exaggeratedly pointed outside and exclaimed, "Huh? What's that?" People are naturally curious, and coupled with Chen Chen's exaggerated actions and expressions, Gong Zili couldn't help but lean forward to look out the window. In the blink of an eye, Chen Chen switched their wine glasses, the whole process taking less than a second, not spilling a drop of wine. Truly, done without anyone noticing. Gong Zili looked outside and asked in confusion, "There's nothing there?" "Oh, my mistake, it's just a billboard. I thought it was a UFO." Chen Chen laughed. "Anyway, let's finish the wine and go home." "Okay." They both stood up and raised their glasses. Chen Chen smirked inwardly, thinking, "What goes around comes around. You'll have a taste of your own medicine tonight. Cheers." Gong Zili happily clinked glasses with Chen Chen. Watching Chen Chen finish his drink in one go, Gong Zili also drank it down readily. After going downstairs, the two bid farewell. Gong Zili watched the silhouette of the taxi Chen Chen was riding and disappear into the distance and couldn't help bursting into laughter. "Ha, let you taste the power of this girl." Then, she couldn't wait to call her best friend Zhang Ning. "Ning, let me tell you, just now I pretended to apologize and made Chen Chen drink wine with a laxative. He, it's enough to make someone collapse." "What? Go to your place to talk in detail?" "Okay, I'll go right away." Gong Zili took a taxi to Zhang Ning's residential area. Soon, she arrived at the residential area where Zhang Ning lived. While waiting for the elevator, a primary school student who had just finished school came. Gong Zili entered the elevator with him. However, as they were going up, the elevator suddenly shook twice, then dropped sharply, the lights went out, and it got stuck in the middle. Gong Zili and the primary school student were trapped in the elevator. Unfortunately, Gong Zili's phone was out of battery at that moment. So, Gong Zili and the primary school student quietly waited for rescue in the pitch-black elevator. After about 3 minutes, Gong Zili's face gradually turned ugly, and her stomach kept cramping. She realized that something was not quite right, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. However, the laxative Gong Zili took was too strong, and she felt a strong urge to defecate wildly, hitting her limit. Gong Zili kept taking deep breaths, just to barely hold it in. "Sister, are you okay?" the primary school student asked with concern. I'm fine. Don't talk to me." Gong Zili was afraid that if she said one more word, the feces would come out. Coincidentally, the elevator suddenly shook violently twice. In an instant, Gong Zili flashed the image of the elevator plummeting, quickly grabbed the primary school student, and had him lean against the elevator with her back, knees bent, and body slightly squatting, to maximize self-protection in case of a fall. However, what Gong Zili never expected was that just this half-squatting position, coupled with the act of defecating, triggered a reflex in her body. The stomach that had been holding back for a long time couldn't hold it anymore, and it burst out. Feces. Wild excretion. Gong Zili actually defecated in her pants. Silence. A dead silence. The primary school student looked at Gong Zili with an extremely surprised expression, pinched his nose, and endured the foul smell in the elevator, saying, "Sister, don't be afraid, everything's fine. My mom said this elevator often loses power, but nothing ever happens." The primary school student thought Gong Zili was scared and had an accident in her pants. In that moment, Gong Zili was truly embarrassed to the point where she could have hidden in a 2-bedroom apartment. This embarrassment, coupled with the strong effect of the laxative, made Gong Zili lose control even more. Bursting out again. Her stomach was rumbling, and a foul smell filled the air. The primary school student, who had just comforted her, fell silent, paused for a few seconds, and said, "Sister, please stop. I'm scared." Bursting sounds. Gong Zili had given up on herself. Seeing this, the primary school student burst into tears. "Sister, are we going to die? My mom must have lied to me. Wah! Sister, please stop, I'm scared. Wah! Sister, I think I'm going to die, it's so pungent, I can't breathe." Just then, the elevator shook again, and a beam of light shone in. The property management staff had finally arrived. At that moment, the primary school student regained faith in the light. Although the elevator door opened, the elevator was still stuck in the middle. Gong Zili first lifted the primary school student out, then climbed out herself. "It's all your fault, you property management people. How many times have we complained about the elevator having problems, and you still haven't fixed it?" My grandson was scared to the point of soiling his pants. The primary school student's grandmother raged at the property management staff. The people around also covered their noses because it was really stinky. "Grandma, it's not me, I'm not afraid, it's this sister." The elementary school student wiped away tears and pointed at Gong Zili. At that moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Gong Zili. Coincidentally, the effect of the medicine came back again. Plop plop plop. As if to confirm the words of the elementary school student, Gong Zili started to pull wildly on the spot. At that moment, Gong Zili really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Social death, just like this. That night, Gong Zili sat in the toilet all night. When the effect of the medicine passed, and she could finally sleep, as soon as Gong Zili closed her eyes, she remembered the words of the elementary school student, "Sister, please stop pulling, I'm scared." Meanwhile, Shin Shen was sleeping comfortably at home, completely unaware that Gong Zili had developed a deep hatred towards her because of this incident. On June 20, 2000 Sunday, the big shots of Jiangbei gathered. The summit of the richest was finally about to begin. Jiangbei has been unusually lively recently. Not only the local big shots and wealthy people from Jiangbei, but also many people from nearby big cities came. The scale of this summit exceeded Chen Chen's imagination from the beginning. At that time, Chen Chen was riding in the car driven by the faithful driver Gong Ziyuan, heading to the venue of the summit, one of the 3 major 7-star hotels in Daxia country, the Zeus Grand Hotel. On the way, Chen Chen bought a newspaper out of boredom, only to find the headline on the front page: "A beautiful girl in a certain residential area was scared to the point of defecating after being trapped in an elevator due to long-term disrepair." The accompanying picture showed Gong Zili awkwardly pulling up her pants as she crawled out of the elevator, with a caption from the elementary school student, "Sister, please stop pulling, I'm scared." From the newspaper, Chen Chen learned about the entire process of Gong Zili's social death the day before. What amused Chen Chen the most was that due to public pressure, the residential area installed a new elevator that day and resolved other demands of the residents, turning Gong Zili into a defender in the eyes of the residents of that residential area. At the end of the newspaper, the unethical reporter even reported that more than a dozen residential areas with disputes with property management had called in, wanting to find Gong Zili and offering a high price for her to defecate. It turns out she took a laxative yesterday. Hee, this lesson will probably be unforgettable for her. Chen Chen chuckled inwardly. Soon, the two arrived at the hotel entrance and were surprised to find the parking lot of the Zeus Grand Hotel packed with luxury cars. Maseratis, Mercedes S-Class, BMW 7 Series. All the top luxury cars that were rare in Jiangbei in 2000 were everywhere, and each license plate was impressive. Wow, which leader is visiting Jiangbei with so many luxury cars? Passers-by at the entrance were amazed. Could it be a leader from our provincial government? But wait, even when the top leaders of the provincial government visited last time, it wasn't this grand, speculated another passerby. Zhang Ning, who passed by them, showed a disdainful expression. "A bunch of poor folks, with your status, how can you know about the existence of the richest man in Jiangbei?" But in fact, Zhang Ning herself was also very shocked. She originally thought it was just a gathering of the top circle in Jiangbei, but unexpectedly, so many big shots showed up. She recognized many of the license plates. Those were the vehicles of top wealthy people, the richest in nearby counties and cities. "Lily, why do you think the newly crowned richest man in Jiangbei is so powerful?" Zhang Ning sneered. Gong Zili was equally frightened. The influence of this newly crowned richest man in Jiangbei, who rose in the international nickel or futures market, was simply terrifying. The former richest man in Jiangbei, Su Baogua, never had such influence. It is likely that Song Siming's desire to have the new richest man become the financial leader of Jiangbei is not groundless. Once he truly becomes the new financial leader, he will definitely secure the position of the #1 person in Jiangbei. Ning, why did you just arrive? Hurry up and go in. My third uncle agreed to bring a few family members only with great difficulty. Wu Junfan, who was anxiously looking out at the door, saw Zhang Ning and ran over sweating profusely to urge her. Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't it still more than half an hour before the show starts? Zhang Ning said with a sneer. My dear, don't you see what the situation is today? Wu Junfan smiled bitterly. All the top tycoons from the entire northern Jiang region, even half of Jianghai province, are here. Those without entry tickets, no matter how high their status or level, will be turned away. If it weren't for my third uncle being the owner of this hotel, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to come here for free as a waiter today. Is it really that exaggerated? Zhang Ning sneered. Is it really that exaggerated? Let me tell you, do you know about Song Siming? He's the top leader in Jiangbei. He set a strict criterion that those with a net worth of less than 1 billion won't even have the qualification to enter. 1 billion? Zhang Ning's mouth twitched instantly. In 2000, a net worth of 1 billion could make one a dominant figure anywhere. But even such a person could barely meet the entry requirements, indicating how many more powerful big shots there were inside the hotel. At the same time, Zhang Ning looked enviously at Gong Zili. Unlike Zhang Ning, Gong Zili was brought in as a family member by Gong Ming, not like Zhang Ning, who entered through the back door as a privileged guest, thus her status was directly higher. As soon as everyone entered the Zeus Hotel, from the lobby to the hall, there was a strong aura everywhere, with ostentatious big bosses accompanying their children or wives, getting to know each other and socializing. Boss Lu is here. I heard you made over 3 billion recently from stock trading. Find some time to take care of your little brother. That's nothing. The newly crowned richest man in Jiangbei made a whopping 3.5 billion in the international futures market in 3 days, shocking the world's financial bigwigs. That's what real power is. Brother Wang, aren't your 2 companies going public on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange? Congratulations, you'll be a director with a market value of 2 billion in the future. Hey, it's just market value, not cash flow. Unlike you, Boss Zhou. Such conversations were heard constantly. Not to mention Zhang Ning, even Gong Zili, the daughter of the Gong family, was stunned, as if entering a new world. Lily, does your dad often bring you to such grand occasions? I feel so small here, like I dare not even breathe loudly, Zhang Ning said cautiously, with a feeling of not daring to speak loudly, fearing to disturb the heavenly beings. How often? This is the first time I've seen such a grand scene from childhood to adulthood. My dad told me before coming that, except for brother Chu Tian, we younger generation are not allowed to get too close to the venue. We just need to stand in the corner. Gong Zili said. If it weren't for Junfan, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have the qualification to stand here in my lifetime, Lan Yuner said with a bitter smile. Hee, don't underestimate yourselves. I think with our circle and connections, maybe in 3 to 5 decades, we could sit on an equal footing with the people here, Wu Junfan said, looking at the wealthy big shots coming and going with an extremely longing expression in his eyes. Forget about 3 to 5 decades, if I can achieve that before I die, I think I can die with no regrets. Zhang Ning said. Lily, look, your brother Chu Tian and Li Hui are here. Zhang Ning said. Ha, isn't the person next to them Wang Chen? Why is he here too? Gong Zili frowned. Wang Chen was a genuine playboy. All the behaviors described on TV and in novels about trashy second-generation rich could be found in him. In comparison, Li Hui, Chu Tian, and others were the elite among the second-generation rich, capable and respectable. Not only him, even Song Tsong is here. Wow, now all the top second-generation rich in Jiangbei are here. Zhang Ning's ears turned red with excitement. Gong Zili, however, was not excited at all. Although Song Tsong was slightly better than Wang Chen, he was not a good person either. It is said that several female celebrities in the entertainment industry had abortions because of him. The young master like this, Gong Zili has always respected and kept a distance. After Chen Chen brought Gong Ziyuan with the entrance ticket, they entered the hotel hand in hand. Looking at this magnificent hotel, looking at the top wealthy people coming and going around. For a moment, Chen Chen felt heroic in his heart. In the previous life, he didn't even have the qualifications to work for these wealthy people. But in this life, all the top wealthy people came to see his style. Ziyuan, am I excellent, right? Chen Chen turned his head and asked. Gong Ziyuan smiled slightly and touched Chen Chen's face, saying, in this vast Jiangbei, can you find a man more outstanding than you? Mo Guo? Ziyuan's sister? Just then, Lan Yuner walked over with a surprised look on her face. Equally surprised were Gong Zili, Zhang Ning, Wu Junfan, Xu Tian, and a group of second-generation wealthy people next to her. Gong Zili's face turned extremely ugly at the sight of Chen Chen, her fists clenched. Sister, how could you bring such a swindler here? Chen Chen, this is not a place for you swindlers to stay, so get lost. In her opinion, Chen Chen must have used Gong Ziyuan's ticket to get in. Coupled with the laxative incident before, the new and old grudges accumulated, and Gong Zili's hatred towards Chen Chen reached its peak. Sister, don't scare me. Chen Chen pinched his throat, imitating the voice of a primary school student in a strange manner. You! Gong Zili's face turned red and white, her delicate body trembling with anger. Are you that Chen Chen? Just then, an arrogant voice sounded from the side. Chen Chen turned his head and saw a rebellious and arrogant young man looking at him disdainfully. Do we know each other? Chen Chen frowned. Of course we don't know each other. Do you even deserve to know me? The young man sneered, I'm Wang Chen. Wang Tai Wang Heng is my uncle, Wang Jin Wang's secretary is my dad. After speaking, Wang Chen ignored Chen Chen directly and turned to Gong Ziyuan, saying, I say Ziyuan's sister, your taste is really bad. How could you fall for such a waste? If you really like this kind of fortune-telling and divination stuff, I can introduce you to someone. I have plenty of resources for fortune-telling, divination, and fortune-telling young meat in my hands. I can even make them learn for you on the spot. Why bother being with such a waste? Hearing this, Chen Chen's gaze gradually turned cold. The dragon has scales, touch it and it gets angry. Gong Ziyuan is Chun Chen's biggest scale. Before Chen Chen could speak, Gong Ziyuan's face was frosty. Wang Chen, if you dare to speak like that again, I will turn against you. Wang Chen shrugged, just kidding, Ziyuan's sister. After all, Gong Ziyuan is Gong Ming's daughter, even his father Wang Jin doesn't want to easily offend her. Although Wang Chen is a playboy, he is not without brains. He won't offend someone he can't afford to provoke. Humph, when I meet the newly crowned richest man today, even your father Gong Ming can't ignore me. I'll see if you dare to turn against me then. Wang Chen's heart was on fire. This conference was jointly organized by his uncle Wang Tai and Song Siming. He naturally knew the status of the newly crowned richest man. He is going to be the man who calls the shots in the financial circle of Jiangbei. And this time he attended the conference of the richest man. It was also at the behest of Wang Tai, preparing to recommend his eldest son of the Wang family to the newly crowned richest man, hoping that Chen Chen would mentor his incompetent nephew. Thinking of this, Wang Chen didn't bother to provoke Chen Chen anymore. Kid, since Ziyuan's sister is protecting you today, I won't trouble you for her sake. But I heard that my uncle Gong doesn't get along with you. When he comes, let's see how you explain. Wang Chen grinned at Chen Chen, his eyes full of mockery. Zhang Ning, Wu Junfan, and others were all gloating. So what if you know Cui Nan? He's just here to solve problems for these top wealthy people. When a real big shot like Gong Ming gets angry, Cui Nan won't be of any use. Only Gong Ziyuan shook her head secretly. Don't talk about her father. Even Wang Tai, even Song Siming, have to please and flatter Chen Chen in front of them. As a result, these juniors dared to speak to Chen Chen like this. At this moment, Chen Chen lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said lightly, "Don't talk about your dad. Even if your uncle Wang Tai is here, he wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. Who gave you the courage to provoke me?" With these words, the whole scene was shocked. Zhang Ning and others all looked at Chen Chen in confusion. Has this guy taken the wrong medicine? That's Wang Chen, the son of the newly appointed secretary Wang Jin, the nephew of the provincial branch president Wang Tai. And Wang Chen has a bad temper. He dares to hit people at the drop of a hat. There was once a rich second generation who was disabled by him just for looking at Wang Chen a little longer. Do you think that just because you know Cui Nan, you can confront such a powerful figure in Jiangbei like this? Gong Zili couldn't help but shake her head and sneer. A dead duck's mouth is still hard. Do you think Wang Chen is easy to mess with? But Wu Junfan just smiled and said nothing, a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Last time Chen Chen made him lose so much face, even if Cui Nan came this time, it wouldn't help. Wang Chen would definitely make things difficult for Chen Chen. Sure enough, Wang Chen's face, which was weak, instantly turned cold as he looked at Chen Chen with a cold gaze. Don't think that Gong Ziyuan is protecting you. I won't dare to hit you. Kneel down and apologize to me immediately, otherwise, do you believe I'll break your legs? You can try. Chen Chen grinned. Wang Chen laughed out of anger. He had been domineering in Jiangbei for so many years, and he had never seen anyone of the same generation dare to defy him like this. Alright. Wang Chen said 3 alrights in a row, pointing at Chen Chen's nose and saying, I just got promoted because of my dad and didn't want any trouble. Since you, kid, are picking a fight, don't blame me. However, when this was said, Wu Junfan and others also changed their expressions. It's over. Wang Chen is losing control. Hey, Chen bro, calm down. Don't be impulsive. This is the gathering place for the top wealthy people, the big shots in Jiangbei. If you really start a fight, even Wang uncle will lose face. At this point, surprisingly, Wu Junfan stepped forward to mediate. If Wang Chen went out and beat Chen Chen to death, Wu Junfan wouldn't care. But this hotel belonged to Wu Junfan's uncle. If things escalated, Wu Junfan might not be able to walk away unscathed. He tried to persuade while saying to Chen Chen, who is Chen bro, and who are you? A swindler in the Jianghu. You're really not giving face to Secretary Wang and President Wang. Quickly apologize to Chen bro. Chen, apologize quickly, things have escalated, you might really get beaten to death. Gong Zili was also anxious. Even though she hated Chen, she didn't want to see him get killed. After all, Chen had saved her last time. Alright, since everyone is pleading for you, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize now, and I'll spare you. Wang Chen said coldly. Upon hearing this, Chen seemed as if he didn't understand, and calmly said, I'll give you the same opportunity. I'll give you a chance, kneel down and apologize now, and I'll spare you too. With these words, Wang Chen's expression changed drastically, his eyes spewing anger. He waved his fists. Wang Chen actually rushed towards Chen to hit him. Fortunately, Chu Tian next to him was quick to react, and he grabbed him, whispering, Xiao Chen, don't be impulsive. If you really hit him, it will be your fault. When Song Siming asks, how will you explain to your dad? he said coldly while turning to look at Chen Chen. Chen Chen, do you think you can get away with it just because we can't do anything at the wealthy summit? Once we step out of this door, do you believe that any one of us here can easily tear you apart? How dare a defeated underling bark in front of me? Chen Chen shook his head and smiled lightly. Are you even qualified? What about me? Li Hui, a friend of Chu Tian and a top-rich second generation in Jiangbei, stepped forward with a dark face and said in a deep voice, "You're not qualified either." Chen Chen shook his head. He, what about me? Wang Chen also stepped forward and sneered. Still not worthy. Chen Chen still shook his head. The onlookers became more and more shocked as they watched. The combined wealth and power behind the three top-rich second generations could easily stir up half of Jiangbei. And they are still not worthy? Oh, so confident? Then, with me added, are they worthy? A deep voice rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw a group of young people walking over, led by a stylish and powerful man in his mid-20s. Song Tsong? It's Song Tsong, someone exclaimed. Who is Song Tsong? I've never heard of him. Because of Chen Chen's extraordinary performance, more and more onlookers gathered, including many young people from out of town. Song Tsong is the young master of the Song family. His grandfather was the top leader of the original Jiangbei, his father is the food tycoon Song Sijie, his uncle is the initiator of this conference, and the current top leader of Jiangbei is Song Siming. The person continued in a low voice. Song Siming's nephew? Hiss, everyone gasped in shock. The initiator and organizer of the wealthiest conference is Song Siming. Who among the attendees doesn't know that? Facing Song Tsong, who seemed to want to crush Chen Chen with his imposing aura, Chen Chen still calmly took a puff of smoke and said, still not worthy. With this statement, everyone present seemed to have already anticipated it, and even felt a bit numb. Li Hui, Chu Tian, Wang Chen, and now Song Tsong. To say they are the four great kings among the rich second generations in Jiangbei is no exaggeration. As a result, Chen Chen offended them all at once. Many people looked at Chen Chen with pity. Even if Chen Chen could survive the wealthiest conference, he would definitely not be able to walk out of the Zeus Hotel alive. However, Song Tsong smiled disappointedly, without any anger, and looked at Chen Chen as if he were looking at two fools. It was as if they didn't understand how terrifying their combined power was. It was like an elementary school student naively saying they wanted to challenge a world champion. Ignorance is bliss. Such a person is not worth Song Tsong's intervention. Even if he won, it would be meaningless. Just then, Chen Chen's phone suddenly rang. He nonchalantly pressed the answer button. You're about to die, and you still dare to answer the phone? Wang Chen chuckled. Who's calling you? Let that idiot come and collect your corpse. Hearing this, Chen Chen looked up at Wang Chen with a strange expression and said, it's your uncle, Wang Tai, calling. Say that again. Wang Chen became furious, waving his fists and charging towards Chen Chen again. Just then, a deep male voice came, what's going on? Immediately, the crowd stirred, and those watching the commotion automatically formed two rows to make way. Chu Tian saw the newcomer and his eyes lit up. He immediately walked up respectfully and said, Uncle Gong, you're here. Gong Ming, with a net worth of 2.92 billion, he ranks 8th on the list of local tycoons in Jiangbei. Even in a place like the wealthiest conference where big shots gather, he is definitely a standout presence. Seeing Gong Ming, even top-rich second generations like Song Tsong and Wang Chen did not dare to be disrespectful and immediately greeted him respectfully, Uncle Gong. Gong Ming nodded, but when he saw Chen Chen and Gong Ziyuan, he was taken aback, then frowned and said in dissatisfaction, what's going on here? This is the wealthiest conference, such a grand occasion. Why is it so noisy and lacking in decorum? Uncle Gong, it's like this. Chu Tian embellished the story and explained everything. Gong Ming's face turned ashen, and he glared at Chen Chen with cold eyes. A mere swindler dares to cause a commotion at the wealthiest conference. Chen Chen, I order you to apologize to everyone immediately, and then get out of the wealthiest conference on your own. Dad, Imogu is. Shut up. Gong Ming interrupted Gong Ziyuan, impatiently saying, I haven't settled the matter of you bringing this swindler here yet. Turning his head, Gong Ming pointed at Chen Chen's nose and said, you apologize. Chen Chen looked at Gong Ming with a smile that was not a smile, his eyes full of disdain. Gong Ming couldn't help but angrily shout, what? Even with me, you're not worthy? Yes, Chen Chen said casually. Everyone was completely speechless. After offending the younger generation, this guy even started offending the absolute big shots in Jiangbei. Is he defying the heavens? Security, come here. Gong Ming couldn't be bothered to talk to Chen Chen and called the security directly. At this moment, there was a commotion at the door, and a voice came, they're here. The top big shots are here. That's Wang Tai, Wang Xingchang, Wang Jin, Secretary Song Siming, and Leader Song. Why isn't the newly crowned richest man here? Did he not come? The appearance of the top big shots in Jiangbei instantly attracted almost everyone's attention away from the commotion caused by Chen Chen and the younger generation. Gongming took a deep breath, coldly stared at Chen Chen, and said, "You lucky brat, after the meeting, I'll come find you for a settlement. Ziyuan, come here." After speaking, Gongming pulled Gong Ziyuan and left without saying a word. "You really have good luck, huh? But I can't wait to see how you'll walk out of this hotel alive after the meeting." With that, Wang Chen quickly followed. "Kid, good luck to you," Song Song said with a smile as he walked away shaking his head. For him, Chen Chen was just a minor episode, not worth wasting time on. He came today to meet the newly crowned richest man, the future financial figure in Jiangbei. Unexpectedly, Gong Zili stayed behind. "Chen Chen, have you thought about how to bear Wang Chen's anger? Wang Chen is not a good person, he's petty and vengeful. In the past, someone just glanced at him more and he turned them into a vegetable. You should consider that." Chen Chen said calmly, "He should be thinking about how to bear my anger." Gong Zili rolled her eyes. "I'm warning you, it's still not too late to run now. After the meeting, you won't be able to run even if you want to. Are you concerned about me?" Chen Chen teased Gong Zili. "Concerned about you? Ha ha, let me tell you, even if I die here, jumping from the top floor, I still wouldn't care about a shameless person like you. I just want to take revenge with my own hands. Understand? So agitated, why shout so loudly?" Watching Gong Zili's face turn red from being teased, Chen Chen suddenly looked horrified. "No way, no way. You couldn't have fallen in love with me, could you? Tsk, unable to snatch a boyfriend from your own sister, harboring hatred out of love, constantly mocking me, but when I'm in danger, you decisively come out to help me. You're really twisted and perverted inside. You." Gong Zili's face turned red with anger, gritted her teeth, stomped her foot, and ran away. So easily provoked. Chen Chen shook his head and smiled. After the big shots entered, the summit of the richest quickly began. In the grand hall on the top floor of the Zeus Hotel, capable of accommodating 3,000 people, beautiful waitresses in slim high-slit cheongsams led the big shots to their seats according to their status. Naturally, the positions on the stage were reserved for Wang Tai, Song Siming, and several top tycoons, with higher status closer to the stage. People like Zhang Ning, who came in through connections, were only allowed to stand on the last step of the platform, without even a seat. And top second-generation rich like Song Song, Li Hui, and Wang Chen only had a seat in the last row. The grandeur of the richest summit is truly impressive. Wang Chen couldn't help but be amazed when he saw many people with status similar to his father's sitting only in the second row. The influence of this newly crowned richest man was indeed exaggerated. Even these big shots came from far and wide just to see him. Yes, if it weren't for our elders being powerful, we wouldn't even have a chance to stand at the back. Song Song also sighed with emotion. The Chen surname swindler in the rivers and lakes is truly ignorant and fearless, even daring to provoke Wang Xiao, Li Hui said. He. If it weren't for Gong Ziyuan protecting him, I would have beaten him to a pulp long ago. Wang Chen said indignantly. Shoo, keep it down. If you speak any louder, the security will come over. Song Song said. Only then did everyone lower their voices. By the way, Chenggu, Song Xiao, where is the newly crowned richest man? Shu Tian asked. Yeah, Chenggu, Song Xiao, where is the newly crowned richest man? Let's go meet him together. The surrounding second-generation rich kids immediately flattered. Today's gathering was specially organized by Song Siming and Wang Tai and other big shots for the newly crowned richest man, showing his high status. If one could climb up this high branch, their position in the family would surely rise steadily. Don't worry, our elders from both families sent us here to make friends with the newly crowned richest man, Wang Chen proudly said. When the meeting is almost over, I and Song Xiao will take everyone to toast the newly crowned richest man together. Thank you, Chenggu. Thank you, Song Xiao. Chenggu is mighty, Song Xiao is domineering. Everyone flattered. Just then, Wang Jin, who had taken over from Song Siming as the new secretary, had already come to the stage. The audience quieted down. Wang Chen quickly signaled the second-generation rich kids to pay attention to the meeting. Wang Jin felt that he had never been so honored in his life. On the stage were the top big shots from all over Jiangbei, while below were wealthy and influential people from nearby cities and counties. In terms of power, there were easily 70 to 80 people who surpassed him. But today, he was the one presiding over the meeting here. The reason was simple, because Wang Tai had a good relationship with the newly crowned richest man. Later, Wang Chen must curry favor with the new rich man. Wang Jin thought to himself, Ladies and gentlemen, I am Wang Jin from the city government, presiding over this gathering of the richest. I know you didn't come here to listen to me blabber, so next, let us welcome Mr. Chen, the newly crowned richest man, to the stage to speak. Earlier, Wang Tai had called to confirm that Chen Chen was already present, and Wang Zhen knew about it. With Wang Zhen's words, applause thundered in the audience. Has the newly crowned richest man arrived? Who is it? Is it the one with white hair at the front? No, that's Zhang Mao, the richest man in Jiangzhong. Where is the richest man in Jiangbei? People in the audience clapped and looked around curiously, eager to see what the newly crowned richest man in Jiangbei looked like. Even the big shots in the first 2 rows were curious and looked around. So excited, we're about to meet the future financial leader, Wang Chen exclaimed. With a wealth of 3.65 billion, ranking first among the 8 cities nearby, I must learn from my idol today. Song Tsong was also excited. In the future, I must have such a grand presence. I must. Xu Tian clenched his fists, silently vowing in his heart. And just then, unexpectedly, Chen Chen, who was sitting at the back, slowly stood up and, in full view of everyone, started walking towards the stage. Chen Chen, what are you doing? Gong Zili exclaimed, the richest Mr. Chen is supposed to speak on stage, not you, a swindler from the rivers and lakes. I am the newly crowned richest man. Chen Chen grinned at Gong Zili, then continued to step forward. Chen Chen, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Wu Junfan was dumbfounded, anxious to go forward and stop him. This was his uncle's hotel, and Wu Junfan was here to help maintain order. If Chen Chen disrupted the gathering of the richest, Wu Junfan would be in deep trouble. Let him go. Wang Chen stopped Wu Junfan, smirked, and said, does this kid think we won't match his wit? These big shots won't match his wit? Song Tsong nodded and said with a smile, does he think he's very funny? Daring to make such jokes. Xu Tian shook his head inwardly, why did I lose to someone brainless like him before? With all eyes on him, security guards had already approached, ready to stop Chen Chen. At this moment, sitting in the middle, the bald Chui Nan stood up first and exclaimed excitedly, Mr. Shen. At this moment, Song Siming on the stage also stood up and said loudly, everyone, please stand up. Welcome, Mr. Shen. Swish. With Song Siming standing up and applauding, from the last row to the first row, all the big shots in the audience stood up, calling out loudly, welcome, Mr. Shen. Welcome, Mr. Shen. Welcome, Mr. Shen. As all the big shots around stood up to welcome Chen Chen, Wang Chen was completely bewildered, looking clueless. He looked almost pleadingly at his father Wang Zhen, but only saw Wang Zhen, Wang Tai, Zheng Qian, and many other big shots from Jiangbei also standing up and bowing, saying, welcome, Mr. Shen. Amid the countless looks of confusion, shock, and disbelief, Chen Chen stood with his hands behind his back, walking proudly, step by step like climbing to the sky. Gong Zili stood there dumbfounded, looking completely stunned. Chen Chen is the newly crowned richest man? She felt like she had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. And many big shots present were also shocked. This is the newly crowned richest man? He's so young, isn't he? He looks like he's just in his early 20s, similar to my son who just graduated from college. Young and promising, young and promising. Zhang Ning and others were already dumbfounded. Wu Juanfan's lips turned white, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Chen Chen? The richest man in Jiangbei? This. At that moment, Wu Junfan finally understood why Chui Nan was so respectful to Chen Chen. After the shock, Wu Junfan felt a strong sense of fear attacking his heart. All he could think of were the scenes of him mocking Chen Chen. I actually insulted the richest man in Jiangbei. The more he thought about it, the more scared Wu Junfan became, until his face turned as white as paper, sweating profusely. In contrast, Lan Yun'er's small mouth had turned into an O shape at this moment, showing a mix of astonishment, joy, and disbelief. In comparison, the rich second generation in Xu Tian's circle had already fallen into a dead silence. Wang Chen stared fixedly at Chen Chen's back, murmuring repeatedly, How is this possible? How could he be the richest man in Jiangbei? There must be some mistake. There's no mistake. Li Hui forcibly suppressed the surging waves of shock in his heart, smiling bitterly, Mr. Song personally welcomed him, how could he be wrong? Song Tsong's nails were embedded in his palms in terror. No one knew the insider information of the richest man's meeting better than him. Song Siming intended to use this meeting to push Chen Chen to a new peak, making him the financial figure in Jiangbei, and even in the surrounding 8 cities. I thought I was high above, overlooking all beings as a god, but I didn't expect that you are the god, and I am just an ant under your feet. Song Tsong slowly closed his eyes, smiling bitterly, Chen Chen, you win. On the other hand, Xu Tian's eyes were bloodshot, tightly clenching his fists, staring fiercely at the young man on the stage with a calm demeanor, inwardly roaring, Good. He truly surpasses me as a man. But so what if you are the richest man in Jiangbei? When I swallow up the Gong family, the position of the richest man in Jiangbei will change hands. By then, I will let you know what true greatness is. And the most unbelievable part was Gong Ming, who was sitting on the stage. He hadn't even reacted, still sitting in his chair, watching as Chen Shen stepped up the stairs, ascending like he was climbing to the heavens. He really did it. After realizing it, Gong Ming's face also paled. Within a month, he really earned over 3 billion, surpassing my net worth, even befriending figures like Song Siming and Wang Tai, and becoming the richest man in Jiangbei. Compared to him, even Chu Tian, Song Song, and Wang Chen combined would pale in comparison. Thinking of this, Gong Ming finally stood up with trembling feet, staring at Chen Shen, who was addressed as Mr. Chen by many big shots. He sighed and said, "I never thought you would surpass me in this lifetime. Who could have imagined that you have completely surpassed me? Just 1 month." It only took Chen Shen 1 month to completely surpass the achievements that Gong Ming had worked hard for decades to build. The thought of this made Gong Ming feel a sense of despair. After Chen Shen stepped onto the stage, he picked up the microphone in front of everyone, took a deep breath, and felt a surge of heroism in his heart. In the previous life, not to mention these big shots on the scene, even the likes of Wu Junfan, the second generation rich, he couldn't touch. In this life, all the big shots had to address him as Mr. Chen and stand up to welcome him. Thank you all for coming from afar to attend this richest man summit. The reason why I became the richest man is just a stroke of luck. Compared to the seniors present here, I still have a long way to go, Chen Shen said with a faint smile. But everyone could tell that it was just a polite remark. How could becoming the richest man be just a matter of luck? Here, I want to especially thank someone. Chen Shen looked towards Gong Ziyuan sitting in the last row, and said affectionately, "Ziyuan, it is with your company that I have come this far today. Please come up on stage and share this glory with me, okay?" The whole audience's gaze focused on Gong Ziyuan. When the men saw Gong Ziyuan's appearance, they couldn't help but hold their breath. Beautiful, beautiful like a celestial being. And all the women present were extremely envious and jealous. Who wouldn't envy a woman who could stand out in front of so many big shots at the richest man summit? After Gong Ziyuan went on stage, she looked at the big shots below, feeling both excited and scared. Many of these people had a much higher status than her father. "Don't be afraid." Chen Shen held Gong Ziyuan's hand and said softly, "This is just the beginning. There will be much bigger stages in the future." The richest man in Jiangbei? Chen Shen's goal was to become the richest man in the world. These figures in front of him, who seemed unattainable like gods to ordinary people, were just stepping stones on his way to higher goals. "Sister." Gong Zili, who was sitting below, looked at Chen Shen looking affectionately at Gong Ziyuan on stage, feeling a mix of resentment, jealousy, envy, and bitterness in her heart for a moment. There was a moment when Gong Zili felt dizzy and had an unreal illusion. It seemed that the person being led by Chen Shen on stage was her. "Damn it! Gong Zili, what are you thinking about? That bastard is the culprit who caused your social death." Gong Zili shook her head fiercely, trying to shake off the vague thoughts in her mind. After Chen Shen finished speaking, Song Siming took the microphone and said with a smile, "I believe you all have heard some rumors before. The purpose of inviting you to this richest man summit is twofold. First, it is to meet this Mr. Chen Shen who has shocked the world of finance. And the second, I propose Mr. Chen as the new financial leader." Boom! A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Even though they were mentally prepared, when they received this news, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. The origin of the financial leader can be traced back decades. At that time, the Great Xia country was rapidly developing its economy, just starting to pilot stock trading, and Jiangbei was one of the initial stock trading pilots in Great Xia. It was also at that time that several major hedge funds led by the Atomic Fund, with their strong financial resources and fierce tactics, caused a stir in the international currency market, attacking weak currencies and succeeding repeatedly. Jiangbei's pilot had just been established, and the Atomic Fund targeted the unstable economy and currency of Great Xia, preparing to launch a massive stock market attack to make a huge profit. At that time, the financial people of the entire Great Xia country had a generally pessimistic attitude, because even several of the top 10 developed countries in the world had experienced financial crises caused by hedge funds. This time, if the hedge fund succeeded in its attack, the economy of Great Xia country would regress by 30 years, triggering a domestic economic crisis, massive layoffs, soaring prices. At that time, Great Xia would definitely be in dire straits. It can be said that this is a war without gun smoke. If failed, it would be even more disastrous than losing a battle. Just at this time, the richest man in Jiangbei, Fang Jinxin, came forward, centered on the financial circle of Jiangbei, united financial people from all sides of Great Xia, and vowed to fight the hedge fund to the end. To facilitate Fang Jinxin's command, all the financial people of Great Xia unanimously agreed to let Fang Jinxin become the financial spokesperson. All commands related to finance, as long as the spokesperson issued an order, the financial circle would unconditionally obey, without questioning the process or considering the consequences. In that battle, Fang Jinxin was like a god descending to earth, controlling everything effortlessly. With just a word, he could make all the stockholders in Great Xia either buy or sell, causing those foreigners who intended to attack the economy of Great Xia to flee in embarrassment. However, in that battle, the authorities saw the terrifying power of the financial spokesperson and issued a ban, prohibiting the election of a financial spokesperson for the next 30 years. Today, although the ban has been lifted, due to the lack of unity among modern businessmen, there has never been another election of a financial spokesperson. Unexpectedly, at the summit of the richest men, Song Siming actually raised this matter again. At this moment, everyone looked at each other, and from each other's eyes, they saw shock and disbelief. Song Siming seemed to have anticipated this scene, so he smiled and said, "Decades ago, Jiangbei was comparable to the imperial capital and the magic capital. But in the past few decades, the economic development of Jiangbei has been on a downward trend. Not to mention the imperial capital or the magic capital, it is far inferior even to the provincial capital. As a leader of Jiangbei, I feel deeply distressed. Therefore, I want to take this opportunity to nominate Mr. Chen as the financial spokesperson, unite everyone present, centering on Jiangbei, to create a new financial circle for Great Xia, to recreate the brilliance created by the first-generation financial spokesperson, Fang Jinxin." This statement was quite grand. Everyone present was experienced, and they all saw through it. Even if Qin Chen really became the financial spokesperson, he would never have the same influence and appeal as Fang Jinxin. Song Siming just wanted to ride the wave of the financial spokesperson, achieve some results, and continue to climb up. Knowing it in their hearts, but no one dared to refute Song Siming's face, so everyone remained silent. Song Siming smiled and said, "Since no one is speaking up, then I'll take it as everyone's agreement? Well, Secretary Wang, bring out the token of the spokesperson." Wang Jin waved his hand, and soon, a beautiful waitress carried a tray covered with red cloth. Song Siming lifted the red cloth. A dazzling golden light shone under the light. A large seal with a 5-clawed golden dragon carved on it appeared in front of everyone. It's the golden dragon seal," someone exclaimed. Yes, this is the token of the financial spokesperson, the golden dragon seal, which was originally made of pure gold by the financial people of Great Xia for the first-generation financial spokesperson, Fang Jinxin. Song Siming lifted the golden dragon seal and said with a faint smile. All the big shots and tycoons present stared at this golden dragon seal, their eyes gleaming with greedy desire. The token of the financial spokesperson, the golden dragon seal. Seeing the seal was like seeing the person. In the past, Fang Jinxin used the seal to command the heroes and made the foreigners flee in embarrassment. Song Siming walked up to Chen Chen, and solemnly and seriously said, "Mr. Chen, this item is now handed over to you. I hope that in the future, you will always act as the financial spokesperson of Jiangbei, and make more contributions to the financial circle of Jiangbei." Chen Chen nodded, about to smile and take the golden dragon seal. Wait! At this moment, a dissatisfied voice rang out on the stage. Song Siming frowned, looked closely, and saw a middle-aged man in his 50s with glasses and a square face standing up. There was also a commotion in the audience. It's Jiang Ronghua, the former richest man in Jiangbei. It is said that his wealth is only 1 billion less than the newly crowned richest man. Jiang Ronghua is the uncrowned king in the financial circle of Jiangbei. Song Siming wants to appoint Chen Chen as the spokesperson, which is like slapping Jiang Ronghua's face. Of course, he is not willing. This is going to be interesting. Everyone looked like they were ready to watch a good show. Mr. Jiang, do you have any objections? Song Siming frowned, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Mr. Song, I fully support the appointment of a financial spokesperson. Jiang Ronghua smiled. Oh, and what is your opinion? Song Siming asked slowly. It's just that I think it's inappropriate for Chen Chen to take on the role of spokesperson. After all, the role of spokesperson is of great importance. If there is any mistake, the entire Jiangbei, and even the entire Jianghai province financial sector, will be in chaos. Jiang Ronghua said. I agree with Brother Hua. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a proud look, tall stature, and a cigar in his mouth stood up. There was another exclamation from the audience. It's Zhang Yaoyang, the former richest man in Jiangbei. Zhang Yaoyang took a deep puff of his cigar and said, as the saying goes, talk is cheap, actions speak louder. We support Mr. Song's appointment as the financial spokesperson, but if you want to recommend this kid, I, Zhang Yaoyang, will be the first to disagree. Song Siming frowned and asked, "What do you both mean?" "I believe that the financial spokesperson should be someone capable. I am not talented, but I am willing to take on this heavy responsibility," Zhang Ronghua said unabashedly. If Brother Hua wants to take on the role, I, Zhang Yaoyang, naturally have no objections. Of course, I also want to see if this golden dragon seal is really useful. Zhang Yaoyang smiled. Everyone present knew that there was a family relationship between Zhang Yaoyang and Zhang Ronghua. The two of them were as close as family. This sudden challenge when Chen Chen was about to become the financial spokesperson was obviously planned by the two of them. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. The oppressive atmosphere made people feel suffocated. A deathly silence lasted for more than 10 seconds. Just as Song Siming was about to speak, Zhang Ronghua interrupted him directly. "Mr. Song, please rest assured, if either I or Yaoyang become the financial spokesperson, we will be able to cooperate well with the city government and with you, Mr. Song." This was a show of loyalty. The implication was that if you recommend me, I can still advance and prosper. Well, Song Siming looked very embarrassed as he glanced at Chen Chen. "I agree with Mr. Jiang and Mr. Zhang. The financial spokesperson should be someone capable." Faced with the pressure from the two former richest men in Jiangbei, Zhang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang, Chen Chen nodded lightly and smiled. Everyone was stunned. Did he just compromise so easily? In that case, I will have to be impolite, Zhang Ronghua said, his hand already on the golden dragon seal. However, a strong hand stopped him. Zhang Ronghua looked up in confusion. Chen Chen said loudly, "The capable should take the position, so I believe that I am more suitable than Mr. Zhang for the position of financial spokesperson in Jiangbei." Boom! A stone stirred 1,000 waves. Everyone held their breath, looking at Chen Chen in disbelief. Was he going to confront Zhang Ronghua head-on? "Oh, are you saying that you are better than me in the field of finance?" Zhang Ronghua chuckled. Chen Chen nodded without saying a word. "Good. Do you dare to compete with me?" Zhang Ronghua said fiercely. "How do we compete?" Chen Chen asked. "The financial spokesperson must have the ability to manipulate finance. Let's compete in trading futures. You and I each choose a local market futures contract in Jiangbei to short or long before the close of today, to see whose chosen futures operation has a greater impact. How about it? Dare to?" Zhang Ronghua snorted. Buying stocks, buying futures, involves a large element of luck. But operating futures, whether shorting or longing, is entirely about strength. Longing is just the ordinary practice of buying low and selling high. Shorting, on the other hand, is a bit more complex. Simply put, it means borrowing someone else's goods to sell at the highest point, then buying them back when the price is lower and returning them to the owner. Longing requires money, shorting requires goods. And Jiangbei is one of the pilot futures markets in the early days of Daxiagua. Chen Chen, aren't you making a fortune of 3.5 billion in the international futures market? In the small local market of Jiangbei, you shouldn't be afraid to play, right? Zhang Yaoyang provocatively said. "Mr. Chen, don't agree to them," Song Siming said anxiously. The two of them in the local Jiangbei futures market have the money and goods, whether to short or long, it's just a thought for them. Even if you are good at calculations, you can't beat them. The nature of this competition is completely different from the previous one. This is a clash of economic hard power. It has nothing to do with vision or luck. Song Siming doesn't believe that Chen Chen can beat these two old foxes, especially since they are clearly teaming up against Chen Chen. "No problem." Chen Chen waved his hand, walked up to Zhang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang, and said loudly, "As the next financial leader, if you don't even dare to compete, wouldn't that be a joke? I accept this challenge." Zhang Yaoyang laughed heartily. "Brave. But daring to play futures with us in Jiangbei, you will die miserably. The current richest, the former richest, and the former richest. The battle of the three richest. Just thinking about it makes everyone's blood boil." Everyone's faces showed excited expressions, looking forward to the start of the competition. At this time, the market had already started. The fluctuations in the futures market are more turbulent than stocks, with much larger price changes every second, making it impossible to predict the next move. Chen Chen, Zhang Yaoyang, and Zhang Ronghua each stood in front of their laptops, focusing on the screens. Soon, Zhang Ronghua spoke up. "Yaoyang and I choose to short Jiangbei watermelon." Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at Chen Chen as if they were looking at a dead man. This year, Jiangbei's watermelon production was already in surplus, and prices kept falling. Zhang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang were major players in watermelon futures and had partnerships with 30% of Jiangbei's large melon farmers. They had hundreds of warehouses with a large amount of watermelon in stock. As long as they were willing, they could flood the market in a day and push the price of watermelon down to 1 cent per pound. What could Chen Chen use to compete with them? However, Chen Chen looked at Jiang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang with a strange look. Are you sure about shorting Jiangbei watermelon? He clearly remembered that Jiangbei watermelon futures had only existed for a few months before being delisted from the futures market. This was because on this day in history, a rare heavy rain caused the Jiangbei Dam to burst, washing away the melon fields and destroying the warehouses, causing the price of watermelon to skyrocket tenfold. It was determined that watermelon was a high-risk commodity, with price fluctuations too heavily influenced by the weather, so it was delisted from the futures market. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang were actually shorting the watermelon market today. Weren't they just handing Chen Chen a victory? Sure, make your decision quickly, Zhang Yaoyang said impatiently. Okay, since you've chosen to short Jiangbei watermelon, I'll choose to long Jiangbei watermelon, Chen Chen said. Many of the big shots present were familiar with the Jiangbei watermelon market. When they saw Chen Chen going against Jiang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang, they burst into laughter. Are you kidding me? With so much watermelon production this year, prices keep falling, and you're telling me you want to go long? He caused that wave in the international futures market. Could it be a deception? It seems that the position of the financial leader must belong to Jiang Ronghua. Jiang Ronghua smiled and said, Don't say that. He is said to be the reincarnation of the White Dragon King. What if he can control the winds and rain, and destroy all the watermelons in Jiangbei? Wouldn't the price of watermelons rise then? Well, I can indeed control the winds and rain. And yes, I do intend to do as you say, Chen Chen nodded seriously. This made everyone burst into laughter. Controlling the winds and rain. Why don't you just say you can fly and live forever? Are you playing futures or trying to deceive me with superstition? I've been playing futures for so many years, and I've never been so speechless. Gong Ming shook his head, speechless. Control the winds and rain? Destroy all the watermelons in Jiangbei? Are you daydreaming? This is too much of a scam, getting too deep into the act. Song Song, Wang Chen, and others sneered. Fortunately, Chen Chen looks clueless. If he really becomes the financial leader, they won't be able to handle it. Gong Ziyuan also whispered in fear, "Mo, do you really control the winds and rain?" She didn't believe it. After all, that's a technique only immortals and legends can do. Just wait and see, Chen Chen said confidently. Just then, someone exclaimed, "It's falling, the price of watermelons in Jiangbei is plummeting." Everyone turned to look and saw the price of watermelons in Jiangbei plummeting, and it continued to test new lows. Jiang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang had just made phone calls. People speculated that the two had ordered their subordinates to release a large amount of stock to lower the price of watermelons. At this moment, it seemed like the outcome was already decided. Jiang Ronghua smiled and said to Chen Chen, "I'll tell you the truth, I just ordered my men to open 100 warehouses and release 300,000 tons of watermelon futures for those merchants to book. I don't think you need to wait any longer and waste everyone's time. This golden dragon seal must belong to me, Jiang Ronghua." Chen Chen didn't say a word and simply closed his eyes. "You like to drag it out, so we'll drag it out with you. We want you to admit defeat." Zhang Yaoyang snorted. The total annual watermelon production in Jiangbei is only 1 million tons. When the news of 100 warehouses releasing 300,000 tons of watermelon futures came out, all the big watermelon farmers in Jiangbei were in an uproar. Panic selling began. The price of watermelons dropped from 30 cents per kilogram to 25 cents, 20 cents, 15 cents, 10 cents, and even 5 cents. The hearts of the farmers were bleeding. At 5 cents per kilogram of watermelon, they couldn't even make back the money spent on pesticides. However, the merchants who bought the watermelons were still haggling and even wanted to further lower the price. Many farmers, in anger, smashed all the watermelons in their fields, sitting in the midst of the watermelons, crying loudly. This situation reflected in the local futures market in Jiangbei, where the price of Jiangbei watermelon futures plummeted wildly. Minus 20%, minus 30%, minus 40%, minus 50%, minus 60%. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, with an hour and a half left before the market closed, the price of Jiangbei watermelon futures had plummeted by 70% under the short-selling operations of Zhang Yaoyang and Jiang Ronghua. This scene left everyone stunned and terrified. Unlike making money from buying stocks and futures, this was pure manipulation of futures. The word manipulation may seem simple, but truly achieving it is as difficult as reaching the heavens. However, Zhang Yaoyang and Jiang Ronghua did it. In just one day, they caused the Jiangbei watermelon futures to plummet by 70%. Compared to the most brilliant record of the first-generation financial leader Fang Jinxin, who only managed to short sell by 85% in a day. These two now had the qualifications to catch up with him. The two richest men in Jiangbei teaming up is truly terrifying. Yes, I've never seen futures being manipulated so easily before. This is the real cornering. It turns out that we used to play futures, it was all about luck. I broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, I didn't encounter such a big player back then. Otherwise, I would really have been sheared like a leek. The whole audience gasped. Zhang Yaoyan flicked his cigar and arrogantly said to Chen Shen, as a financial player, one must speak out and overturn the financial market. We are now shorting 70% of the Jiangbei watermelon futures. I really want to see how you can turn the tables. Zhang Ronghua sneered, even if you are good at playing stocks and futures, even if you become the richest man in Jiangbei, it's just luck. Encountering big players like us, we can make you lose everything overnight. Although their words were arrogant to the extreme, even Chen Shen himself had to admit that they were right. If he was just a financial player who knew how to play stocks or futures, facing these two, he would really lose miserably. But unfortunately, Chen Shen had a trick up his sleeve. Jiangbei watermelon has dropped by 80%. Just then, someone exclaimed again. Gong Ziyuan couldn't hold back anymore, sweating profusely, ran to Chen Shen's side anxiously. Brother Mo, should we spend money to push up the price? You can't win by doing nothing. Chen Shen shook his head. If I'm willing to invest billions now, I can indeed raise the price of watermelons. But that would be meaningless. I would have lost all my wealth, just to buy the title of a financial player. These people won't respect me. Moreover, there is only an hour and a half left until the market closes. Even if we buy a large amount of goods now, it won't be reflected in the futures market in time. Then, what should we do? Gong Ziyuan asked anxiously. Should they just admit defeat like this? Don't panic. Chen Shen closed his eyes, crossed his hands over his chest, and calmly uttered 4 words, wait for the wind to rise. Gong Ziyuan now truly understood what it meant to be the emperor is not in a hurry, the eunuch is in a hurry. She was about to go crazy. Should they continue to wait? The market is about to close. Another half an hour passed. The price of Jiangbei watermelon had dropped by 86%, breaking the record of the first-generation financial player Fang Jinxin's manipulation of the futures market. Gong Ziyuan grabbed her hair in despair, murmuring, it's over. There's no hope. Gong Ming had long stopped paying attention to Chen Shen. At this moment, he looked at Zhang Yaoyan and Zhang Ronghua with great admiration, sighed and said, I thought that I was only a few billion away from the two richest men in Jiangbei, the gap in strength wouldn't be that big. Now it seems that I was really naive. We can never reach such extraordinary means. Song Tsong, Wang Chen, and others had long ignored Chen Shen. Their faces were red, watching Zhang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyan excitedly, feeling a surge of blood rushing from their feet to their heads. Too amazing. Simply incredible. If one day I can have the ability to shake the futures market with a few words, it would be worth dying for. Turning clouds in rain. Is this the power of a financial player? Senior Jiang and Senior Zhang are the true financial masters worth learning from and admiring. A group of second-generation rich kids were as excited as brain-dead fans seeing their idols, feeling extremely excited. Gong Zili felt a sense of relief. Deserved it. Let you show off. Song Ming and Wang Tai had grim faces, feeling helpless. With only an hour left until the market closed, even if Chen Shen was the reincarnation of the White Dragon King, or even if the Supreme Old Lord descended to Earth, it would be of no use. Even if you now spend all your wealth on buying goods, it would not be reflected in the futures market in time. Lost. Song Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Mr. Chen is too arrogant. Wang Tai said helplessly. At this moment, Zhang Ronghua walked up to Chen Shen again and said, I don't think it's necessary to waste any more time. I'll take the golden dragon seal. Smack! Just as Zhang Ronghua's hand touched the golden dragon seal, Chen Shen's hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. It's almost closing time, do you still want us to wait? Do you think this is fun, Chen Shen? Zhang Ronghua said angrily. Zhang Yaoyan walked to the window, pointed to the clear sky outside, and shouted, the sky is clear for thousands of miles, no wind, no clouds. Do you tell me it will rain? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? If you have the ability, show me now. Nonsense. Encountering a slippery character like you, I'm really unlucky. The people below also began to discuss Chen Shen. Everyone was unhappy waiting all day. Just then, at 2:22 in the afternoon, Chen Shen suddenly opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his lips. Good. I will show you how to summon the wind and rain. Wind, come. At 2:22 in the afternoon on June 23rd. This moment was not only unforgettable for Chen Shen, but also for all the people in Jiangbei who experienced this heavy rain in history. As Chen Shen calculated the time, he opened his eyes and shouted, Wind, come. Zhang Yaoyang and Zhang Ronghua burst into laughter. Nonsense! Do you really think you're the Dragon King? No way, no way, you really want to summon the wind and rain? Ha ha ha. Whoosh! Just then, a sudden change occurred. Outside, it suddenly turned dark, the sky and earth merged together, and nothing could be seen. The earth seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Then, a strong wind rose, sand and stones flew, dry leaves and scraps of paper were lifted into the air like kites with broken strings, fluttering and swaying, flipping up and down. The large trees on the roadside were blown by the strong wind almost at a 45-degree angle to the road. Many trees were uprooted by the strong wind. Vehicles on the road had to step on the gas pedal hard to move forward. Several unlucky pedestrians were even blown into the sky by the hurricane and then fell to the ground with a bang. This, Zhang Yaoyang and Zhang Ronghua's smiles froze on their faces, their mouths wide open, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets, full of disbelief. This wind was too eerie. In just a few seconds, it seemed like doomsday outside. Can he really summon the wind and rain? Zhang Yaoyang was shaken and even a little scared as he looked at Chen Chen. What's the panic? It's just a coincidence. Zhang Ronghua gritted his teeth. Lightning! Chen Chen shouted again. As if the lightning in the sky sensed Chen Chen's command, the outside world, shrouded in darkness, suddenly became bright with dazzling white light. Thunder roared. Lightning struck the ground one after another, as if the earth was about to split in half, followed by deafening thunder, like the beating of drums. Boom! Boom! Visible to the naked eye, hundreds, thousands of lightning strikes hit the ground. Many trees were directly struck down by the terrifying lightning, burning fiercely. Summoning the wind and rain. It must be summoning the wind and rain. Zhang Yaoyang shivered as he looked at Chen Chen, no longer as arrogant as before. The catastrophic weather outside was too terrifying. Coupled with Chen Chen's long preparation, Zhang Yaoyang's heart was shaken. And almost everyone on the scene, like Zhang Yaoyang, looked at Chen Chen in horror. At this moment, the worldviews of all the big shots were shaking and collapsing. Everyone was thinking, could Chen Chen really be the reincarnation of the White Dragon King? What are you screaming about? Even if it rains, how much can it rain? It won't affect us shorting watermelons. He's just trying to scare you. Coward! Zhang Ronghua grabbed Zhang Yaoyang's collar and slapped him hard, also to bolster his own courage. He. Chen Chen stood up, walked to the window, hands behind his back, eyes gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, as if murmuring to himself, would the Dragon King jest? Continuing, Chen Chen pointed his right hand to the sky and shouted loudly, rainfall. Boom! Accompanied by rolling thunder and lightning, a torrential rain poured down from the sky. In just a few seconds, the terrifying storm directly shook everyone's hearts. It was too frightening. The rain poured down like a waterfall from the inverted 9 netherworlds. The dark sky seemed like it was about to collapse. It was no longer just rain. It was as if the Milky Way had been punctured with a huge hole. In just a few minutes, the water on the streets outside had risen above the waist of an adult. And after 5 more minutes, the area north of the river seemed to have turned into a vast water city. Many vehicles were submerged in the water. The wind chased the rain chased the wind, and together they chased the dark clouds in the sky, enveloping the whole world in rain. Silence. A deathly silence. At this moment, apart from the sound of the wind and rain, no other sound could be heard. Everyone looked at Chen Chen in horror, shocked beyond measure. Commanding the wind and rain. It was really commanding the wind and rain. Everyone swore that they had never seen such a terrifying rainfall in their lives. Zhang Yaoyang and Zhang Ronghua were dumbfounded. They never expected that a casual remark would actually come true. Gongming's face was full of conflict, unable to believe it, incredulous. Rationally, he would never believe that what was happening outside was caused by Chen Chen. But, looking back at the now rain-robbed area north of the river, Gongming had no choice but to believe. Could it be? He really is the reincarnation of the White Dragon King? At that moment, Gongming was plunged into unprecedented self-doubt. His worldview of decades collapsed. Wang Chen, Song Song, Gong Zili, and other second-generation rich kids all felt like their worldviews had been shattered. What used to be materialism, atheism, all of it seemed to have vanished at this moment. Chen Chen pretended to be calculating something by pinching his fingers and muttering words. In reality, he was just picking dirt from under his fingernails. Quick! Turn on the TV! Song Siming seemed to realize something and hurriedly instructed the staff. The big screen on site turned on, projecting the Jiangbei news channel. Urgent notice! Urgent notice! According to the announcement from the Jiangbei Meteorological Observatory, Jiangbei is experiencing a catastrophic rainfall event of a millennium rarity this afternoon at 2:22 p.m. Experts predict that this rainfall will exceed 5 times the historical record. Latest news. Our reporter on the front line has just sent in the latest report, due to the catastrophic rainfall and the sudden collapse of the aging Jiangbei Dam. Latest report. The surge in rainfall has caused mudslides, flash floods, and other natural disasters in many areas. The farmland downstream has been completely submerged and destroyed, with the Jiangbei watermelon industry base being hit the hardest. Boom! Each piece of news hit Zhang Yaoyang and Zhang Rongwa like a heavy blow to the head. At that moment, Zhang Yaoyang and Zhang Rongwa's phones kept ringing non-stop. Hello, Mr. Zhang, it's bad news. Warehouses 1, 5, 8, and others have been washed away by floods. Estimated losses of watermelon inventory reach 30,000 tons. Hello, Mr. Shang, it's not good news. More than 30 warehouses under your name, including 15, 26, have been completely soaked by rainwater. All the watermelons have floated away and been destroyed. Estimated losses reach 70,000 tons. At all costs, we must protect the remaining warehouses. Zhang Rongwa roared. Mr. Zhang, it's impossible. Going out to salvage the warehouses in this weather is risking lives. I'll pay more. I'll pay 10 times more. Find someone to rescue them. Even if you pay 100 times more, no one will go. Some people have already been washed away by the flood. Human lives are more important than your watermelons. Asterisk beep beep beep. Asterisk. With the angry hang-up from the other end, Zhang Yaoyang and Zhang Rongwa's hearts turned cold. They knew that all the watermelons could not be saved. A heavy rain had destroyed the melon fields, the warehouses, and shattered their dream of becoming the financial leaders of Jiangbei. 2. How about my ability to call the wind and summon the rain? Chen Shen asked with a smile, hands behind his back. Chen Shen, don't be too proud too soon. Zhang Rongwa gritted his teeth. The market reaction is not that fast. There are 10 minutes left before the market closes. We haven't lost yet. It's rising. The watermelon futures in Jiangbei are rising. However, as soon as Zhang Rongwa's voice fell, someone immediately exclaimed. On Chen Shen's computer screen, the price representing the watermelon futures in Jiangbei was almost showing a straight line, skyrocketing like crazy. 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. The price that had just plummeted by 85% had returned to normal levels. As long as it rose a little more, Chen Shen would ascend to the throne of the decision-maker. It's over. Zhang Rongwa's heart felt like it had dropped into an ice cave, icy cold. Anyone with common sense knew what the outcome would be. Now, all the watermelon fields and warehouses in Jiangbei had been destroyed by the flood. To return to normal supply and demand, it would take another year. In the next 3 months, the price of watermelons in Jiangbei would break historical records, reaching an unimaginable extreme. Mr. Zhang, the show has just begun, Chen Shen said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the watermelon futures in Jiangbei surged again. 30%, 50%, 80%, 100%. In just 10 minutes, it had surged by a full double. Everyone was stunned. No one had ever seen any futures market rise like Jiangbei watermelons. If someone had believed Chen Chun earlier and gone all in with leverage, the position of the richest man in Jiangbei would have changed hands. What's a double? Chen Shen, wanted to rise at least 5 times. Chen Chen declared loudly. His bold and domineering voice left the whole room speechless, sending shivers down their spines. To go long, it had to rise 5 times? This wasn't just manipulating futures, it was practically manipulating the national treasury. 150%, 200%, 260%, 300%, 480%, 520%, until the market closed. The watermelon futures in Jiangbei had surged by more than 5 times. Such a terrifying rate of growth left all the financial professionals present speechless. Everyone looked at each other, as if they were witnessing a fantasy, feeling a surreal sense of nightmare. Chen Shen, hands behind his back, walked up to the golden dragon seal and said lightly, "Anyone else have doubts?" The whole room fell silent. Whether it was the big shots on the high platform or the financial professionals below, no one dared to speak. Calling the wind and summoning the rain to destroy the watermelon fields? Using magic to manipulate the futures market? Could humans really do such things? Especially at the moment when Chen Chen called the wind and summoned the rain, it shattered their souls. At this moment, Lan Yuner and others were speechless, unable to believe it. Gong Ziyuan covered her mouth in surprise, looking at the stage. Gong Zili trembled in her heart, her face pale, feeling that she had been blind all along. Zhang Ronghuan and Zhang Yaoyang both collapsed to the ground, feeling utterly hopeless. Shorting had its price. Chen Shen's long position didn't actually involve spending money to buy futures, but these two had signed agreements with the melon farmers to short, manipulate prices, and they would have to make up the difference if the watermelon prices rose. Now, with 300,000 tons of watermelons all destroyed, and the price of watermelons rising by more than 5 times, the difference was enough to bankrupt them. Wang Tai and Song Siming felt triumphant, laughing heartily, all their previous frustrations swept away. Chen Chen, White Dragon King, no wonder you dared to look down on me. Indeed, if I had your ability to call the wind and summon the rain, what would the richest man in Jiangbei count for? Gong Ming sat in his chair, staring blankly at the handsome young man beside him, instantly recalling their conversation on his balcony that day. At that time, he thought Chen Chen was arrogant and conceited. Now it seems that he underestimated this White Dragon King too much. He knew that after today, this young man will shake the north of the river, and even the entire Jianhai province. As for him, Gong Ming, it will be difficult for him to look up to him again. Chen Chen stood on the platform, holding the golden dragon seal in his hand, neither sad nor happy. For others, the former richest man Zhang Ronghua and the former richest man Zhang Yaoyang are as dazzling as real dragons in the sky. But for Chen Chen, they are just ants that can be easily dealt with a little thought. In his mind, there are many ways to make a fortune from his past life. When the time comes, whether it's tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even trillions of wealth, Chen Chen can overlook them all. From the beginning, his gaze was set on becoming the richest man in the world, not just a small place in the north of the river. Holding the golden dragon seal, Chen Chen loudly declared, I, Chen Chen, today inherit the golden dragon seal, ascend to the throne of financial authority. Can everyone accept it? Chen Chen first looked towards Zhang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang. Zhang Yaoyang had long lost his fighting spirit, and with a desolate smile, he said, I, Zhang Yaoyang, accept. While Zhang Ronghua seemed to have given up, he refused to bow down. Zhang Ronghua, I'll give you a word, if you still don't accept it after hearing it, I, Chen Chen, will respect you as a man. Speak up. Offending the Dragon King leads to ruin. Chen Chen calmly uttered 8 words. Zhang Ronghua was struck as if by lightning, instantly recalling the scene of Chen Chen's extraordinary abilities, as if a deity had descended to earth. Bankruptcy didn't scare him, but the thought of ruin and death terrified him. Zhang Ronghua could no longer contain his fear, and with a thud, he knelt down, trembling, and pleaded, Dragon King, spare me, spare me. It was I who offended the Dragon King, please let all the blame fall on me. I accept my fault. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Gong Ming beside him. After much hesitation, Gong Ming let out a long sigh, slowly stood up, and respectfully said to Chen Chen, Mr. Chen, your extraordinary abilities in controlling finance are unimaginable. From now on, the financial circle of the north of the river shall look up to you, and there shall be no objections. With these words, Guangtou Nan was the first to excitedly stand up and shout, Hail the Dragon King! Hail the Dragon King! Hail the Dragon King! One by one, the big shots hurriedly stood up, afraid of offending the Dragon King by being a step late. Witnessing Chen Chen's extraordinary abilities, who wouldn't believe he was the White Dragon King? Therefore, no one dared to offend him, fearing ruin and death. The richest man in the north of the river, who could manipulate finance with unimaginable skills, was unanimously respected as the financial authority. Many second-generation wealthy individuals, watching the wealthy in the room bowing down to the young man of their generation, felt that they had never experienced such a splendid day in their lives. This is what a real man should be like. Many sighed in their hearts. They knew that after today, there might only be one voice in the financial circle of the north of the river. That voice would be the voice of the White Dragon King. The Wealthiest Man Summit is a complete success. Please move to the banquet hall to celebrate the financial authority. Song Siming announced loudly. Soon, everyone went to the banquet hall, including Song Song and others who were also uneasy. They had mocked Chen Chen before, and now that he had become the financial authority, how could they expect to benefit? Soon, Gong Ziyuan took Chen Chen's hand and began to toast table by table. Mr. Chen, congratulations. Mr. Chen, that battle you just fought was truly magnificent. Mr. Chen, if you ever need us in the future, just say the word. Compliments and flattery filled the air. Chen Chen raised his glass and toasted everyone. Even Song Siming and Wang Tai, the big shots, had to stand up and drink. Wang Chen watched as Chen Chen did not touch the wine, just raised his hand lightly, while those big shots with higher status than his father rushed to drink as if this could prove their offer by Long Wang. Finally, Chen Chen came to the table of Wang Chen and Song Song. Mr. Chen, let me introduce, this is my nephew, Wang Chen. Mr. Chen, this is my nephew, Song Song. To flatter Chen Chen, Wang Tai and Song Siming personally rushed over, smiling and introducing. Both of them had no sons, so they treated these two nephews as heirs to be well cultivated. Mr. Chen, hello. The two stood up awkwardly, their faces turning red, lowering their heads, their voices like mosquitoes. The two young masters are noble, I, Chen, dare not flatter. Chen Shen said lightly, then left with a wave of his sleeve. Wang Chen and Song Tsong were suddenly at a loss, trembling all over, almost crying in fear. What have you two done? Wang Tai and Song Simon glared at the two with gritted teeth, roaring in anger. The two trembled in their hearts, dared not hide anything, and stuttered through what had happened before. Wang Tai and Song Simon were almost driven to madness. They never expected that the originally perfect richest man summit would have a problem with these two troublemakers. Apologize to Mr. Chen with me later. Chen Chen completely ignored the two, continuing to toast. The rich second-generation young masters who had been arrogant and domineering in front of him were now all silent, not daring to speak, until Chen Chen raised his glass. They quickly drank up as if afraid that if they drank slowly, Chen Chen would notice them. Shu Tian was furious at this moment. Just now, when Chen Chen passed by, he didn't even give him a glance, completely ignoring him. In your eyes, am I, Shu Tian, not worth any attention, just like a passerby? Shu Tian clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. Bowing to you now doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank, one day, I will trample you underfoot. That day will come soon. When I swallow up the Gong family and become the richest man in Jiangbei, what are you then? Shu Tian's thoughts meant nothing to Chen Chen. If such insignificant people could make Chen Chen's heart flutter even a bit, how could he become the world's richest man? After toasting all the way, Chen Chen finally stopped at the table of Gong Ming and Gong Zili. At this moment, Chen Chen glanced at Zhang Ning and Wu Junfan beside Gong Zili. Zhang Ning immediately lowered her head like an ostrich, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. And the tall Wu Junfan, who was over 1.8 meters tall, also shrank in embarrassment to the extreme. They both prayed to the gods and Buddhas in their hearts, hoping that Chen Chen would not pick on them. Especially when they saw Song Simon and Wang Tai, the two top big shots, bowing and serving by Chen Chen's side, like eunuchs serving the emperor. Chen Chen didn't care about the two at all, but looked at Gong Ming. Gong Ming stood up with a complicated expression, holding a glass of wine, saying nothing, just looking at Chen Chen with a pair of slightly cloudy eyes, flashing with countless emotions, shock, doubt, unwillingness. Finally, all the emotions turned into deep regret. At this moment, Chen Chen smiled and said, Mr. Gong, I said before that I would surpass your wealth in a month, and I did. Now, I ask you, if I want to be with Ziyuan, will you still stop me? Gong Ming's hand trembled, hesitated for a long time, and finally sighed, Ziyuan has better judgment than me. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Chen continued, Uncle Gong, since you approve of me, as Ziyuan's boyfriend, I have an obligation to remind you. In investments, don't easily trust anyone, especially those who seem close to you. With these words, the smile on Gong Ming's face disappeared, replaced by anger and gloom. He naturally knew that Chen Chen was referring to Chu Tian. Chu Tian has done a lot of profitable projects for his company's investment department. In the 3 years he has been following him, he has never made a mistake. Are you trying to teach me a lesson? Gong Ming said coldly. It's not a lesson, just a reminder, Chen Chen said lightly. Yes, you may have more wealth now, but I, Gong Ming, have been in the business world for decades, and I have met more people than you have eaten salt. Do you think you can remind me? Gong Ming said coldly. The human heart is unpredictable. How do you know you won't fail? Be careful for 1,000 years. The people I choose, each one is talented. It's impossible for them to fail. Mr. Chen, I finished my drink, please go ahead. Chen Chen shook his head helplessly. The conversation had reached this point, and he didn't want to continue. For some reason, when Chen Chen said he wanted to be with Gong Ziyuan, Gong Zili felt as uncomfortable as if a big stone had suddenly blocked her heart. Taking the opportunity of Chen Chen and Gong Ming's quarrel, she stood up, pointed at Chen Chen and said, Chen Chen, if you want to be with my sister, show some respect. This is my father, your elder, understand? Chen Chen looked at Gong Zili in surprise, then sneered and said, Mr. Gong, is this your daughter too? Oh, the little girl is really beautiful. Look at this nose, and these eyes. With that, Chen Chen directly grabbed Gong Zili's face, deforming it, and even turned up her nose, making it look like a pig's nose. Call me Uncle Chen and let me hear it. Uncle will buy you adult diapers, so you won't scare elementary school students by pooping in your pants again. You jerk. Chen Chen, I won't let you off. I will definitely get back at you. Just wait. Gong Zili's face flushed red with anger. Alright, Mo-go, Lily has a thin skin, don't tease her anymore. Gong Ziyuan scolded. Teasing kids helps them grow up fast. With that, Chen Chen took Gong Ziyuan's hand and left. At that moment, tears suddenly welled up in Gong Zili's eyes. She didn't know why. When Chen Chen called her a child, Gong Zili felt angry. Revenge. I will definitely get revenge. I will make you regret offending me. Gong Zili's heart roared in madness. After finishing a round of toasts, Chen Chen and Gong Ziyuan arrived at a separate table. You bastard, come over here. At this moment, Song Siming and Wang Tai walked over with Song Song and Wang Chen. Wang Chen and Song Song's faces turned red with embarrassment as they obediently walked over, only to be slapped in the face by Wang Tai and Song Siming, without daring to resist. Quickly apologize to Mr. Chen. Under the pressure from Wang Tai and Song Siming, Wang Chen and Song Song walked over, bowed their heads, and whispered, Mr. Chen, we're sorry, we didn't recognize Mount Tai before. The two of them felt extremely aggrieved with their heads bowed. With their status, how could they bow and apologize to their peers like this? Chen Chen took a sip of wine, looked at the two of them indifferently, and said, Do you remember what I said to you before? What did you say? Both of them were stunned. I said, I'll give you a chance too. If you kneel down and apologize to me, I'll spare you. Song Song and Wang Chen's faces instantly changed color. Chen Chen, you're going too far, we've already apologized to you. I won't kneel unless I die. Wang Tai couldn't help but smile and said, Mr. Chen, they are just kids, they don't know any better, please spare them. Spare them? I'm saving them. Offending the Dragon King, destroying families and lives, have you forgotten? Chen Chen snorted coldly. Wang Tai and Song Siming trembled, falling into contemplation. Wang Chen impatiently shouted, Chen, what are you acting tough for? If you can make decisions, it's all thanks to my second uncle and my uncle Song's support. Song Song added, without our Wang and Song families, what are you? Hearing this, the silent Wang Tai and Song Siming's faces changed drastically. Kneel down. Wang Tai and Song Siming acted at the same time, kicking the two to the ground. Immediately apologized to the Dragon King. Even though the two of them were reluctant and unwilling, under the coercion of Wang Tai and Song Siming, they could only kneel down and apologize obediently. Wang Tai, Song Siming, do you think that I, as the spokesperson, have relied on your support to rise to power? Chen Chen asked indifferently. No, it's Mr. Chen's own ability. Chen Chen stood up, turned around, and looked down at the lights of Wanjia and Jiangbei from the French window, like a god overlooking all beings. Let me tell you something. From beginning to end, my focus has never been on the insignificant Jiangbei. My goal is to stand at the top of the world. Wang Tai and Song Siming trembled, looking up at Chen Chen's back, feeling that at this moment, Chen Chen's figure was infinitely magnified, like a giant. After today, I'm afraid no one in Jiangbei can surpass him anymore. The two sighed in their hearts. That night, Gong Ziyuan drove Chen Chen home. On the way, Chen Chen couldn't help but speak, Ziyuan, resign and work with me, I need a secretary. After all this, you want me to be a secretary? Gong Ziyuan pretended to be angry. Hey, isn't there a saying? Secretary does work when there's work, and does nothing when there's nothing. Chen Chen smiled and looked at Gong Ziyuan without saying a word. What do you mean by nothing? Gong Ziyuan frowned at Chen Chen, then suddenly realized, and immediately coquettishly said, annoying. He. Chen Chen smiled, feeling a bit bored, and opened the car window a little, only to be filled with a strong wind blowing into the car. The rain has stopped for so long, why is the wind still so strong? Chen Chen rearranged his messy hair in annoyance. Rumors are groundless. Gong Ziyuan suddenly blurted out an idiom. Chen Chen turned his head to look at Gong Ziyuan in confusion, only to see Gong Ziyuan trying to hold back her laughter, and finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was then that Chen Chen realized. Where is your goddess image? Ruined. Completely ruined. This is like, near ink is black, near red is red. Being with you every day, I'm still a goddess, sooner or later, you'll turn me into a nervous wreck. The wealthiest person summit ended perfectly with Chen Chen being promoted as the new financial spokesperson. However, the terrifying performance of the Jiangbei watermelon in the Jiangbei futures market, first plummeting and then skyrocketing, caught the attention of the country. Dozens of futures, including the Jiangbei watermelon, with weak risk resistance, were all delisted. On the day of the wealthiest person battle, the funds that bought the Jiangbei watermelon were all returned to the buyers' accounts and rendered invalid. Following Chen Chen's request, Gong Ziyuan resigned and earnestly became Chen Chen's personal secretary and driver. Chen Chen bought a villa in the city center, temporarily using it as an office. One day, he called Chui Nan to the office. Mr. Chen, do you have something to discuss with me? Chui Nan politely stood in front of Chen Chen. No need to be formal, have a seat. After a pause, Chen Chen got straight to the point. Soon, I will establish my own company, and I want to hire you as the head of the security department with an annual salary of 10 million. Chui Nan frowned. Mr. Chen, you know that I'm used to being free. Although Chui Nan was not a tycoon, he could still earn 1 million a year. I don't need you to come to the company to work, just send your subordinates to help me. When there are troubles, you help me solve them, Chen Chen said. No problem. Cui Nan readily agreed, happy to get closer to Chen Chen. Listen, the next thing is the key. Chen Chen's expression suddenly became serious. Cui Nan, I need you to help me establish an intelligence network to gather the information I need. Despite having the memories of his rebirth as an advantage, Chen Chen couldn't possibly know everything. Now, the persona of the White Dragon King had greatly helped him, allowing him to avoid many pitfalls in doing business and making connections. He had to maintain this persona. Cui Nan hesitated. I am indeed capable of handling intelligence work, but it requires a lot of manpower and resources. 1 billion. Chen Chen held out a finger, domineeringly saying, I'll give you 1 billion a year. As long as you can collect the intelligence I need on time within this year, the rest of the money is all yours. Cui Nan looked up at Chen Chen in astonishment, then fell into silence. The two men stood in a deadlock. Chen Chen casually took a sip of coffee, a bit bitter. Gong Ziyuan nervously dared not even breathe heavily beside them. No matter what, Cui Nan was the top figure in the underground world of Jiangbei. Moreover, the reason he respected Chen Chen so much was entirely because of Chen Chen's identity as the all-knowing White Dragon King. Now, Chen Chen actually asked him for help in gathering intelligence. Wasn't this exposing his own weaknesses to Cui Nan? Gong Ziyuan looked at Cui Nan, then at Chen Chen, wanting to speak several times but holding back. She was afraid of disrupting Chen Chen's rhythm and angering Cui Nan. After some time, Cui Nan finally said in a deep voice, Alright, I agree. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The two men shook hands with smiles. After Cui Nan left, Gong Ziyuan hurriedly asked, after Cui Nan found out that you are not all-knowing, why did he still agree to work for you? He is the kind of person who always looks at the benefits. As long as you give him enough benefits, he can do anything. Chen Chen smiled, I'll give him 1 billion a year, and the whole world will think I'm a fake Dragon King, but he will still firmly stand up and kill everyone in the world with a knife. In the afternoon, Chen Chen called Song Siming. Ming Ji, I want to register a company. Do you know anyone in the procedures and the industrial and commercial bureau who can help speed up the process? Can you put in a good word for me? Song Siming laughed, no problem, the director of the industrial and commercial bureau, Director Wang, is my classmate. I'll go with you. With Song Siming's company, Chen Chen and Gong Ziyuan went directly to the office of the director of the industrial and commercial bureau. With Song Siming's reminder, Director Wang was naturally very enthusiastic and polite. However, even with some mental preparation, when Director Wang saw the registered capital of Chen Chen's company, he was almost scared to have a heart attack. 20 billion? Boom! Director Wang was shocked to the point of his scalp tingling. Being in his position, he had seen and known a lot, but when he saw the 20 billion in funds, he was still shocked. How many companies in the country have over 20 billion in funds? And this was real cash flow, not market value, not the sum of various assets. Mr. Chen, are you planning to establish a company and directly promote it to the top 100 private enterprises in Daxia country? Director Wang said with a bitter smile. With Director Wang's help, the process went exceptionally smoothly. Thank you, Director Wang, for your help. If it weren't for you, I would probably have to run back and forth many times just for the procedures. Chen Chen said politely. Director Wang quickly waved his hand. The one who should be thanked is me. Now our region has the task of attracting investment, and Mr. Chen taking the initiative to register a company in Jiangbei has been a great help to me. By the way, Mr. Chen, all the procedures are done. We just need a company name. What name are you going to use? Chen Chen glanced at Gong Ziyuan beside him and said the name he had already thought of. Let's call it Mo Yuan Capital. Gong Ziyuan was stunned, then her face turned red, her eyes shimmering with touched emotions. She didn't expect Chen Chen to use their names as the company name. Ha, great name. Director Wang smiled as if he understood, saying. An hour later, Chen Chen bid farewell to Song Siming and Director Wang with all the documents. Only after the two of them left did Director Wang sigh. Lao Song, what is the background of this brother of yours? This is too big of a move, isn't it? Could he be some royal relative? You're overthinking it. He is a legitimate farmer, self-made from scratch. Song Siming chuckled and, seeing Wang Can's shocked expression, couldn't help but feel a little proud. Is this for real? I'll only tell you, but you must keep it a secret. Just a month ago, Chen Chen was still a worker earning a monthly salary of over 1,000. But now, he is not only the newly crowned richest man in Jiangbei, with a net worth of 365 billion, but also emerged victorious in the previous battle of the richest against Zhang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang, becoming the financial figurehead of Jiangbei. Boom! Wang Ken was stunned upon hearing this, completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Chen Chen and Gong Ziyuan returned to the office. Gong Ziyuan received a call from Gong Zili. "Hello, Lily, do you need something from me?" "Sis, are you with Chen Chen now? I forgot to tell you, I've quit my job and started a business with Chen Chen." "Ah." Gong Zili was first stunned, then said, "Can I come visit you?" Gong Zili was now solely focused on retaliating against Chen Chen, so she wanted to visit his office to see if there was an opportunity. "Sure, come to work tomorrow, I'll take you with me." Gong Ziyuan also wanted to ease the relationship between Gong Zili and Chen Chen, so she readily agreed. The next day, at the office of Muyuan Capital. At this moment, Chen Chen was in a dilemma, feeling conflicted. These days, he had played in the foreign futures market a few times, but due to the lack of significant market movements, with an initial capital of 3 billion, he only made a profit of over 5 million. Chen Chen clearly remembered that after this, there were some futures in the foreign market that were stable with a slight upward trend, but the gains were too small, not enough to profit even with leverage. For Chen Chen, the current futures market was tasteless, a stage where he felt it was a pity to abandon. He was torn between closing his positions or continuing to increase them, casually making tens of millions more before exiting. Chen Chen realized that after earning too much money, it was more agonizing than losing money. Tens of millions were already an astronomical figure that many people in 2000 could never earn in their lifetime, but he found it quite unsatisfactory. "Brother Mo, I brought my sister to visit us." At this moment, Gong Ziyuan led Gong Zili in. Chen Chen looked at Gong Zili in surprise. How did she come here? Based on Chen Chen's understanding of Gong Zili, this female troublemaker should hate him to the core, right? Yet now, she took the initiative to visit his company. Chen Chen was truly puzzled. "Brother Mo, how's the recent foreign futures market?" Gong Ziyuan asked. "The market is too small, fluctuating, with a cost of 3 billion in leverage. I've only made 5 million in these days. I estimate I can make another 30 to 50 million at most, then it's over. There won't be any significant market movements for a long time." Chen Chen shook his head disappointedly. "Tens of millions, and you find it insufficient?" Gong Zili was speechless. However, soon, as she looked at Chen Chen's computer screen, a new scheme began to brew in her mind. She carefully observed that there were no surveillance cameras in Chen Chen's office. Growing up in the Gong family, a financial giant, Gong Zili naturally knew how to operate futures and stock accounts. "As long as I can access Chen Chen's computer, I can make his 3 billion disappear." 3 billion! Even Chen Chen couldn't ignore that. Just the thought of Chen Chen's expression when he sees his funds gone, made Gong Zili's mouth involuntarily curve into a wicked smile. "Am I someone easy to bully? Chen Chen, I will make you regret it." She waited for an opportunity in the office. By almost noon, Gong Ziyuan suddenly said, "Brother Mo, let's go to the nearby restaurant to buy some dishes. Lily, you can have lunch with us here today. Heaven helps me too." "Okay." Gong Zili quickly nodded and smiled. At the door, just as the two were about to get in the car, Gong Ziyuan slapped her forehead. "I forgot my wallet. Brother Mo, can you go back and get it for me?" Chen Chen nodded and returned to the office. However, as soon as he entered, Chen Chen saw Gong Zili sitting on her boss's chair, looking sneaky. "What are you doing? Trying to experience what it feels like to be the boss?" Chen Chen chuckled. Gong Zili felt flustered when she saw Chen Chen approaching, breaking out in a cold sweat. She had just helped Chen Chen close his position, and Gong Zili's next plan was to go long on a particularly obscure futures contract with full leverage. As for the obscure futures contract, Gong Zili had spent a long time selecting one and finally settled on ordinary white wheat. This futures contract had minimal trading volume, turnover, and open interest compared to the entire market. Whether you go short or long, without trading volume, you won't make any money. Moreover, this futures contract had been in a long-term downtrend, and with high leverage, it would be easy to wipe out Chen Chen's 3 billion. However, just as she had closed the position, before she could place an order, Chen Chen returned. Gong Zili absolutely could not let Chen Chen see the trading page, or it would be over. As Chen Chen walked closer step by step, he was about to see the computer screen. Gong Zili gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and directly hugged Chen Chen, preventing him from seeing the computer screen. Since Chen Chen had his back to the computer, he couldn't see the screen at all, while Gong Zili could see it and even operate the computer behind Chen Chen. "What are you doing?" Chen Chen's eyes widened in surprise. The sudden hug caught Chen Chen off guard. Emoji. I like you. Gong Zili couldn't care less anymore. In order to make Chen Chen blow up his account, she had to hold him back. "What?" Chen Chen broke out in a cold sweat, trying to push Gong Zili away in a hurry, but he found that Gong Zili clung to him like an octopus, refusing to let go. Yes. You were right before. It's because of love and hate. I'm jealous of you being with my sister. Gong Zili went all out, suddenly acting, and started confessing to Chen Chen. From the moment I saw you, I was attracted by your deep eyes and the stubble on your chin. Chen Chen was stunned. Gong Zili took the opportunity to quickly operate the computer while continuing to speak. Every time I see you with my sister, it feels like a knife cutting through my heart. I know it's wrong, but I just can't control myself. Chen Chen, I love you so much. I want to have 100 children with you. Lily, don't do this. I know I'm very charming, and I know I'm a lady killer, so it's normal for you to be attracted to me. While Gong Zili hadn't finished her operation, she almost lost it when she heard Chen Chen's words. She almost slapped Chen Chen directly but managed to hold back. At this moment, Gong Zili didn't want to ruin everything. Finally, after 5 minutes of entanglement, Gong Zili completed all the operations, closed Chen Chen's computer, and then pushed Chen Chen away, saying, "Moji, I'm sorry. Just now, I acted impulsively." She didn't turn hostile directly because that would definitely make Chen Chen suspicious. It's okay, I understand. If I were you and met a man like me, I'd probably be more impulsive than you. Ah, my damn charm. Chen Chen shook his head and sighed deeply. Gong Zili, hold back. Don't hit him. However, Chen Chen never expected that Gong Zili's desire for revenge was so strong. In order to retaliate against Chen Chen, Gong Zili even sacrificed her dignity and body. Let's go, you must be bored here anyway. Let's go buy some food together. Chen Chen said. Okay. Gong Zili happily followed Chen Chen out. With such high leverage, as long as Chen Chen wasn't watching the computer, he would soon blow up his account. Gong Zili really wanted to see the look on Chen Chen's face when that happened. This is my revenge. With 3 billion in funds blowing up, your position as the richest man in Jiangbei won't be secure anymore. My Gong Zili's dignity is not so easily trampled upon. Gong Zili had even planned it out. As soon as Chen Chen blew up his account, she would immediately inform the media and make public the change in the richest man in Jiangbei. The throne of the richest person changed hands after only 2 days. Who will still trust you as a financial figure then? Gong Zili felt like a genius. However, Gong Zili did not know that just a few minutes after she and Chen Chen left the office together, the futures market had already started to stir. A large locust plague occurred in the central region of the world. Almost all edible crops were eaten clean by locusts, but the genetically modified white wheat managed to escape. In an instant, more than 30 countries in the central region of the world had to use white wheat as their main food reserve to enter the market and save refugees. With more than 30 countries using white wheat as their main food reserve, its circulation volume must have become extremely huge. In the futures market, a niche futures product that usually had low trading volume suddenly became popular. With Gong Zili's operation, the original 3 billion funds in Chen Chen's account were leveraged multiple times, causing the funds to skyrocket instantly. 4 billion, 5 billion, 6 billion, 9 billion, and this all happened within half an hour. At that moment, Chen Chen was having a meal with Gong Zili and Gong Ziyuan. Gong Zili couldn't help but burst into laughter at the table. Just the thought of Chen Chen losing his position as the richest person soon and being scorned by the financial industry bigwigs made her feel so delighted. Chen Chen, on the other hand, looked at Gong Zili strangely, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Put. Halfway through the meal, Gong Zili couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Lily, what's wrong with you? Gong Ziyuan asked in confusion. And nothing. Ha ha. Gong Zili laughed uncontrollably. At that moment, Chen Chen put down his chopsticks, as if he had made up his mind, and suddenly stood up. Lily, you've gone too far. Chen Chen exclaimed angrily. Gong Zili was taken aback. Did she reveal something? Mo, what's going on? Gong Ziyuan asked. I originally wanted to keep this secret to myself, but I felt it was unfair to you, Ziyuan. After a pause, Chen Chen said solemnly and seriously, Ziyuan, do you know why Lily is so happy? Why? Because she just confessed her love to me. Gong Zili? Upon hearing this, the smile on Gong Zili's face instantly froze. Ha? Gong Ziyuan looked at Chen Chen incredulously, then at Gong Zili. Chen Chen shook his head lightly and sighed. Yes, Lily hugged me in my office when I went back to get my wallet, and confessed her love to me. She said she fell for me at first sight, and even said she wouldn't marry anyone else and wanted to have 100 children with me. Lily, I know I'm a very charming and handsome man, but even though you knew I was with your sister, you still confessed to me like that, even at the dinner table, in front of your own sister, with such a brazen smile. Don't you think you've gone too far? She's your sister. Your own sister. You're competing with her for a man, and you're still so happy. I really think you have a twisted and perverted mind. Gong Zili hurriedly said, "Sis, don't listen to his nonsense. I would never like this jerk." "Then why did you confess to me just now?" Chen Chen asked. I did it because. Gong Zili was suddenly at a loss for words. If Gong Ziyuan found out that she had caused Chen Chen to lose 3 billion in funds, she would be doomed. Gong Zili stammered for a long time but couldn't find a suitable reason. Gong Ziyuan's face darkened as she put down her chopsticks and said to Gong Zili, "Lily, I'm very angry right now." "Sis, I'm not angry that you confessed to Chen Chen, but I'm angry that you did such things sneakily. We are from the Gong family, and whatever we do, we should do it openly and honestly. If you like Chen Chen, I welcome you to compete fairly. After all, he is so outstanding, and in the future, I will definitely encounter many opponents. But next time, if I find out that you are doing these sneaky things behind my back, I will not let you off easily. Do you hear me?" Chen Chen stood up and decisively embraced Gong Ziyuan's fragrant shoulders, saying, "Lily, give up on this idea. In my whole life, I only recognize you as my sister." Mo. Gong Ziyuan looked at Chen Chen affectionately, her eyes shimmering. Gong Zili really wanted to reveal the truth at this moment, and even more so, she wanted to slap Chen Chen to death. But she didn't dare. Even confessing her feelings secretly, Gong Ziyuan was almost turning against her. Involving such a large sum of 3 billion, Gong Ziyuan might as well kill her? So, Gong Zili could only tacitly admit that she liked Chen Chen. "Damn bastard, you won't be laughing after you finish your meal." Gong Zili clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. After dinner, Chen Chen came to his desk and decided that it was better to close his position and exit. The foreign futures market is currently in a rapidly changing phase. Chen Chen doesn't have many memories related to this phase, so he decided to play it safe, take the money back, and use it for investment. What's going on? Logging into his account, Chen Chen looked at the numbers on his account and was stunned instantly. "What's wrong, Mo Go?" Gong Ziyuan hurried over and asked. Gong Zili smirked and said, "The futures must have dropped. Mo Go, you're not a god. You can't win every time. It's normal for the futures market to fluctuate. Just take it easy." However, behind the scenes, Gong Zili had already picked up her phone to contact the media. She wanted Chen Chen to taste the bitterness of failure. "Mo Go, did it drop a lot?" Gong Ziyuan asked. "It's strange. I don't remember buying ordinary white wheat. How come I'm fully loaded with this thing now, and with a high leverage?" Chen Chen looked puzzled. "Ordinary white wheat? This is really obscure. And with high leverage." Looking at Chen Chen's surprised expression, Gong Ziyuan felt that he must have been liquidated. "It's okay, Mo Go, it's just 3 billion. We'll earn it back in the future, so don't worry." Gong Ziyuan comforted softly. "Worry? Why should I worry?" Chen Chen retorted. Didn't you get liquidated?" "Liquidated? How is that possible?" Chen Chen turned the computer screen to show Gong Ziyuan. "Not only did I not get liquidated, I made 6 billion. "What? How is that possible?" This time, Gong Zili couldn't sit still. She quickly ran over, her eyes fixed on Chen Chen's account. Sure enough, what Chen Chen said was true. Ordinary white wheat skyrocketed. Chen Chen made 6 billion. Gong Zili took a few steps back, sat down on the ground, her face full of disbelief. Uncomfortable. Unacceptable. She inadvertently helped Chen Chen make 6 billion. What kind of revenge is this? This is clearly repaying kindness with enmity. Seeing Gong Zili's expression, Chen Chen finally understood everything. No wonder she hugged him without a word when he walked over. At that time, Chen Chen didn't pay attention, but now he realized that she must have been operating his computer. This little girl wanted him to be liquidated, so she bought ordinary white wheat. Unexpectedly, due to a twist of fate, she helped him make a fortune. Everything became clear. Ha ha ha. Chen Chen teased Gong Zili. "I think there must be a benefactor helping me in the dark. I checked. The futures I bought before all had major issues. If I hadn't closed the position and bought white wheat today, I would have been liquidated. Not to mention these 6 billion, even the original 3 billion would have been completely lost. In total, I've earned 9 billion. Truly a heaven-sent help. Ha ha. How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this." Gong Zili was on the verge of tears. If it weren't for her actions, Chen Chen would have already burst. She sacrificed so much, let Chen Chen take advantage of her, and was even misunderstood by Gong Zian that she liked Chen Chen. In the end, it turned out like this. This carefully planned revenge ended up saving Chen Chen. It's simply a huge joke. "Lily, are you feeling unwell? Why do you look so bad?" Gong Zian asked with concern. "It's nothing," Gong Zili replied weakly. Now, Gong Zili felt that if she didn't successfully retaliate against Chen Chen once, she would die. This was the second time. This time, Chen Shen took full advantage of her. If Chen Shen had burst this time, it would have been fine, and Gong Zili would have felt relieved. But unfortunately, Chen Shen made a huge profit. Gong Zili felt that this matter couldn't be let go. She must correct the mistake she made. She absolutely couldn't let Chen Shen off easily. Lily, don't be infatuated with me, I'm just a legend. Chen Shen teased as he patted Gong Zili's shoulder. Don't be so miserable just because you can't have me, it's not worth it. Gong Zili almost cursed, but in the end, she held back. She left like a defeated rooster. Gong Zian watched Gong Zili's back and sighed. Lily is so pitiful, she has never been in a relationship before, and finally fell for a man, After a pause, Gong Zian suddenly remembered something and asked Chen Shen, you mentioned before that my father's company is in great danger, is that true? Yes, the current Gong's enterprise is on the brink of collapse, one misstep and it will go bankrupt, Chen Shen said. Is that so? Gong Zian was shocked. I have already warned your father, but unfortunately, he didn't believe me. If he had trusted me and conducted a little investigation, we could have found out quickly, Chen Shen said. Last time, someone tempted Gong Ming with the bait of listing Gong's enterprise, causing Gong Ming to continuously invest funds in the financial sector. In the end, all the money was swallowed by that person, along with all of Gong's enterprise's core assets, and that person ended up dominating 80% of the real estate market in Jiangbei, making huge profits and becoming the biggest winner. That person was Chu Tian. Gong's enterprise's main industry is real estate, controlling 30% of the market share in Jiangbei, as well as a large cash flow. However, someone tempted Uncle Gong, saying they could help Gong's enterprise go public. Because Gong's enterprise set up an investment department, diverting the cash flow originally meant for workers' wages, construction material suppliers' payments, and real estate sales into the financial sector for investment. The person who tempted Uncle Gong even persuaded him to separate the real estate business from the enterprise, telling him it was for the convenience of the group's listing review. Actually, with normal development, such a huge cash flow, if managed properly, could definitely make a killing in the financial market. But once the investment fails, it will lead to a huge cash flow hole. At that time, workers won't get paid, suppliers won't be compensated, and bank loans won't be repaid. At that point, if someone stirs up trouble, causing workers to protest for their wages, suppliers to demand payment, and banks to demand loan repayments, with all these combined, Gong's enterprise will surely collapse. Chen Shen explains seriously. These were all operations Chu Tian did in the previous life. Chen Shen was just recounting them. Logically, someone as cunning as Gong Ming shouldn't have been easily defeated. But the problem was that he trusted Chu Tian too much. Gong Zian's face turned pale, and she asked in shock, who is so evil to want to ruin my Gong family? It's Chu Tian, Chen Shen said calmly. What? Gong Zian widened her eyes in disbelief. Chu Tian followed her father for a full 5 years, laying the foundation for the Gongshire enterprise. I'll go back and tell my dad right away. Gong Ziyuan hurried home. Chen Shen shook his head gently. It's useless, it's too late to advise now. If Gong Ming had been willing to believe Chen Shen earlier, there might have been a chance. But now, it's too late. But it's also good. Once the Gongshire enterprise goes bankrupt, half of Jiangbei's real estate market will have to be relinquished. From 2000 to 2017, it has always been a period of growth in the real estate market. Chen Shen is bound to win. Uncle Gong, do you think only Chu Tian is plotting against the Gongshire enterprise? Chen Shen muttered to himself as he watched Gong Ziyuan's figure disappear downstairs. Back home, Gong Ziyuan got straight to the point, relaying Chen Shen's words to Gong Ming. Dad, Chu Tian is deceiving you. His goal is to swallow the entire Gongshire. You need to think of a solution quickly, Gong Ziyuan urged. Gong Ming's face darkened to the extreme at this moment, and he directly shouted angrily, Nonsense! Chen Shen is slandering Chu Tian, and also slandering me. I have been in the business world for decades. How could I be deceived by someone? Chen Shen's intention is to say that I am a fool, that I have lived like a dog for decades, and he sees through things better than me? Moreover, your brother Chu Tian followed me for a full 5 years, laying the foundation for the Gongshire enterprise. How could he deceive me? Dad, you have seen Moge's abilities. He is now the richest man and a key figure in finance. Are you suggesting that he is more capable than me, so there is no need to belittle me and Chu Tian? Gong Ming coldly snorted. I have checked. The meteorological department issued a warning of disastrous weather conditions long before that day. Chen Shen just happened to get the information early, and took advantage of the information gap. That's how he defeated Zhang Yaoyang in Zhang Ronghua. He is just a cunning trickster in the business world. In terms of real ability, he is far behind Chu Tian. Gong Ziyuan anxiously said, Dad, your favorite article, the master said, talks about my master's way, is it not that he knows the order of birth before my ear? Why is it that now, Mogu has repeatedly defeated you, and you still refuse to admit that he is better than you? I know Mogu very well, he is definitely not someone who talks nonsense. And I am his girlfriend, he is doing this for me. Why can't you calm down and think about it? Gong Ming was slightly moved, but still stubbornly said, who knows if he has any ulterior motives? Maybe he wants to take over the Gongshire enterprise? Dad, you are simply unreasonable. Gong Ziyuan was almost in tears. Alright. Since you said Chu Tian is deceiving me, I'll call him over and confront him with you. Gong Ming made a phone call, and Chu Tian quickly arrived. Ziyuan's sister is here too. Chu Tian looked at Gong Ziyuan with greedy eyes. Gong Ziyuan, after falling in love, became even more charming. Between her eyebrows, there was a variety of styles that could move any man, including Chu Tian. Ask your question, Gong Ming said. Gong Ziyuan immediately looked at Chu Tian with a dark expression and asked bluntly, Chu Tian, you instigated my dad to invest money, where is the investment money? What is the situation of the project's losses? On the surface, Chu Tian showed no change, but inside, a storm was brewing. Over the past year, he had control over the investment department of the Gongshire enterprise, almost using various excuses to invest all the money in projects run by his own family's company. Of course, those projects were all just shells, designed to siphon off cash flow from the Gongshire enterprise. When the time was right, he would swiftly make Gongshire go bankrupt, while swallowing up all of Gongshire's real estate market share. However, those projects were all run by his own Chu family members, and the accounts on the surface were done very nicely, without any loopholes. How did Gong Ziyuan find out? The next moment, Chu Tian remained calm and said, Ziyuan, have you heard any rumors? Ziyuan said, it was Chen Shen who questioned you about transferring the assets of the Gongshire company, Gong Ming said. He's talking nonsense. Chu Tian said angrily, this is an insult to my character. I gave up my own company to work hard for the Gongshire company for 5 years. How is my character, and you, Uncle Gong, know best? Don't change the subject. Answer me, where did the investment money go? What is the profit and loss situation? Gong Ziyuan stared at Chu Tian closely and said coldly. Chu Tian took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said, of course, all the money was invested in projects. As for the profit and loss, I provide detailed data to Uncle Gong every month. Most of the projects I invested in are profitable, of course, occasionally 1 or 2 projects fail, which is normal. I cannot achieve 100% profit. But Manhwa said that all your projects are empty shells created by yourself, and the data are all fake. You have taken all the money for yourself, Gong Ziyuan said. Hearing this, Chu Tian was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Chen Shen was not present, but his words hit Chu Tian like thunder. Ziyuan, I did so much, all to help Gongshire go public. Now you don't believe me, but believe the words of an outsider. Do you know how hurtful that is to me? Chu Tian said with a heavy heart. After a pause, almost in tears, Chu Tian asked Gong Ming, Uncle Gong, I ask you, do you believe that Chen Shen, a swindler, or me, who has been with you for 5 years? Xiao Tian, don't be angry, of course, I believe you. Gong Ming hurriedly comforted. Dad, but Manhwa said. Don't mention that swindler again. Gong Ming interrupted sternly, I'm not yet senile, I can judge who is loyal and who is treacherous. Apologize to your brother Chu Tian immediately. Dad. Gong Ziyuan looked at Gong Ming incredulously, and finally, in anger, left in a huff. Watching Gong Ziyuan leave, Gong Ming helplessly said to Chu Tian, Xiao Tian, don't mind her. Ziyuan has been brainwashed by Chen Chen. Uncle, time will reveal a person's true nature. As long as you are willing to believe me, it's enough. Chu Tian said. You have been with me for 5 years, I know you well. Rest assured, I will not believe that swindler Chen Chen's deceptive words. Gong Ming said. Uncle, thank you for your trust. I will not disappoint you, achieve results, and shut up those who doubt me. Chu Tian said with deep emotion. However, after Chu Tian finished exchanging pleasantries with Gong Ming and left, his expression changed immediately. He quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. It's Chu Tian, Gong Ming is getting suspicious. Transfer all assets today, and advance all other plans. After hanging up the phone, Chu Tian's expression was uncertain. He was indeed a little scared. His plan to take over the Gongshire company had been planned for 5 years and was about to succeed, but suddenly Chen Shen appeared out of nowhere. You little bastard, you have a keen eye. Chen Shen's indifferent face flashed through his mind, and Chu Tian fiercely punched a tree by the roadside. But even if he finds out, so what? You can't stop me. Gongshire Group will soon be mine, and not long after, Gong Ziyuan will surely be mine to play with. Chen Chen's office. Gong Ziyuan hurried back and told Chen Chen what had just happened. Manhwa, now even my dad doesn't believe me. What should I do? After a moment of contemplation, Shinshin sighed and said, Ziyuan, you better be prepared. Is the situation very serious? If Uncle Gong is willing to believe me and you today, there is still a chance to salvage the situation. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. Tomorrow, Shu Tian will launch a general attack. By then, the Gong family will be in dire straits and face bankruptcy. Boom! Gong Ziyuan's face instantly turned pale. The next day, Gong Ming got up early and went to the company. Last night, he tossed and turned all night without falling asleep, feeling that something was wrong. So early in the morning, after Gong Ming arrived at the company, he immediately instructed people to check the accounts of the investment department. I must be overthinking it. Shu Tian couldn't possibly deceive me. Gong Ming clenched his fists, comforting himself. However, shortly after, Gong Ming's longtime partner He Dongsheng gasped for breath as he rushed into his office, holding a thick stack of documents. Lao Gong, things are bad. That brat Shu Tian has swindled the Gong family. He Dongsheng slammed all the documents in front of Gong Ming, his lips trembling. All the projects he invested in these years are empty shells, and the financial data are all fake. Boom! Gong Ming's head felt like it had been struck hard by a hammer, almost making him dizzy. It's true. What Chen Shen said, it's all true. His face turned pale, he leaned on the table, barely stood up and asked, how much of the assets can be saved if we send people to deal with it urgently now? Shu Tian urgently had all the assets transferred yesterday. If we had found out yesterday, we could have saved at least 1/3 of the assets. Now, it's too late, He Dongsheng said helplessly. What? Gong Ming finally couldn't bear it and sat down on the ground. At the wealthy summit, Shen Shen had already warned Gong Ming once that Shu Tian was problematic. And just yesterday, Shen Shen had sent Gong Ziyuan again to remind him to be careful of Shu Tian. But what did he do? Not only did he not listen, but he chose to believe the traitor. Just then, the financial manager rushed in urgently and reported, Boss, it's bad. The bank called to say they found a problem with our company's cash flow and demanded early repayment. Gong Ming trembled at the news. How much do we owe to the bank? Including principal and interest, about 10 billion, they require us to repay within a week. The financial manager said, Okay, I got it. I will handle the matter, you can leave first. Gong Ming waved weakly. Not long after, the office door was violently kicked open. A large group of people rushed in aggressively. Gong Ming was frightened. What are you guys doing? Gong Ming asked weakly. We are suppliers of the Gong family enterprise. Someone told us that the Gong family is about to go bankrupt, so we came to ask for payment. Pay back. Yes, return our hard-earned money. Gong Ming suppressed his anger and despair, hastily said, Everyone, the Gong family will not go bankrupt. There's just been a slight issue with funds recently. Give me 7 days, I will definitely settle the payment. The suppliers glanced at each other, and the leader spoke up, It must be settled within 3 days, otherwise, we will smash your company. The group left grumbling. Gong Ming felt as if he had exhausted all his strength, sitting slumped in his chair, his eyes filled with despair. But the ordeal was not over yet. Ring ring ring, the old rotary dial fixed-line phone on his desk rang. Only a few important figures knew this number. Gong Ming picked up the phone, trembling slightly. Hello. Gong Ming, what the hell are you up to? Came the furious roar of Song Siming from the other end of the line. There's a large group of migrant workers gathered downstairs now, saying they want to demand their rights and wages. Even the provincial TV station's reporters are here. Misfortunes never come singly. The bank demanding repayment. Suppliers coming to collect debts. Gong Ming could delay install these, but the migrant workers going to Song Siming for rights and wages directly offended all the local leaders. He wanted to seek help, but there was no one who could help him now. The call ended, Gong Ming called the financial director over and asked, to solve all the problems, how much money do we need at least? Conservatively estimated, we need 2 billion. If we can't come up with it. The financial director hesitated and glanced at Gong Ming, whose face had turned pale. We can only go bankrupt and liquidate. Boom! At that moment, Gong Ming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Suddenly, he remembered a sentence that Chen Shen had said to him on Gong Ziyuan's birthday, You have offended the Dragon King, and within a month, your fortune will be scattered. Gong Ming couldn't help it anymore, tears streaming down his face, he collapsed on the table and burst into tears, wailing loudly, Offend the Dragon King, ruin the family. Offend the Dragon King, ruin the family. It's too late to regret, it's too late. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, Gong Ming's phone rang. The call was unexpectedly from Chu Tian. Hello, Uncle Gong. You beast, how dare you call me? I poured my heart out to you, and you actually plotted against me. Uncle Gong, don't be angry. The task entrusted to me by the family, I have no choice but to complete it, hee hee. Family? What family? Stop pretending, I'll come clean. I, Chu Tian, am from the Chu family in the provincial capital. Upon hearing this, Gong Ming's pupils shrank suddenly. The Chu family in the provincial capital. That was an extremely terrifying powerhouse. In front of such a behemoth, the so-called richest man in Jiangbei, the financial leader, were all nothing. Have I offended the Chu family? Why are they treating me like this? Gong Ming asked in despair. Hee hee, Uncle Gong, it's not about you, as I said, it's just a family task. Once I take over the real estate market in Jiangbei, I will qualify to become the family heir. Chu Tian said casually. Gong Ming knew that Chu Tian was telling the truth. The Chu family, such a behemoth, would not target a small local tyrant from Jiangbei like him. After a pause, Chu Tian continued, Uncle Gong, after all, I have been with the Gong family for 5 years, and I don't want to see the Gong family disappear like this. How about this? As long as you agree to let Ziyuan's sister marry me, I can help with the Gong family's debts. By then, our two families will be closer. Not only can you be the head of the Gong family, but you can also leverage the power of my Chu family to open up a new world in the provincial capital. What do you think? Gong Ming hesitated for a moment. If he agreed to Chu Tian, the Gong family might be saved, but it would also mean sacrificing Ziyuan's happiness. But if he didn't agree, bankruptcy and liquidation were the only dead end. IAGR. Just as Gong Ming was about to agree to Chu Tian, suddenly, he remembered what Chen Chen had said on Gong Ziyuan's birthday. Chen Chen had said that he was someone who would sacrifice family for fame and fortune. And just now, his first reaction was indeed to let Gong Ziyuan sacrifice her happiness to save the Gong family. Uncle Gong, oh no, I should call you father-in-law from now on. We are now a family, right? Chu Tian said confidently. You're dreaming. Gong Ming gritted his teeth and roared in anger. So there's no room for negotiation? Fine, just wait for bankruptcy and liquidation. Chu Tian sneered and hung up the phone. Dad. At this moment, Gong Ziyuan entered with Chen Chen. Chen Chen got straight to the point. I can help you. Chen Chen. Gong Ming looked at him moved, tears streaming down his face. Would you be willing to lend Uncle 2 billion to get through this difficult time? Dad, M.O., and I have discussed it. He plans to invest 2 billion in the Gong family and only wants 51% of the shares. The rest will still be yours, and in the future, you will still be the president of the Gong family. Gong Ziyuan said. In an instant, the emotion on Gong Ming's face disappeared. He looked at Chen Chen, who was calm, in shock. 51% of the shares? Continue to be the president? On the surface, the conditions were good, but if he really did that, it would mean handing over the Gong family business to Chen Chen. Chu Tian was a hungry wolf. Chen Chen was a venomous snake. Chu Tian was openly aggressive, while Chen Chen was scheming in the dark. What's even more terrifying is that Chen Chen's approach achieves the same result as Chu Tian's, but it makes you feel grateful to him. Dad, what are you still hesitating about? If it weren't for Mogo being my boyfriend, how could I be willing to put out 2 billion to save the Gong family? Gong Ziyuan said dissatisfied. Silly girl. You were sold and still helping to count money for others. But compared to Chu Tian, Chen Chen's conditions are indeed better, and Gong Ming has no other choice. In the end, he nodded helplessly and agreed. Soon after signing the share transfer contract, the 2 billion funds were transferred to the Gong family's account, temporarily resolving the crisis. Chen Chen, I want to remind you, Chu Tian has a big background. Gong Ming said. It doesn't matter, no matter how much Chu Tian has eaten, I want him to spit it all out. Chen Chen sneered. Gong Ming looked surprised at Chen Chen. Do you have a way to get the money back? That's 20 billion. In Gong Ming's view, Chen Chen's predictive ability is indeed unmatched, and the fact proves that all this is indeed a big game set by Chu Tian. But when it comes to 20 billion funds, what can Chen Chen do? Can he find someone to tie up Chu Tian, take a knife and force him to hand over the money? That's impossible. Chen Chen smiled faintly and said, I know that Chu Tian took that money and invested in a stock. He took it, and I will make him spit out every penny. What's your plan? Gong Ming asked eagerly. Since joining the financial circle, whether it's stock trading or playing futures, it's just to accumulate funds and haven't really confronted anyone head-on. Chen Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Today, I, by Long Wang, will manipulate the market and snipe Chu Tian. But, how do you plan to snipe? Gong Ming hesitated. Chu Tian is best at playing a roundabout battle, catching a stock to repeatedly harvest profits. What I want to do is to raise the stock price when he is shorting, and make a big profit. Chen Chen said lightly. Chu Tian's routine of harvesting profits is similar to that of a certain big shot who played Bitcoin in the previous life. When the stock price is low, he keeps releasing good news to attract players to enter. When the price is high, he starts shorting to suppress the price and make a big profit. Playing back and forth with this routine, those fools not only keep falling for it, but many even want to jump off buildings, still believing Chu Tian's words. What do you need? I'll prepare it for you right away. Gong Ming said. A laptop, a quiet office. Chen Chen said. Someone, bring a laptop over. Also, let everyone in the company take the day off today, and don't let anyone disturb Mr. Chen in the building. Gong Ming immediately shouted. The Gongshi building, towering 108 floors, is a landmark building in Jiangbei, a place of wealth that countless people aspire to, and at this moment, Chen Chen stood at the peak of Jiangbei, overlooking all living beings. Chen Chen sat on the boss chair that belonged to Gong Ming. Gong Ming personally poured tea and water for Chen Chen and lit a cigarette. This scene happened to be seen by the vice president who was passing by and preparing to leave, and the whole person was shocked. At this moment, Chen Chen had already opened the stock software, directly entered a line of code to find a stock. Tianshan Heavy Industries. In the previous life, Chu Tian was already one of the top 10 richest men in Daxia country in his middle age. In his autobiography, he emphasized how he repeatedly harvested profits by manipulating Tianshan Heavy Industries after cleverly taking 2 billion from the Gongshi Group. On the surface, Tianshan Heavy Industries is a joint venture, but in reality, its true owner is the Chu family. Later, under Chu Tian's operation, the stock price of Tianshan Heavy Industries soared more than 10 times, allowing Chu Tian to successfully cash out over 6 billion and suddenly become a stock market tycoon. Chu Tian also gained the nickname Magic Hand. However, with Chen Chen here today, history naturally cannot repeat itself. Chen Chen transferred the remaining 20 billion funds into his own securities account, waiting for an opportunity. Gong Ming couldn't help but ask, Chen Chen, how do you plan to manipulate this market? Chen Chen calmly said, Chu Tian is playing with short selling, adding repeated harvesting, and each time the amount of funds played is very huge. He goes short, I go long. As long as I keep pushing up the stock price of Tianshan Heavy Industries, preventing him from covering his position, in the end, I will play this short to death. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Chen observed that Tianshan Heavy Industries had a very large trading volume. He knew that Chu Tian had started to act. Without hesitation, Chen Chen directly injected all 2 billion funds into it. The A-share market is huge, with a market value of tens of trillions. 2 billion funds are like a drop in the bucket, but the entire market capitalization of Tianshan Heavy Industries is only 5.6 billion, with 2 billion funds rushing in. It instantly pushed Tianshan Heavy Industries to the limit up. A sudden big green candlestick appeared on the chart without any signs, breaking through the sky, astonishing all the stockholders. Manipulation. This is definitely a manipulation by a market maker, pushing up the stock price of Tianshan Heavy Industries. Countless retail investors and institutions began to frantically inject funds, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity of this market maker's manipulation to make a profit. The trading volume of Tianshan Heavy Industries on that day was instantly pushed to 3 billion. At the same time, in a villa in the provincial capital, Chu Tian received a phone call. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded frightened and anxious. Xu Xiao, it's not good, Tianshan Heavy Industries is being manipulated. Now 30 billion funds have been injected, it is likely to push up several limit-up boards. If this continues, we will suffer heavy losses. What? Xu Tian was stunned. He had always played short selling and harvesting without being noticed. Now suddenly there were long positions entering. Did someone discover his tricks? After a moment of contemplation, Xu Tian smiled meaningfully and said, the old fox must have sought help from that little bug. Well, since you have broken into my impregnable defense, don't blame me for cutting you deeply. Xu Tian made a phone call and said coldly, sell. Give him as much as he wants. Push the price down to 17 yuan. On the other side, the stock price is falling. Gong Ming stared at the market with an incredulous expression. With so much funds injected, the stock price did not hold the limit up, and it seemed that the downward trend of the stock price was continuing. How could this happen? Gong Ming asked in shock, his eyes wide open. In just a short while, Chen Chen had already lost nearly 2 billion. It doesn't make sense. Chen Chen played with the lighter in his hand, frowning tightly, unable to figure out where the problem was. Mo Go, what should we do now? Should we run? Gong Ziyuan asked anxiously. We can't run. Gong Ming smiled bitterly. The stock price of Tianshan Heavy Industries today is changing like a roller coaster, first hitting the limit up and then the limit down. The stockholders all think it's the market maker pushing up and selling, and they all want to run. No one wants to be the scapegoat. We are already trapped. What? Trapped? All 2 billion are trapped, Gong Ziyuan said in horror. Yes. Unless Chu Tian is willing to let go, otherwise, we can't get out. Gong Ming looked at Chen Shen somewhat resentfully and said, Chen Shen, you miscalculated this time. And at this moment, Chen Shen's phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Ha, dear White Dragon King, you paid 2 billion in tuition fees to come in, isn't this lesson I'm giving you worth it? Chu Tian's arrogant voice came from the phone. The one who laughs last is the winner, Chen Shen said in a deep voice. Your money is all trapped by me. What do you have to play with me? Chen Shen, I want to thank you for breaking into my impregnable defense this time. If it were another stock, maybe I would have been played to death by you. Now, not only did I take your money, but also your title as the richest man in Jiangbei and the head of the financial circle. I, Chu Tian, have taken it all. Want to fight with me? Just wait to be ruined. The call was hung up. Chen Shen rested his chin on his hands, lost in thought. Clearly, Chen Shen had done every detail perfectly. Why could Chu Tian still push down the stock price? Done. All done. The Gong family is probably not going to last much longer. Gong Ming scratched his head and cheeks, his face pale. Right now, Chen Shen had no money at all. The Gong family had just recovered, still in its weakest state. At this moment, once Chu Tian entered with a large amount of funds to compete in the Jiangbei real estate market, the Gong family would be defeated without a fight. Chen Shen, you've ruined me. Gong Ming couldn't help but curse angrily. Dad, what are you saying? If it weren't for Moga, the Gong family would have gone bankrupt, Gong Ziyuan said indignantly. If I had listened to Chu Tian and married you to him, maybe the Gong family would have soared with the help of the Chu family in the provincial capital. But now, because of this kid, we have completely offended the Chu family. Gong Ming resented not only our Gong family, but also the position of the richest man in Jiangbei, and the spokesperson is also at stake. Just then, Chen Shen suddenly opened his eyes. Then he started tapping on the computer, looking up some stock information. Soon, he exclaimed with realization, I understand. I finally understand why. Moga, what do you understand? Gong Ziyuan asked in confusion. Ignoring Gong Ziyuan, Chen Shen called Wang Tai. President Wang, I need a loan. Mr. Chen, how much money do you need? 50 billion. This. Wang Tai gasped, shocked by the huge amount of money. Mr. Chen, it's not that I won't lend it to you, but the amount is too large. I don't have the authority for that. With my authority, I can lend you up to 20 billion. I'll use the Gong family business as collateral. You lend me another 30 billion. Gong Ming widened his eyes, fearful. Chen Shen, are you crazy? 50 billion. If we get caught up in this again, it's not just about money, we'll both end up in jail. Uncle Gong, please trust me. Chen Shen said solemnly. It's not that I don't trust you, I dare not trust you. 50 billion. If I lose, I'll jump off a building. You can play alone as a lone ranger, but in 20 years, you'll be back on your feet. I have elderly and children to care for. I dare not play with you. Chen Shen, I beg you, spare me. Gong Ming was being driven to the brink of madness by Chen Shen. If he really got 50 billion involved and lost 2 Gong family businesses, the bank would not let him off. I am the largest shareholder of the Gong family. I have a veto. Uncle Gong, you have no choice, you can only trust me. Chen Shen narrowed his eyes. Gong Ming sat down with a pale face, nodding helplessly, and had someone arrange the collateral. How much do I owe you from my past life? Gong Ming looked at Chen Shen, weakly. Moga, what have you figured out in the end? Gong Ziyuan asked. In the midst of the 3 rivers, with endless storms, the iron cable connects the boats, walking on flat ground. Chen Shen chuckled lightly. What do you mean? Gong Ziyuan asked in confusion. Are you saying? Gong Ming widened his eyes, incredulous. Chen Shen nodded approvingly, truly a real estate tycoon, understanding with just a hint. No wonder the prices can't be lowered. Chu Tian is playing this game. Gong Ming suddenly realized. What kind of riddle are you playing? Can you speak in plain language? Gong Ziyuan said angrily. Cross-holding. Chen Shen said 4 words. Chu Tian links all related companies together, exchanging shares to control each other's companies, making it possible for each to control the other. If you want to raise the stock price of one company, you must simultaneously raise the others. With that, Chen Shen quickly pulled up the stock market charts of 5 companies, including Tianjin Heavy Industries, Tianjin Heavy Industries, Wanxin Paper Industry, Xinlongchang Real Estate, Sainer Chemical Industry, Zhanghai Shipbuilding. The prices of the 5 stocks are all 17 yuan. Chu Tian's cross-holding actually maintains the same stock price for each company by holding shares in each company. When I scan the goods of Tianjin Heavy Industries, Chu Tian can not only short sell the stocks of this company, but also lower the stock price by short selling the stocks of other companies, achieving both long and short positions. Chen Chen explained. Gong Ziyuan was stunned. Line control? Long and short positions? Can stocks be played like this? Gong Ziyuan used to think of herself as a high-achieving graduate from a foreign financial school. Now, being with Chen Chen for less than 2 months, she felt like she hadn't even graduated from kindergarten. Now, as long as we raise the prices of 5 stocks at the same time, we can achieve a long position. At that time, not only can the money invested come out, but we can also make a profit. Gong Ming smiled. At this time, Chen Chen's phone rang again. Chen Chen, I heard that you mortgaged the Gong family and borrowed 5 billion to play with me? Do you think the wind on the rooftop is not strong enough? Chu Tian, I have seen through your tricks. I will go long on the prices of 5 stocks at the same time. Let's see how you control them. You. On the other end of the phone, Chu Tian's breathing visibly paused, then his voice sounded a bit flustered. Chen Chen, I can release your 2 billion, on the condition that you must stop immediately. Leave yourself a way out. We'll meet again in the future. Sorry, I never saw you as a person. Chen Chen, you. Asterisk beep 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 beep. Asterisk Chen Chen hung up. However, Chu Tian on the other end of the phone instantly showed a look of excitement on his face. Ha, the big fish took the bait. My iron chain and boat are not so easily broken. Then, Chu Tian dialed a number. Prepare the goods immediately. Give Chen Chen as much as he wants. I want to make him bankrupt. Gong Ming's office. Gong Ming urged, Chen Chen, make your move. Chen Chen said nothing, calmly closed the interfaces of 4 of the 5 stocks, leaving only the stock of Tianshan Heavy Industries. Chen Chen, why did you close the interfaces of those 4 stocks? Gong Ming asked in confusion. 1 is enough. Chen Chen said calmly, I will go all in with 5 billion on Tianshan Heavy Industries. Gong Ming was almost out of breath. You said it yourself, the other party is in line control, why turn around and go all in on 1 stock now? Isn't this seeking death? But Chen Chen didn't care, he directly invested 1 billion. Young Master Chu, they have invested 1 billion to sweep the goods. Hee, just as I guessed. With 5 billion, Chen Chen wants to evenly distribute it among 5 stocks. Unfortunately, playing like this, he will only end up in a more miserable situation. Give him the goods. Let him sweep. The originally rising Tianshan Heavy Industries quickly saw its price drop back to 17 yuan. Continue sweeping, I have sufficient goods for the other 4 stocks. After you finish sweeping, you can go to the rooftop. Chu Tian held a glass of red wine and took a sip with great satisfaction. However, at this moment, Young Master Chu, the other party has invested another 1 billion, still in Tianshan Heavy Industries. What? Chu Tian was visibly a bit flustered this time. Why isn't Chen Chen playing by the rules? It's okay, continue to give him the goods. Next, he won't be able to buy Tianshan Heavy Industries anymore. Hold on. Bad news. Young Master Chu, the other party has invested another 1 billion, still in Tianshan Heavy Industries. The stock price is completely out of control. We have sold too much. We will suffer heavy losses if this continues. Chu Tian looked pale as he watched the stock price of Tianshan Heavy Industries soar, and the glass of red wine in his hand fell to the ground. It hit the limit up. Not only did Tianshan Heavy Industries hit the limit up, but also Wanqing Paper Industry, Xinlongcheng Real Estate, Sainer Chemical Industry, and Zhanghai Shipbuilding, all 4 stocks hit the limit up at the same time. Gong Ming and Gong Ziyuan were dumbfounded, unable to believe it. What? What is going on? Why is Chu Tian's line control not working? Gong Ziyuan was puzzled. Chen Chen chuckled, this is like eating 5 bowls of rice. If I take a bite of each bowl, the end result is that I won't be able to finish any of the 5 bowls and end up killing myself. But I wolf down a bowl of it, and when others see how deliciously I eat, they will definitely come over to eat with me. The strongest point of the same thing is often its weakness. No matter how Chu Tian changes his tactics, he is still playing the old trick of shorting and buying back at a low price. I exploited the weakness of Chu Tian's long front line to focus on a single stock. With my crazy buying spree, this stock continued to rise. Other funds in the market will follow suit. The more Chu Tian shorts, the greater the pressure to buy back funds. This is what is called a short squeeze. Just like setting fire to a chain of ships, as long as one ship is completely set on fire, you don't need to worry about the other ships, they will naturally be burned to death. Gong Ming suddenly realized something and said, Chu Tian just called you. Was it to deceive you and make you fall for it? Chen Chen nodded. Boom! In that instant, Gong Ming broke out in a cold sweat. If it was Gong Ming who was operating just now, they would have been blown away on the rooftop by now. Chu Tian, our defense line has completely collapsed. Chu Tian, with an extremely ugly expression, stared at the stock market, furious, and smashed his phone directly. Chen Chen, I #N at this moment, it happened to be the stock market closing time. In the end, Tianshan Heavy Industries, Wanxan Paper Industry, New Longqing Real Estate, Sainer Chemical Industry, and Jianhai Shipbuilding all hit the limit up. Chu Tian, we have blown up. The preliminary losses add up to an estimated 1.6 billion. What? 1.6 billion? Chu Tian was furious. He had worked undercover in the Gong family for 5 years, only to lose 1.6 billion in one day to Chen Chen. Such a terrifying loss, like a heavy hammer, struck Chu Tian's chest hard. Chu Tian, the other party, has already swept 45% of Tianshan Heavy Industries stocks. Hearing this, Chu Tian widened his eyes again. Tianshan Heavy Industries is the main force of the 5 companies under the alliance control. Once Chen Chen sweeps more than 50% of the stocks, he will have absolute control. In that case, Chu Tian will be kicked out and become a joke in the wealthy circle of the provincial capital. He still has at least 2 billion in funds. We can't let him continue to sweep. Once he sweeps enough, the 5 companies the Chu family has worked so hard to build will become wedding dresses for Chen Chen. Fear flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. He suddenly stood up, feeling a chill all over. Chen Chen's move was too big. He not only wanted to recover the Gong family's money, but also wanted to swallow up the Chu family's valuable assets. No, absolutely can't let this happen. Chu Tian, sweating profusely, without any hesitation, directly called his father for help. Only the Chu family can save him in this situation. Dad, I heard that you were calculated this time, lost 1.6 billion? As soon as Chu Tian entered, his father Chu Shangdong immediately asked with a cold face. In fact, every move of Chu Tian is under the control of Chu Shangdong. Just like this time encroaching on the Gong family's assets, if it weren't for Chu Shangdong's repeated demands, would Chu Tian have the courage to endure 5 years of hardship? The chain of ships created by the alliance control is also a tool for Chu Shangdong to fleece the sheep for Chu Tian. This time, the operation of short selling with 2 billion was also instructed by Chu Shangdong. But now, Chen Chen's appearance has far exceeded Chu Shangdong's expectations. Chu Tian stood in front of Chu Shangdong, looking uncomfortable, and recounted the whole story in detail. Chu Shangdong had been holding 2 walnuts in his hand and had not spoken. It wasn't until Chu Tian finished speaking that Chu Shangdong calmly said, "So, the copper wall and iron wall I built for you with the alliance control was easily broken by others?" Chu Tian was startled, knowing that Chu Shangdong was about to get angry, and quickly said, "Dad, at first I successfully trapped Chen Chen's 2 billion funds, but I never expected that the rogue would have the audacity to borrow 5 billion and gamble with me." Smack! Didn't expect it? Chu Shangdong slapped the table and stood up, slapping Chu Tian's face with a palm, angrily rebuking. Chen Chen was able to make 3.6 billion from the foreigners, and was able to snatch the golden dragon seal from Zhang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang to become the spokesperson. Do you really think he's just a swindler of the rivers and lakes? When you treat Chen Chen as a swindler of the rivers and lakes, you have already doomed today's failure. Chu Tian covered his right face, full of resentment towards Chen Chen. Taking a deep breath, Chu Tian said, "Dad, now is not the time to discuss this, we must respond." Nonsense! Chu Shangdong snorted coldly. These 5 companies in the alliance are all core assets of the Chu family. Your uncles, my brothers, are all watching closely. If I hadn't been prepared early and suppressed the news, I'm afraid your uncles would have gone to your grandfather to force him out. If this matter is not handled well, it's not just about money. My current position, as well as your future as the heir of the Chu family, will all be in jeopardy. Chu Tian clenched his fists and said, "Dad, Chen Chen has already acquired 45% of Tianshan Heavy Industries shares. He has a big appetite and wants to control the discourse of the 5 companies, kicking the Chu family out. You must give me money. As soon as the market opens tomorrow, I have to compete with him to avoid being swept out." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Shangdong said, "What if he doesn't want to go that big, but wants to crash the market? In that case, wouldn't it fall right into his trap?" Chu Tian shook his head and said, "I know Chen Chen very well. He has gone to great lengths, even mortgaging the Guan family's assets for a loan of 5 billion. He can't just be looking to make a small profit and run away." From the situation of him focusing on the stock of Tianshan Heavy Industries today, he wants to control the discourse, then take over the machine we've built to make more money. After a moment of silence, Chu Shangdong asked, "How much do you need?" "Chen Chen still has a loan of 2 billion, so I need at least 2 billion. Chu Tian said astonishingly. 2 billion? That's a lot of money. We have to use the Chu family's assets. Do you know the consequences if you lose? Chu Shangdong asked with a furrowed brow. Chu Tian gritted his teeth. It's impossible to lose. Chen Chen only has this 2 billion left. As long as we have the discourse in our hands, whether the stock price goes up or down, it's all up to us. By then, not only can we make back all the money we lost before, but Chen Chen will also become a sheep to be slaughtered, letting us cut as we please. Dad, Chen Chen has already trapped 5 billion in funds. With one more step, I can trap 7 billion of his funds, making him irrecoverable. Chu Xiangdong's expression was uncertain, clearly torn inside. Chu Tian continued to persuade, I have also set up the situation within the Guan family enterprise. Many major shareholders already believe that the Guan family is about to go bankrupt. As long as I say the word, they will go with our people to demand Guan Ming to redeem the equity. By then, we can attack from both sides. Chen Shen is left with only 2 billion in funds, he can't beat us. Finally, Chu Xiangdong nodded seriously, okay, Dad supports you. I'll have someone transfer the money to you later. But you must remember, in this battle, only victory is allowed, no defeat. Otherwise, both of us will be irrecoverable. Chu Tian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, Dad, rest assured, I will win this battle. By then, I not only want to swallow up the Guan family enterprise. Chen Shen's 7 billion funds, his title as the richest man and spokesperson, even his woman, Chu Tian, will take them all. Meanwhile, when Chu Tian went home to find his father, on Chen Shen's side, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and closed the computer. How's the battle going? Gong Ziyuan asked. Very well, Chu Tian should have been blown up by me. He can only go along with me now, otherwise, there is only a dead end. Chen Shen smiled. Made 5 billion today, right? Gong Ming asked. Yes, with a little operation tomorrow, making 10 billion is no problem. Chen Shen said. Chen Shen, how about closing the position tomorrow after earning almost enough? 10 billion is already a lot, Gong Ming said timidly. He was still afraid. Gong Ming had grown old, accustomed to luxury and wealth, lacking the boldness of his youth. The wins and losses in the tens of billions were simply unbearable for Gong Ming's heart. We can't close the position. Closing the position means that all our efforts are helping Chu Tian raise the market value of Tianshan Heavy Industries. In that case, he won't lose money, but will even profit. Closing the position is admitting defeat. Shen Shen, absolutely won't do it. Chen Shen said. Then, what do you plan to do tomorrow? Gong Ming asked. Chen Shen grinned and casually uttered 2 words, smash the market. Chu Tian must think that I want to seize the initiative now. Tomorrow, he will definitely raise money to compete with me. At that time, I will smash the market, drain him of his cash flow. Chen Shen said with a faint smile. But, wouldn't seizing the initiative be better? Gong Ziyuan asked softly, there is only one company that can control the line in the entire Daxia country. If you can take it over, wouldn't you be able to repeatedly harvest like Chu Tian? Ziyuan, even beginners like you think I want to seize the initiative. Chu Tian will definitely think the same. Tianshan Heavy Industries is the main force in controlling the line and an important asset of the Chu family. He won't let me take over the initiative, so at this point, I will do the opposite, directly smash the market, make money and profit even more. Moreover, Chu Tian has played this repeated harvesting game too many times. Clearly, there are not enough fools left. Such stocks will eventually collapse. By smashing the market today, I am lighting the fuse, Chen Shen said. Hearing this, Gong Ming finally relaxed. Although Gong Ming did not have the courage and boldness of Chen Shen, as a business tycoon, his understanding of stocks was not inferior to Chen Shen's. Those 5 stocks of the Chu family had no substantial performance, and the current stock prices were too inflated. Chen Shen's market-smashing behavior was like the needle that burst the bubble. I'm old. Gong Ming shook his head with a sigh, then said, Chen Shen, come to my house for dinner tonight. Gong Ziyuan blushed immediately. Is this considered having a formal meal with the parents? After dinner, should she ask him to stay overnight? Sure. Chen Shen looked at Gong Ziyuan's charming face with a light smile. The 3 of them went downstairs together and returned to the Gong family. Jing Xiaoying, upon knowing that Chen Shen had come, was extremely delighted. She, with a graceful posture, personally cooked 4 dishes and a soup for Chen Shen. After dinner, Gong Ming called Chen Shen alone to the study. Do you remember our last conversation here, when you were just a newcomer in the financial circle? Now, your wealth, status, and position have far surpassed mine, Gong Ming said with great emotion, standing on the balcony where they last talked. In just over a month, Chen Shen had completely surpassed him at an astonishing speed. Even in his most difficult moment, it was Chen Shen who saved him. It's just luck, Chen Shen modestly said. You don't need to be modest. If becoming the richest man in Jiangbei is just luck, how many people would be infuriated? After a pause, Gong Ming stared at Chen Shen and said seriously, Chen Shen, now the Gong family is under your control. In the future, this Gong family will be in your hands. I don't ask for anything else, I just hope you won't let Ziyuan down, otherwise, I won't spare you. Uncle, rest assured. Chen Shen, will give Ziyuan the whole world, Chen Shen said earnestly. Gong Ming fell silent for a moment, then continued. How do you see the future development of the Gong family? The real estate industry will definitely be the pillar industry of the national economy in the next decade. Next, I will use the financial advantage to expand the market of Gong's real estate, centered around Jiangbei, expanding nationwide, making Gong's the largest real estate company in the country. Chen Chen said. The largest in the country? Gong Ming smiled bitterly. Do you know how much capital it takes just to swallow the real estate market in Jiangbei? With your money, even swallowing half of the market would be impressive. Not to mention the entire province, or even the national real estate market. Chen Chen was not surprised by Gong Ming's words. At this time, most real estate developers still adhered to the old idea of playing with cash flow. Uncle Gong, it's indeed difficult to achieve just by investing our own money. But with a different approach, a different way of playing, it could be possible, Shen Shen said with a smile. What approach? For example, after buying the land, we mortgage it to the bank, then pull out the money used to buy the land. Isn't that equivalent to buying the land without spending money? Then during construction, we pay 30% of the advance payment first, let the construction party advance the funds, and when it's completed and passes inspection, we pay them the final payment. By then, our funds will have almost returned. Also, before the houses are built, we can start pre-selling. Pre-sold houses can offer some discounts. This way, the money from selling the houses will already be in our hands before the houses are even built. We can then take this money to buy more land, then mortgage it to the bank. With this pyramid-style expansion, we can quickly swallow up the real estate market in Jiangbei. Chen Chen was describing a tactic that would soon become popular among many real estate companies. To people in the future, it was already commonplace, but when it was proposed in 2000, Gong Ming suddenly felt like a whole new world had opened up before him. This is like constantly using the bank's money to build. If any link in the funding chain breaks, wouldn't that be? Gong Ming swallowed hard, questioning. In reality, he was already excited. Those who do big business would never fear owing money to the bank. If the funding chain breaks, we'll just borrow more from the bank. With so much money owed to the bank, it's the bank people who should be losing sleep every night, not us. Chen Chen laughed. If the debt was huge, the bank people wouldn't dare let Chen Chen and his team go bankrupt. They would definitely find ways to help them make money. This has been proven by future generations. Chen Chen, I have to admit, you are a business genius. Gong Ming sighed in admiration. Uncle Gong, I know you are not happy about me taking over the Gong family business. After all, it's your decades of hard work. But I, Chen Chen, can promise you, as long as you are willing to cooperate with me wholeheartedly, within 5 years, I can give you a company 100 times larger than the Gong family. Chen Chen said boldly. Gong Ming's body trembled. His heart trembled fiercely. A company 100 times larger than the Gong family? That would be at least a 30 billion market value company. Honestly, he believed that with his own abilities, reaching the current market value of the company was already the limit. 5 years later, if the Gong family could maintain its current state, he would already be grateful, let alone expanding 100-fold. You shouldn't waste your talent on anything other than MLM, Gong Ming said with a smile, extending his hand, which was covered in calluses. He had been completely convinced by Chen Chen. Chen Chen also smiled and firmly grasped Gong Ming's hand. At that moment, all the grievances between the two were wiped away. And it was this handshake that would lead to the legendary real estate empire that would shake the world in the future. Just as the two were about to engage in a deeper conversation, Gong Ming received a phone call, and his face suddenly changed. It's bad. Shu Tian has spread rumors that the Gong family is going bankrupt. Many shareholders have heard the news and are clamoring to cash out their shares. Chen Chen said, Shu Tian is trying to attack us from both ends, making it difficult for us to handle. Fortunately, when we seize the initiative tomorrow, we will have the upper hand. Unfortunately for him, he miscalculated. Uncle Gong, please go to the company to suppress these shareholders. After the battle tomorrow, even if they don't want to cash out, I will still clear them out. Okay. Gong Ming quickly packed up and hurried to the company. Xiao Chen, come out for some fruit. Jing Xiaoying's sweet and charming voice came from the living room downstairs. Chen Chen went downstairs and ate fruit with Gong Ziyuan. Just then, the door was pushed open, and a man and a woman walked in aggressively. Uncle, Aunt, why are you here? Gong Ziyuan asked in surprise. Where's your dad? Gong Yuan asked coldly. My dad went to the company to handle some matters. Do you need to see him? Gong Ziyuan said. Went to the company? Haha, is he hiding and afraid to see us? Gong Yuan's wife, Lu Yanfen, said sarcastically. Hearing this, Gong Ziyuan frowned and said, Aunt, what do you mean by that? Don't think we don't know. Gong Ming was deceived. The company's funding chain is broken, and it's about to go bankrupt. We came today to ask your dad to cash out our equity before the company goes bankrupt. Lu Yinfen said with hands on her hips, looking like she was ready to scold if she didn't get the money. Our equity is not much, just over 20 million. It may be a drop in the bucket for your dad, but for us, it's hard-earned money. Ziyuan, ask your dad to come out and cash out our little money, Gong Yuan urged. Hearing this, Gong Ziyuan angrily said, Uncle, Aunt, you are going too far. Those shares of yours were originally given to you by my dad out of goodwill. Now at the slightest sign of trouble, instead of thinking about helping my dad through this difficult time, you are the first to come and demand money? Hey, what are you talking about? What do you mean given to us? Over the years, we have worked tirelessly for the company, isn't it only right that we have this equity? Lu Yinfen grumbled. Let your dad come out to see me. I don't want to talk to this ignorant youngster. Gong Yuan said impatiently. My dad really went out, he's not at home. Gong Ziyuan held back her anger, clutching her clothes tightly. Who are you fooling? Going to the company so late at night? Fine, playing dumb, huh? Let me make it clear to you, if you don't cash out our equity today, we will take away all the valuable things in your house as collateral. Lu Yinfen's eyes widened like a cow's. Gong Ziyuan's face turned pale with anger, gritting her teeth, she said, Uncle, when you failed in business and were chased by creditors, if it weren't for my dad's help, you would have been killed long ago. Later, it was my dad who arranged for your whole family to work in the company, which led to your current prosperous life. Over the years, how much money have you embezzled from the company? My dad turned a blind eye, always saying that your family has it tough. We are all family, there's no need to argue over so much. But now, how are you treating my dad? Are you really ashamed? Gong Yuan's face turned livid as he scolded, You brat, what are you saying? Your dad has earned tens of billions over the years, more than he can spend, but he hasn't thought of giving me, his elder brother, a single cent. Our whole family has worked hard for your dad, is it not right to share a little money with him? Lu Yinfen sneered, we heard rumors before, saying that the Gong family was in trouble. We didn't come knocking for money at that time, we were already giving face. The main reason is still because of you, Ziyuan. If you were willing to marry Chu Xiao, not only would the Gong family not have problems, but you could also have a relationship with the Chu family in the provincial capital and rise to the top. How could we be forced to come asking for money? Gong Ziyuan looked at Lu Yinfen coldly and said, No wonder Chu Tian has been able to easily establish all those connections over the years, it turns out you were secretly helping him. Gong Yuan said, What's wrong with Chu Xiao? Your dad is nothing in front of the Chu family in the provincial capital. If you could marry him, it would be a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. And you still look down on him? Are you worthy? Gong Ziyuan was too lazy to argue with the two, waved her hand and said, I don't want to argue with you, my dad is not at home, please leave. Give us the money, cash in our options, and we'll leave immediately. Lu Yinfen exclaimed sharply. Gong Ziyuan was completely furious and about to lose her temper when Chen Chen walked over. No need to get angry with this kind of person, I'll handle it, Chen Chen comforted. Then, Chen Chen said to Lu Yinfen, Gong's equity cash-out agreement allows for a maximum of 20% cash-out each year, and it must go through the company's process, submit an application, and then get stamped. Demanding a cash-out of all equity now is neither reasonable nor legal. If you really want to cash out, go back, submit an application, and follow the process. Who is this little nobody? This is our Gong family's own business. What right do you have to interfere? Gong Yuan angrily retorted. Chen Chen remained calm. I am Ziyuan's boyfriend, her affairs are my affairs. Boyfriend? Lu Yinfen sneered, fine, help the Gong family cash out our equity, and once we get the money, we'll leave immediately. Gong Yuan then glanced at Chen Chen and shook his head, Ziyuan, are you unwilling to be with Chu Xiao because of this pretty boy? You are too young, thinking too simplistically. What's the use of being handsome these days? Having money is the bottom line, understand? Our Gong family's affairs do not concern you. Just then, an angry shout came from outside the door. Gong Ming, with a dark expression, walked in from outside. Say, second brother. Lu Yinfen and Gong Yuan, upon seeing Gong Ming, couldn't help but feel afraid. After all, the Gong family had always been led by Gong Ming since they were young, and the two had gotten used to it. You looking for me? I'm back now, speak up if you have something. Arguing with the younger generation here is embarrassing for our Gong family. Gong Ming said angrily. When Gong's affairs were in trouble, it was one thing for outsiders to make things difficult, but for his elder brother and sister-in-law to be the first to come asking for money, pushing him into a corner, how could Gong Ming not be angry and disappointed? Lu Yinfen's face turned pale, looking somewhat embarrassed, but she gathered her courage and said, second brother, Gong's equity is the hard-earned money of our lifetime. If the company goes under, we're finished. Your family business is vast, look, just cash out our equity. Gong Ming, filled with anger, scolded, "Do you have any shame? Over these years, you've embezzled at least 3 to 4 million from Gong. Why are you shouting so loudly? If we really embezzled the company's money, then go ahead and report us. We just want to legally cash out our equity, not asking for your money for nothing. Acting like we're here to suck your blood." Gong Yuan expressed dissatisfaction. "Anyway, just one word from you, cash out or not?" Lu Yinfen coldly snorted. Times had changed, Gong was on the verge of collapse, and they no longer needed to respect Gongming. No. Gongming hadn't finished speaking when Chen Chen interjected in front of him. "It's not that we don't want to cash out for you, as you said. Gong is about to go bankrupt. Where do we get the money to give you?" Hearing this, Gong Yuan and Lu Yinfen widened their eyes. "Is it really going bankrupt? Then, our equity will be worthless? No. Today you must cash out the money for us. I don't care if you sell your house, your car, your kidney, or your blood. If we lose a penny, I'll tear down your house." The two were as frantic as ants on a hot pan, jumping up and down in anger. "If you want to cash out, I can provide the money and buy it at 1/10 of the equity price," Chen Chen said. "Are you trying to rob us? 20 million, you want to buy it for 200,000? Do you think we're fools? Then just wait for Gong to go bankrupt. By then, you'll sell it to me for 20,000, see if I want it?" Chen Chen shrugged indifferently. Gong Yuan and Lu Yinfen glanced at each other, and in the end, nodded reluctantly. Soon, the acquisition agreement was drawn up. Chen Chen held a check for 2 million and reminded them in the end, "Have you thought it through? Don't regret it. Maybe in a few years, these shares will be worth tens of billions. Stop babbling, bring it over. Are you trying to deceive us? You might as well say you'll be the richest person in the world in the future." Without much thought, the two signed and took the money. However, what the two didn't expect was that Chen Chen's words did come true a few years later. They sold the 2 million for shares worth tens of billions. After the two left, Gong Ziyuan said sadly, "How could I have such an uncle? It's all my fault over the years." Gong Ming sighed and said, "Chen Chen, I made you a laughingstock." Chen Chen shook his head and said, "It's fine this way. Take this opportunity to clean out all the pests in the company. It's better than trying to kick them out later. The cost would be even greater." "Uncle Gong, are there many people over there wanting to exchange shares?" Gong Ming said, "Quite a few. The total value adds up to over 6 billion. But they are giving me face, agreeing to wait 2 more days to discuss. But it can't be delayed too long. They are afraid that the Gong family might go bankrupt at any time." Chen Chen nodded and said, "Don't worry, we can determine the outcome tomorrow." After a pause, Chen Chen added, "Uncle Gong, do me a favor, go spread rumors, say that this time the Gong family spent a lot of money to fulfill the shares." "Okay." Gong Ming nodded and went out to be busy. After Gong Ming left, Gong Ziyuan held Chen Chen's hand and gratefully said, "Brother Mo, thank you. Without you, my dad definitely couldn't handle so many things alone. In the future, I will support the Gong family." Chen Chen touched Gong Ziyuan's hair and said, "Tomorrow, is it the final battle?" Gong Ziyuan asked worriedly. "Yes, the battle of tomorrow will determine victory or defeat, and also life and death," Chen Chen said. "You will definitely win, right?" Gong Ziyuan asked. "It's us," Chen Chen affirmed. The next day, Gong Ming postponed all matters and sat beside Chen Chen with Gong Ziyuan. "The rumors have spread last night. Next is the battlefield of the stock market. If we lose, we will go to the rooftop together. If we win, we will rise like a dragon, reborn from the ashes." Gong Ming took a deep breath. Obviously, he was very nervous and under great psychological pressure. "Without victory, I would rather die." Chen Chen stared at the computer screen intently and murmured. At the same time, in a company, 20 professional traders with over 30 years of experience were ready to go. And just 5 minutes before the market opened, Xu Tian received the first good news. The crisis of the Gong family's redemption had caused a big stir, and Gong Ming had no choice but to redeem over 6 billion. In other words, Chen Chen now only had 14 billion in funds, and he had a full 20 billion in his hands. Xu Tian was confident that he could use this 20 billion to redeem himself and defeat Chen Chen. 5 minutes passed, and the market opened on time. The battlefield belonging to the stockholders had begun. "Xu, just as you expected, Chen Chen is frantically buying up stocks," a trader said. Sure enough, as soon as the market opened, a huge order was placed, causing Tianshan Heavy Industries stock to soar. Seeing this situation, Xu Tian couldn't wait any longer and shouted, "Buy! Everyone! Buy as much as you can, buy all the stocks, eat them all up." 20 traders started buying at the same time. Regardless of the price, they accepted all offers and bought them all. With Xu Tian's entry, the stock price of Tianshan Heavy Industries soared again. Seeing this trend, individual investors and institutions went crazy. Countless funds poured in, everyone was buying frantically, afraid of missing out on this opportunity to make big money. Chu, they are increasing their efforts over there, the price is much higher than ours. Add more money. Give me more money. Chu Tian said fiercely, you only have 14 billion, I still have 20 billion. Come on, let's see who has more money. The fierce battle between the two sides, fighting without regard for their lives, has scared all the stockholders. Are they crazy? Both sides are continuously pouring money into the market. Retail investors and institutions can hardly get any shares. The stock prices are skyrocketing like a rocket, and the battle between Chen Chen and Chu Tian has reached a white-hot stage. If we compare this stock market battle to a real war, then Chen Chen and Chu Tian have already used nuclear weapons. The two sides have reached a life-and-death situation. At the same time, the largest stock forum in the Great Xia country, Great Xia Wealth Forum, is flooded with posts about Tianjin heavy industries. There are big players grabbing the narrative, hurry up and get in, grabbing means earning, predicting that this wave of Tianjin heavy industries will hit at least 10 limit-up boards. Brothers, we are making big money, I just bought 200,000 shares of Tianjin heavy industries the day before yesterday. Unlucky, can't get any shares with the current orders. Luckily I am smart, directly set the limit-up board, got 100,000 shares, the big players eat meat, I drink soup, so satisfying. At this moment, a post pinned by the moderator caught the attention of all stockholders. Title, Stockholders of Tianjin Heavy Industries, Run Fast. Content, it is estimated that Tianjin Heavy Industries is about to experience a sharp decline. Everyone, whether retail investors or institutions, please sell your shares and leave immediately. Poster ID, White Dragon, this post was made by Chin Chen at this time. And he specifically asked someone to buy the pin, even verified this account. When all the stockholders saw this pin post, they all laughed. What nonsense is this? Do you know how big the trading volume of Tianjin Heavy Industries is now? Still dropping? Less than 3 limit-up boards, I'm telling you. The ID looks familiar. Isn't this the big bull who made 3.6 billion on international nickel mines before? Must be a homonym. This kid must want to take our shares. Brothers, hold on, don't run. Financial freedom is just around the corner. On the other side, Young Master Chu, someone on the Great Xia Wealth Forum posted that Tianjin Heavy Industries is going to plummet. I had someone check the IP, it was posted by Chin Chen. A trader worriedly said, Young Master Chu, do you think Chen Chen is going to crash the market? After Chu Tian glanced at the post, he sneered disdainfully, he doesn't have money to buy shares, so he posted this to make retail investors sell some shares, to lower the cost of buying shares. Moreover, he deliberately posted the ID he used in the international futures market before, trying to make me think he's going to crash the market and sell my shares to him. If your level is on the first floor, Gongming is on the second floor, then Chen Chen is at least on the fifth floor. But I, who predicted Chen Chen's prediction, am in the atmosphere. Increase the intensity of buying, don't give Chen Chen any shares. Gong family. Chen Chen, aren't you afraid that Chu Tian will find out you want to crash the market with such blatant posts? Gongming expressed concern. Chu Tian is too arrogant, he must think he predicted my prediction, but he would never expect that I have revealed all my true thoughts to him. Chen Chen grinned. As soon as he finished speaking, the stock of Tianjin Heavy Industries was on the verge of hitting the limit up. Chen Chen knew that Chu Tian had completely gone mad. It's now. Chen Chen grinned, waved his hand, and directly placed all the stocks he had bought in the past few days for sale. This time, I not only want to crash your market, I also want to smash your rice bowl. In the past few days, the number of stocks held in the more than 10 stock accounts controlled by Chen Chen has reached a terrifying amount. With such a terrifying amount, once Chen Chen sets a low price, it will immediately cause a bloody storm. All stockholders and institutions will think that the big players want to cut the leaks and run, and they will definitely rush to cut their losses and escape. From the very beginning, Chen Chen only targeted Tianjin Heavy Industries and began to lay out, making Chu Tian mistakenly believe that Chen Chen wanted to swallow Tianjin Heavy Industries and control the 5 major companies under the alliance's control. These companies are important assets of the Chu family, and Chu Tian cannot give them up. In addition, there were rumors about the Gongshi Group cashing out, and today Chen Chen deliberately posted a series of confrontational operations. A big manipulation scheme has been perfectly set up. Chu Tian was led by the nose by Chen Chen, desperately spending money to compete with Chen Chen for goods. And just when the two of them were fighting fiercely, suddenly, Chen Chen disappeared. As if he had never existed, he disappeared without a trace. This guy must be out of money. Want to compete with me in wealth? Seeking death. Chu Tian's smile lasted less than 3 seconds in total, then froze on his face. Because the stock price of Tianjin Heavy Industries plummeted. And it wasn't just a normal drop, it was almost a straight downward plunge. No twists, just a direct crash. What's going on? What happened? Chu Tian asked anxiously, sweating profusely. Chu Tian was very confused. Wasn't Chen Chen just fiercely competing with him for dominance in the conversation? Why did he suddenly stop playing? Chu Xiao, the oldest trader present, with a pale face and trembling lips, said dryly, "It seems like Chen Chen is manipulating the market." What? Chu Tian urgently pushed aside a trader and checked the information on the computer. It turned out that Chen Chen's tens of billions in large orders were all placed, and the prices were much lower than the latest transaction price. Just as Chu Tian was on a buying spree, all the funds were automatically traded. Similarly trapped were those retail investors and large institutions who did not listen to Chen Chen's advice, and all their funds were automatically traded. Xu Xiao, the stock price of Tianjin Heavy Industries is plummeting like crazy. Xu Xiao, the market is being manipulated, investors are panicking and selling off. If we don't find a way to protect the market, we will go bankrupt. Hurry up and find a way to protect the market, Xu Xiao. All the traders shouted hoarsely, urging Chu Tian like ghosts urging for their lives. Trembling, Chu Tian brought up the account backend with the mouse. At this moment, including the original 20 billion, plus the money invested in the past 2 days, a total of 40 billion in funds were trapped. At this moment, the available funds shown in his back-end account were 368 yuan. Chu Tian finally understood. Chen Chen never intended to compete with him for dominance in the conversation from the beginning. His goal was to manipulate the market. Earlier, Chen Chen used various tricks to confuse Chu Tian, and today he even confronted him directly in the post, almost indicating to Chu Tian that he was going to manipulate the market. And what did Chu Tian do? Not only did he think that Chen Chen was trying to grab chips, he even threw in all 20 billion borrowed from his father's family. Now, the entire 40 billion in funds has all turned into Tianjin Heavy Industries stock and is trapped. And the earthquake-like panic caused by Chen Chen's market manipulation is likely to drive the stock prices of Tianjin Heavy Industries and the other 4 companies controlled by the alliance to a disastrous level. It may even lead to bankruptcy. Victory! Chen Chen chuckled and uttered a word, then casually made a yeah gesture towards Gong Ziyuan. Today's battle, from start to finish, lasted just over 3 hours, with the funds of retail investors, institutions, Chen Chen, and Chu Tian exceeding over 10 billion. In the end, it ended with Chen Chen clearing the market by manipulating it at a high level. After Chen Chen cleared all the stocks by manipulating the market, all the investors panicked. Even a fool could see that this was a big player manipulating the market and running away. Tianjin Heavy Industries was on the verge of a free fall. Watching the stock price plummeting like crazy, everyone was desperately selling off. In just 3 minutes, the stock price of Tianjin Heavy Industries directly hit the limit down. Countless large orders hung on the limit down board, with no takers. And at this moment, all of Chu Tian's funds had been eaten up by Chen Chen. In the absence of Chu Tian's market protection, the remaining 4 stocks controlled by the alliance also plunged to the limit down. In the following days, Tianjin Heavy Industries and the other 4 stocks hit the limit down every day. All investors lost confidence, withdrew their investments, and fled. The 5 companies were eventually forced to delist and were on the brink of bankruptcy. Of course, that's another story. At this moment, Gong Ziyuan's palms were sweaty with excitement as she shook Chen Chen's shoulders and said, "Mogo, quickly, let me see how much we've earned. Excluding the handling fee, the 50 billion loan, and my initial capital, the net profit is 2,210,165,325.02 yuan, Chen Chen said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Unfortunately, to manipulate the market, I pressed the stock price a bit low. If I were really aiming to make money, I could have pushed up several limit-up boards, doubling this number." Hearing this, Gong Ming's mouth twitched uncontrollably, netting 22 billion yuan. And he still thinks it's not enough? Big brother, the unit is billion. Do you think it's just a few cents? Gong Ming thought back to the scenes where he used to show off in front of Chen Chen and felt embarrassed. It was too small. His perspective was too limited back then. Over 22 billion. Oh my god. Even though it wasn't the first time she had seen Chen Chen make money, the fact that he effortlessly made 22 billion in just 2 days left Gong Ziyuan utterly shocked. The key is not just making money. At least 40 billion of Chu Tian's funds have been trapped. The 5 companies under the control of the alliance are probably going to suffer from Chen Chen's market manipulation. Gong Ming admired, "I'm impressed, Chen Chen, truly impressed. Why bother with real estate in the future? Let's just focus on stock trading." Chen Chen shook his head. The capital market is still based on entities. No matter how beautiful the talk is, it's all just a bubble. Today I won, but who can guarantee that I won't become the next Chu Tian? Well said. Seeing Chen Shen's great victory and his calm and humble demeanor, Gong Ming was even more satisfied with his future son-in-law. Meanwhile, Chu Tian sat like a blank sheet, his hair disheveled, on the ground. He had driven away all the staff present, smashing everything in sight, including computers, tables, and chairs. With a vacant stare, Chu Tian stared at the ceiling, recalling every detail of the past 2 days. Since the alliance was broken, Chu Tian had unknowingly fallen into Chen Shen's trap. The rumors of the Gong family's cashing out. White Dragon's prophecy post. Pretending to seize the discourse. Chu Tian was completely played by Chen Shen. How could this happen? Why did this happen? Chu Tian grabbed his hair in agony, screaming wildly. It's over. Everything is over. Not only does the family have a 2 billion hole to fill, but all 5 major companies have also fallen into Chu Tian's hands. If he didn't find a solution, not only he, but even his father would be implicated. At that moment, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was his father, Chu Xiangdong. Dad! Chu Tian's voice, filled with despair, came through the phone. Chu Tian, you truly are a good son to me. Now your uncles have already blocked the door. Tell me, how do I explain this to them? Tell me. Chu Xiangdong roared in anger. Dad, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Unexpectedly, Chu Tian's voice suddenly became unusually calm. What explanation can you give? A 2 billion hole, the market value of 5 companies, are you going to fill it with your life? Chu Xiangdong cursed. Who, however, Chu Tian on the other end of the phone did not answer. After a moment of silence, Chu Xiangdong heard the sound of a strong wind blowing. Chu Xiangdong's heart trembled, and he asked in fear, Son, where are you now? Dad, everything was caused by my misjudgment. I'm truly sorry for implicating you. In the next life, let's be father and son again. Son, don't do anything foolish. Dad will do everything to protect you. Come back to me quickly. The wind on the rooftop is really strong. The next moment, Chu Xiangdong heard a dull sound. He knew that Chu Tian had jumped. My son! Chu Xiangdong cried like a cuckoo shedding blood, wailing in pain, then burst into tears. Chen. As long as I, Chu Xiangdong, am still alive, I will never let you go. Gong Family Villa. Gong Ziyuan held a laptop excitedly. Mo good, you've become famous. Chen picked up the laptop and finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the prophecy post he had made before had been crazily topped after the market crash, with over 30 million views. Worship the master. Regret, I should have listened to the master earlier. Now 300,000 funds are stuck in Tianshan Heavy Industries. I used to mock the master in the post, who knew? The clown was actually me. Such comments, numbering in the tens of thousands, were posted under that prophecy post. Due to Chen Shen's accurate predictions, coupled with his previous big profits in the international futures market, investors now regarded the mysterious White Dragon as the guiding light of the stock market. And they gave Chen Shen a very domineering nickname, Dragon Master. Many superstitious investors even spread rumors, making the identity of the Dragon Master seem extraordinary. Worship the Dragon Master, stocks rise, protect the market. Dragon Master, worship and you will win. These slogans were flying on the forum. Chen Shen was at a loss. He never expected that his casual actions would make him an idol in the hearts of investors. But in the future, maybe I can use the name of the Dragon Master to manipulate the rise and fall of some stocks. Chen Shen thought to himself. At this time, Gong Ming returned home after a busy morning. The company's affairs have been taken care of, Chen Shen, thanks to your help this time. Gong Ming sighed. Chen Shen smiled. Uncle Gong, you're too polite, we're family. You're right. Lee Butler, go clean up the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Chen Shen, from now on, that bedroom is yours. Come and stay whenever you want. Gong Ming smiled. Thank you, Uncle Gong. Chen Shen smiled and winked at Gong Ziyuan, gesturing with his hand. Gong Ziyuan blushed instantly, because Chen Shen's bedroom was next to hers. What should she do if this guy breaks into her bedroom at night? Should she stop him, or not? Gong Ziyuan felt more and more embarrassed, couldn't help but glare at Chen Shen. At this time, Gong Ming received a call, looking surprised. What's wrong? Chen Shen asked. Chu Tian jumped off the building, but this kid is lucky. He got caught in a tree and didn't die, just broke a few ribs. Gong Ming said. Chen Shen was stunned. He never expected that Chu Tian, the magic hand who shook the stock market in the previous life, would jump off the building in this life because of him. Chen Shen, you need to be careful next. Chu Tian's father Chu Xiangdong is not a good person. The Chu family is likely to retaliate against you. Gong Ming said. Do they think I, Chen Shen, am a pushover? Chen mocked. With his financial operations, Shuinan had now almost taken over the entire underground world of Jiangbei. If the Chu family dared to come to Jiangbei, Chen Chen would definitely make sure they had no way back. After lunch, Gong Ming left Chen Chen and Gong Ziyuan to continue working at the company. Chen Chen finally solved the problem of forcing Gong Ziyuan to death in the previous life, feeling much relieved. Are you going to work today? Gong Ziyuan asked. Today is a day off, relax a bit, just made a big profit, of course, I'm going shopping, let's go to the Lamborghini store first. Chen Chen smiled. In the previous life, Chen Chen was particularly fond of Lamborghini supercars, but at that time, he could only look at pictures on car forums to satisfy his cravings. But now, he was already the richest man in Jiangbei, naturally wanting to fulfill his dreams. What's the point of having money if you don't enjoy it? In Jianhai province in 2000, the average monthly income was just over 1,000, while a Lamborghini supercar cost tens of millions, which was a luxury item that ordinary people dared not even think about. Even in Jiangbei, there is no Lamborghini dealership. Chen Chen and Gong Ziyuan specially drove to the provincial capital Lamborghini store. The storefront is very luxurious, but the inside of the store is very quiet, with almost no customers. As soon as Chen Chen entered, a young, beautiful, well-proportioned, and exquisitely made-up saleswoman greeted them warmly. After all, it is a Lamborghini dealership, and the sales staff are very well-mannered. Whether customers buy or not, they will patiently serve them. As soon as Chen Chen entered, he immediately set his eyes on a Lamborghini Aventador that he had liked for a long time. This car was only released in 2000, with only 100 units sold worldwide, designed by the world's most famous supercar designer invited by Lamborghini. In 2021, this sports car had already been speculated to cost 300 million yuan per unit, and it was not available for purchase. So when Chen Chen saw this car, his eyes lit up. Mr. Chen, this car. Chen Chen, I'll take it. Before the saleswoman could introduce the car to Chen Chen, he directly said, I'll take it. These two simple and rude words left the beautiful saleswoman dumbfounded. Mr. Chen, this car is a limited edition worldwide, priced at 30 million yuan. Are you sure you want to buy it? The saleswoman asked cautiously. 30 million yuan. Even in 2021, that was definitely a super luxury car. 30 million? Is it that cheap? Chen Chen was pleasantly surprised. The price of this car in 2021 was 300 million. Buying it now to drive, and selling it after getting tired of it in 20 years could earn 10 times the profit. When calculated like this, it was really cheap. Cheap? The saleswoman was starting to doubt her life choices. Credit card, full payment. Chen Chen took out a big purple sand card and said arrogantly. Seeing Chen Chen's big purple sand card, the saleswoman gasped. She knew this customer was very important, and her level of service was not suitable, so she immediately called the store manager. Hello, sir, I am the store manager of this store, and I will personally serve you now. A very professional middle-aged man walked over, showing great respect. One car doesn't seem to be enough, Ziyuan? Chen Chen turned his head and asked. If you want to buy more, just buy more, as long as you're happy. Gong Ziyuan smiled. Well, since your place is big, I'll buy a few more, and we can play with them in the future. Chen Chen said. Lamborghini is known as the essential car for successful men. It is the flagship car in the field of automotive taste. Which top billionaire doesn't have a Lamborghini supercar? Chen Chen didn't consider himself very successful because he didn't even know if he was successful. But when it came to Lamborghini, Chen Chen felt he should have a few in reserve. So, this one, and this one, well, that one too, I'll take them all. Credit card. Chen Chen ordered 4 more Lamborghini supercars in one breath, all of which were highly collectible and had increased several times in value in 2021. The store manager following him was directly stunned. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, my heart can't take it. Did he hear it wrong? A total of 5 Lamborghinis. Each car probably cost around 20 million yuan, especially the most expensive Diablo. The total price was around 400 million yuan. Buying all 5 would easily exceed $1 billion. For the first time in his life, the store manager doubted his own ears. Sir, let me confirm again, am I hearing correctly? Are you really going to buy so many Lamborghinis? Just a friendly reminder, even with a discount, the total price of these cars would be at least $1 billion. The store manager was really afraid that Chen Chen would buy cars until he went bankrupt. After all, the prices were too high. But at this moment, Chen Chen nodded directly. I want these, you heard me right. He was not a spendthrift. These cars would appreciate in value in the future, even several times, or even 10 times. After buying them, even if you get tired of driving them yourself, you can sell them for a big profit. Why not do it? The store manager wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and, with an attitude even more affectionate than towards his own father, called a group of store employees to help Chen Chen with the procedures, serving tea and pouring water. They were almost kneeling on the ground to serve him. After buying all 5 cars, the store manager directly contacted the Lamborghini headquarters, arranged a dedicated 24/7 VIP service for Chen Chen, and gave him the highest level VIP card. In less than a few minutes, all 5 cars were ready. The 5 luxury cars lined up in front of the parking garage, exuding dominance, attracting the attention of passers-by. With so many cars, Chen Chen couldn't drive them all by himself. Since they were already driving 1 car, Chen Chen could only drive 1 more, leaving 4 cars, which made him a bit of a headache. The store manager asked, "Mr. Chen, do you need our people to deliver the cars to your door?" Chen Chen replied, "Forget it, don't bother. I'll ask a few friends for help." Chen Chen called Wang Tai, who was working in the provincial capital. "Mr. Chen, do you need my help?" "Wang, I bought several cars over here in the provincial capital, and I can't drive them all back. I was wondering if you could help." "Sure, I'll send 2 drivers over to assist you." "2 might not be enough." How about 3? 3 still might not be enough." How many cars did you buy?" 5 Lamborghini sports cars, so just send 5 drivers over." Wang Tai was almost about to kneel down on the spot. 5 Lamborghini supercars? Are you buying cars or wholesale? In the year 2000, there were not more than 10 people in the entire province of Jianhai who owned a Lamborghini. After making the call, Chen Chen sat in the store drinking tea. As a super VIP customer of the store manager thoughtfully brought over the store's sweetest, most beautiful, and best-shaped female sales assistant to chat with Chen Chen and Gong Ziyuan. At that moment, a couple walked in from the store entrance. Both were dressed in designer clothes and exuded an air of superiority. A female sales assistant immediately warmly greeted them. "Do you need any help? What else could we be here for in your store?" "Of course, we're here to look at cars," the woman replied. They were siblings, the man named Chen Shuai, and the woman named Chen Chen. Chen Chen glanced disdainfully at the female sales assistant. The female sales assistant felt awkward. Encountering such customers was just bad luck, so she had to continue asking, "What type of car are you looking for?" Chen Shuai said, "Sis, what do you think?" Chen Chen replied, "Bro, I want a Lamborghini supercar." Chen Shuai nodded, "Got it, my sister wants a supercar, take us to see." Their attitude completely treated the female sales assistant as a servant. However, the Lamborghini sales assistant had a high level of professionalism and didn't stoop to their level, still warmly taking the 2 to the supercar area. As the Chen siblings walked towards the supercar area, they happened to catch a glimpse of Chen Chen and the others. "Hey, sis, isn't that Chen Chen, the poorest guy in our village?" Chen Shuai asked. "Yes, it's him. Is he also here to buy a supercar?" Chen Chen asked in surprise. "What's he going to do with a supercar? His family is so poor they're almost begging for food. He must be here to hitch a ride," Chen Shuai said. At that moment, Chen Shuai suddenly saw Gong Ziyuan and his eyes lit up. Beautiful. Stunningly beautiful. An angelic face, a devilish figure, pure and seductive. Chen Shuai was instantly attracted to Gong Ziyuan. If he could get this woman, he would be willing to live 10 years less. Chen Shuai immediately straightened his back, walked over with a proud look, and said, "Hey, isn't this Chen Chen? Are you here to sell cars part-time?" Gong Ziyuan frowned at Chen Shuai and asked, "Mo, who is this?" Chen Chen looked at Chen Shuai, who was full of superiority, and explained that they were both from the same village. To be precise, Chen Shuai was his cousin. Chen Shuai's father opened a factory in the city in his early years and made a lot of money. Chen Shuai became the richest man in his mother's village. The family of Chen Shuai became very arrogant after becoming wealthy, looking at the villagers with disdain. Not only did they dare to scold Chen Chen's parents, but Chen Shuai did so casually just because his family was rich. However, Chen Chen was very clear that in the previous life, under the impact of the internet wave, the factory owned by Chen Shuai's family could not survive more than 3 years and would eventually go bankrupt. What's even more tragic is that later, Chen Shuai was tempted by others to sell all his family assets to speculate on so-called rare metals, only to be deceived and left with nothing. "I'm not here to work part-time, I'm here to buy a car," Chen Chen said coldly. "Buy a car?" Chen Shuai laughed heartily, with a look of disdain on his face. "You earn a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan, and you come to a Lamborghini store to buy a car? Get out quickly, don't even mention that you are from our village. I feel embarrassed to say it." With that, Chen Shuai ignored Chen Chen, took out a business card, and proudly handed it to Gong Ziyuan, saying, "Miss, hello, my name is Chen Shuai, and our family owns the Jiangbei leather factory." Chen Shuai looked very proud. The Jiangbei leather factory was not a small factory. The annual profit was almost more than 5 million. In contrast, the average monthly salary of people in Chen's village couldn't even reach 500 yuan. Being in such an environment for a long time, it's no wonder he looked down on others. Gong Ziyuan raised her head slightly and looked at Chen Shui with a smile, saying cunningly, "Hello, my name is Gong Ziyuan. I am Chen Chen's personal secretary and driver." Chen Shui. He was shocked. This poor guy Chen Chen actually got such a beautiful personal secretary and driver? Is there any justice in the world? Moreover, looking at the intimate appearance of the two, it felt like their relationship was inappropriate. Chen Shui thought about himself, the son of the factory director of the Jiangbei leather factory, the future owner of the Jiangbei leather factory, and he didn't even have a personal secretary. His mentality collapsed instantly. Chen Shui decided to poach, "Miss Gong, I happen to need a personal secretary too. Would you be willing to come and help me?" Chen Chen looked at Chen Shui with a smile. The son of a soon-to-be bankrupt small factory director actually openly tried to poach the son of the richest man in Jiangbei? Interesting. Gong Ziyuan looked at Chen Chen with beautiful eyes and said with a smile, "Boss, someone wants to poach me. Don't you have anything to say?" Chen Chen shrugged helplessly, "You didn't sell yourself to me. If you want to leave, what can I do?" Chen Shui stood up straight, thinking that Gong Ziyuan was questioning his strength, and immediately held up 3 fingers, saying, 30,000. If you are willing to work for me, I will pay you 30,000 a month. Chen Shui believed that his offer was already generous. 30,000 a month. In the year 2000, this amount was already the salary level of a deputy general manager in many small companies. Not to mention Gong Ziyuan, even Chen Chen, who had been promoted, probably didn't have such a high salary. Chen Shui was full of confidence. It seemed like the next moment he could see Gong Ziyuan rushing towards him as soon as he beckoned. However, after hearing Chen Shui's offer, Gong Ziyuan burst out laughing. Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh too. "Sorry, I couldn't control myself." Laughed like a pig. Gong Ziyuan's monthly pocket money was more than that, and Chen Chen paid Gong Ziyuan a monthly salary of 500,000. And that was after Gong Ziyuan had bargained hard. In addition, Gong Ziyuan's family assets were also worth 3 billion. So, Chen Shui, do you think you can poach Gong Ziyuan with a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan? Isn't this a joke? However, at this moment, Chen Shui still didn't know what Chen Chen and the others were laughing about. He was completely puzzled. He just couldn't understand. What's so funny about this? What are you laughing at? Let me tell you, not only can I offer you a monthly salary of 30,000, but I can also let you drive a Lamborghini. Chen Shui took out a platinum card from Jiangbei Bank and waved it, saying proudly, "There is 5 million yuan given by my dad in it, specifically for me to buy a car." Puff. Gong Ziyuan laughed even louder, tears streaming down her face. 5 million? In this store, you can only buy the lowest configuration of a Lamborghini. And he still dares to show off? Handsome guy, you better leave. Your money won't move my secretary. Chen Chen said helplessly. What's it to you, you poor guy? I'm talking to Miss Gong here. Chen Shui sneered. Just then, 2 cars stopped at the entrance of the store. Wang Tai, accompanied by 5 drivers, walked in briskly. As soon as he entered, Wang Tai's eyes lit up when he saw Chen Chen, and he greeted him respectfully and politely. Mr. Chen, long time no see. Chen Chen quickly tugged at Chen Shui's sleeve and said, Brother, isn't that President Wang Tai from the provincial bank? Dad invited him to dinner before, remember? Of course, Chen Shui remembered Wang Tai. That dinner was particularly awkward. Wang Tai said a few words, didn't even touch the food, and left, leaving them hanging. Brother, is he calling Chen Chen Mr. Chen? Chen Shui was stunned, then quickly shook his head and said, how could he be looking for that poor Chen Chen? President Wang must have passed by and saw me, so he came in to say hello. Thinking this, Chen Shui raised his head proudly, extended his hand, and went to greet him. Oh, President Wang, long time no see. Chen Shui even deliberately pronounced President Wang loudly, as if afraid that Chen Chen and Gong Ziyuan wouldn't hear. However, what made Chen Shui extremely embarrassed was that when Wang Tai passed by him, he just brushed past him without even looking at him. Instead, he walked up to Chen Chen, with a smile on his face, and respectfully said, Mr. Chen, I've brought people. Chen Chen nodded indifferently and said, the 5 cars I bought are already parked at the entrance. Please have your people drive them to the Gong family villa. With that, Chen Chen walked ahead with his head held high, while Wang Tai and the 5 drivers served him carefully on the side, and the group left like that. Chen Shui and his sister stood still, dumbfounded, with faces full of disbelief, especially when they saw the 5 supercars Chen Chen had purchased, worth a total of 1 billion, they were as if they had seen something unbelievable, and they were at a loss. Chen Chen himself drove the top-of-the-line Lamborghini at the front. The feeling of driving a car worth tens of millions on the road can only be described in one word: awesome. This level of sports car, not many people knew about it even in 2021, let alone in 2000. But as long as you're not a fool, just by looking at its stylish design and hearing the buzzing sound of the engine, you can tell that this car is definitely expensive. On the road, the attention rate was as high as 100%. Especially young people, after seeing Chen Shen's car, their eyes were full of envy, and many even took out their phones to take pictures with the blurry camera. The feeling of being envied made Chen Shen even more delighted. After all, in the previous life, he was the one sitting outside the car. Indeed, it's a supercar, much better than my car. Gong Ziyuan sat in the passenger seat, amazed. You can drive whichever one you like. We have a total of 5 cars at home. From Monday to Friday, you can drive a different one to work every day. Chen Shen smiled. No, this car is too flashy. I'd rather drive my Mercedes in a low-key manner. Gong Ziyuan said. You can ride in my car in the future. I love driving. Especially love driving while driving. Chen Shen glanced meaningfully at Gong Ziyuan. That's a grammatical error. How can you drive while driving? Gong Ziyuan laughed. You'll understand the meaning of that sentence soon. Chen Shen smirked. The next day, Chen Shen drove with Gong Ziyuan to the economic core of the country, Magic City. The prosperity of Magic City is far beyond any city in Zhanghai province. Even in 2000, it has already taken shape as the future economic center of the East. After driving for about 4.5 hours, Chen Shen and Gong Ziyuan arrived at the high-tech industrial park in the center of the Magic City. Mo Gu, why did you bring me here? Gong Ziyuan asked in confusion. I can leave the real estate business to my uncle, but don't forget, our company belongs to just the two of us. I need to find a capable assistant to help me manage the company, Chen Shen said with a smile. The person he was looking for is currently attracting investment in this industrial park. He is the future marketing genius, the king of hype, and the one who made a fortune by promoting health products, Shiryuju. In the future, Shiryuju became one of the top tycoons in the mainland by relying on various conceptual health products and online games. Such a person, in Chen Shen's view, is the most suitable to explore new territories with him. Moreover, this is the lowest point in Shiryuju's life. Due to some butterfly effects brought about by Chen Shen's rebirth, Shiryuju is currently on the verge of bankruptcy after the investment in his skyscraper led to the collapse of his financial chain, owing 250 million renminbi in debt and not knowing what to do next. When Gong Ziyuan learned that Chen Shen was looking for such a person, she almost thought she had misheard. Mo Gu, can a successful entrepreneur like him be willing to work for you? Gong Ziyuan asked. It depends on whether my White Dragon King persona can impress him. Chen Shen took a deep breath and walked into a high-tech building. Chen Shen himself was not sure if he could persuade a big shot like Shiryuju to work for him. Soon, Chen Shen arrived at a small office on the 15th floor. The office was simple, with only 2 staff members including the receptionist and Shiryuju. Chen Shen lied that he was there to invest. Shiryuju immediately welcomed Chen Shen warmly. How much does Mr. Chen want to invest? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shiryuju couldn't wait to ask. He was in urgent need of money now, and if he couldn't find an investment soon, he wouldn't even be able to afford this office space. Chen Shen smiled and went straight to the point. Actually, I'm not here to invest. This time, I want to invite Mr. Sure to join my company. Shiryuju's face darkened, and he stood up, saying, I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, although I'm in dire need of money now, I haven't reached the point of working for someone. After all, Shiryuju had been successful in starting a business in the past 2 years. If he hadn't been overconfident and failed in investing in the skyscraper, he would have been on the list of the richest people in the country by now. Mr. Sure, you may not know my identity, Chen Shen said confidently. I don't care about your identity. If you don't want to invest, I don't think we need to continue this conversation, Shiryuju coldly snorted. My name is Chen Shen, I am the reincarnation of the White Dragon King, and I can see the future in destiny. I came to find you because you helped me in my past life. This life, I want to give you wealth and prosperity, Chen Shen said with a smile. Ha ha, White Dragon King, helped you? Shiryuju mocked. Then tell me, how did I help you? In my past life, I was demoted to the mortal world for violating heavenly laws and fell from the sky to the ground, severely injured. You passed by and, with great effort, pushed me into the river, saving my life, Chen Shen said seriously. Oh, so that's how it is. Alright, if you want to repay the favor, help me repay the 250 million debt, and we'll be even, okay? Your Excellency White Dragon King. Shiryuju sneered. Sure, as long as you are willing to help me, I can help you repay the 250 million. Chen Shen stood up and looked Shiryuju in the eye. You are worth that price. Shiryuju squinted, looking at Chen Shen with a mix of surprise and doubt. Every word from this man sounded like a boast, but strangely, Shiryuju inexplicably felt an urge to believe him. If you can boast, so can I, Shiryuju said in a deep voice, but his tone was no longer as confident as before. Chen Shen took out his phone and showed Shiryuju his bank account balance. 265 billion. Shiryuju stared at the small screen of the phone with that string of heart-pounding numbers, his breathing becoming heavy. Even during his peak period, he had never seen so much money. 265 billion. Looking at this long string of numbers, Shiryuju felt his scalp tingling. Although he had been successful in his entrepreneurial ventures, the most he had ever achieved in terms of annual turnover was only 1 billion. And that was just turnover. Compared to Qin Shen's solid 265 billion cash flow, there was simply no comparison. As a big shot who had been recognized by top leaders in the past, Shiryuju had truly seen the world, but seeing such a terrifying number still made him feel dry-mouthed and extremely shocked. If President Shir still doesn't believe it, we can go to a nearby bank to verify the funds, Chen Shen suggested. Shiryuju shook his head and said, no need, I believe Mr. Chen wouldn't joke with me about such matters. So, are you willing to join me? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. Shiryuju hesitated for a moment, then said, I want to ask, Mr. Chen, what exactly is your background? Chen Chen grinned and said, do you follow the futures market and stock market recently? Shiryuju nodded and said, I have always been following. Recently, there was a mysterious retail investor named White Dragon who not only made a fortune of 3.5 billion in international nickel ore futures, but also successfully predicted that Tianshan heavy industries would be manipulated. Wait, could it be you? You are the Dragon Master. Shiryuju suddenly widened his eyes, looking at Chen Chen in disbelief. That's right, I am White Dragon. To be precise, just 2 months ago, I was a penniless laborer, but one day a white dragon appeared in my dream and told me that I was his reincarnation, and even taught me the art of Zhoi Bagua. Since then, I have soared to the top, becoming the richest man in Jiangbei in just 2 months, a financial figure, with assets of over 6 billion. Chen Chen looked at Shiryuju with intense eyes, and with a voice that was almost magical and magnetic, he said, President Shir, I'll tell you the truth, if you start your own business, you will definitely succeed, but the limit you can reach is just one of the top 100 richest people in Daxia country. But I, the White Dragon King, in the near future, will possess tens of thousands or even hundreds of trillions in assets, becoming the world's richest man that everyone looks up to. Not only that, I will also build a business empire that covers everything from houses and cars to daily necessities in all industries. I want everyone in the world to never be able to leave my products and services, except for breathing, from the moment they are born. And you, if you are willing to follow me, your future achievements will not be limited to staying in Daxia country. You will break out of Daxia, break out of the East, move towards the world, become a vassal of a huge business empire, and become a world-class billionaire with thousands of people under you. Each word was like a flash of lightning, resonating thunderously in Shiryuju's heart. Shiryuju swallowed hard, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chen Shen's words were simply too tempting. Shiryuju took a deep breath to calm himself and said, Mr. Chen, your reality distortion field ability is really strong. I almost agreed to you just now. In plain language, the reality distortion field is the ability to persuade others to believe in oneself and act on it. The person with the strongest ability in this regard is Comrade Lao Chao, the founder of Apple. Chen Chen smiled and said, I'm telling the truth. Alright, since your ability comes from the White Dragon King, then prove it to me. As long as you can prove that you have the ability to predict the future, then I have no reason not to follow you. Shiryuju said. Chen Chen couldn't help but admire him. Even after seeing his assets, knowing his identity as the Dragon Master, and being influenced by his reality distortion field ability, Shiryuju still refused to budge. After some thought, Chen Chen took out a piece of paper and wrote on it meticulously, Sky Ecology opening price, 12. 32, 1032 price, 13. 25, 1125 price, 11. 10, lowest price, 1523, limit up Little Bear Electronics opening price, 200. 14, 954 price, 195. 56, 1030 price, 184. 22, lowest price, 1336, limit up Sky Earth Liquor Industry. Rongxing Technology. Jinyu shares. Chen Chen wrote 10 stock prices for tomorrow in detail, with time accurate to the minute and price accurate to 2 decimal places. Mr. Sure, as I said, I am here to repay the favor of a past life and bestow upon you wealth and prosperity in this life. These are the 10 stocks that will hit the limit up tomorrow, including the opening price, price at a specific time, lowest price, limit up time. I have written them all for you. Consider this my little gift to you. Chen Chen smiled and handed the paper to Shi Yuzhu, then left with Gong Ziyuan. Shi Yuzhu looked at the paper in bewilderment, feeling absurd. Perhaps the stock market trend can be roughly predicted, but to predict the stock price accurately to the minute and second, the time of the lowest price, the limit up time, how is that possible? Even if you have insider information, even if you are a market maker, it is impossible to have such accurate data. Moreover, among these 10 stocks, 3 are monopolistic state-owned enterprises. Even if Chen Chen has over 4 billion, it is impossible to manipulate their stock prices with over 400 billion. If everything written on this paper is true, then undoubtedly, what Chen Chen said is also true. Shi Yuzhu estimated that if he borrowed money from someone, sold his assets, and bought stocks according to the paper given by Chen Chen, he could make 50 to 60 million in a day. Could he really be the White Dragon King? Is he really here to repay the favor? Shi Yuzhu shook his head vigorously, self-mockingly saying, absolutely impossible. How could anyone predict stock prices in this world? Despite saying this, Shi Yuzhu inexplicably felt a sense of anticipation. Even that night, he tossed and turned, finding it hard to fall asleep. The next morning, he got up early, opened the stock software, and watched the market. At 9:30, the A-share market opened normally, and the day's market trends rolled in. Shi Yuzhu took a deep breath and began to check the opening prices of the 10 stocks according to the paper given by Chen Chen. Sky Ecology opening price, 12.32. Little Bear Electronics opening price, 214. Sky Earth Liquor Industry, Rongxing Technology, Jinyu Shares. After checking the opening prices, Shi Yuzhu gasped in shock. All correct. 9:15 to 9:25 is the opening call auction, and the opening price is different from yesterday's closing price. In this situation, Chen Chen's predictions were all correct. Unexpected. It must be a coincidence. Shi Yuzhu's eyes were full of sweat as he stared at the market. Sky Ecology 10.32 price, 13.25, 11.25 price, 11.10, lowest price, 15.23, limit up. Little Bear Electronics 9.54 price, 195. 56, 10.30 price, 184. 22, lowest price, 13.36, limit up. Sky Earth Liquor Industry, Rongxing Technology, Jinyu Shares. All correct. All data, all time points, not a single number was off by a fraction. Boom! Shi Yuzhu was struck as if by lightning, his face full of horror as he stared blankly at the computer screen, the paper in his hand, which had fallen to the ground at some point. What he said. It's all true. Shi Yuzhu took a long time to recover, the shock in his heart still hard to calm. With the ability to predict the future, Chen Chen's ambition to become the world's richest man is not just empty talk. Thinking of this, Shi Yuzhu no longer hesitated and quickly called Chen Chen. Soon, Chen Chen and Gong Ziyuan came to Shi Yuzhu's office again. Mr. Sure, did you buy those 10 stocks I gave you yesterday? Chen Chen joked. Shi Yuzhu scratched his head embarrassedly and said, Mr. Chen, I believe what you said. Now I have 2 questions. First, which industry should Mr. Chen focus on next? Second, which industry do you think I am suitable for? These 2 questions are crucial. This is to assess Chen Chen's sensitivity to business and the degree of alignment of their ideas. Facing Shi Yuzhu's questions, Chen Chen confidently said, Next, I will focus on the internet industry. The year 2000 was a very special moment, not the peak of internet development, but the darkest moment of the bursting of the internet bubble, .com bubble. After the bursting of the internet bubble, the Nasdaq index plummeted from its historical high of 5,048 in 2000 to 1114 in 2002, with 2/3 of the stock market value evaporating. Many star companies saw a cliff-like drop in market value or even closed down, and a large number of programmers lost their jobs and switched careers. Only less than half of internet companies managed to survive. However, in this situation, Chen Chen still chose the internet. That's because he knew that the next 20 years would be the miraculous years for the internet industry. Shi Yuzhu's eyes lit up as he looked at Chen Chen seriously and asked, But now, both domestically and internationally, the internet bubble has completely burst, with many companies closing down. Many Western capitals even predict that the next 20 years will be the darkest period for the internet industry. Why do you choose to enter the internet industry instead? Chen Chen chuckled, It's always darkest before dawn. The internet industry is now at its lowest point, and it will undergo a rebirth. Chen Chen pointed outside the building to the bustling streets of the city and said in a compelling tone, 20 years later, I want everyone here to use our internet products for everything from eating, shopping, taking taxis, to paying bills. I want to create a golden age for the internet and stand at the peak of this world. Shiryuju remained silent for a few minutes, then took a deep breath and asked, "What's the answer to the second question?" Chen Chen smiled and said, "What are you suitable for? I already have the answer before you came." Chen Chen pushed a thick business plan in front of Shiryuju. It was a health product company business plan. "You want me to do health products? But I have never been in contact with these things, and I don't know anything about research and development," Shiryuju exclaimed. "You're wrong. Research and development are not important for health products. Even if what you produce is crap, as long as it doesn't kill people, it's fine. The important thing is marketing, hype." Chen Chen tapped the table with a finger and said in an almost arrogant tone, "As long as you grasp the pain points of different consumer groups, then you have succeeded half the battle. Open my business plan and take a look." Shiryuju opened the business plan and started flipping through it. Brain Platinum? Young and healthy products? This year, don't accept gifts for the new year, only accept Brain Platinum? Show filial piety to parents with Brain Platinum? Just after reading the first page, Shiryuju seemed to have opened the door to a new world, with a sudden realization. This concept is simply amazing. Shiryuju swayed the business plan in his hand as if in a trance. Linking health products with concepts of filial piety and health is simply a market harvesting tool. He continued reading. Kidney treasure tablets. Good for him and me. Life No. 7. Nutrient supplement for the brain. Drink it for better exam results. Madam Oral Liquid. Golden wine. With each page turned, Shiryuju's heart trembled wildly. With each page turned, Shiryuju's admiration for Chen Chen increased by 3 points. Until the end. Shiryuju carefully placed the proposal on the table inside. "Mr. Chen, I admire you. Today, I, Shiryuju, am truly full of admiration." Chen Chen was not surprised at all. How could he not admire it? In this proposal, almost all the most successful health product plans for the next 20 years were written, including products that Shiryuju himself would develop in the future. Chen Chen smiled lightly and said nothing. Shiryuju took a deep breath, as if finally made up his mind, stood up, respectfully extended his hand to Chen Chen, and said, "I am willing to work for Mr. Chen." Chen Chen laughed, shook hands with Shiryuju, and said, "Happy cooperation." After confirming the cooperation, Chen Chen and Shiryuju signed a labor contract. Shiryuju was to serve as the marketing director for Chen Chen's company, while also temporarily taking on some management positions. At the same time, Chen Chen gave Shiryuju 500 million in funds to pay off debts and establish a health product company. In the previous life, this money was given by a large institution, and later that institution made a lot of money through Shiryuju. In this life, that investing institution became Chun Chun personally. After everything settled, the three of them went to a luxurious restaurant in the Magic City for a meal. During the meal, Shiryuju and Chen Chen talked a lot, mostly about business concepts colliding. Shiryuju was shocked to find that although Chen Chen was only in his 20s and starting a business for the first time, he had an incredibly profound understanding of future business plans and trends. There were many business concepts that were so profound that even Shiryuju found them difficult to understand. After the meal, Shiryuju changed how he addressed Chen Chen. He no longer called him Mr. Chen or Manager Chen, but Master Long. After dinner, the two of them were in the car, and Gong Zian exclaimed, "Mo Go, how did your brain grow like this, being the same human? I can understand every word of your conversation, but when you two are together, I can't understand a single sentence. I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants." Chen Chen laughed. Standing on the shoulders of giants. Gong Zian widened her eyes, admiringly looking at Chen Chen. Every word Chen Chen said was so profound. Night fell. Looking at the bustling Magic City outside the car, Gong Zian sighed. Magic City is really prosperous. In the next 20 years, Magic City will become one of the economic centers of the East and even the world. Chen Chen said domineeringly. And by then, I, Chen Chen, will stand at the peak of Daxia, letting all the people of Daxia know my name. After a pause, Chen Chen looked gently at Gong Zian and said, "Are you willing to join me in reaching the peak of Magic City, Daxia, and the world?" Gong Zian looked at Chen Chen with watery eyes, smiled charmingly, like 100 flowers blooming. "I am willing." That night, as soon as Chen Chen returned to Jiangbei, he received a phone call. "Hello, Mr. Chen, several leaders from the provincial capital will come to Jiangbei for inspection tomorrow. They have always admired Master Long and would like to invite you to dinner. Are you available?" Wang Tai respectfully asked. "Sure, where are we eating?" "At the newly opened Golden Tiger by Zhang Qian." "Okay." Gong Zian turned her head curiously and asked, "Are you having dinner at Golden Tiger tomorrow?" Chen Chen nodded. "Yes, it's a few leaders from the provincial capital, probably some big shots from the banking and tax sectors. I have to get to know them." Gong Zian said, "That's great. I wasn't going to tell you, but our high school classmate Lin Bin, do you remember him? He just called me this morning and said he's having a class reunion at Golden Tiger tomorrow noon. Since you have a dinner appointment tomorrow, just show up and say hello. Class reunion? Why wasn't I informed? Chen Chen asked in confusion. Don't you know Lin Bin? This kid has always liked to follow the trend and make friends with wealthy people since high school. This time, he invited classmates with good family backgrounds, and in his eyes, you are just a worker earning a monthly salary of 1,000, so naturally he won't call you. And I also heard that Lin Bin made a lot of money when you played against Chu Tian before, and now he is already a millionaire. Very impressive. Gong Ziyuan pursed her lips and said, so I want you to show up. Let our classmates know that you have changed a lot now. Gong Ziyuan is not young, of course, not as open-minded as Chun Chen, who has lived 2 lives, about these false reputations. She really wants her classmates to know that Chun Chen is now successful and has a future, while also satisfying her own vanity a little. No need, we are not from the same circle, why force it? Chen Chen shook his head with a smile. Chen Chen's current status is far beyond what those high school classmates can imagine. Even if Chen Chen went, there would be no common topics. Moreover, they haven't been in contact for so many years. Come on, Mo Gu. I beg you. Gong Ziyuan shook Chen Chen's arm and acted coquettishly. These people, we probably won't even see each other in the future. Whether we are doing well or not, is it necessary for them to know? Chen Chen still shook his head. Are you not afraid that Lin Bin will chase me away? He has been chasing me for many years. Gong Ziyuan pouted. Not afraid, he is no match for me. Chen Chen said confidently. Gong Ziyuan rolled her eyes frantically. Okay, if you promise to accompany me as a formality, I will kiss you. Gong Ziyuan said. Okay, but where to kiss, I will decide. Chen Chen said seriously. Gong Ziyuan took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to beat Chen Chen, and said, fine. You decide. Chen Chen patted Gong Ziyuan's shoulder and said with a smile, little girl, you have a bright future ahead of you. The next day, 10:30 in the morning, Money Tiger Hotel. This is a high-end chain hotel opened by Zhang Qian, and it has invited a master chef who has served at state banquets to preside over, naturally not affordable for ordinary people. Chen Chen's Lamborghini parked discreetly behind the hotel. Just as he got out of the car, Chen Chen received a call from Wang Tai. Mr. Chen, we will arrive around 11 o'clock, in the Spring Blossom private room. Just wait for us. Chen Chen smiled, perfect, I'll be on the 2nd floor. When you arrive, I'll go up. Okay, I'll text you when I arrive. Wang Tai said. After hanging up the phone, Chen Chen and Gong Ziyuan entered the hotel lobby. After inspecting the new hotel opened by Zhang Qian, although it was considered luxurious by the standards of 2000, Chen Chen, with aesthetic standards 20 years later, found it quite distasteful. I want to create some high-end internet-famous hotels now, and promote the way those socialites share rooms and check-in. Wouldn't that make a fortune? Chen Chen thought to himself. Ziyuan. At that moment, a woman walking towards them exclaimed in surprise. Gong Ziyuan also ran over with a surprised look, grabbed the woman's hand, and happily said, Wang Tongtong. It's been so many years, you've become even more beautiful. Wang Tongtong was Gong Ziyuan's deskmate back then, and they had a good relationship. She was very elegant, wearing glasses, and had a good figure, considered an 8/10 beauty. If we talk about beauty, who can be more beautiful than our school flower Gong? Oh my, it's been a few years, you've grown a lot. Let me see if you still have the same touch as before. Wang Tongtong said as she playfully touched Gong Ziyuan. The 2 girls laughed and played together. Gong Ziyuan is a very low-key person. She never revealed that she was Gong Ming's daughter in high school, so everyone thought she came from a middle-class family. Even Wang Tongtong, who had a good relationship with Gong Ziyuan, didn't know how wealthy Gong Ziyuan's family was. Who is this? Wang Tongtong looked at Chen Chen with suspicion. Tongjie, don't recognize your old classmates? Chen Chen, was the one sitting in the corner of the class. Chen Chen generously reached out his hand and smiled. Wang Tongtong exclaimed, Chen Chen? The Chen Chen from before and the man standing in front of her now seemed like 2 different people. The man in front of her was confident, generous, mature, and exuded an aura of superiority. But the previous Chen Chen was introverted, timid, insecure, and a bit malnourished. However, Wang Tongtong didn't pay much attention to it. After shaking hands with Chen Chen, she turned to Gong Ziyuan and asked, Ziyuan, do you know Lin Bin from our class? Lin Bin is doing great now. It is said that he received personal teachings from Long Master and made a fortune of 10 million in the last wave of the heavenly god heavy industry market. Many of our classmates want to learn some stock market skills from him and make a profit. Gong Ziyuan? Gong Ziyuan was puzzled. When did Chen Chen have a disciple like Lin Bin? Chen Chen sneered. He didn't expect Lin Bin's deception to reach him. Chen Chen remembered that in the previous life, 2 months after this time point, Lin Bin would marry a plain-looking rich girl. After that, he relied on his father-in-law's connections to start a children's clothing business and made a fortune. However, later on, there was a fire in Lin Bin's house, and his wife and daughter died in an accident. After that, Lin Bin shamelessly extorted a large sum of money from the property using his wife and daughter's identity, sold a loving image online, did live streaming sales, played with female fans, and even held fan meetings in front of his wife and daughter's grave. It can be said that Lin Bin was a complete villain. With these thoughts in mind, the three of them had arrived at the thankfully used private room. Before entering, they heard a young man inside, giving orders and pointing out directions confidently. As long as you learn a little bit of Long Master's stock trading skills, you can benefit for a lifetime and easily make 18 million. I have only learned 1/10 of what Long Master taught, and I am already respected as the little Dragon King in the industry. If it weren't for the fact that you are all my classmates, I would never pass on the secrets of my master's skills. At that moment, Wang Tongtong pushed the door open and said with a smile, "Guess who's here?" Lin Bin turned his head and was instantly stunned. Gong Ziyuan, wearing a black fitted dress, was stunningly beautiful. Lin Bin flipped his bangs and smiled at Gong Ziyuan. "Our school flower Gong is here. Come, I've saved a seat for you, sit next to me." Gong Ziyuan directly shook her head and said, "No need, I'll sit here." This attitude made Lin Bin very unhappy. Gong Ziyuan had always been very cold to him in school, and now, even though he had become a multi-millionaire, she remained as indifferent as ever. "Ziyuan, you may not know, but I am now under the guidance of Long Master. In the previous wave of the Heavenly God heavy industry market, I made over 10 million with Long Master's guidance," Lin Bin said proudly. A millionaire in 2000 was equivalent to a billionaire in 2021. That was a truly wealthy person. Wherever they went, they would be looked up to. With a good disciple like you under Long Master, you must have hit the jackpot, Gong Ziyuan muttered. "Ha?" Lin Bin looked at Gong Ziyuan in confusion. "I mean, congratulations on finding such a powerful master," Gong Ziyuan said in a cold and even mocking tone. This made Lin Bin very embarrassed. After he joined Long Master, all his classmates greeted him with smiles and respect. But Gong Ziyuan, in particular, treated him like a clown. Lin Bin cleared his throat and said, "Well, since Ziyuan is here, I will teach everyone a few stock market tips that Long Master taught me. This is all thanks to Ziyuan's presence." Everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Some even took out notebooks, ready to take notes. They had never been so serious even during the college entrance examination. Chen Chen also held back a smile, crossed his arms, and looked at Lin Bin. "Listen up. The stock market secret for guaranteed profits taught by Master Long. First sentence, when others are greedy, I am fearful. Second sentence, when others are fearful, I add positions. Third sentence, when others incur small losses, I go bankrupt. Listen to this advice, and you'll work for 10 more years. Chen Chen couldn't take it anymore and directly interrupted Lin Bin. What nonsense was he talking about? Wasn't this tarnishing his reputation? Silence. A moment of silence. At this moment, everyone stared at Chen Chen, who was standing at the door. Lin Bin, feeling embarrassed and angry, said, "Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here?" "It's Chen Chen, the poorest one in our class." A classmate spoke up. "Chen Chen? Oh, I remember now." Lin Bin sneered. "Isn't he the one who wore the same school uniform for 3 years, with his toes sticking out of his shoes and still reluctant to throw them away?" "What? Did you hear that I made a fortune after joining Master Long, so you came to seek my guidance? Let me tell you, with your poor mindset, you will never comprehend the techniques taught by Master Long." Chen Chen said helplessly, "Of course, I can't comprehend them. Those weren't even words spoken by Master Long. How could I understand?" "What did you say?" Lin Bin's face darkened. "Are you implying that I'm lying?" Just as Chen Chen was about to expose Lin Bin, the restaurant owner Zhang Qian arrived. A month ago, Zhang Qian and Chen Chen were of similar status, but a month later, the gap between them was like night and day. So when Zhang Qian heard that Chen Chen was dining here, he had to come and flatter him. He specially chose 2 bottles of Romani Conti, entered with a respectful smile, and said, Thanks to Master Long's care, I also made a lot of money in the recent Tianshan heavy industries market. Here are 2 bottles of wine for everyone, and today's meal is on the house. Just let me know if you need anything." After speaking, Zheng Qian respectfully left. Zheng Qian thought these people knew that Chen Chen was Master Long, so he didn't dare to call Chen Chen by his real name. But these people didn't think so. "Wow, Bin, you really have some presence." "Impressive, Bin, the boss of Money Tiger has a big background. Didn't expect him to personally bring you wine." "Yeah, Bin, you're doing really well, this is more than just good." Lin Bin was initially confused, but when he heard that Zhang Qian came to deliver wine and a free meal because of Master Long, he suddenly understood. Lin Bin waved his hand, looking proud, and said, "It's all thanks to Master Long's blessings." Gong Ziyuan's eyes lit up mischievously. "Bin, we don't understand those secrets you mentioned. Can you just recommend a stock for us? Let us, your old classmates, benefit a bit." Gong Ziyuan's words greatly pleased Lin Bin. He didn't bother with Chen Shen anymore, straightened his collar, and proudly said, "Listen up, everyone. This stock is highly recommended by our master. Wooloo milk powder. This stock will definitely soar tomorrow at the opening, with 3 to 5 consecutive limit-up boards. It's not a dream." The group of classmates started whispering to each other, their faces filled with excitement, clearly believing Lin Bin's words. After all, with Master Long's reputation and the fact that Lin Bin had indeed made 10 million in the previous market, even Wang Tongtong silently noted down this stock and planned to buy it at the opening the next day. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen was speechless to the extreme. Wooloo milk powder? Of all the stocks to recommend, why would you recommend one from a company that's about to go bankrupt? In the previous life, Wooloo milk powder's performance was indeed explosive. However, due to serious quality issues with the product, after being investigated and rectified by the relevant departments, the stock was suspended for a year. When trading resumed, the stock price plummeted, eventually leading to bankruptcy and liquidation. Many investors who bought this stock ended up losing everything. And now, Lin Bin is actually recommending this stock? What a joke! Wooloo milk powder products have serious issues, it's about to collapse, those who buy it will be doomed. If you really want to make money in stocks, buy some Maodai shares, hold them for the long term, and multiplying the price several times won't be a problem, Chen Shan said to Wang Tongtong. Maodai's stock price has increased more than 70 times in over a decade, so when Chen Shen says it will multiply, he's being modest. Wang Tongtong looked at Chen Shen in confusion and asked, "Do you understand stocks too?" "Tongjie, trust Chen Shen, you will definitely make big money." Gong Ziyuan grabbed Wang Tongtong's hand and said. However, Lin Bin overheard this conversation. "Ha ha!" Lin Bin burst into laughter. "Did I mishear? Did you say Wooloo will collapse? That's one of the top 10 dairy companies in Daxia now. Its performance is thriving." Lin Bin shook his head disdainfully in front of everyone. "Chen Shen, you earn just over 1,000 a month as a wage worker. What do you know about stocks? I've made over 10 million just from trading stocks in the past 2 months. What about you? Do you have 10 million in joyful beans?" Lin Bin stood up and said loudly, "Everyone, I'm telling you responsibly, Longshore has already been in contact with Wooloo's senior management, knowing inside information. Wooloo will soon receive a large amount of financing, and the stock price is going to soar. But that Maotai recommended by Qin Shen, unheard of, he wants you to hold it long term, isn't he harming you? I've said my piece. Buy Wooloo, and you will definitely get rich this year. Achieving financial freedom is not a dream. Don't miss the opportunity to get rich later and blame me, your old classmate, for not taking you along." Lin Bin's words left the classmates in a state of confusion. But soon, someone spoke up. Bin Gu is a disciple of Longshore, and he's a young stock market king, his recommendations can't be wrong. Chen Shen should just forget it, a wage worker like him probably doesn't even understand the stock market mechanisms, let alone giving recommendations. Exactly, he's poor himself, yet he wants to drag us into this mess. It's trading time now, I'm going all in on Wooloo right now. Me too. Trust Bin Gu, let's make big money. Wooloo, let's go. Full position is a must. Everyone picked up their phones and called the brokerage firm to help them buy Wooloo. However, Wang Tongtong was still hesitant. Gong Ziyuan knew these people were beyond saving, so she turned to Qin Shen and said, "Moj, I'm sorry for bringing you here, let's go, let's not associate with these people in the future." In Gong Ziyuan's eyes, these classmates were simply ridiculous. They were being fooled by a scammer who claimed to be a disciple of Longshore, and the true Longshore was right in front of them, guiding them to wealth, yet they didn't believe. Just then, Wang Tongtong's phone rang. A news text message made her scream instantly. "Oh my god, something happened to Wooloo. Look at this." Wang Tongtong's words caught everyone's attention. Lin Bin said proudly, "Is it because a major foreign institution invested in Wooloo? I told you earlier, Longshore has inside information." Most of the classmates present also cheered with surprise. Just as I went all in, such a big piece of good news. Hooray, taking off. This time we're going to make a big profit. Thanks to Bin Gu for leading us to wealth. Wang Tongtong shook her head fiercely and said, "No. The news says that Wooloo's products have major quality issues that will seriously affect infant health, and the relevant personnel have been criminally detained, and the stock has been suspended." After speaking, Wang Tongtong looked at Chen Shen in disbelief. This news had just come out, but Chen Shen seemed to have known it for a long time. In fact, Chen only knew about this matter, but he didn't know that the timing was so coincidental. When Lin Bin heard this, he quickly rushed over to snatch Wang Tongtong's phone, carefully looked at it over and over again, and then his face turned pale. It can't be. How could this happen? I invested all of my hard-earned 10 million, plus borrowed 3 million. It's fake, it must be fake news. No one understands stocks better than me. Lin Bin roared like a madman. At this moment, it seemed as if the whole world had quieted down. All the students were stunned. The atmosphere became extremely heavy, and everyone felt it difficult to even breathe. I just had my mom withdraw all the money and go all in on Wooloo stock. I invested all the dowry I saved for 8 years. I used the money for my son's medical treatment. How could this happen? The students who were just cheering and ready to go all in on Wooloo stock were now filled with despair. Everyone hurriedly called the securities company, hoping to see if there was still a chance to escape, but the reply they received was even deeper despair. Their money was all trapped. The time for Wooloo to reopen was uncertain, and judging from the situation, even if it did reopen, the stock price would plummet to nothing. Thud! Those with poor psychological endurance fainted on the spot and were quickly taken away by an ambulance. The others were also in extreme discomfort. Just then, the door of the private room rang, and someone pushed the door open. It was Wang Tai leading a group of big shots from Jiangbei, holding wine glasses to toast. Mr. Chen, we just arrived. The leaders of the provincial capital have all been arranged to sit down. I brought a group of old buddies from Jiangbei to meet you and your friends, and to toast to you. Wang Tai smiled. Upon hearing this, a group of local students with wealthy backgrounds turned to look at these people, and they were all shocked. Oh my god, this is Wang Tai, the president of the provincial branch. Isn't that Mr. Sure from Money Makes Money Financial Company? My dad had dinner with him last month. Director Zhang, why are you here? Are these big shots? Toasting to Chen? Wang Tai downed his glass of wine in one gulp, then let his old buddies come in, pointing to Chen. Brothers, this is Mr. Chen, the recent rising star in the stock market, the Dragon Master, and also our newly appointed financial spokesperson for Jiangbei. Hello, Dragon Master. The big shots respectfully said in unison, then drank their wine respectfully. After finishing their drinks, everyone left first. In the private room, all the students stared at Chen with wide eyes. The stock market myth Dragon Master? The financial spokesperson for Jiangbei? This, Chen. Are you really the stock market myth, Dragon Master? A student asked cautiously. Chen nodded and said lightly, yes. Boom. At this moment, everyone's faces turned pale. They regretted deeply. They finally realized that they had been deceived by Lin Bin. Wang Tongtong swallowed nervously and asked tremblingly, so, that means, you are the newly appointed richest man in Jiangbei? Worth 3.65 billion? Gong Ziyuan proudly said, 3.65 billion is already in the past. The recent rally of Tianshan Heavy Industries, Moga made another big profit, including the money invested. It's already worth 6 billion. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a collective gasp in the private room. 6 billion? What kind of concept is this? Even for these wealthy people, if they added up all their assets, it wouldn't even compare to a fraction of Chen's wealth. At this moment, they finally understood why Wang Tai and so many big shots from Jiangbei were so respectful to Chen. Lin Bin was even more shocked, staring at Chen with wide eyes, open mouth, and a pale face, as if he wanted to speak but couldn't. His throat only made a strange sound of like a duck being choked. Gong Ziyuan was extremely happy. Her purpose in coming here was to show off that she had a good boyfriend. Especially at the beginning, these people looked down on Chen so much, but now that Chen had slapped them in the face, Gong Ziyuan was even happier. She was a little woman, not as noble as Chen. Alright, I have something to do, I'll leave first. If you want to eat or drink something, just ask Zheng Xian, the boss. Chen said lightly. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized. It turned out that Zheng Xian came to deliver the wine, not to save Lin Bin's face at all. Wait! At this moment, Lin Bin suddenly stopped Chen. At this moment, he actually shouted angrily, you knew that Wooloo would collapse, why didn't you stop us? Are you deliberately provoking us to buy Wooloo, wanting to see all of us go bankrupt? Chen was stunned. Could he be blamed for this? I clearly told you before, whoever buys Wooloo stocks will go to the rooftop. It's your own disbelief. And you even said it was an insider tip from Longshire, have you forgotten? Chen said with a smile. Lin Bin was speechless, wanting to speak but stopping. His face changed and changed again, clenched his fists, his eyes glaring at Chen with a reddened face. Fine, maybe I was wrong before. But you are also responsible. Chen, we are classmates, but because of you, we are all on the verge of bankruptcy. You can't just stand by and watch us die. Lin Bin's words resonated with all the classmates present. Yes, now only Chen Chen can save them. And just now, Chen Chen knew that Wulu would collapse, but didn't desperately stop them, clearly intending to bankrupt them. Chen Chen, you have to lend us money to help us out of this mess. Anyway, you are the richest, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for you. Chen Chen, you have 6 billion, even if you give each of us here 1 billion, you still have over 30 billion left. You were just next to me, why didn't you stop me? I have put all my assets into Wulu now, it's all your fault. You owe me money. Led by Lin Bin, all the classmates who had gone all in on Wulu surrounded him, gritting their teeth as if they wanted to swallow Chen Chen alive. You, shameless. Gong Ziyuan was shocked by the shamelessness of these people. Chen Chen also smiled. When I was in high school, you were so rich, why didn't you give me anything? Now that you know I'm rich, you want to come and take my money? Ha ha, I may be rich, but even if I lose all my money and give it all to the dogs, I won't give you a penny. Everyone's faces were very ugly. In fact, they knew it was wrong. But they were desperate, at their wits' end, and could only shamelessly extort Chen Chen. Chen Chen, do you really not care about the friendship between us classmates? We are all about to go bankrupt. You just need to put out less than 1/60th of your money to save 30 families. Lin Bin scolded loudly. I didn't call the police to arrest you, that's already considering us classmates. Chen Chen finished speaking, grabbed Gong Ziyuan and was about to leave. You can't go. Lin Bin stood in front of Chen Chen. What? Do you want to rob me now? Chen Chen chuckled. It's not robbery. It's borrowing. Chen Chen, as long as you lend us the money to get through this difficult time, everything will be fine. Otherwise, you won't leave this door today. Lin Bin said viciously. Although the other classmates didn't speak, they silently stood behind Lin Bin, blocking Chen Chen's way. You guys are really hopeless. Chen Chen shook his head, picked up his phone, and dialed a number without hesitation. In less than half a minute, Zheng Xian rushed in with over 100 security guards. Who dares to stop me? I'll break their legs. Chen Chen snorted coldly, turned around and walked away, not even looking at the embarrassed and regretful faces of his classmates. On the way up the stairs, Gong Ziyuan embarrassedly said, Emogo, I'm sorry. It's my fault, I shouldn't have dragged you here. Chen Chen smiled and said, it's okay, just avoid dealing with such people in the future, there's no need to make yourself unhappy. Gong Ziyuan nodded and said, then in the future, I'll try to introduce you to some wealthy friends. Chen Chen suddenly remembered a famous saying and blurted out, I don't care if my friends are rich or not, anyway, none of them are as rich as I am. Gong Ziyuan rolled her eyes and said, I really want to punch you, but I can't argue with what you just said. After going upstairs, Wang Tai went out to greet the two of them and said mysteriously, Emoge, the leader who just came in has quite a background. If you can make friends with him, it will be of great benefit to your company. Chen Chen was taken aback and asked, who? Wang Tai smiled mysteriously and said, you'll know once you go in. As soon as Chen Chen entered, he saw a middle-aged man laughing heartily, mingling with numerous big shots at the scene, engaging in lively conversations. Chen Chen felt that the man looked familiar, and then it hit him. Xiong Jiwen, the head of the finance department of Jianghai province. This was a prominent figure often seen on television, controlling the financial lifelines of Jianghai province and the fate of major financial companies. Wang Tai said with a smile, Xiong Shi, this is the Chen Chen I often mention to you, Mr. Chen, also my benefactor. Mr. Chen, this is Xiong Jiwen, the head of the finance department, Xiong Shi. Hello, Xiong Shi. A strange look flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. Hello, Xiao Chen. Xiong Jiwen politely shook hands with Chen Chen and then ignored him. Obviously, in Xiong Jiwen's eyes, Chen Chen, the richest man in Jiangbei, was just an insignificant figure. Xiong Jiwen also wanted to have a higher opinion of Chen Chen, but Chen Chen was too young and even went by the title of White Dragon King, making him doubt Chen Chen's abilities. He probably just got lucky and struck it rich, but in a couple of years, he might be broke. This was not the first time Xiong Jiwen had encountered such situations. However, Xiong Jiwen was very tactful and did not reveal his thoughts. Seeing that Xiong Jiwen showed no interest in Chen Chen, Wang Tai whispered apologetically, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, this time you might have come here in vain. Chen Chen ignored Wang Tai and instead stared straight at Xiong Jiwen's hand, muttering to himself, strange. How could this be? Xiong Jiwen furrowed his brows and asked, what's strange? At this point, everyone fell silent, curious to see what Chen Chen would say. Chen Chen said, Xiong Shi, do you mind if I take a look at your hand? Xiong Jiwen turned his hand over and showed it to Chen Chen. After examining it carefully, Chen Chen's frown deepened. Xiongshi, have you been feeling very fatigued lately, experiencing heat, night sweats, spontaneous sweating, dizziness, and ringing in the ears? Yes, Xiong Jiwen said in surprise. Have you also been having trouble opening your eyes after afternoon naps, feeling as if you haven't woken up with a heavy body sensation as if something is pressing down on you? Exactly. How did you know? Can you diagnose me? What illness is this? In fact, in his previous life, Chen Chen had read Xiong Jiwen's autobiography, where he wrote about his severe kidney deficiency at this age, experiencing extreme fatigue, heat, night sweats, spontaneous sweating, dizziness, and ringing in the ears, as well as being plagued by sleep paralysis during afternoon naps. Chen Chen said solemnly, "It's not an illness, it's the influence of evil energy." Evil energy? What's that? Xiong Jiwen asked in confusion. Chen Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a wise man, and said, "What is evil? Evil refers to ominous, impure, and malevolent things. What is energy? It refers to the continuous circulation of vitality within the body. As recorded in the Biopuzi, when encountering evil energy, one will be exhausted like frost in the sun. When encountering positive energy, one will flourish and thrive. Evil energy is the product of malevolence and vitality. In simpler terms, it can also be understood as a fierce and evil aura, evil energy. I see a very strong malevolent aura on your hands, which indicates that the malevolent aura has invaded your internal organs, which is very serious." Wang Tai was slightly stunned at the words, not expecting Chen Chen to actually be helping Xiong Jiwen with fortune-telling. Xiong Jiwen himself, after listening, had an unpleasant expression and said, "You say I have a malevolent aura? Then tell me, where does my malevolent aura come from?" Chen Chen pointed to Xiong Jiwen's briefcase and said, "Can I check this bag?" Xiong Jiwen was puzzled, but still let Chen Chen check it. Soon, Chen Chen took the keys from Xiong Jiwen's house and said, "The source of the malevolent aura is in this set of keys." Keys? What nonsense is this kid talking about? He easily gets tired, has symptoms of heat, night sweats, spontaneous sweating, dizziness, and tinnitus, clearly symptoms of physical illness. How could it be related to keys? This is just nonsense. Xiong Jiwen's face turned ugly. He only agreed to come to this dinner party to give face to Wang Tai. Moreover, he gave Wang Tai enough face not to expose Chen Chen as a fraud. Now, Chen Chen has turned the tables and used that set of deceptive tricks on him. This made Xiong Jiwen very angry. Everyone carefully observed the set of keys, but found nothing unusual. Chen Chen, however, confidently said, "Yes, it's this set of keys, or more precisely, your house." He. Xiao Chen, you really know how to joke. You must have just had too much to drink. Xiong Jiwen squinted his eyes, his tone clearly unfriendly. Wang Tai hesitated for a moment, then said, "Xiong Ji, Mr. Chen does have this ability, I think you should listen to him." If Wang Tai hadn't witnessed Chen Chen's various magical abilities with his own eyes, he would never dare to say such things. Chen Chen then asked, "Xiong Ji, has anyone died in your house?" "No." Xiong Jiwen said impatiently, "I just bought the house, it was renovated last month, it's a new house, how could anyone have died there?" "It shouldn't be like this." Chen Chen pretended to frown, "But I clearly feel that the source of the malevolent aura is in your house, Xiong Ji. Can you take me to your house to check?" "No need. There's nothing wrong with my house, and nothing will happen to me." Xiong Jiwen completely lost his patience, and even looking at Chen Chen's serious expression, he found it ridiculous. Chen Chen, however, persisted, "Xiong Ji, let me go and take a look, I'm afraid." "Enough." Xiong Jiwen was angry, "I personally chose the house, it was just renovated a month ago, only my family lives there. You keep saying someone died in my house, what's your intention? Don't think that just because you have some money, everyone will listen to your nonsense. Let me tell you, in this vast Jianhai province, I've seen more wealthy people than you. Wang Tai, you really disappoint me." With that, Xiong Jiwen slammed the table and left in a huff. What a joke! This set of feudal superstitions actually fooled him. Chen Chen followed him and forcibly stuffed a makeshift paper talisman, which he himself didn't recognize, into Xiong Jiwen's pocket, saying, "Xiong Ji, whether you believe me or not, please take this home, otherwise, you or your family may have an unfortunate incident." "You." Xiong Jiwen was speechless, but couldn't argue with Chen Chen, so he just stuffed it into his pocket and drove home. Wang Tai caught up, looking extremely frightened, and said, "Mr. Chen, is what you just said true? Will Xiong Ji really have an accident?" Chen Chen smirked, "The Dragon King speaks no falsehood." In Xiong Jiwen's autobiography, he not only mentioned his kidney deficiency, but also mentioned that his whole family would be poisoned in these 2 days, but they couldn't figure out what they had eaten that was poisoned. These 2 points made Chen Chen decide to use the term malevolent aura to convince Xiong Jiwen. Of course, these are not the main points. The main point is the new house that Xiong Jiwen just bought. Someone really died in that new house. What's even more terrifying is that the corpse is embedded in the wall of the living room of that house. In the previous life, when this corpse was discovered, it caused a sensation, with major media outlets competing to report on it, and various horror legends about the corpse circulating online. However, it was later revealed that the deceased was a worker hired by Seong Ji-won for renovation, and the murderer was the deceased's co-worker, whose motive was simply because the deceased owed him money. There was no connection between these events, all just coincidences. But once Chen Shen started deceiving, it became like an evil spirit entering the body, and disbelief was no longer an option. This trick was actually learned by Chen Shen from a blind fortune teller in Xinjia village. This trick is called Chulong. The blind fortune teller would first gather relevant information about the target, then weave a story based on that information to deceive the target. If Chulong doesn't work, Chen Shen has another trick, also taught by the blind fortune teller, Shusha. This trick is more direct and brutal. Simply find the target and tell them, your forehead is darkened, there may be a disaster today. If you want to avoid misfortune, listen to me. Targets who weren't deceived by Chulong would definitely not believe this. At this point, all that's needed is to send someone to harm the target, even to the extent of beating them severely until they believe they are in danger. Of course, this trick is only used as a last resort by Chen Shen, and Seong Ji-won shouldn't fall victim to Chen Shen's Chusha. As long as he gains Seong Ji-won's trust, Chen Shen's path in Jianhai province will be much smoother. The next morning, Shi Yuzhu called. Chen, I've already registered the health product company, and I've paid off the debt, but we may need some more money for advertising. Just tell me how much you need. The most important thing for our health product company is advertising. Don't be stingy, can't be too protective, can't catch the wolf. Brain platinum, kidney treasure pills, and other health products, the advertising costs alone in the early stages were astronomical, but the results were surprisingly good. In 2000, when the internet was not as developed, people's main form of entertainment was still watching TV, so the advertising effect was remarkable. After arranging things on Shi Yuzhu's end, Chen Shen hurriedly drove to Jiangbei railway station. Soon, a dusty, plain-dressed rural woman came out carrying bags. Chen Shen hurried to meet her, helping with the bags and saying, Mom, didn't I tell you, I don't like anything here? Why did you bring so much stuff? Hee hee, it's not that much, it's all your favorite. Chen Shen's mother, Jiang Yan, smiled. How's Dad's leg? It's better. The doctor said that with some more rest, he'll fully recover. But the treatment for this illness is really expensive, it cost over 500,000 yuan, sigh. Mom, why are you so worried? Your son has plenty of money now. I've sent you over 5 million in installments, for you to spend as you please, right? Why are you even reluctant to buy clothes? Chen Shen didn't dare to send too much, nor did he dare to tell his parents that he was already the richest man in Jiangbei. Xinjia village is a typical place where poor mountains and evil waters breed cunning people. They resent the poor and hate the rich. If the people in the village find out that Chen Shen's family has become wealthy, there will definitely be a lot of people coming to borrow money. If you refuse, they will spread rumors about you and speak ill of you behind your back. When it comes to human nature, a little bit of self-interest reveals a lot of darkness. I saved it for you to use for your wedding. How could your father and I spend so much? No, come with me now to buy clothes. It's been over 10 years, just this one outfit, what does it look like? If the neighbors see it, they'll definitely say I'm unfilial. Originally, Jiang Yan wanted to refuse, but after hearing the last sentence, Jiang Yan had to say, alright, but let's make it clear first, we can't buy expensive things. I'll buy a few sets of clothes for your dad, a pair of shoes, and 2 sets for your sister. She's about to start kindergarten soon, it's time to wear some decent clothes. I've planned it all out. When my sister reaches the right age, I'll send her to the provincial capital to attend a prestigious school and receive the best education. Chen Shen looked at his mother's stingy appearance, which was both funny and heartwarming. Soon, Chen Shen arrived at Wana Plaza, the most expensive place in Jiangbei, and also the only place in Jiangbei in 2000 that had luxury brands like LV and Gucci. But as soon as Jiang Yan saw the luxurious decoration of the mall, she refused to go in. This is not a place for a rural woman like me to come. What if I dirty something? Jiang Yan insisted on buying from street vendors and was forcibly dragged in by Chen Shen. If you dirty something, your son will pay for it. Mom, you've raised me for half your life, from now on, I'll take care of you. This is definitely a place for wealthy people. The people coming and going were dressed gorgeously, the decorations were magnificent, and just picking up a piece of clothing would cost 600 or 700, even several thousand, and tens of thousands were not uncommon. Jiang Yan looked around, liked every piece of clothing, but when she saw the prices, her face turned pale with shock. She quickly pulled Chen Shen to escape, causing the salespeople to laugh. Mom, which one do you like? Just buy it. Today's expenses are on your son. Chen Shan said with a smile. Buy what? What kind of clothes are these, so expensive? Are they made of gold or silver? Just now, I saw a coat that costs 8,888 yuan. Your father can't even earn enough for a coat in a year of work. I think we should go to the street vendors on the East Street. 100 yuan, you can buy several good pieces. Chen Shen had no choice but to say, Mom, I'm in a relationship, the girl's family is quite wealthy. If this works out, both families will meet. Do you want to wear street vendor clothes to meet them? Aren't you afraid of ruining your son's marriage prospects? Hearing this, Jiang Yin exclaimed, Son, you're in a relationship again? Whose daughter is it? What's her character like? Does she have a big butt? You go buy clothes with me, and I'll tell you. Chen Shen said. Okay, Mom will go with you. When it came to Chen Shen's lifelong event, Jiang Yin wouldn't be stingy with money. Go sit on that bench over there first, I'll go to the restroom. After Chen Shen finished speaking, he hummed a tune and went to the restroom. Hey, this kid, he's only made a few bucks, and he's already acting high and mighty. Jiang Yin shook her head and smiled, her eyes filled with indulgence. She turned and walked towards the bench. Suddenly, a dog rushed out and collided with Jiang Yin unexpectedly. Because the dog was too fast, both the dog and Jiang Yin fell to the ground solidly. The dog hit the chair and yelped in pain, holding its tail. Fei. A woman dressed in luxurious clothes screamed and ran over. Where did this stinky peasant come from, dare to bully my son? The woman scolded and raised her hand to slap Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin already had an inferiority complex in such a place. Seeing the woman in luxurious clothes and aggressive posture, she didn't dare to fight back. Even though she twisted her waist, Jiang Yin just protected her face and kept apologizing. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of many staff members around, all of them looking like they were watching a show. Everyone knew it was the dog owner's fault. However, the dog's owner, obviously wealthy and powerful, was bullying a country bumpkin. What could be done? Seeing Jiang Yan's attire, it was obvious that she was just here to broaden her horizons. If she dared to fight back, it would be a big deal. You old hag, are you blind? Didn't you see my son running here? Don't you know to make way? If anything happens to my son, you won't be spared. The woman was cursing loudly while hitting, pointing her finger at Jiang Yin. She was full of foul language. Don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror before you speak? Is this a place where you can come? How dare you bump into my son? Sick of living? Let me tell you, kneel down and apologize to my son right away, or this won't be over. The old lady was already frightened, trembling nervously with her head down, too scared to speak. Chen Shen finished urinating, thinking about what kind of clothes to buy for his mother, decent and generous. Suddenly, he saw a commotion over there, accompanied by dog barking and insults. Chen Shen frowned, walked over, pushed through the crowd, and saw his mother sitting in a sorry state on the ground, her clothes and hair disheveled, constantly lowering her head to protect her face, trembling all over, obviously greatly frightened. What's going on? Chen Shen suppressed his anger and quickly asked. Who are you? The woman holding the dog coldly snorted. This is my mom. Chen Shen took a deep breath, squinted his eyes, and asked in a low voice, why did you hit my mom? People familiar with Chen Shen knew. This was a sign that he was truly angry, but the people around did not think so. Everyone thought Chen Shen was a coward, letting his own mother be hit and still speaking so subserviently to others. It was obvious that he came from a poor family and lacked confidence. The woman thought the same way, becoming even more arrogant. Your mom bumped into my son, so how are you going to compensate? I didn't bump into it. Jiang Yin trembled, it suddenly rushed out and bumped into me. I even twisted my waist. What? You old hag still think you're right? Who gave you the right? Moreover, is this a place where poor people like you can come? The woman scolded sternly. Chen Shen said coldly, so you mean it was your dog that bumped into my mom? So what? Try touching me. The woman threatened, I'll make sure you can't stay in Jianbei with just one phone call. Jiang Yan knew that Chen Shen was truly angry. If this continued, he might resort to violence, so she quickly pulled him aside and whispered, Son, Mom is fine, let it go. Chen Shen looked at his mother, feeling helpless. She was afraid of causing trouble for herself. Even if she was right, she had to swallow her pride. This was because she was used to being poor, already stripped of her dignity by poverty. Chen Shen supported his mother and comforted her, Mom, from now on, we will only bully others, and no one will bully us. The woman seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world and burst into laughter. Chen Shen sternly asked, in your eyes, is my mom less important than your dog? Do you believe that I will kill your dog right now? The woman was furious. If you dare to kill my dog, I will kill your mom. I have money. I have hosted several Jiangzhou banquets, I can afford to lose millions. No matter how precious your mom is, she is not worth as much as my dog. Jiangzhou Banquet is a chain restaurant brand in Jiangbei. Son, let's go, Mom is really fine. Jiang Yan was also scared, desperately pulling Chen Chen to leave. They had opened several Jiangzhou banquets, losing millions was affordable for them. How could they be provoked by people like them? Want to leave? Without kneeling down and apologizing to my son, you won't leave today, the woman shouted. The dog in the woman's arms also bared its teeth and barked loudly at Chen Chen, fully embodying the phrase a dog takes after its owner. The people around looked at Chen Chen with disdain and contempt. In their eyes, even if Jiang Yan were to be beaten to death, Chen Chen wouldn't dare to do anything because that wealthy woman was not someone he could afford to provoke. Chen Chen's face darkened, suddenly raised his foot, and delivered a powerful flying kick to the woman's abdomen. Bang! The flying kick was extremely forceful, sending both the woman and the dog flying out, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. That dog was scared by Chen Chen, tucked its tail and ran with its head down, quickly disappearing into the crowd. The people around were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect Chen Chen to really dare to take action, and when he did, he even made someone spit blood. The woman sat on the ground with disheveled hair, crying out, "Son! My son! You're finished, I'm telling you, you're finished! Son's father, where are you dead? Come and see! Your son was beaten and ran away, your wife was beaten to spit blood." Jiang Yan was even more panicked at this time. She quickly pulled Chen Chen and wanted to run away. "Son, run quickly! That dog is too expensive, we can't afford to compensate. Don't leave." The woman blocked Chen Chen and Jiang Yan regardless of everything. "Don't worry, I won't leave, I want to see who your man is." Chen Chen coldly snorted. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 40s ran over. He was dressed in a custom-made high-end suit, with a crocodile skin belt, clearly a wealthy man. Many staff members around saw this man and all exclaimed, "Isn't this the boss of Jiangzhou Banquet? Is it the Jiangzhou Banquet of the high-end chain hotel? My goodness, that's a company worth $1 billion in market value." $1 billion? Wow, this mother and son are in big trouble. Beating someone's wife to spit blood, and even beating someone's dog to run away, can this family let you go? Hey! Without money and power, just retreat and broaden your horizons, but now, you've avenged your mother, but also implicated yourself. Dying for face and suffering, just now you were still arrogant, making others kneel down and apologize, you might have to kneel down soon. Before the man came over, an angry voice had already come over. "Which bastard is tired of living, dares to hit my wife?" The crowd made way for him. The middle-aged man ran over, helped the woman up, but the woman pushed him away, angrily scolding, "What use are you? Your son was beaten and ran away by him, I was beaten to spit blood by him, do you know? Quickly find someone to get rid of him for me." The middle-aged man, being scolded by the woman like this, became even more angry, raised his head and scolded, "Who did it?" Chen Chen stepped forward, calmly saying, "I did." The middle-aged man took a closer look at Chen Chen, and was instantly shocked, shouting, "Mr. Chen! Mr. Chen!" Not to mention the arrogant woman who was stunned on the spot, even the onlookers nearby looked puzzled. How could this rural woman's son be so respectful to this wealthy woman's husband? "Honey, are you mistaken? He's just a poor guy from the countryside, why are you calling him Mr.?" The woman said discontentedly. "Shut up." Chen Chen also recognized the man in front of him at this time. Zhou Tao, the head of Jiangzhou Banquet Catering Group. During the wealthy summit, he sat in the second row, considered a local overlord in Jiangbei. Zhou Tao was sweating profusely on his forehead at this moment, his body trembling. He knew his wife too well, especially recently, after attending the wealthy summit, he had met many big shots, and the group successfully went public and cashed out nearly $1.5 billion. She became even more arrogant, not putting anyone in her eyes. In Jiangbei, even if his wife offended Gong Ming, he dared to speak up. But the person in front of him was Chen Chen, the wealthiest man in Jiangbei, a financial figure, a legendary figure in the stock market. Even if Chen Chen beat his wife to death, he wouldn't dare to blame Chen Chen. This is a man who even Song Siming and Wang Tai have to respectfully call Mr. Chen. "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I apologize to you," Zhou Tao hurriedly said. "You are a big man, my wife is just a crazy woman, please don't lower yourself to her level." The woman, upon hearing this, immediately screamed in anger, "Zhou Tao, you bastard, he made me spit blood, and even made our son run away, and you still apologize to him? Are you still a man?" Asterisk smack. Asterisk Zhou Tao slapped the woman's face, full of anger, and said, "Shut up. Woo woo woo. I can't live anymore. I can't go on like this. You actually hit me for a worthless country bumpkin. I don't want to live. I don't want to live." The woman lay directly on the ground, crying loudly, rolling and wailing. "He is the spokesperson, Mr. Chen," Zhou Tao shouted. At the words, the woman's face changed drastically in an instant. Zhou Tao was able to successfully go public and cash out thanks to the big shots he met at the richest man's conference, but the person standing in front of him was the spokesperson for those big shots. The woman stood up awkwardly, no longer daring to make a scene, and hurriedly said, "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Kneel down and apologize to my mother." Chen Shenfeng said lightly. When he came out, he heard that this woman wanted to force Jiang Yan to kneel down and apologize to that dog. "You." The woman's face became extremely ugly. She turned her head and looked dissatisfied at Zhou Tao. "Husband, she has already apologized, what else does he want?" Zhou Tao's face also darkened. After all, he was a well-known big shot in Jiangbei, the boss of a listed company. Even though Chen Shen was the richest man in Jiangbei, it was too humiliating for him to make his wife kneel down in public to apologize to a rural woman, right? "Mr. Chen, the humble one has already apologized. I think we should just let this matter go. I will set up a meeting to apologize to you alone another day, how about that?" Zhou Tao smiled apologetically. "I said, kneel down and apologize to my mother." Chen Shen did not waver. "Son, forget it. She has already apologized." Jiang Yan hurriedly pulled Chen Shen's sleeve. "Mr. Chen, leave a way out in your actions, we'll meet again in the future." Zhou Tao couldn't help it anymore and retorted, "Chen Shen, are you teaching me how to do things?" Chen Shen looked at Zhou Tao coldly. "If I hadn't arrived in time today, my mother would have been forced to kneel down to apologize to your dog. I'll give you a choice, either end up with your wife kneeling down to apologize, or I'll ruin your company. You have 1 minute to choose. If you don't choose within a minute, I'll assume you choose the second option. The countdown starts now." "Honey," the woman pouted and shook Zhou Tao's arm. Zhou Tao took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Shen, as I said, I can invite you for a drink and apologize to you alone. But, after all, she is my wife. Please give me a little face." Zhou Tao didn't believe that Chen Shen had that much power. After all, his company is now valued at 2 billion. Although it is far less than Chen Shen's wealth, it is not something that can be destroyed so easily. Chen Shen sent a text message directly. 30 seconds. A countdown sounded from Chen Shen. "Mr. Chen, we are all businessmen, there is no need to treat each other like enemies, right?" Zhou Tao gritted his teeth. 20 seconds. Chen Shen took out a cigarette, lit it, and smoked it without looking at Zhou Tao. That was his mother. The mother who raised him with her life. The dragon has scales, touch it and it gets angry. Family is Chen Shen's biggest scale. Once touched, he will lose all reason and retaliate madly. 10 seconds left. "I want to see how you make my husband go bankrupt," the woman said disdainfully. "A company with a market value of 2 billion, can it be destroyed so easily?" 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Nothing happened. "Well, stop boasting." The woman gave Chen Shen a disdainful look. "Mr. Chen, we'll leave first, we'll set up a meeting to apologize to you alone next time." After saying that, Zhou Tao pulled the woman to leave. Just then, his phone rang. Looking at the phone number, Zhou Tao's face changed drastically. It was a call from his biggest supplier, Boss Lu. Without Boss Lu's cheap supply, the profit of Jiangzhou Banquet would shrink by at least 2/3. Zhou Tao Gang just answered the phone. Before he could even say hello, he heard Boss Lu's angry voice on the phone. "Zhou, you dare to provoke even Longsure? Are you tired of living? Our cooperation is terminated." Beep beep beep. Before Zhou Tao could react, his phone kept ringing one after another. "Hello, boss, it's bad. The health, industry and commerce, and fire department officials all came to our Jiangzhou Banquet 78 stores at the same time, demanding that we all cease operations for rectification. Zhou, something big is not right. The company's stocks have been maliciously shorted by a mysterious financial group. The other party is well-funded, willing to lose money, and wants to push our stock price to the limit. This is deliberately targeting us. Preliminary estimates show that the current loss has reached 250 million. If it continues to decline, shareholders may panic and sell off. The market will collapse." "What?" One phone call after another, along with the secretary's report, completely panicked Zhou Tao. At this moment, Zhou Tao's father called. "Zhou Tao, who did you and your wasteful wife provoke? The provincial bank has frozen the Zhou family's account, saying there is a problem and it will take a month to unfreeze. Jiangzhou Banquet, as a large enterprise, with insufficient liquidity, may go bankrupt in 3 days. In a month, the grass on the grave will be 2 meters high." Zhou Tao looked at the person smoking with his back to him. At this moment in his eyes, this young man seemed like a demon from hell, capable of easily destroying himself. The incessant ringing of the phone crushed Zhou Tao's heart. He staggered to Chen Shen's side, plop knelt on the ground, with a pleading look in his eyes. "I agree. I agree to everything. Please, Mr. Chen, spare us." With that, he kicked his wife to the ground, grabbed her head and kowtowed to Jiang Yan. Apologize. You wretched woman, apologize to auntie right now. Zotao's wife was terrified to the extreme. She had never seen her husband so angry before. Her head was broken, blood oozing out. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Chen Shen flicked the cigarette ash, sneered. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? In the hopeful eyes of Zhou Tao, Chen Shen took out his phone, made a call, and said enough on the phone. 10 seconds later, when Zhou Tao answered the phone again, the report he received was that the Industry and Commerce, Health, Tax, and other departments had revoked the rectification notice. The mysterious financial group manipulating the company's stock price had stopped. In a short period of time, the company had lost nearly 300 million in total. Not counting the partners who terminated cooperation with Jiangzhou Banquet, if all calculated, the losses of Jiangzhou Banquet this time exceeded 500 million. Zhou Tao's back was already soaked in cold sweat. He looked at the man in front of him with a terrified look. At this moment, he realized that the gap between them was not just a matter of tens of billions in wealth. Mr. Zhou, as the White Dragon King, I'll give you a word. With a wife like this, why worry about money not being spent? With that, Chen Shen took his mother and left. Zhou Tao's expression changed again and again, finally gritted his teeth, glared at his wife and said, Let's go. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce. On the other side, Jiang Yan's brain was still in a state of confusion. She couldn't understand why Zhou Tao was so scared after Chen Shen sent a text message. Son, what just happened? Jiang Yan asked cautiously. I'll tell you everything after you leave Chen's village with our family. Right now, you just need to know that your son is making money in business, no longer a laborer like before. Chen Shen smiled. Oh, I see. Jiang Yan seemed to understand and not understand. Anyway, she knew her son had made something of himself. That was enough. The rest didn't matter. Mom, from today on, I'm going to turn you into a wasteful woman. Spend money well, enjoy life. In the second half of your life, your only goal is to squander your son's family fiercely. Chen Chen said domineeringly. Squander what family? Isn't it better to save money and live a good life? Jiang Yan said helplessly. Do not waste your son's talent for making money by not spending it, right? Chen Chen smiled. Nonsense. Jiang Yan gave Chen Chen a white look. Then, Chen Chen took Jiang Yan shopping. Every time Jiang Yan looked at a piece of clothing, Chen Chen bought it all. In no time, there were piles of bags. Jiang Yan was so scared that she didn't even dare to enter the store behind her, afraid that if she looked at something, Chen Chen would buy the whole store. After shopping, Chen Chen took Jiang Yan to a super expensive beauty spa and had a professional stylist do her hair to match her luxurious clothes and bags. When they left the mall, Jiang Yan, who was once a rural woman, transformed into a wealthy lady. But Jiang Yan was bleeding inside looking at all the things they bought. In just a short while, they spent tens of thousands. That was the savings of an ordinary family for 10 years. Mom, when my sister goes to kindergarten, I will buy a luxury house in the provincial capital for you to accompany her. I will take care of the family's expenses in the future. You have me. After that, Chen Shen took out a card and handed it to Jiang Yan. There is 5 million in it. Use it first, and ask me for more when you run out. Jiang Yan stared at Chen Chen with wide eyes. Son, what? What kind of business are you doing? Illegal and disorderly things? We can't do that. Chen Chen said helplessly. Mom, I am doing legitimate business, so rest assured. Hurry back and persuade Dad to come live in the city, and I will tell you everything later. Okay, after a while, when the land in the village is distributed, I will let your father bring your sister to come. Jiang Yan said with relief. Distribute land? Chen Chen suddenly remembered something. In the previous life, the residential land allocated to his father in the village was forcibly occupied by their relatives. After his father passed away, people from the Chun family village came out to take advantage of the situation, looting their house, fields, and all valuable things. What's even more despicable is that abundant oil was discovered underground in the village. Everyone with land in the village was compensated with a large sum of money. Only the Chen family got nothing. This incident made his mother angry for a long time and was one of the indirect reasons for her death. I must avenge this, Chen Chen thought to himself. After visiting Chen Chen, Jiang Yan went back. Chen Chen, who had been busy all day, was about to go home to rest. But suddenly, his phone vibrated, and when he answered it, he heard Gong Ming's anxious voice. Chen Chen, something bad happened. The financial department is asking the company to suspend operations for rectification. Chen Chen immediately rushed over to the Gong's real estate company. When he arrived, there were already 7 or 8 law enforcement vehicles downstairs. There were people from the financial department, the Securities Regulatory Commission, and the Tax Bureau. More than 30 men and women in uniforms were pointing and gesturing aggressively at the company's front desk. The leaders were two middle-aged men, one fat with a short stature, and the other skinny like a monkey, standing at about 1.9 meters tall. The fat man was named Li Dongsheng, wearing the uniform of the financial department, and the tall skinny man was named Zhao Pengfei, in a tax bureau uniform. The two had been partners for many years and childhood friends, specializing in dealing with economic crimes. Today's target was clear: to deal with the Gong's real estate company. At the moment, Gong Ming was smiling and explaining continuously. After a while, Gong Ming took out a box of golden leaf cigarettes and handed them to the two men. He even took out a lighter and lit the cigarettes for them. "Gentlemen, don't just stand there, come sit down and take a break, have a smoke," Gong Ming said with a smile. "Later, I will arrange for a few people to go to Songhua building for a good meal. Get lost." Li Dongsheng flicked the cigarette to the ground. "Stop this act, I'm on a mission." Zhao Pengfei sneered. "Gong Ming, we received a report that your company is suspected of tax evasion, stock price manipulation, embezzlement, and a series of economic crimes. Get your boss out here immediately, or we will shut down your company directly." Chen Shen stepped forward and asked quietly, "Uncle Gong, what's going on? Have you contacted Song Siming? This is led by the provincial finance department." "Song Siming is not easy to deal with," Gong Ming said helplessly. "This is definitely someone trying to set us up." Chen Chen nodded and walked forward, saying, "I am Chen Chen, the owner of Gongshu Real Estate. What's the matter with you?" Li Dongxing's eyes lit up and immediately said, "You are the boss? Alright, show me your stockbroker license." Chen Chen nodded and gave a signal to Gong Ming, who immediately brought out a document. Li Dongxing took it and glanced at it, his expression slightly changed. It was indeed a stockbroker license. His voice turned cold. "Show me the finance department permit." Chen Chen asked Gong Ming to bring the finance department permit. "Is there more?" Li Dongxing's expression became even uglier. "Wasn't it said that there were none? These are all my documents. Whatever you need, take a look for yourselves." Chen Chen calmly handed over all the documents to the two. "Gentlemen, this is a misunderstanding. Our company is one of the top 10 enterprises in Jiangbei and would not do such things." Gong Ming put on a smile and said, "It must be someone maliciously reporting. Well, the misunderstanding is cleared now. Let me treat you all to a meal." "Who said the misunderstanding is cleared?" Zhao Pengfei pushed Gong Ming aside, saying, "Let me check the documents." Gong Ming could only hand the documents to Zhao Pengfei. "Rip." However, in front of everyone, Zhao Pengfei directly tore the documents to shreds and smashed them on Gong Ming's face. "The documents are fake. The company is sealed. Take them away." With Zhao Pengfei's order, more than 30 staff members immediately stepped forward, holding seals and handcuffs. Gong Ming was stunned. "Wasn't this a forced conviction?" Chen Chen sneered, "Is this fun? Whether it's fun or not, you'll know once you come with us." Li Dongsheng ordered, "Take them away." "Wait." Gong Ming wanted to explain, but was grabbed by Zhao Pengfei. "You are an accomplice, you're coming with us." Soon, Chen Chen, Gong Ming, and several executives of Gongshu were all taken away. Chen Chen's phone was also confiscated by Li Dongxing and the others, to see if they could find any evidence of the crime inside. Buzzing. Just as the car had driven halfway, Chen Chen's phone rang, and Li Dongxing picked it up to answer. On the other end was a respectful and apologetic voice. "Hello, Lord Dragon King, I am Xiong." Li Dongxing scolded angrily, "I don't care if you are Xiong or a dog. Chen Chen is suspected of economic crimes and has been arrested." The other person's voice instantly turned serious. "Which unit are you from?" "What unit I am from is none of your business. Go to the hospital and check if your brain is sick. How can you believe this criminal is the White Dragon King? Idiot." Li Dongxing cursed and hung up the phone. About an hour later, at the provincial finance department, in a dimly lit room. This was where the finance department specifically interrogated economic criminals. Chen Chen, handcuffed, sat on a chair. In front of him was a small table with a dazzling desk lamp on it. Li Dongxing and Zhao Pengfei sat in front of the table, questioning Chen Chen. "Name? Gender? Place of origin? Where did the money you maliciously controlled from Tianjin Heavy Industries come from in the past few days? And how long have you been a fortune teller? Whose fortunes have you read? How much money have you swindled from them?" The two bombarded him with questions, occasionally shining the lamp on Chen Chen's face in an attempt to scare him and obtain evidence of Chen Chen's crimes. However, Chen Chen kept his eyes closed and couldn't be bothered to say a word. These two dared to tear up his documents in public. Even if Chen Chen told the truth, they wouldn't believe him, and might even fabricate facts. It was better to remain silent. Bang! Li Dongxing slammed the table in anger and scolded, "Do you think we can't do anything if you don't speak? Confession leads to leniency, resistance leads to severity. With your attitude, your guilt level increases." Zhao Pengfei, on the other hand, gently persuaded, Chen Shen, just confess. The financial officer controls all the economic departments of Daxia. It's too easy to investigate your background. To be honest, we have already uncovered your crimes. Now we are just giving you a chance to confess to reduce your sentence. Your crime is just an economic one, not a criminal one. As long as you are willing to confess, it's just a matter of paying a fine and spending a few days in jail. But if you don't confess, when your accomplices do, it won't be just a matter of a few days. One person played the bad cop, the other played the good cop, using both soft and hard tactics, hoping to quickly deal with Chen Shen to cover up the risk of tearing up Chen Shen's documents. Chen Shen looked up at the two of them and smiled faintly. Let me give you a word. Offend the Dragon King, and your family will be ruined. You bastard, what did you say? Li Dongxing was angry. Do you believe I will beat you to death? Bang, bang, bang. Just then, there was a knock on the door, followed by a staff member entering. What's going on? Li, there's someone outside pleading for Chen Shen. Get rid of them. But, that person is Song Siming. The head of Jiangbei, Song Siming? Li Dongxing sat up straight. Zhao Pengfei also added a touch of seriousness, politely tell Song Siming not to interfere in Chen Shen's affairs. Although very surprised, he didn't care. After all, this was the provincial capital, and Song Siming's influence couldn't reach here. After a while, the staff hurriedly came again. What now? His subordinate's scalp tingled. Many more people have come to plead for Chen Shen. Li Dongxing frowned. Who are they? Wang Tai from the provincial branch. Zheng Qian, the boss of Jiangbei Money Tiger Catering Group. Shi Yuzhu, chairman of the Magic City Giant Health Products Company. And Li Dongxing and Zhao Pengfei's calm demeanor gradually shattered as their subordinates reported, and their expressions became extremely ugly. If those big bosses from Jiangbei came one or two at a time, they could handle it. But now dozens of them came all at once. Who could handle that? And Wang Tai from the provincial branch, he was a big shot favored by the head of the provincial financial department, Xiong Jiwen. It was said that Xiong Jiwen intended to make Wang Tai the next president of the bank. And Shi Yuzhu, who had once been a prominent figure, was also from the Magic City and had many connections there. With all these people coming together, how could they handle it? They also brought lawyers and want us to give an explanation. Boss, what should we do? His subordinate asked anxiously. If they didn't give those people an explanation today, it might not end well. What are you afraid of? We are following the rules. We didn't do anything. Zhao Pengfei pretended to be calm and reprimanded. But at the same time, he turned to blame the instigator, Li Dongxing. Li Dongxing also furrowed his brow. Damn Chu Shandong, didn't he say Chen Shen was just a nouveau riche from the countryside? Which nouveau riche from the countryside could know so many big shots? Let me go now, and there's still a chance for you to make amends. Chen Shen looked at Li Dongxing and Zhao Pengfei coldly, his words full of mockery. Don't think you can leave safely just because you know a few people. You maliciously manipulated stock prices. According to the rules, we must convict you. No one can help you. Zhao Pengfei slammed the table and shouted at Chen Shen, confess, how did you maliciously manipulate stock prices, and how did you cheat money by fortune-telling? As long as Chen Shen confessed, Zhao Pengfei was confident that with his status and position, these people couldn't do anything to him. Chen Shen remained calm. Whether my operations in the stock market are legal or not, don't you have an idea in your heart? You, boss. Just then, one of Zhao Pengfei's subordinates rushed in urgently. It's not good, Xiong Jiwen just called. Whoever dares to touch Chen Shen, he will tear them apart. Xiong Jiwen? Which Xiong Jiwen? Zhao Pengfei frowned and asked. What? Xiong Jiwen? Li Dongxing suddenly shouted. Is it Director Xiong? Zhao Pengfei was stunned. Which Director Xiong? Li Dongxing's face turned pale as he said, he is my immediate superior, the chief financial officer of the province, Xiong Jiwen, Chief Xiong. Ah? Zhao Pengfei exclaimed in shock. Xiong Jiwen is not only the chief financial officer of the province, but also one of the top 20 officials in Jianhai province. His brother, Xiong Jiwu, is the top tax official in the province, and his father, Xiong Bagua, is the warlord of the provincial military region. Offending Xiong Jiwen basically means a bleak future for life. How is that possible? This is impossible. Li Dongxing stared at Chen Shen tremblingly and said, he is a nouveau riche from the countryside. How could he know Chief Xiong? Bang! Just then, the door was kicked open. A group of people walked in aggressively. Seeing the leader, Li Dongxing and Zhao Pengfei's hearts trembled, and they quickly stood up. The leader was none other than Xiong Jiwen, who had also brought Zhao Pengfei's immediate superior along. Chief Xiong. The two hurriedly greeted him. Why are you here? Get out of the way. Xiong Jiwen pushed the two aside and walked up to Chen Shen, shaking his hand. Lord Dragon King, I have offended you in the past, Thank you for your forgiveness and for saving my family's lives. Could you come to my house today and help me find the source of the ominous energy? Seong Ji-won took out the napkin with the incomprehensible ghostly symbol that Chun Chen had given him. This torn napkin had been beautifully framed by Seong Ji-won. A few days ago, after Chun Chen predicted that their family was in danger, shortly after, their whole family inexplicably suffered food poisoning and had to be hospitalized, and the source of the poisoning could not be identified. Then, a series of unfortunate events occurred. First, his father was almost choked to death by a thick phlegm. Then, his wife started having nightmares, saying she saw a ghostly figure following her, causing her to suffer from insomnia for several days. Next, his son, on his way to school, saw someone riding a horse, ran over to take a look, and was kicked by the horse, breaking 3 ribs. The doctor said that if a little more force had been applied, his spleen would have been punctured. Seong Ji-won then thought of Chen Chen. He quickly told Seong Bagwa about the situation. This old man, Seong Bagwa, was already very superstitious, and immediately believed that what Chen Chen said was true, and even scolded Seong Ji-won for being ignorant. After taking the torn napkin, Seong Bagwa insisted that there was a strange energy in it that made him feel extremely at ease. This was something even Chen Chen had not anticipated. Chief Seong, I'm sorry, but the documents your finance department processed are all fake. Chen Chen said calmly, I am now suspected of economic crimes, how dare I help you? Bastard! Upon hearing this, Seong Ji-won turned around and slapped Li Dongsheng. Who gave you the courage to do this? Seong Ji-won's voice was stern and angry. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will make you pay for it here. The two instantly collapsed. Soon, the outcome was determined. Li Dongsheng and Zhao Pengfei were dismissed on the spot and then taken away by the prosecutor for investigation. Mr. Chen, the interrogation results of the two have come out. Just based on what they did, there are enough charges to prosecute them 10 times over. Seong Ji-won personally drove Chen Chen to his house. Also, Li Dongsheng confessed that this was arranged by Chu Xiangdong. Chu Xiangdong? Chen Chen furrowed his brow. Yes, if it weren't for Chu Tian, Chu Xiangdong's son, causing the Chu family to pay a large sum of money some time ago, they wouldn't have been able to use their family connections. Perhaps the ones who came to you this time wouldn't be these 2 lackeys, Seong Ji-won said. Chen Chen took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief. He had the money, but in terms of connections and relationships, he was far behind the Chu family in the provincial capital. If he hadn't accidentally met Seong Ji-won before, Chen Chen would have had to put in a lot of effort to leave safely today. Chief Seong, thank you. Chen Chen no longer paid attention to the matter and smiled at Seong Ji-won. Have you had a lot of trouble these days? Seong Ji-won blushed at the words, sighed deeply and said, what a fool I've been, what a fool I've been. Seong Ji-won recounted all the strange things that had happened in the past few days. Chen Chen nodded and said, if I hadn't given you that talisman, your whole family would probably have died from food poisoning. Upon hearing this, Seong Ji-won trembled in his heart. Soon, the two arrived at their house. At this time, the top tax official Seong Ji-woo, as well as Seong Bagwa and the old man Seong, were also present. Seong Bagwa showed a very respectful attitude towards Chun Chen. Seong Ji-woo, on the other hand, was different. As soon as Chun Chen entered, he scrutinized him with a look as if trying to dig something out of him. Seong Ji-woo asked, Dad, little brother, what exactly happened? You two have been secretive and wouldn't tell me. Seong Ji-won glanced at his brother and then began to explain. He first mentioned the family's food poisoning incident, unable to trace the source. Seong Ji-woo muttered, food poisoning with unknown sources is common, what's so special about this? Shut up! Seong Bagwe reprimanded, then mentioned the incident where he almost choked on a thick phlegm. Seong Ji-woo said speechlessly, Dad, you smoke all year round and cough every day, isn't it normal to be choked by thick phlegm? Afterwards, no matter what Seong Bagwe and Seong Ji-won said, Seong Ji-woo insisted that it was an accident. Chen Chen couldn't help but secretly admire this elder brother Seong Ji-woo. Indeed, it was all just an accident. Mr. Chen, don't listen to this nonsense from my little brother. I have already witnessed your abilities. When I held onto the talisman you gave me, I felt an unusual warmth, and soon my energy flowed smoothly. I felt better eating and sleeping, and after checking my body these days, the doctor said I had improved a lot compared to before. Seong Bagwa said. Is that so? Chen Chen was speechless. Could a torn napkin have such a great effect? In fact, after Seong Bagwa suffered from food poisoning, he quit smoking and drinking, took good care of himself, and attributed all his recovery to the torn napkin from Chun Chen. Alright, even if all this is true. My brother's house is a new house, just built and renovated, no one has lived in it before. How could anyone have died in it? Seong Ji-woo added, I helped find someone to renovate the house, nothing could have gone wrong. Let me check first. Chen Chen smiled faintly, then began to pretend to inspect the house. He muttered words, pinching hand seals he learned from Naruto. Eating grapes without spitting out the skin, not eating grapes but spitting out the skin. A mute person came from the south, carrying 5 caddies of taro. Heaven and earth are green. The Tao is unpredictable. The universe is boundless. The yin and yang merge. Immune to all poisons. The body of pure gold under the sun. The voice was low, the pace was fast. In short, it left the Shion family puzzled. Shion Jiwoo, Shion Jiwen, and Shion Bagua followed, looking left and right like curious babies, but couldn't see anything. My brother and I have checked the house several times. Shion Jiwoo said disdainfully, there's nothing. Chen Chen didn't say a word, his gaze fixed on the thick wall in the living room. Suddenly, Chen Chen's face turned pale. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. To create an effect, Chen Chen had even bitten his tongue. Mr. Chen, what's wrong? Shion Bagua hurriedly went up to support Chen Chen. Bad luck! Bad luck! Chen Chen covered his chest, his eyes staring at the wall of the living room, his voice trembling. The source of the ominous energy is right in this wall. The wall? Shion Jiwoo was speechless. Are you kidding? It's filled with water pipes and wiring inside. Smash the wall open and you'll see. Chen Chen said calmly. Nonsense! Shion Jiwoo scolded. To smash it open, then renovate it, it would cost tens of thousands at least. Just because of a word from you, a rivers and lakes swindler? Jiwen, go and have someone smash the wall. Shion Bagua said in a deep voice. Dad, how can you believe this kind of rivers and lakes swindler? Shut up! Shion Bagua scolded angrily. Your dad is not confused yet. Whether Mr. Chen has the ability, can't I see it myself? Alright, smash it. Let someone come and smash it. Shion Jiwoo sneered at Chen Chen. If nothing comes out after smashing, let's see what else you have to say. If nothing is smashed out, Mr. Shion is willing to make the decision. Chen Chen said confidently. Soon, in the complex eyes of the Shion family, the property personnel were called over to smash the wall. Dong dong dong, the big and small hammers kept falling, and the wall on the west side of the living room began to be smashed to a pitiful state, with all sorts of messy things like water pipes and electrical wires starting to be exposed. Half of the wall has been smashed, and there is nothing suspicious. Shion Jiwoo couldn't help but mockingly say. Chen Chen didn't say anything, but directly took the hammer and focused his gaze on the leftmost part of the wall. He aimed the large iron nail at a spot and then smashed it hard. Crack, a crisp sound. A piece of bone from a hand appeared in front of everyone. The bone was terrifyingly pale, embedded in the wall, as if entwined with endless resentment. Boom! Shion Jiwoo was shocked, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. Shion Jiwen and Shion Bagua both took a cold breath, trembling. The source of the evil aura is right here. Chen Chen continued to smash the wall forcefully. Before long, a complete corpse wrapped in rotting clothes appeared in front of everyone. Around the corpse, countless maggots and cockroaches wriggled, looking extremely disgusting. How can there be a dead body in the wall of my house? Shion Jiwen almost fell to the ground. He couldn't believe that there was a corpse in the wall of his new house, and he had been living there for so long without feeling anything. Shion Jiwoo was completely dumbfounded. He had hired the renovation team, and no one else had come in during this time, so how did a corpse appear out of nowhere? Shion Bagua's lips trembled. Master Chen, is this thing harming our family? Chen Chen nodded. Yes. Shion Jiwen grabbed Chen Chen's hand. Master Chen, what should we do now? Should we move out? He asked, or burn more paper money for this person? The evil aura has spread to your whole body, even to your whole family. Whether you stay here or not, it will not dissipate, only continue to gather. Chen Chen continued to deceive. To resolve it, you must eliminate the resentment of the wronged soul. How to eliminate it? We don't even know who he is. Shion Bagua asked anxiously. Forget it, Mr. Shion, you helped me today, and I, Chen, will repay the favor with my life. Chen Chen sighed deeply, as if he had made a decision. Master Chen, what are you going to do? Shion Jiwen asked. Invite a spirit to possess me. Chen Chen said lightly, facing the corpse, sitting cross-legged on the ground, and began to chant, spiritual treasure, comfort the body. Disciple's soul, the 5 internal organs. Azure dragon, white tiger, opposing each other, vermilion bird, black tortoise, guarding the truth. Soul, return quickly, as if following an order. Another round of hand seals like in Naruto. Chen Chen shouted violently. Then, his whole body trembled violently, as if having an epileptic seizure. His head also shook wildly. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and there were only white eyeballs in his eye sockets. It was extremely terrifying. I died so miserably. Chen Chen lowered his voice and squeezed out a chilling sentence from his throat. Who are you? Why do you want to harm us? Shion Jiwen forced himself to ask bravely. I am Wu Chuang. Zhang Fugui from the renovation team killed me. Revenge. Give me revenge. Woo woo woo. Then, Chen Shen had a seizure again. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to normal, but his face looked a bit ugly. I just invited a wrong soul to possess me. Did you ask about the situation? Chen Shen asked anxiously. He said his name is Wu Chuang, and Zhang Fugui from the renovation team killed him. He asked us to avenge him, Xiong Jiwen said. But we don't even know these two people. Xiong Baogua said helplessly. I know them. Xiong Jiwa's face turned pale as he spoke. Zhang Fugui was the foreman of the renovation team I hired before, and Wu Chuang was in charge of plastering. Call the police and arrest him, Xiong Jiwen hurriedly said. Soon, Zhang Fugui was arrested. He immediately confessed. The situation was not complicated. Zhang Fugui borrowed money from Wu Chuang and kept delaying repayment. When they were working, Wu Chuang urged him for the debt, cursed at Zhang Fugui, and in a fit of rage, Zhang Fugui smashed Wu Chuang to death with a hammer and buried his body in the wall. After the truth came to light, Xiong Jiwen and Xiong Baogua almost worshipped Chen Chen as a deity. Their attitude was so respectful. Master Chen, Zhang Fugui has been caught, and Wu Chuang's body has been cremated and sent to his family. Is this matter resolved? Xiong Jiwen asked. Chen Chen shook his head. This only resolves 90% of the resentment. To completely eliminate it, you must go to Wu Chuang's grave, burn 3 sticks of incense for the deceased, and bow 5 times. In addition, give some money to his wife and children, Chen Chen said lightly. Let the other party have no worries, and he will naturally reincarnate and no longer trouble you. Understood, I will go tomorrow. Xiong Jiwen nodded repeatedly, feeling much lighter, as if something dirty had really been removed. He looked at Chen Chen with guilt in his eyes. He had called him a fraud from the Jianghu before, but now, he had saved his whole family. Without Chen Chen's help, his whole family might still be living with the corpse. This was a true master. The cunning in the officialdom made him realize that he must curry favor with Chen Chen. Just based on saving his whole family, how could he repay this favor? Alright, the matter is resolved, Chen Chen smiled. This house will be fine in the future, Xiong Si, you can rest assured. No, no, no. Xiong Jiwen shook his head quickly. I dare not live in this house. By the way, Master Chen, you don't have a house in the provincial capital yet, right? Chen Chen, not yet. If Master Chen doesn't mind, this house will be given to you to live in. Xiong Jiwen handed the keys to Chen Chen. You are a master, only you can suppress this ominous house. Chen Chen was taken aback. Isn't this inappropriate? The house was new, and the matter of the dead person had been suppressed by Xiong Jiwen. If he wanted to sell it, this house in the provincial capital could easily fetch over $1 million. Of course, the key point was, all the residents in this community were high-ranking officials. What's inappropriate? Xiong Baogua said quickly. Master Chen helped us, even spitting blood for us, so you should accept this reward. Yes, Master Chen, just consider it helping me out. Xiong Jiwen said, take it, whether you want to sell or live in it, it's up to you. Chen Chen no longer hesitated. In that case, I will accept it. With conflicting interests, relationships between people will become closer. After chatting for a while, Xiong Jiwen and Xiong Baogua packed some luggage and directly left the house to Chen Chen. Xiong Jiwu deliberately lagged behind, smiling at Chen Chen who was seeing them off. Master Chen, your methods today are unbelievable, but unfortunately, I still don't believe it. You may have fooled my dad and my brother, but you can't fool me. I can tell that you are pretending. However, I can see that you have no ill intentions, and you have helped my family a bit, so I won't say anything to you. I just want to remind you, never harm my brother, and don't even think about using my family for your own gain. Otherwise, Xiong Jiwu will not let you off. His eyes narrowed slightly. I'll tell you, I used to be a special elite. Chen Chen didn't get angry, just smiled faintly. If you don't believe in these, then what do you believe in? Power. Xiong Jiwu said proudly, in this era of peace, power is the way of the king. As long as the power is strong enough, everything can be crushed. Is that so? But I think your power is not strong enough now, and I could easily bring you down from your position. Chen Chen said with a smile. Nonsense. Xiong Jiwu cursed angrily. He was the #1 tax saver in the province. His status was not lower than Xiong Jiwen. How could anyone easily bring him down from his position? Wang Yongkang recently approached you, wanting you to be his disciple, right? Chen Chen said casually. How? How did you know? Xiong Jiwu's heart trembled. This was a top secret. It involved the future of the Xiong family and the issue of alliances. Except for his brother and father, no one else knew. Before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, do not have any contact with Wang Yongkang again, or you will regret it for a lifetime. Chen Chen remembered very clearly that at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, Wang Yongkang would be officially dismissed and arrested. In the previous life, Seong Jiwoo was directly replaced from his position just because he had contact with Wang Yongkang for 2 days. Seong Jiwoo sneered. But, for some reason, today Wang Yongkang invited him to dinner again, and Seong Jiwoo subconsciously made up an excuse to evade. The next day at 10 o'clock, Wang Yongkang's official dismissal notice came out. When Seong Jiwoo saw this announcement, he was stunned. At that moment, his pride, his beliefs, his worldview, all collapsed. What Chen Shen said was true. If he hadn't listened to Chen Shen at this moment, he might have been dismissed as well. Even if he hadn't been dismissed, because of his association with Wang Yongkang, his future would have been bleak. Master. He is really a master. A reporting storm temporarily calmed down like this. 3 days later, Shiryuju arrived in Zhongbei as agreed. The first product has started large-scale promotion in the local area of Magic City. The effect is very good. It is expected to start making profits within half a year. The health product company has started to get on the right track, and I have also arranged the follow-up product development plan. After Shiryuju finished his report, he directly asked, Mr. Chen, what should I do next? Our company is an investment company, so what we need to do is to find suitable investment and acquisition targets. Mr. Chen, do you have any suitable targets? Chen smiled lightly. Yes, in Qianchuan City. Qianchuan City? Shiryuju was puzzled. There are indeed many large companies here, but I haven't heard of many high-quality internet companies. I wonder what Mr. Chen's goal is? This. Chen didn't beat around the bush. He directly opened a real-time communication software on the computer. This real-time communication software is currently the largest in the country, with 59 million users already, and the number of new users is skyrocketing every day. Believe me, this company will grow into a global giant in the near future. Shiryuju frowned. I have heard of this company. The user base is large, but there are also many problems, such as insufficient funds, many software bugs, many lawsuits. Of course, these are common problems for startup companies and can be solved. The main thing is, the company now has millions of users, but no profit points. Without finding profit points, no means of monetization, and so many problems, I don't think this kind of company can be considered high quality. Chen smiled at the words. This is only temporary. As long as its founder falls into my hands, it can not only make money, but also make big money. Shiryuju smiled bitterly. He, a person who started with physical products, really couldn't understand why Chen was so optimistic about a company with so many problems. Soon, the two of them took a plane to Qianchuan City. After resting at the hotel, they took a nap. The next day, they took a taxi to a remote and old alley in the city and found the current office of Penguin Company. This? Shiryuju was completely confused. The old and shabby residential building in front of him turned out to be the office of an internet company with over 5 million users? Hey, Lao Shi, these old residential buildings are all gold mines, Chen said with a smile. Shiryuju, the environment here is even worse than the impoverished county town where he comes from. Still a gold mine? Shiryuju has never heard of any high-quality internet company coming from this place. As they climbed the stairs, in such an old and dilapidated building, there was naturally no sound insulation. Just as they reached the second floor, they heard a fierce argument. The server is down again. I can't take it anymore. We have to add 2 servers today no matter what. Do you think I don't want to? Where's the money? Where does the money come from? The company boss is now also cooking, cleaning the toilet, and doing laundry. But now the user data volume is too large. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before our existing servers burn out. 4 young men in checkered shirts gathered in a dirty, cramped, and hot room, discussing intensely, completely unaware that 2 men were standing at the door. Chen looked at the 4 men with a smile. He knew that these 4 would be the future leaders of a trillion-dollar capital empire. And the sole figure of this capital empire was not here at the moment. Chen eyes were as greedy as if he were looking at 4 old hens that lay golden eggs. Who are you looking for? Chen Dan was the first to notice Chen and Shiryuju, and asked curiously. The other 3 also looked at the 2 men. They were really afraid that users would come to their door with knives. After all, the server crashing issue had already been complained about once or twice. This is our general manager Chen. He is here to invest in your company, Shiryuju said. After a pause, Shiryuju added, it seems like your server is about to collapse again. Shiryuju was speechless. What kind of company is this? It's simply terrifyingly poor. The 4 men were picking their feet. The working environment was terrible, and what made Shiryuju speechless was the server in the room. At a glance, he recognized that it was a patched-together server from the Shanghai market, because he had once worked in sales for such servers. A proper server costs around over 600,000, while this one Costs less than 10,000. These people actually used this kind of server to handle the data of over 5 million users, which was simply outrageous. Shiryuju looked at his boss Chen Chen with a puzzled look. Why did Chen Chen say that this company was a high-quality company, and even said that it would grow into a globally shocking enterprise in the future? In Shiryuju's opinion, if this server hiccuped in 3 days, this company would go bankrupt. Lao Zhang, think of a solution quickly, the server is about to crash. Once it crashes, we will lose a lot of users. Hey, bro, what solution do I have? The server has such limited performance, relying on code optimization, I've already pushed its performance up by 40%, this is already the limit. If it really can't be helped, we can only force some users offline to relieve the pressure on the server. The four men started to get busy again, leaving Chen Chen and Shiryuju aside. At this moment, Chen Chen smiled and said, "Your approach is all wrong." As soon as he spoke, the four technical experts turned their heads simultaneously, all showing unhappy expressions. They were the top technical experts in the IT industry. Even if they didn't start a business, if they went to work for any internet company, they would be at the chief engineer level. This young man actually criticized them for their mistakes in the program as soon as he opened his mouth. Isn't this like showing off in front of an expert? Stop causing trouble, we don't have time for your nonsense, Zhang Liqing said disdainfully. Do you even know what a server is? You keep saying the wrong things, Zhang Zidong said discontentedly. The pressure on the server of your software is nothing more than the data transmission between national users chatting. Chen Chen spoke up, and the four of them were instantly stunned. He actually got it right. So tell us, where did we go wrong? Chen Dan asked. The server is bad, no matter how you optimize it, it's still bad. It's better to optimize it in terms of algorithms. Depending on the different server load levels, let the messages sent by users online at the same time be delayed by 1 to several seconds. This way, the server load is greatly reduced, and on the user's end, they will only feel a slight delay. Anyway, with the internet speed being so slow now, no one will care, Chen Chen said casually. The four programming experts all widened their eyes, as if they had opened the door to a new world. In fact, this is the most commonly used method in the future for all internet companies to handle server loads, and this method was invented by these four big shots. Chen Chen just repeated the original method in front of the author. Quick, let's do as he says, Chen Dan hurriedly said. After a while of busy work, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm sorry just now, your method is indeed effective, we were short-sighted, Zhang Zidong said. Bro, how did you come up with such a genius idea? I'm impressed, bowing down in admiration, Zhang Liqing said. Even Shiryuju looked at Chen Chen in shock. Isn't his boss supposed to be in finance? How is he also a computer genius? Chen Chen felt secretly pleased. Being able to show off in front of these four experts is something that many future big shots can't do. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Chen, the boss of Manhwa Capital. I'm here to invest in your company, Chen Chen said with a smile. My name is Shiryuju, the marketing director and vice president of Manhwa Capital, Shiryuju said. Shiryuju? The Shiryuju from Magic City? At this moment, a voice of immense shock suddenly came from the door. Everyone looked over and saw a man carrying bags of groceries, wearing glasses, and looking scholarly. This person is the future owner of a trillion-dollar capital empire, a world-renowned internet tycoon, Ma Tang. Unlike the several IT men present, Ma Tang has gradually moved away from his identity as a programmer and started to focus on the capital market. The news of Shiryuju's comeback can be said to be the most shocking news in the capital market recently. However, Ma Tang never expected that Shiryuju, this big shot, would actually appear in his studio. For a moment, looking at Shiryuju, Ma Tang was so excited that he was at a loss, quickly put down the meat and vegetables he bought, washed his hands, and then came back to bow slightly and respectfully shake hands with Shiryuju. Shiryuju smiled and said, "Young man, aren't you being impolite? You should shake hands with my boss first. Besides being an entrepreneur now, I'm also the vice president of Manhwa Capital. This is my boss, Chen Chen, General Manager Chen." After speaking, Shiryuju pointed to Chen Chen. Ma Tang looked at this young man who was younger than himself in shock, and was stunned for a while before he respectfully reached out his hand and said with a smile, "General Manager Chen, hello, I'm Ma Tang, you can call me Little Ma." Chen Chen smiled and said, "Mr. Ma, you are older than me, so I'll call you Brother Tang." No. Ma Tang quickly shook his head. Now, he is not the future richest man who commands respect and awe, but just the founder of an internet company that can't even afford servers. Boss, what's the background of Manhwa Capital? Chen Dan asked quietly. I don't know where it came from, but I do know that Manhwa Capital has a registered capital of over 2 billion, and the owner of Manhwa Capital is the richest man in Jiangbei, with a wealth of over 4 billion, which is the young man standing in front of you. Boom! Ma Tang's words fell, and several other Penguin employees who were shocked by Shiryuju's identity were stunned, staring at Chen Chen in disbelief. Except for Shiryuju, everyone in the audience was in their 20s, and Chen Chen was the youngest, yet he was already the richest man in Jiangbei with a wealth of over 4 billion. Chen Dan and the others immediately grinned. Their goal at this stage was just to become millionaires. They realized that the endpoint they were striving for was not even the starting point for Chen Chen. 40 billion, how much money is that? Su Chenai asked Chen Dan in a low voice. Chen Dan, who used to be an accountant, had a good concept of money. Chen Dan took a deep breath and said, 1 billion weighs over 1 ton, with a volume of about 1.19 cubic meters. Stacking 100 yuan bills totaling 10,000 yuan, the thickness is about 1 centimeter, and if stacked to 1 billion, it would be 100 meters high, equivalent to the height of a 30 to 40-story building. If it's 40 billion, you do the math. Wow! Zhang Zidong gasped, shocked. So, stacking 40 billion bills would be as high as 1,500 floors? Oh my god! Wow! All four of them looked at Chen Chen with great admiration. These four were not from poor families, they were all legitimate second-generation rich kids. But even if all their assets were combined, it wouldn't be a fraction of Chen Chen's current wealth. To be precise, it's over 6 billion, Shiryuju corrected. Our General Chen was targeting the stock market with someone last month and made over 2 billion. Ma Tang, Zhang Liqing, Chen Dan, Zhang Zidong, Su Chenai. Speechless, completely speechless. Just a month later, Chen Chen's wealth had skyrocketed by another 2 billion? Are you a human money printing machine? Chen Chen smiled, it's just luck. When your luck comes, you'll definitely earn more than me. With that, Chen Chen picked up a washed cucumber from the table. Do you mind if I have a bite of your cucumber? No, of course not. Ma Tang hurriedly said, the studio is a bit shabby. We don't have anything to offer you, sorry. Chen Chen casually sat on a dirty chair, crossed his legs, and started munching on the cucumber. All 5 of them were IT guys. Seeing Chen Chen in this image, they felt that he was down-to-earth and approachable despite his billions. Ma Tang gathered his courage and asked about Chen Chen's rags-to-riches story. Not asking, not knowing, but when they asked, the 5 of them were completely shocked beyond measure. In 3 months, Chen Chen went from a poor guy earning 1,000 a month to amassing a wealth of 6 billion. And Chen Chen turned out to be the legendary stock god White Dragon Longsher, who made a fortune of 3.5 billion from international nickel futures and successfully predicted the crash of Tianshan Heavy Industries. Now the 5 of them couldn't sit still. They all stood up to show respect. Ma Tang quickly asked, General Chen, you mentioned before that you wanted to invest in us, is that right? In fact, in the past few days, Ma Tang had visited various internet companies and contacted various big shots, wanting to sell Penguin for 1 million. However, no one was optimistic about Penguin, so it didn't sell. Zhang Zidong and the others all looked at Chen Chen with fiery eyes. He was a god of wealth. Although they now had over 5 million users, compared to Chen Chen's company, they were simply trash. Chen Chen cut to the chase as soon as he opened the door. I have great confidence in Penguin, and I have always been using the messaging app from your company. In my opinion, your app is currently the best instant messaging software in Daxia. Chen Chen's flattery made several young bosses feel delighted. After all, the Penguin app was developed by them personally, and with Chen Chen's identity, receiving praise naturally made them feel extremely proud. However, Ma Tang remained calm and looked at Chen Chen intently. So, Mr. Chen, how much do you want to invest? How much do you want? Chen Chen asked with a faint smile. Ma Tang gritted his teeth and tremblingly held out one finger. 10 million. Zhang Zidong's body trembled suddenly. Previously, Ma Tang had told them that the company couldn't even sell for 1 million. Now Ma Tang wanted a 10 million investment. It was indeed a bold move. However, Chen Chen shook his head and also held out one finger. Do you think it's too much? Just want to invest 1 million? Ma Tang said. Although somewhat disappointed, 1 million was already a huge sum for their startup company. No, what I mean is, I plan to invest 1 billion, Chen Chen calmly stated. Boom! Shocking words. Astonishing. The 5 of them all stared at Chen Chen with eyes full of disbelief. Ma Tang could no longer hide his excitement and asked in return, how much? 1 billion? You want to invest 1 billion in us? Seeing the 5 of them so pleasantly surprised, like they had won a lottery, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile inwardly. If it were 20 years later, investing 1 billion in them would probably be seen as an insult. But now, they were still young and inexperienced. This was the perfect opportunity for Chen Chen to win them over and use them for his own benefit. Don't get too excited too soon, there are additional conditions for this 1 billion, Chen Chen said. What conditions? Ma Tang asked. First, I want 63% of your company's shares, and the rest you can handle internally. Second, I require all 5 of you to stay and work in the company for the next 20 years without resigning, Qinshan said calmly. This is impossible. Even facing $1 billion, Ma Tang still firmly refused. You are essentially buying out the company for $1 billion and buying out our 20 years. I can't agree to that. Don't rush to refuse, Qinshan smiled. I promise you, except for major strategic decisions, you will have full control over the company's management and operations, and I will not interfere. Furthermore, according to the company's development needs, I can continue to invest with no upper limit. In other words, as long as the demand is reasonable, even if it's 10 billion, 20 billion, or even 50 billion, I can provide it to you. Qinshan remained calm, but his momentum was like a dragon and a tiger. Ma Tang frowned, remained silent, seemingly struggling intensely internally. As for Zhang Zidong and the other 4, they were already extremely excited. Old Ma, what are you hesitating for? With the additional investments in the future all covered by Mr. Chen, and the company fully entrusted to us for management, it's like the company still belongs to us. We can go all out in the future. Chen Dan exclaimed excitedly. 1 billion, how many servers can we buy with that? I no longer need to optimize servers with code. Zhang Zidong's face turned red with excitement. Ma, don't hesitate anymore. Your abilities, combined with Mr. Chen's financial resources, are simply a perfect match. Zhang Liqing also persuaded. However, Ma Tang was still struggling. Seeing this, Qinshan used a very tempting tone. A golden dragon is not a creature in a pond. When the wind and clouds meet, it transforms into a dragon. Ma Tang, I am your destiny. Follow me, and you will be a dragon among men. I can guarantee you that under my leadership, your company will develop into a trillion-dollar company within 20 years, with business spanning hundreds of fields, every move influencing the entire daxia, the world, and even all of humanity, a giant company. And you will also become the richest man in daxia. Appeared. Distorted reality field. Not to mention these young people who have just graduated not long ago, even the old slick like Shiryuju, after hearing Chen Shen's words, they all felt a surge of blood boiling, wishing to cooperate with Chen Shen on the spot and make a big deal. The richest man in daxia. Zhang Liqing and the other 4 people all had fanatic eyes, their faces flushed, looking expectant. Obviously, the 4 of them were all influenced by Chen Shen's distorted reality field. However, in the expectant eyes of Zhang Liqing and the others, Ma Tang unexpectedly shook his head. I'm sorry, I refuse. Each word was exceptionally firm. Why? Chen Shen asked in a deep voice. I am an entrepreneur. I have absolute authority and control over my company. Besides, I don't want to sell our freedom of the 5 brothers for 1 billion. Ma Tang said. Admiration. Qinshan really admired Xiao Ma for his determination. Although Ma Tang had just started his business at this time and was still naive and immature. But his ambition, expectations for the future, and foresight had far exceeded those of Zhang Liqing and the others. I can take less shares, 51%, change the work period to 10 years, and increase the investment to 2 billion. Chen Shen tapped the table. Mr. Ma, I have high hopes for you. Hearing this, even Shiryuju was somewhat incredulous. He knew that Chen Shen had high hopes for Ma Tang, but he didn't expect the conditions to be raised so high. However, only the reborn Chen Shen knew the value of Ma Tang and his current company. In the future, the market value of this company will reach $660 billion, with an annual revenue of over 500 billion and over 1.3 billion users of various products worldwide. Such a company, even if Chen Shen used all his assets to exchange for it now, it would be a profitable deal. More importantly, this company will be one of the largest traffic companies in the future. In the future where traffic is king, as long as you control the traffic, you control the capital's discourse power. Chen Shen must take over this company and this team no matter what. Ma Tang didn't expect Chen Shen to have such high hopes for him, but he still shook his head and said, unless you don't set a limit on the work period and hold less than 50% of the shares, I can't accept your investment. He could sell the company, no matter how much money, but freedom, Ma Tang would never sell. For a moment, the atmosphere in the small studio became tense and anxious. After a while, Chen Shen looked up, staring at Ma Tang intently. Mr. Ma, dare to play a game with me? If I win, you agree to my conditions. If you win, I can unconditionally give you 200 million. How to play? Ma Tang's heart was pounding. 1 month. I want to make a chat app that surpasses Penguin PP in 1 month. The user base of this app will exceed Penguin PP, and solve the problem of Penguin PP's inability to profit. If I succeed, I win, otherwise, you win. Chen Shen boasted arrogantly. Okay, I'll play with you. Ma Tong agreed without hesitation. Because in his opinion, this was absolutely impossible. First of all, to create an app like Penguin PP, it would take at least 3 months just for design and development. Second, Penguin PP now has over 5 million users, which have accumulated over the years. How could you absorb so many users in just 1 month? Third, and most importantly, how can internet products make a profit? Not to mention the whole country, even the whole world is an unsolvable problem. Unless Chen Chen is a god. Otherwise, how could he achieve it in 1 month? This is simply giving him money. Okay, but talk is cheap, let's sign an agreement, Chen Chen said. Ma Tang was speechless. Chen Chen was still afraid that he would back out? He was even eager to sign an agreement? He wasn't afraid that Chen Chen would renege on the deal and not pay him. After the agreement was signed, Chen Chen left with satisfaction with Shi Yuzhu. Chen Dan immediately asked, "Boss, do we have a high chance of winning?" 100%. Ma Tang confidently said, "I believe Chen Chen is a very capable person. But 1 month is simply too short. It's too short even for optimizing the product. He has to do development, promotion, and make a profit. Isn't this a fantasy?" Zhang Liqing said, then. "Is there a possibility of an accident?" "Yes." Ma Tang nodded. "What kind of accident?" "Unless he is a god." On the other side, Shi Yuzhu also asked in confusion, "Mr. Chen, are you kidding? How is it possible to accomplish so much in 1 month? Man proposes, God disposes." Chen Chen said confidently, "Ma Tang is a tough nut to crack. Without doing this, he won't budge. But, let me make it clear, I don't really understand the internet stuff." Shi Yuzhu said. "Don't worry, I won't blame you." Chen Chen patted Shi Yuzhu's shoulder and said, "Go and hire a programming team for me with a high salary. Today, we will start the project." "I can do this," Shi Yuzhu said confidently. Wanting to hire programmers with money, that's just too easy. Soon, a team of more than 50 top programmers was recruited. The lead programmer was an old programmer named Huang Zhangbo, who had been developing for 10 years and had spent a long time in a large IT company abroad. His sparse hair, aged appearance, and heavy dark circles under his eyes all confirmed his identity as a top programmer. However, after Chen Chen stated his requirements, Huang Zhangbo immediately blurted out, "Impossible. How is this possible? Not to mention other things, just for development alone, 1 month is simply not enough. We need at least half a month for initial ideation, requirement gathering, and framework design." Chen Chen shook his head directly, "None of that is needed." "Not needed? Then how should we proceed?" Huang Zhangbo asked in confusion. Chen Chen grinned, opened the Penguin PP interface on the computer, and said with a smile, "Just copy this software for me." The lead programmer Huang Zhangbo stared in disbelief at Chen Chen. "Copy? Copy? Yes, this way you should be able to do it quickly, right?" Chen Chen smiled. Huang Zhangbo had been in the programming industry for over a decade, worked on hundreds of projects, and borrowing ideas from other projects was common, but being asked to copy so blatantly. Chen Chen was the first. Huang Zhangbo felt embarrassed. "If we copy, it's indeed simple, it can be done in a day, but aren't you afraid of being sued for copyright infringement? As long as your underlying code is different, it's fine, trust me," Chen Chen said firmly. According to the laws of the Great Xia country, copying gameplay and interface is not considered plagiarism, as long as the underlying code is different. Soon, under Chen Chen's urging and generous rewards, Huang Zhangbo's team of 50 top programmers began the copying operation. The operation was even simpler than imagined. With 50 people, it only took half a day to complete. Because the functionality of PP was simple, there was no aesthetic design involved, it was simply built using the common framework of MFC. For these top programmers, copying such a small thing was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. "Mr. Chen, the software has been produced, and the testing has passed, please try it." Huang Zhangbo walked over with a heavy laptop. The laptop from 2000 was large and heavy, it could be used as a weapon. Chen Chen did a simple test, snapped his fingers and said, "Okay, well done, it's approved." Then, Chen Chen added, "I need you to add a few features. First, the avatar function, allowing users to upload their unique avatars. Second, the function of making friends in the same city allows users to search for friends in the same city. Third, the virtual character show function. The detailed information is already written in this document, you can take a look at it yourselves." At this point in time, from the perspective of internet companies around the world, making profits from internet products is simply an unsolvable problem. However, Chen Chen is very clear that there are too many ways to make money. Just like the virtual character show and virtual avatar functions proposed by Chen Chen, these functions can bring unbelievable profits. A piece of code, a few blurry image materials that even one's own mother wouldn't recognize, can be sold for tens of dollars, even dozens of dollars. It's like robbing money in a way that no one has ever done before. However, these derivative functions not only bring profits to the product but also enrich the company's product line, greatly increase user stickiness and product competitiveness. Of course, Shin must copy these gimmicks before they appear and use them to the fullest. Of course, there is also a killer feature, the game hall. That thing is simply a money-making tool. In the previous life, Shin knew a big boss who spent over 5 million just playing Happy Fight the Landlord. However, now, Shin-chan's own software has not been promoted, there is no traffic, so it is temporarily impossible to develop that thing. After Huang Zhengbo finished reading the detailed document written by Shin, he was almost stunned with excitement. Genius! This is simply a genius idea! Huang Zhengbo exclaimed excitedly. With these few functions added, this software has undergone earth-shattering changes. I bet that with these functions, as long as the software is promoted properly, it will definitely dominate all similar products on the market. These small functions, if placed in 2021, even a computer science student could create them. But now, it's different. No one has done this thing before, no one has heard of it, seen it, or experienced it. This is a function that only a genius like a god can invent. While Huang Zhengbo was busy developing the product, Chen brought in Shiryuju. How is the marketing plan coming along? Chen asked. Shiryuju handed Chen a plan, and after a brief review, it was nothing more than spending money on advertising in various places. If this kind of plan was presented by a marketing director 20 years later, they might have been sacrificed on the spot. But in this era of underdeveloped internet, this is indeed the most feasible and effective plan. Chen lowered his head, tapping his fingers on the table, looking pensive. Shiryuju asked nervously, Mr. Chen, is there anything wrong with the plan? Well, how should I put it? This plan is average, feasible, but there is nothing particularly eye-catching about it. After a moment of contemplation, Chen continued, so, when you negotiate with the advertisers again, emphasize our product's personalized avatar, virtual character, and same-city friend-making functions. Especially the same-city friend-making function, make sure they heavily imply towards relationships between men and women. The same-city friend-making function, a concept that countless social networking apps in the future would overuse, was incredibly novel in the year 2000. It was an era of rapid internet development, where countless young people yearned to make friends with the opposite sex but lacked a suitable platform. And now, the same-city friend-making function invented by Chen was the best platform to fulfill this desire. In the future, a software known as the X-Canon God, which focused on the same-city friend-making function, quickly gained popularity among young people. Its promotional strategy was to aggressively promote relationships between men and women, and the effect was outstanding. Of course, Chen had to copy it for his own use. After a pause, Chen added, oh, and also, go find me a group of young, beautiful, and well-built girls, dress them up a bit sexier, and promote them in various large internet cafes. As long as you register and use our software, you will get a drink, or a photo with a girl. And, we need to train these young girls, teach newcomers how to use our software, Chen added. This promotion method is also one of the classic promotion methods in the future. This will definitely bring super good promotion results. No man can resist the smile and greeting of a beautiful girl. Shiryuju looked at Chen excitedly and admiringly, as if Chen's words spoke directly to his heart. Chen felt somewhat ashamed. After all, the inventor of this promotion method was Shiryuju. After discussing the details of the marketing plan for a while, they finally finalized it. Later, Chen said, Lao Shi, do you know any major telecommunications service providers? I know, why? Currently, our profit point is only a virtual character show, which is far from enough. So, we need to cooperate with telecommunications service providers to expand our profit business. The business that Chen wanted to propose was the famous mobile PP business. Shiryuju asked in confusion, General Chen, I'm not very smart, can you explain it fully? Chen took out his pager and shook it. Do you have this thing? Shiryuju looked at Chen strangely. The pager is now the most popular communication tool, much cheaper than a mobile phone. But what does this have to do with their product? Chen directly said, our users must be in front of the computer to send messages to each other. If one person is not in front of the computer, they cannot chat in real time. However, if we cooperate with major telecommunications service providers, we can send users messages to those not in front of the computer via SMS. This can greatly increase the competitiveness of the product and bring in a lot of profit, right? Hearing this, Shiryuju looked at Chen in astonishment. Boss, what are you thinking? This will definitely cause a huge sensation. It's a good thing for both us and the telecommunications service providers. One text message costs 1 cent, even if we only get 2 cents, that's a huge profit. Ignoring Shiryuju's admiring gaze, Chen Chen calmly said, "Go, and have Huang Zhangbo buy servers capable of handling up to 20 million users. Don't be afraid to spend money." 20 million users? Shiryuju swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Are you saying we can attract 20 million users in a month? If that's the case, this scale is already comparable to the top 20 internet companies in China. Can we really create such a miracle in a month?" Chen Chen stood up, patted Shiryuju's shoulder, and said confidently, 20 million is just the beginning. In the future, we will have a giant company with 2 billion users. 2 billion users? Shiryuju was inspired by Chen Chen's words, filled with excitement and longing. How many people are there in the Great Xia country now? If in the future, the company can really have 2 billion users, it will definitely be a world-class giant company. With full enthusiasm, Shiryuju immediately went to do his task. 2 days later, Huang Zhangbo brought the latest version of the software to Chen Chen. "General Chen, as per your instructions, all the functions have been added." Chen Chen used it for a while. Although by the aesthetic standards of 2021, this chat software is rudimentary and ugly, but in 2000, it is already very advanced and impressive. "Not bad, but I need you to do one more thing." Chen Chen said to Huang Zhangbo, "The current software capacity is too large. Find a way to compress it to less than 1 MB for me." "Is this necessary?" Huang Zhangbo asked in doubt. The internet speed in Daxia country is only a few tens of kilobytes now. Users are very sensitive to software size. For slightly larger software, they may become impatient while downloading and choose to give up. Believe me, although this seems troublesome, it can at least increase our user base by 40%. Chen Chen patiently explained. Chen Chen's words have been verified by future generations, so he speaks with great confidence. "Okay, I'll have someone optimize it right away." It was the 7th day when Chen Chen made a bet with Mateng. All software development work has been completed. Shiryuju has already negotiated cooperation with telecommunications service providers, advertisers, and ground promotion companies across the country, and has paid the advance payment. Black Wang TT. This is the name Chen Chen gave to his chat software. His name MO can be split into Black Dog. Chen Chen wanted his software to have his mark, and the word dog sounded a bit harsh, so he changed it to the homophonic word Wang, which sounded much cuter. The icon of Black Wang TT is a very cute little black dog that can be remembered at a glance. Chen Chen's Black Wang TT number is the first number in history, 12,345. This account has all the permissions of TT. At the same time, each developer of Black Wang TT has a 5-digit TT number. In addition, 5-digit TT numbers will no longer be issued, and new user registrations will start from 6 digits, and auspicious numbers like 888888, 666666 will be reserved in the number pool. In Chen Chen's words, these numbers will be worth tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands in the future, and of course, they will not be distributed to users for free. With all the preparations completed, we are only waiting for Chen Chen's command to start the battle. However, at the same time, Chen Chen received some bad news. Boss Chen, Mateng has secured a 10 million financing, the server issue has been resolved, and the number of registered users has exceeded 7 million. At this rate of growth, it is estimated that we will reach 10 million this month, Shiryuju said with concern. In other words, Chen Chen must attract over 10 million users in the next 20 days and truly achieve profitability to beat Mateng. Otherwise, he will have to give Mateng 200 million for nothing. Chen Chen frowned. Mateng has received investment? Does that mean his company has been acquired by someone? Yes. There's no other way, we have to bring down his company. Chen Chen will not allow someone else to control the company he wants. He has absolute authority. Old sure, everyone, enter level 1 combat readiness. Move. Move. This is a tough battle. Everyone must perform well. At 5 o'clock in the morning, while Mateng was still immersed in the dream of his future trillion-dollar business empire, a phone call suddenly woke him up. Boss, it's bad. I just got the test version of the chat program called Black Wang TT developed by Chen Chen. They are currently providing the test version to major media and IT companies, and publicly announced that they will release the official version tomorrow morning. Chen Dan sounded anxious. The release of Black Wang TT is a fatal blow to them at the moment. Don't worry, I'll go to the company right away. Mateng sensed the seriousness of the problem from Chen Dan's tone. However, on the way, Mateng was full of doubts. It had only been a few days, and Chen Chen had developed a software? Can such software really be used? But when he arrived at the newly leased office, he saw his 4 brothers with messy hair discussing fiercely in front of the computers. Mateng had a foreboding feeling. Boss, you finally came. Look at this. It's too shameless. It's simply shameless to the extreme. You look at this Hey Wang TT released by Chin Chen. From the name to the interface, to the features, it's simply a complete copy of our product. Ma Teng didn't reply, sitting in front of the computer, opened the software, registered a new TT account, and started to experience it. Now it's useless to say more. The important thing is to first understand the other party's strategy. As his own employees said, Hey Wang TT is really up to 90% similar to their product, just adding a few countable functions. Plagiarism. This is blatant plagiarism. Ma Teng couldn't contain his anger. This is almost a direct copy. All the functions are exactly the same as theirs. Even the name is almost the same as theirs. The avatar function they added is really convenient, allowing users to recognize their friends at a glance without reading any text, Su Chenai said with a bitter smile. Isn't it just adding a small function based on our product? Isn't this still plagiarism? Zhang Liqing said indignantly. And they even fancily added this TT show? The essence of a chat app should be instant messaging. What's the use of this thing? Zhang Zidong exclaimed. TT show? Ma Teng opened the software and checked the Hey Wang TT show feature. Wait, is it a paid feature? Ma Teng suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. Nowadays, young people like to tinker, like personalization. With Ma Teng's keen business vision, he immediately saw that this thing is definitely a genius solution to monetize products and traffic. No, once Hey Wang TT is released and promoted, our product will quickly lose its competitiveness. Ma Teng gritted his teeth. Everyone trembled at the words. They never expected Ma Teng to have such a high evaluation of Chen Chen's plagiarized product. So, what should we do now? Tomorrow, Hey Wang TT is going to be released. Ma Teng's eyes were firm, his fists clenched. Let's go hire a lawyer immediately. To sue Chen Chen for plagiarism. Ma Teng's high business acumen caught Chen Chen off guard. On the day Hey Wang TT was released, he received a lawyer's letter. General Chen, Ma Teng and his team are suing us for plagiarism. And they have given money to the media. Now the media is widely criticizing our shameless act of plagiarism, Shi Yuzhu said with a worried expression. He. Chen Chen sneered disdainfully. It's just a small trick. Go hire the legal team of the Gongshu Law Department to defend us. Also, go buy off the media, say that our Hey Wang TT was actually developed several years ago, and Ma Teng even worked at Hey Wang TT before. Jiangbei is Chen Chen's stronghold. On this 3-acre land, who can win a lawsuit against him? Chen Chen decided to turn the Gongshu legal team into the guaranteed winner of Jiangbei. The first battle will be against Ma Teng. Boss, we lost the lawsuit. Zhang Liqing said in extreme frustration. The interface, features are exactly the same, but they actually said it's normal reference. What's even more ridiculous is that Chen Chen's legal team submitted evidence that the underlying code is different. I really want to curse. If even the underlying code is the same, then it's not plagiarism, it's copy-paste. Zhang Zidong said angrily. These are not the most important things. Chen Dan held a newspaper, his face particularly ugly. Now all major media are spreading rumors, saying that Hey Wang TT started development 5 years ago, and our boss even worked and studied at Hey Wang TT. Although not explicitly stated, but implicitly, they are all suggesting that our boss copied Hey Wang TT. Su Chenai punched the wall. Shameless. Too shameless. Copying our work and then turning around to blame us. Ma Teng sighed deeply. Chen Chen is indeed shameless. But he is a business genius. Counter Su victory. Buying off the media to reverse the narrative. Making their plagiarized work directly become original. After this combination of punches, not to mention ordinary users, even professionals can't tell who is the original creator. Now, the battle has returned to the starting point. It depends on whose software is more user-friendly. At 12 o'clock on this day, Xinshun promptly released Hey Wang TT. This release was like a thunderbolt on flat ground, causing a huge sensation in the market. Personalized avatars, support for customization, local dating, opposite-sex chatting, TT show, making your chat window colorful and vibrant, support for offline messages. Communication is no longer limited to being in front of a computer. In 4 lines of promotional text, it clearly tells the people across the country what advantages Hey Wang TT has over QQ. And after the national users experienced these functions, they were all shocked. Chat software can be played like this? Especially for young people who pursue novelty and excitement, personalized avatars and TT show are irresistible. Of course, these are just icing on the cake. After all, the most important function of chat software is communication. But the message support for offline messaging function hit the sore spot of QQ. No need for a computer, just a mobile phone to communicate and chat with friends anytime, anywhere? Wow, this feature is simply too high-tech. The most exaggerated feature is the local dating function. Countless men and women who were bursting with hormones and couldn't find an outlet suddenly found their place. Mom doesn't have to worry about me not finding a partner anymore. And the industry leaders were all amazed by it. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement, insiders see the doorway. The industry was shocked by the fierce attack of Haewon TT. Those with insight can see that Haewon TT's killer feature is this local dating function. And what amazed the industry the most was the promotion of Haewon TT. It actually advertised on TV. In 2000, no internet product had ever advertised on TV. And on major portal websites, even offline places like train stations, hotels, and internet cafes were flooded with Haewon TT advertisements. The most extreme part is the offline promotion. Countless sexy and coolly dressed young ladies directly held signs into internet cafes, conducted teaching promotions for Haewon TT, successfully registered, could bring a friend to register, and even offered drinks. 90% of the users in internet cafes are young men. When they saw this situation, who could resist? Even if they didn't want to use Haewon TT, they still wanted to chat with the young ladies a bit more, get closer. Even if they didn't want to get close to the young ladies, a bottle of drink only cost 1 yuan and 5 cents. Who wouldn't want something that they could get by just moving their hands? But once they tried Haewon TT, it's amazing. Countless users seem to have opened the door to a new world. Many people immediately abandoned QQ and embraced Haewon TT, happily experiencing the local dating function in front of the young ladies. President Chen, the data is out. Just on the first day, we have gained 1 million registered users, with a peak of 500,000 online users. And this number is still growing. At this rate, in 20 days, 30 million registered users is not a dream, Sure Yuzhu exclaimed. On the first day, our TT show sales reached 100,000 yuan. The revenue from offline messaging sharing even exceeded 400,000. Huang Zhengbo's lips trembled, and he clenched his fist in excitement. At the same time, Ma Tang, with a grim face, looked at the Haewon TT on the screen, unable to say a word. His 4 entrepreneurial partners all looked gloomy and worried. Boss, our user base has decreased by 2 million in 3 days. The peak of online users has decreased from 6 million to 4 million, and this number is still increasing. I have done research, all the lost users have gone to Haewon TT. They say our QQ is too old-fashioned, no avatars, no TT show, and no way to find a lady for a date in the same city. The most important thing is that now everyone believes in Chen Chen's nonsense, saying that we copied the Black Wang TT, and also saying why does TT have so many functions, but PP doesn't. PP has become a joke. The Black Wang TT's TT show business, as well as the mobile TT business, has already achieved initial profitability, although it is still far from enough to cover costs, but with the increasing number of users, profitability is just a matter of time. If we continue like this, we won't have to wait 20 days, we will go bankrupt. We can't just sit and wait, boss. Listening to the reports from his subordinates, Ma Tang pinched his temples, feeling a headache for a long time, then opened his eyes with a fierce look and said, since they can copy us, why can't we copy them? We will copy all their useful features, optimize them, and then focus on designing new gameplay in the algorithm and interaction of local dating. Chen Dan's eyes lit up. Yes, only by using magic can we defeat magic. I will immediately recruit people. We must confront Chen Chen to the end. Zhang Liqing said solemnly. Just then, his phone rang. After answering the call, Ma Tang stood there like a wooden chicken, completely lost in confusion. After a long time, he bitterly pursed his lips and said weakly, there's no need to go. The investor just called and said they want to withdraw their investment. We lost. Ma Tang's investor had only invested with a trial attitude, and now the market was very clear. In order to cut losses, of course, they had to withdraw their investment in time. Without funds, PP couldn't even afford the few servers they rented now, and without servers, PP couldn't even guarantee basic smooth chatting. It can be foreseen that in the next few days, many users on PP's side will be lost due to server lag. Even if Ma Tang can find investment again, it will be too late. That day, Ma Tang, along with Zhang Liqing and 3 others, found Chen Chen. Is this how you admit defeat? Chen Chen smiled faintly. What's the point of dragging it out? I don't like to waste time, Ma Tang said. According to the agreement, you can acquire 63% of our company's shares, and the 5 of us will sign a 20-year employment contract. But you also said that you wouldn't interfere with the company's daily management and operations, Chen Dan hurriedly added. There's no need for that, Chen Chen shook his head. I have just established a new company, Moshuan Company, with a registered capital of 3 billion, and its flagship product is the Black Wang TT. I will directly give you 40% of the shares, and you will be fully responsible for managing it. As for Penguin, you can consider it never existed. The five of them looked at each other, seeing the unwillingness and anger in each other's eyes, but no one spoke out. Indeed, there was no need for the current Penguin to exist. After a long time, Ma Tang sighed and reached out his hand. I hope we can cooperate happily, boss. Don't worry, as long as you work hard for me, the future richest man in Daxia will definitely be you. Chen Shen shook Ma Tang's hand, grinned, and said, I am the richest man in Daxia, what about you, boss? Ma Tang mocked. The richest man in the world, Chen Shen said unabashedly. The tone was completely serious. After the five signed a series of contracts, Penguin was completely wiped out by Chen Shen in the dust of history. Now the five tigers had become Chen Shen's employees, and for the next 20 years, even if they were outstanding, when they saw Chen Shen, they still had to address him as boss respectfully. Boss, do you know, you are really shameless? Clearly, you copied us, but the final product you made is better than ours, and now all the users think you are the original creator. Ma Tang joked. At the moment of signing the contract, Ma Tang unexpectedly felt very relaxed. Being a rival to Chen Shen was really stressful. Just follow my path in the future. When you see a useful product, just copy it and then optimize it, Chen Shen said with a smile. Your move is really simple and rude, shameless enough, Ma Tang said with a bitter smile. This move is not my original creation, I learned it from a shameless person, Chen Shen said. The person who originated this move is shameless enough. If you have the chance, introduce me to him, I will definitely greet his whole family. Ma Tang joked. Next, Chen Shen told Ma Tang about the development route of the follow-up of Black Wang TT. The two derivative products of TT Space and TT Game Hall must start research and development when the user base exceeds 20 million. TT Space is fine, but the research and development of TT Game Hall is more difficult. Chen Shen asked Ma Tang to find an existing game company and directly merge it into Mashuan. He must ensure the timeliness of his products and seize the market opportunity. If the research and development difficulty is high, just buy it directly, having money is great, right? Ma Tang couldn't help but comment. Sorry, having money really allows you to do whatever you want. After everything was arranged, Chen Shen ended his trip with Qianshuan, leaving Shiyuzhu to help Ma Tang and them manage the early affairs of the company, and then bought a plane ticket back to Jiangbei directly. As soon as he got off the plane, Chen Shen saw Gong Xian driving a sports car to pick him up. Gong Xian was wearing sunglasses, with her long and beautiful legs leaning against the 30 million worth sports car. Luxury cars and beautiful women, the eyes of passers-by were all amazed, even Chen Shen was stunned. What are you looking at? In less than a month, you don't even recognize your girlfriend. Gong Xian pushed her sunglasses onto her hair, revealing her peerless beauty, and walked to Chen Shen with a coquettish tone. Chen Shen didn't say anything. He picked up Gong Xian's legs and put her on the hood of the sports car, giving her a wild kiss on her face. Oh, so many people are watching. Let's continue at home. Gong Xian blushed with anger. Chen Shen hurriedly smiled and put her in the sports car. Gong Xian took out a tissue and wiped her face, looking at Chen Shen with disdain. Look at what you've done to me, my face is all wet with your saliva. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. What's wrong with a few more kisses? Chen Shen said confidently. You can kiss all you want, I didn't say you couldn't kiss, but why are you licking? I've put on makeup. Gong Xian coquettishly scolded. Hee, because my wife tastes like strawberries. So sweet, Chen Shen said with a silly smile. Gong Xian rolled her eyes in exasperation, but a sweet smile appeared on her lips. When the car reached the highway, Gong Xian said, Mogu, this isn't the way back. I know, I have to make a stop at my hometown first. There are some things at home that need to be dealt with. Chen Shen said. What things? Gong Xian asked. The village is dividing the homestead. Those weird relatives of mine are trying to bully my parents. They want to take their share. Chen Shen said indifferently. In the previous life, after Chen Shen's father passed away, the villagers not only tried to take over their homestead, but also beat his mother to the point where she couldn't get out of bed, and she eventually died of anger. This grudge, Chen Shen must avenge no matter what. Moreover, there is an oil field under the farmland of Chen's village, which is a very large fortune. Chen Shen wants to take all this wealth and not let the people of Chen's village enjoy it. Can relatives really do such a thing? That's too much, Gong Xian said indignantly. Our family is the poorest in the village, the villagers are used to bullying us. After dealing with this matter when I go back this time, I will bring my parents and sister to live in the provincial capital, let them enjoy a peaceful life, Chen Shen said. Gong Xian nodded, that's right, but why are you taking me with you? Oh, the ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws. Chen Shen teased. You're the ugly one. Besides, who said I'm your daughter-in-law? I haven't agreed yet, Gong Xian retorted. When they arrived near Chen's village in the afternoon, Chen Chen didn't go home directly because it was getting late, so he settled Gong Xian in the guest house at the entrance of the village. Chen Chen found another room and went to sleep. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, various aunts and uncles from Chen's village gathered under the big tree at the village entrance as usual. It was the slack season in farming, so they had nothing much to do. They sunbathed, cracked melon seeds, and then started gossiping about the people in the village. Hey, Xiaoyan's mom, I've been seeing Xiaoyan sending things home recently, like preserved duck, yogurt, eggs, and such. Did Xiaoyan find a good job in the city? Asked a middle-aged woman with dark skin. Xiaoyan's mom looked proud and said, of course. Our Xiaoyan has switched to work as a stockbroker in a financial company. Guess how much her monthly salary is? How much? It must be no less than 3,000 yuan in Jiangbei, right? Not necessarily. The average salary in Jiangbei is just over 1,000. Then it should be at least 2,000 yuan, right? Oh, Xiaoyan's mom, just tell us already, you're keeping us in suspense. Xiaoyan's mom proudly put her hands on her hips and said, 5,000. What does that mean? Xiaoyan's mom, are you playing landlord? Why are there 5 old KS? Xiaoyan's mom chuckled and shook her head. You old ladies, you have long hair but short knowledge. In big companies, when they talk about salaries, they use K. K means 1,000. 5K means 5,000. Our Xiaoyan now earns 5,000 a month. And during festivals, she also receives various benefits like eggs, oil, snacks. Oh my, 5,000. That's amazing. Xiaoyan has really made it. Her salary is really high. In the year 2000, a salary of 5,000 yuan, not to mention in a poor mountain village like Chen's, even in Jiangbei City, only a manager-level leader could earn that salary. By the way, how is Changgui doing now? I heard he hooked up with a girl in the city? Xiaoyan's mom asked. Changgui's mom grinned proudly and said, ha, you hit the nail on the head. Our Changgui has never had any skills since he was young, but he's really good at hooking up with girls. Just recently, after working in the city for less than half a year, he caught the eye of the factory's beauty. It's said that the girl's father is even a deputy factory director. They've already bought a house near the 3rd Ring Road in Jiangbei. Oh my goodness. Changgui is really impressive. Yes. Not only did he hook up with a beautiful girl, but he also saved money on buying a house. I heard that the house prices near the 3rd Ring Road in Jiangbei have almost reached 1,500 yuan. The people around burst into excited laughter. Oh, by the way, how is Momo's godmother doing lately? I heard she's about to get married to her partner, but because they couldn't come up with the betrothal gifts, they broke up. Is that true? Xiaoyan's mom asked. Outside the crowd, a middle-aged woman named Chen Lin, with a patched coarse cloth dress, a thin and frail figure, and gray hair, lowered her head and her eyes flashed with a hint of dimness. I'm not very sure about Momo's family matters. Chen Lin, who suffered from polio and had an ugly appearance, never got married, so Chen's parents had Chen recognize Chen Lin as his godmother. Chen Lin had always been exceptionally good to Chen, giving him all the good food and drinks, and saving money for him from farming. It can be said that Chen Lin treated Chen no less than her own mother. Oh, could it be true that they broke up? Xiaoyan's mom raised her eyebrows, as if she had caught Chen Lin's sore spot, and said, tell us, our Xiaoyan has a university degree, found a good job, earns 5,000 a month, you should let Momo come to our house more often to learn from Xiaoyan. It's one thing if you have no ambition, but you can't let Momo be as aimless as you. At this point, someone else chimed in. I say, Xiaoyan's mom, aren't you asking knowingly? Chen's family is the poorest in our village. In the city, girls often demand tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dowry. How could he afford that? With Chen's situation, it's probably impossible for him to find a partner in the city. Hearing this, Chen Lin felt distressed and quickly said, well, everyone here is capable. Can you help me figure out a way for my godson to find a partner? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's mother couldn't help but smile and said, I mean, come on, Chen Lin, with your family being so poor, don't harm other girls anymore, okay? Which girl would be willing to endure hardship with your godson? I'm being blunt here, but as long as they know about their situation, even the mentally disabled girl from the neighboring village wouldn't agree. Do you believe me? Chen Lin immediately pleaded with a hint of crying in her voice, our godson is a good child, filial and hardworking, with good academic performance since childhood, never causing any worries at home. Young ladies, you are capable, can you please help us out? I bow to each of you on behalf of my godson. The thought of Chen Chen, such a good child, possibly ending up single and lonely like herself for a lifetime made Chen Lin feel as if a huge stone was pressing on her heart, making her extremely uncomfortable. There may be a solution. Xiaoyan's mother teased Chen Lin, extending her hand. What do you mean? Chen Lin asked, puzzled. Are you pretending to be clueless here? Finding a partner requires money, right? Xiaowen's mother sneered. Chen Chen couldn't afford a dowry of 200,000, that's why he broke up with his partner. I'll cut you a deal, 50,000. If you can come up with it, I'll help you settle Chen Chen's marriage. What? 50,000? Chen Lin was suddenly struck as if by lightning, and she lowered her head in despair. As a rural woman who also had polio, with certain intellectual and physical disabilities, she had been making a living by growing vegetables on her 3-acre land for so many years. How could she have 50,000? I don't have that much money. Over the years, I've only saved up a little over 2,000 yuan, thinking of giving it as a gift when my godson gets married. Chen Lin stuttered, her face turning red. Chen Chen's family was poor, and Chen Lin was even worse off than them. 2,000 yuan? What good is that? It's not even enough for me to get a beauty treatment in the city. Xiaowen's mother shook her head. It's over, your godson may never get married in his lifetime. The Chen family is going to end with him. His family is poor, and he has such a mentally and physically disabled godmother like you. Chen Chen is really doomed, isn't he? I deserve to die. Chen Lin lowered her head, clutching her clothes, tears falling down. She felt that she had brought trouble to Chen Chen. If she had money, even if she were a normal person, she could at least help Chen Chen. Xiaowen's mother maliciously said, "You're useless alive." Xiaowen's mother, that's enough. Why are you bullying Chen Lin? She's not mentally sound. You should accumulate some virtue for your son, Xiaowen. Finally, someone noticed that Chen Lin's emotions were off and reprimanded Xiaowen's mother. But implicitly, they had already treated Chen Lin as if she were a fool. Beep beep beep. At this moment, the sound of a car honking came from the village entrance. A BMW stopped near the crowd. A young couple got out of the car, looking arrogant. Xiaowen immediately went up to them, surprised. Xiaowen? Why are you here? Oh, who is this girl? She's so beautiful. Chen raised his head proudly, pointing to the girl next to him, who was about 7 years old, and said, "This is our general manager's daughter, the most beautiful woman in our company. Of course, she's also my fiancé now. How about that, Mom? Impressive, right?" Li Mei's family even bought a house in the Second Ring Road in Zhangbei. They are wealthier than the Chang family. Upon hearing this, Xiaowen's mother was as if injected with chicken blood, pulling Li Mei and boasting loudly. Come and take a look, everyone. Our daughter-in-law. She's much more outstanding and beautiful than the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family. Our Xiaomei's family bought a house in the Second Ring area. The daughter-in-law of the Zhang family only bought a house in the Third Ring. There's a big difference. Zhang's mother had just been looking proud, but now she suddenly seemed to shrink. However, when she saw Chen Chen's godmother next to her looking even more embarrassed, Zhang's mother couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. No matter how inadequate her own son was, at least he was much better than this Chen Chen. Chen walked up to Chen Lin, lit a cigarette, and leisurely said, "Chen Lin, Chen Chen is the only prestigious student in our village, but now he can't even afford to marry a wife." I knew it. What's the use of studying so much? In the end, you still have to work for people like us? Chen has been doing well these past 2 years, and when he sees older people in the village who are not doing well, he calls them by their names, very arrogant. Chen Lin felt uncomfortable hearing this, but she couldn't refute it, so she could only look down with a dim expression. "Well, how about this? The guard dog at our company has been eating too much lately and got sick. We happen to need a security guard. The monthly salary is 1,500 yuan. It also includes meals and accommodation. Are you interested in joining us? If you are interested, I can help recommend you. I have some influence in this matter." Chen joked. Chen Lin couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Although she was not as smart as normal people, she could still understand words. Is it human to let her godson replace a dog? Just then, a voice of excitement came from afar. "Godmother." Chen Lin looked up and saw Chen Chen running towards her, hugging her tightly. "Godmother, long time no see, I missed you so much." Chen Lin also hugged Chen Chen excitedly. "Son, Godmother missed you too. I had my mom buy you some clothes. Why aren't you wearing them? Hey, your godmother works hard every day, new clothes get dirty quickly, right? Those clothes, your godmother will wear them when you get married." Just then, Xiaowen's mother walked over and said, "Momo, your godmother is discussing with your cousin Xiaowen about changing jobs for you. Although your cousin Xiaowen is a company leader now, it's not easy to find a job that pays 1,500 yuan a month including meals and accommodation. You don't have much potential. You should cherish this opportunity. Follow your cousin Xiaowen well for 2 years, and maybe you can find a wife in a poorer village." When Chen Chen heard this, he frowned and said, "Auntie, how do you know I don't have potential?" Chen walked over, patted Chen Chen on the shoulder, and comforted him. All right, Momo, do you think I don't know your situation, brotherin? Look at the phone I'm using now, the Nuajide 7110. Have you seen it? It costs over 3,000 yuan. Chen Chen glanced at the 7710 phone in Chen An's hand, and discreetly hid his own backup phone, the Nwajide 8810 worth 12,000 yuan, deeper in his pocket. And the watch, do you know what watch this is? Rolex. It costs over 5,000 yuan. Your sister-in-law gave it to me. Oh. Chen Chen replied casually, and then discreetly tucked away the limited edition Palace Violet watch worth 130,000 yuan that his sister-in-law gave him into his sleeve. And, cigarettes, look at the one I'm smoking now, Golden Supreme. Haven't tried it? Want one? Chen An handed a cigarette over with a pained expression. Chen Chen shook his head and smiled, no need, I have cigarettes. With that, he took out a pack of Diamond Lotus from his pocket and waved it in front of Chen An. Seeing the cheap packaging of the cigarettes, Chen An couldn't help but laugh and ask, why are you smoking such cheap cigarettes? How much did you pay for them? Chen Chen replied casually, they were a gift from a friend, so they shouldn't be expensive. Indeed, with your current situation, you can't possibly smoke good cigarettes like me, Chen An said proudly as he blew out 2 smoke rings. At that moment, Li Mei walked over, and Chen An immediately said, look, Momo, see, this is your sister-in-law. Isn't she beautiful? You won't have the luck to marry such a beautiful wife in your lifetime. But don't be sad, I've already inquired, the mentally disabled girl from the neighboring village seems to be getting sicker. Although her family is not wealthy, they are willing to support your family a bit. When do you plan to go for a match? Suddenly, Li Mei looked at the cigarette in Chen Chen's hand and exclaimed, oh my, this is Diamond Lotus. Chen An, puzzled, asked, is this cigarette expensive? Li Mei, excitedly, said, you know nothing. This cigarette is already out of production and not available for sale. My dad was lucky enough to get a box before, and he would take it out every day just to look at it, never willing to smoke it. What? Chen An was dumbfounded. The cigarette Chen Chen was smoking was so extraordinary? It surpassed his own supreme goal by who knows how much. This made him feel a bit embarrassed. Clatter. At that moment, the spare phone in Chen Chen's pocket fell to the ground. Li Mei took a closer look. Hey, isn't this the newly released Nwajide 8810? Chen Chen, seeing that he was discovered, stopped pretending and took out another even more expensive sapphire phone, saying, that's my spare phone, this one is my main phone. Oh, by the way, Auntie, this time I bought one of these phones for each of you to use at home, so we can easily keep in touch in the future. Chen An's forehead veins twitched. Oh my god, even the spare phone is Nwajide 8810. This phone was just released 2 days ago and scalpers are already selling it for 20,000 each. Even if you can get it at the original price through connections, it would still cost nearly 10,000 more. And his main phone is a sapphire model. What's even more infuriating? He bought one for his own parents and even auntie. This made Chen An involuntarily glance at the Nwajide 7710 he had saved up for 3 months to buy, feeling sour in his heart. It felt like someone had broken a vinegar jar, a taste of extreme jealousy. What is this? When Chen Chen bent down to pick up the phone that had fallen on the ground, the watch hidden in his sleeve slipped out gently. Li Mei's eyes widened instantly, staring fixedly at Chen Chen's watch without blinking. What's wrong, wife? Chen An asked in confusion. Husband. Oh my god. It's a Chopard Happy Diamonds 2000 limited edition diamond watch. Li Mei exclaimed in a daze, almost sighing in amazement. What nonsense. This watch can't be better than my Rolex, right? Chen An asked. You country bumpkin. The watch he's wearing, only 1,000 were released this year, and the retail price is 130,000 yuan. How many of your crappy Rolex watches can you buy with that amount? Don't you have any sense of value? Can you stop embarrassing yourself in front of me? Li Mei scolded Chen An, very dissatisfied. However, Chen An didn't listen to a word Li Mei said. All he could think of now was one number, 130,000 yuan. Oh my god, a 130,000 yuan watch. It would take me 2 years of not eating or drinking to afford that. How did Chen Chen get such an expensive watch? What kind of luck is he having? The surrounding villagers were also shocked beyond words. Their faces were filled with disbelief. 130,000 yuan. These rural old women have never seen so much money in their lives. Geez, such an expensive watch, even if I sold all the corn in my field, it wouldn't be enough to buy half a watch chain. Oh my, Momo must be making a fortune in the city. Old Chen's family finally made it through this time. At that moment, all the old women in the village shifted the focus of the conversation from Chen An to Chen Chen. Chen An's mother's face was burning with anger inside. Chen An also felt uncomfortable. He, who had returned in glory, came to receive the praise of his fellow villagers, but he was overshadowed by the poor Chen Chen. How could he accept that? He hugged his wife, kissed her fiercely, and said, "Oh, I forgot to mention, Chen, your sister-in-law is the daughter of our company's general manager. They have a 100 square meter house in the north second ring of Jiangbei. The BMW over there belongs to your sister-in-law. How about that? Envious, right? No matter how good the cigarettes you smoke, the phone you use, or the watch you wear, what does it matter? In the end, what you can show off and boost your own face is your own wife. Hearing this, Chenan's mother's initially dejected mood was lifted. With hands on her hips, she proudly said, "Our daughter-in-law is not only beautiful but also virtuous, and her family is wealthy. She's a rare find." Chen helplessly said, "Indeed, your sister-in-law is outstanding. And let me tell you, your sister-in-law pursued me first. Nowadays, finding a beautiful wife in the city is as difficult as reaching the sky. A beautiful, wealthy wife who even pursues you is almost like a fairy tale. Don't be jealous, after all, jealousy won't get you anywhere." At this moment, Chenan felt triumphant again, as if he had taken some kind of medicine and was rising again. Chenan's mother vigorously nodded in agreement. "Yes, our daughter-in-law is definitely the best in our village. No one can compare. Marrying her, our little one won't have to struggle for at least 10 years. Ding ding ding. Just then, a supercar drove towards them. Lamborghini? Seeing that car, Chenan's breathing quickened, almost shouting in disbelief, "Isn't that the Lamborghini Diablo I've been dreaming of?" "What's wrong, little N? Is that car very expensive? More impressive than your BMW?" Little N's mother asked, frowning. "Mom, my BMW is just entry-level, bought from a friend for about 250,000. Even if that Lamborghini supercar is ordinary, it starts at 5 million. Buying 20 of my cars would still be more than enough." Li Mei also widened her eyes, eager to see who was inside the car. "What 5 million? This is the Lamborghini Diablo, the emperor of supercars. A super luxury car worth 30 million. Chenan exclaimed excitedly, as if Li Mei's words had insulted the car. "What kind of car? A luxury car worth 30 million? What Lamborghini?" The villagers of Chen's village all curiously looked towards the car upon hearing this. They wanted to see who the newcomer was. The car door opened, and first, a pair of incredibly long legs stepped out. Then, a woman dressed in style like a movie star, elegant in demeanor, with a hot figure, walked down from the car like a fairy. All the villagers were stunned. If Li Mei, Chenan's wife, was already considered a city beauty in the eyes of the villagers of Chen's village, then the beauty who came down from the Lamborghini was simply a fairy descended from heaven. Compared to the two, it was like comparing the sun to a dim star, an ugly duckling to a swan. Chenan almost had his eyes pop out of their sockets. This beauty had instantly made his wife look like trash. When Li Mei saw her fiancé's expression, she felt extremely unhappy, but she couldn't do anything about it. After all, the beauty in front of her was too dazzling, too beautiful. Even she, as a woman, couldn't help but take a few more glances, let alone a man. As she got out of the car, she smiled and waved towards Chen's direction. A smile from the past brings forth 100 charms. The palace makeup pales in comparison. Chenan was stunned, as if in a dream. He recited this poem. "Shaoan, look, she's waving at you and smiling at you." Chenan's mother exclaimed excitedly. "But, I don't know her," Chenan said in confusion. "Maybe she's your client, specifically coming here to find you? Besides, who else can these wealthy young ladies find here other than you?" Chenan's mother said. "Makes sense." Chenan's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately spat out some saliva, used it as hair gel and applied it to his head. He was feeling extremely excited now. What if this rich and beautiful lady driving a Lamborghini took a liking to him? He would be soaring high. With full confidence, Chenan walked up, confidently flipped his hair, and smugly winked at Chen. "Did you see that? Even a rich beauty driving a 30 million supercar is willing to come all the way to the village to find me. My damn irresistible charm has nowhere to hide." However, just as Chenan confidently reached out his hand, about to make contact with Gong Ziyuan, she passed by him. Chenan froze, turned his head, only to witness a scene that left him extremely shocked and embarrassed. Gong Ziyuan quickly ran to Chen, affectionately linking her arm with his, her hot body tightly pressed against Chen. "Oh good, sorry, I stayed up too late last night and overslept this morning." Gong Ziyuan stuck out her tongue, looking particularly cute and playful. Gong Ziyuan's actions once again shocked everyone present. Oh my god, this goddess, more beautiful than the stars on TV, is actually dating Chen? What's going on? Did the sun rise from the west? And judging from the car this beauty is driving, she's definitely wealthier than the Li family. To be able to date such a beauty, it's not just about 10 years of hard work, one could practically live without struggling for a lifetime. Even becoming a son-in-law would be a comfortable life. Chenan felt like he had been hit by 1 billion points of damage in his heart. And Shenan's mother felt like her heart had been turned upside down, feeling sour and uncomfortable. It was a terrible feeling. She had come to the village today to show off her son and daughter-in-law to everyone. But the son of the fool Chen Lin, whom she despised the most, had become the most handsome guy in the village. He had stolen all the limelight from her and her son. Shenan's mother felt like a huge stone was blocking her heart, making it hard for her to breathe properly. She had thought she had come to a place where she could show off and enjoy the villagers' admiration, but now it felt like she was sitting in an oven, feeling uncomfortable all over, almost not wanting to stay in this cramped space for another moment. Chen Lin could hardly believe her eyes. Her mouth was wide open for a long time and couldn't close. This, such a beautiful and lovely girl, is actually her son's girlfriend. Ziyuan, this is my godmother, Chen Chen said. Hello, auntie, I'm Gong Ziyuan, Chen Chen's girlfriend. Gong Ziyuan reached out to shake Chen Lin's hand. Chen Lin quickly pulled back her hand, waving it off. Auntie, your hands are dirty, please don't. Gong Ziyuan, however, without hesitation, grabbed Chen Lin's somewhat dirty and disabled hand, smiling and said, Auntie, I heard from Mo on the way here. You've always been very caring towards Mo, always thinking of him first when it comes to good food and drinks, and have taught him many correct life and values. I think you are a very kind and great woman. I hope to become someone like you in the future. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin felt greatly moved. From childhood to adulthood, except for Chen Chen's family, everyone treated her as a fool, a disabled person. No one had ever praised her, let alone praised her as great. Good girl. Our family is so lucky to find someone like you, it's like having accumulated 8 lifetimes of blessings. Come, let auntie take a good look. Chen Lin held onto Gong Ziyuan's hand and wouldn't let go. She looked left and right. The more she looked, the more pleasing to the eye. Their daughter-in-law is better than Li Mei's daughter-in-law in every way. She's so beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful. And she's kind too. In the end, Chen Lin couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Auntie, I came in a hurry and didn't bring any good gifts for you, so I just bought a few pieces of clothing. Please see if they fit. Gong Ziyuan took out a few bags from the car. Chen's mother carefully looked and couldn't help but laugh. What kind of shabby clothes are these? Just by looking at them, you can tell they'll fade after a wash, and those shoes, they'll definitely wear out in a few months. Gong Ziyuan nodded. Yes, these clothes are indeed like that. They won't last long. Chenin couldn't help but laugh. I thought you found such a generous daughter-in-law, but turns out she doesn't even buy good quality clothes. My wife treats me well. She buys clothes from Matey Bangwei. Alright, Chenin, stop it. Li Mei on the side blushed and hurriedly scolded. What's wrong, wife? You're so virtuous and generous. Why not let me show off a bit? We should set an example for some people in the village, shouldn't we? Shannon insisted. I told you to stop. Can't you understand human language? Li Mei was already shouting in anger. Why can't I say, wife? I want to say. My wife is better than the wife of someone who buys junk clothes. Shannon retorted. Li Mei was trembling with anger, pointing at Shannon's face. Alright, since you're not ashamed, I'll speak up too. Gong Ziyuan bought clothes from Chanel. A whole outfit costs almost 50,000 renminbi. These top luxury designs are not meant to be washed, they'll be thrown away after a few wears. And those shoes, they're limited edition by Charlotte Nougat this year, 30,000 renminbi per pair. By the time those shoes wear out, there will be a new design out. How can someone so rich still wear old styles? Chenin, today I finally realized, you and your mother are so materialistic, you can't stand to see someone else have something nice, right? I think we shouldn't go through with this marriage, we're not on the same page. With that, Li Mei angrily turned the car around and went straight home. Chenin and his mother were dumbfounded. The pretense didn't work, and the daughter-in-law ran away. What a mess! And the villagers around, after seeing the world of the rich, were trembling. Tens of thousands of dollars worth of items are just consumables, not even meant to be washed, used once and then thrown away? This almost made their consumption views explode. Seeing the lost and confused Chenin, Chen walked over to comfort him, and calm down, now that I have money, do you think rich people are happy? Shannon's eyes lit up at the words. In his mind, he immediately imagined countless scenes of son-in-laws being humiliated. He couldn't wait to ask, does that mean? Exactly, you can't even imagine the happiness of rich people. It's simply amazing, Chen said happily. Chenin almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, he was almost internally injured. Chen's happiness was not fake. In the previous life, after his parents passed away, Shannon's family was the most bullied. Even their 2 young chickens were taken away and slaughtered for a feast. At this time, Chang Gui couldn't help but ask, Chen, what does your partner's family do? Why are they so rich? Her family is in real estate development. The company is already listed, They probably have 5 or 6 billion at home, Chen Shen said with a smile. 5 or 6 billion. Boom! Shannon was dumbfounded. Chen Lin was dumbfounded. All the villagers were stunned, looking at Gong Ziyuan in disbelief. Even the richest family in the village, Chen Shuai's family, would probably be satisfied with a couple million at most. But the Gong Ziyuan family, unexpectedly, could get 5 or 6 billion. This has completely exceeded their understanding. In an instant, all the villagers except for Chen Lin looked at Chen Shen as if he were a big bad wolf looking at a little fat lamb, extremely greedy. Shannon squeezed his face and approached, saying, "Hey, Momo, how did you catch such a good partner? Teach me. Actually, there is a technique to it." As soon as these words were spoken, all the villagers perked up their ears and listened carefully. Some even took out notebooks and started taking notes. That morning, I was taught a lesson by the cleaning lady at our company. She said she never cleans toilets in small companies, only in wealthy big companies, so she can make more connections. I was suddenly enlightened. The next day, I quit my job and became a security guard in the most luxurious villa area in Jiangbei. Through this, I met my current girlfriend. Before we were officially together, she asked me out for a meal. With just 3 sentences, I made her spend 180,000 yuan on me and confirmed our relationship. At this point, Chen Chen deliberately paused. Shannon anxiously scratched his head and said, "What 3 sentences? Hurry up and tell me." "Oh, you're killing me.